Jessica rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. I would trade him for an old shoe, he just won't stop following me around. She said more to MJ than Dante, but the assassins still roared with laughter, along with the rest of the group. The only two left not giggling themselves silly were Andy and MJ. MJ reached up and touched Jessica on the shoulder, causing the younger girl to stop laughing and look up into MJ's eyes, that were now glistening with tears not yet shed. You should not say things like that about your brother. MJ glanced up at Andy, who was looking at her strangely. Some people have no family at all. I would do anything to have a brother. MJ could barely get the words out as large tears, thick with emotion, started to run down her face. She reached up and wiped her face, clearing her throat. Suddenly, the group was dead silent, and Jess broke out into a fit of laughter. Oh no, he's not my real brother. She managed to choke out through her laughter. I mean, he is just an annoying pack brother who won't leave me alone is all. While the group laughed to themselves and each other, MJ looked up at Dante confused. Dante? She almost whispered questioningly. He looked down at her confused expression and leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Dante opened his mouth to speak, but Jessica answered for him. Oh, no way. You really are an Omega who? The girl blurted out, Pack family. You know all of us. She motioned to everyone standing around and MJ just scrunched her eyebrows. Jessica, MJ said, trying to get the flighty girl's attention, but before MJ could speak any further, Jessica put her hands up in a stopping motion. Whoa, we already talked about this. It's Jess, remember? MJ wasn't quite sure what to say. She looked up at Dante, and suddenly she heard Theron growl uncomfortably in her chest. Another girl from the group stepped forward, putting her hand out for MJ to shake. I'm Bailey, she said with a kilowatt smile that had MJ smiling also out of the sheer contagiousness of joy she was radiating. And I think what Jess is trying to say is that she wants you to call her Jess too. MJ made an O shape with her mouth, letting them know she understood. MJ reached out and took Bailey's hand, and the girl jerked MJ's arm forward, wrapping her into a hug. However, MJ reacted and threw Bailey to the floor, landing on top of her. The she-wolf was stunned at first, and as MJ clambered to her feet, she started to throw out a slew of apologies to Bailey and the entire group of, once again, stunned pack members. MJ wasn't quite sure why she had done it and wanted very much for this entire encounter to be nothing more than a bad dream. A few of the group members helped Bailey to her feet. She dusted herself off. Well, Bailey said with another contagious smile spreading across her face, I guess that means you're not a hugger then? MJ started to stutter a little. Shit, I'm really sorry, I guess it's just that. Bailey stopped men mid-stutter by placing her hands gently on MJ's shoulders. Little sister, please calm down. I am the one who should apologize. Bailey spoke with such a calm tone, it was almost hypnotic. I should have thought better of myself. You just went through Moon, only knows what kind of hell in the challenge with that nasty bitch, and here I am squeezing you like we were runts together. Bailey ended her statement with a light laugh, causing MJ to sigh in relief. With a strange sense of comfort from Bailey, MJ felt brave enough to speak. Can I ask you something? Both Bailey and Jess were nodding vigorously and spoke as if they were twins. Yes! Both girls looked at each other and laughed before bringing their attention back to MJ. Why did you call me little sister? And what is a pack family? Bailey looked up at Dante and he simply shrugged with a sheepish grin. Wow! Jess grumbled, raising her eyebrows at Dante. What the hell kind of maid are you? Jess almost shrieked at the top of her lungs. MJ turned her head in time to see Dante's head drop in shame, and she could feel his shame radiating through her like a sickness. MJ snapped her head back in Jess's direction. He is the kind of mate who lets me discover things in my own time, so he is the perfect mate for me. Jess's eyes were wide, and Bailey had her $1,000,000 smile spread as wide across her face as it could go. MJ opened her mouth to ask her question again, when Dante grabbed her by the elbow and spun her around. He wrapped both of his arms around her and lifted her to face him, letting her legs dangle free from the height difference. Stunned, Mie looked into Dante's eyes like she was a frightened deer, and he was a rapidly approaching semi-truck. Thrown to the wolves. Dante didn't know what to say at first. He was absolutely shocked at the way MJ had defended him, even though he didn't deserve any of it all. It was a good question, he thought to himself. What the hell kind of mate was he? Dante's thoughts had him feeling sorry for MJ. So far she had been nothing but perfect, he thought. She had been thrown to wolves, literally, and just kept rolling with it. Her life had been turned upside down, and he had done almost nothing to help her understand any of it. Dante's inner thoughts had brought a lump to his throat as he continued to stare into the eyes of his mate. And even after all the drama they had been through in such a short time, she was still willing to try and accept him and his family. MJ's eyes were darting back and forth between Dante's. She was trying to figure out what he was doing, but he was just holding her, staring at her like she might disappear. Dante, she began, but he shook his head and smiled. Ah, kitten, he almost whispered to her, setting her down on the ground. She calls you little sister because you are her little sister. MJ scrunched up her nose at Dante, not quite understanding what he was saying. Dante chuckled, lightheartedly at the confusion on MJ's face. What that means is that you are part of this pack, so you are family, not just to me and the hunters, but to all of us. As he spoke, Dante motioned to the group, still standing near them. As MJ turned to look back at the group, she saw everyone nodding their heads with gentle smiles. She was so overcome with emotion that she jumped at both Jess and Bailey, wrapping her arms around the unsuspecting girls and crushing them into her for a hug she didn't know she needed. Jess made a small gasping sound as MJ wrapped her arm around the small girl, and Bailey just laughed through the fabric of MJ's shirt. "So you are a hugger, eh?" Bailey said, pulling back from the embrace. MJ let go of both women and took a small step back, shrugging her shoulders. "I guess, to be honest, I never had any family, so to wake up one day and find out that I now have so much was a little overwhelming." Bailey and Jess laughed at MJ's little confession, and another member of the group stepped forward. "Well, my name is Paul," he said, extending his hand for MJ. "Don't worry, I'm not a hugger. I would like to keep my throat inside my body anyway," he said, half joking as he bowed his head in Dante's direction. MJ heard Dante hum in appreciation for Paul's respect, and she rolled her eyes as she accepted the handshake. Andy was next to step forward. "I'm Andy, but you already kinda know that. Anyway, welcome home. We are all glad the assassin finally has his mate." MJ started to open her mouth again to speak, and her stomach once again interrupted her with the reminder that she needed to feed it. To MJ's shock and horror, Jess bent down and put both her hands on MJ's stomach. "Don't worry, little tummy, we will get food in there." As Jess stood up, MJ put both her hands on her stomach and looked at Jess confused. Andy cleared his throat and grabbed Jess by the shoulders. MJ watched as the both of them seemed to inhale from the sudden contact, and she wondered if they were mates. "I will bet you a kiss." "They are." MJ jumped slightly at the sound of Dante's voice. She turned around to look at him, and he winked at her. He had definitely not said that out loud, MJ thought as she watched Andy and Jess uncomfortably fuss over one another. How the hell did he do that? MJ thought as she watched Paul's mouth move, but she was too preoccupied with trying to figure out why she heard Dante and nobody else seemed to. Dante stepped forward and everyone went silent. MJ watched in awe as the group seemed to be drawn to him like moths to a flame. "I am so grateful you've all worked to help her feel like part of us," Dante said as he put an arm around MJ's waist, and she tucked her chin into her chest, trying to hide a blush. "But I think it is time for us to get to the chow hall, shall we?" The group nodded and mumbled in agreement as Dante pulled MJ into his side and ushered her along. As they all walked along, MJ took notice that everyone around her acted like this was any other normal day. As soon as she was sure nobody was paying any attention to her, or Dante, she leaned into him and whispered, "How did you say that so quiet?" Dante threw his head back laughing and looked down at her smiling. He squeezed her closer to him, and when MJ looked into his eyes, she again heard his voice, but Dante's lips did not move. "You are amazing." Jai's eyes were as large as saucers. "How?" she yelled so loud, it echoed through the halls they were walking through. Dante only smiled down at her as the group stopped walking. "You okay over there, sis?" Bailey asked, and MJ's heart started to pound in her chest. "Oh yeah, sorry." MJ managed to choke out nervously. "How what?" Paul asked as they continued walking. MJ looked up at Dante, but he had his attention straight ahead. MJ started to panic. She wasn't exactly sure how much she could trust these other people, or how much Dante trusted them. "Oh no," I said, "ow. I got a cramp in my leg is all." MJ tried to sound sure of herself, but really she just sounded like she was making up lame excuses. And she was. Paul hummed in response and seemed to buy her little lie, as did everyone else. MJ exhaled in relief, but soon was gasping in surprise as she was swept from her feet and into the arms of her mate. "I am Omega. I am strong. I am hungry." With her arms around Dante's neck, MJ pursed her lips as she gave him a pointed look. "What are you doing?" she asked lightheartedly, and with an evil grin, Dante leaned forward, brushing his nose with hers. "You have a cramp, remember?" Dante's voice was mischievous. "I am helping," he said, and MJ raised a single eyebrow at his response. "Dante, this is unnecessary. I can still walk." She was almost gritting her teeth as she spoke. Knowing full well Dante knew she didn't really have a cramp. Dante simply smiled. "It's a telekinetic link, my sweet little mate." His voice hummed in MJ's head, and she rolled her eyes at him. Dante simply chuckled low in his throat. "You use it the same way you talk to Theo," Dante explained to her once again inside her mind only. MJ licked her lips and chewed the side of her cheek in thought. Finally, she closed her eyes and tried. "Dante?" she asked in her mind, and at first she thought it was unsuccessful, but soon she could feel a tingling in her head, like a small vibration between her ears. "Yes, kitten?" MJ grinned and squeezed the collar of Dante's shirt in excitement. "Holy shit, it worked. How come it doesn't hurt like Tanner said it would?" Before Dante could answer her, he stopped walking and set her on the floor. MJ looked around and with a heavy heart realized she was once more standing in front of the doors that led to the rest of the members of her new family. Dante squeezed MJ's hip as he stepped back to allow Paul and Andy to open the doors and usher the others inside first. MJ tucked herself as far into Dante's body as she could and unconsciously took a small step backwards as the rush of busy voices and clanking dishes once again had her ready to run for the hills. "It does not hurt because you are strong." Dante's voice sounded almost loud inside her head as she looked up at him. "You are strong," Dante reassured her, "stronger than any wolf in that room, so don't pay them any mind, okay?" Mai smiled and wrapped her arms around Dante's waist, squeezing him into a hug. "Can we eat now?" Mai asked Dante out loud, and he smiled at her, nodding slowly. As they stepped through the door, MJ noticed that some of the others turned to stare at her, while others were getting up from their seats. MJ thought at first that they were leaving because she was there, but they were walking toward her instead of away, and Dante stopped as several members approached. MJ's heart was pounding so hard she could feel it pushing blood through her body. "You are stronger than you think," was the only thing MJ heard in her head. And the voice was so quiet, she wasn't sure if it was Dante or Theron, or even just her own voice trying to calm her down. There were people standing all around them, now murmuring in low voices. An older woman pushed her way to the front of the large crowd, now standing all around the pair. She looked up at Dante and then squinted her eyes at MJ before she spoke. "Are you a hunter?" The older woman's voice cracked as a sign of her age, but the force in her voice showed MJ she was not afraid of her. Dante opened his mouth to speak, but MJ let her hands fall from his waist, and he watched as she turned from the comfort of his body to rest not just the older woman, but the entire crowd. "My name is MJ," she began with as much confidence as she could find. "I am the assassin's mate, and I am an Omega outside of that. I am not really sure what I am." As MJ finished her statement, some of the crowd dispersed to resume eating their meals, while others nodded to each other or just stared at MJ. The older woman hummed in response and seemed to ponder what MJ said for a moment. "You don't want to be a hunter, then?" the old woman inquired, and MJ looked at her with a queer expression before she asked, "Why would you say that?" The old woman laughed a little and shook her head. "Dear girl, you are an Omega. Do you think you can protect us?" Dante cleared his throat and started to step forward in front of MJ, but she put her palm gently in the middle of chest, subduing the growing agitation, and he looked down at her, half surprised. MJ began speaking not only to the older woman but also the remaining sets of eyes. "Yes, it is true, I am an Omega." MJ's voice almost rang through the building even though others were still talking. "But my wolf is strong and my mate is stronger." MJ licked her lips as she heard Dante purr low in his chest at her praise. "I am not a hunter yet, but I hope to soon be one." MJ made sure to lock eyes with the old woman now smiling at her, and even though I am an Omega, I will follow my Alpha and Beta. MJ was surprised at how commanding she sounded. "I vow to protect every member of this family with my life, so yes, I am an Omega, but I am also strong and hungry." MJ made sure to use Theron to growl out the last two words, and the older woman's eyes became wide with curiosity and knowing. She simply smiled and bowed her head to MJ. "Then I shall thank the moon and pray for your safety. Welcome home, child." The older woman seemed to speak for everyone around because as she backed away, the rest of the crowd disappeared, making way for MJ to clearly see the Alpha's table, where Azrael and Lila were once again standing, looking down on MJ with pride as if she were one of their children, and MJ supposed in a weird way she was. Human at the table, animal outside. Dante kissed the side of MJ's head and ushered her toward the Alpha's table. This time, instead of waiting for Dante to lift her to the platform, MJ simply hopped up on it like she were filled with helium. Dante watched in awe as MJ effortlessly jumped from the ground to land on the platform, and as a hunter and assassin, he had to appreciate the strength in her body. But as her mate, the thought of her body had his heart rate at an all-time frantic buzz. Dante stepped onto the platform and took his seat, waiting for his mate to finish being pawed at by the beta, and Sam, she gave a quick hug to Mara, who was shamelessly perched in Tanner's lap before she returned to his side. As if their relationship had always been completely normal, MJ moved Dante's hand out of his lap and deposited herself onto his thigh, leaning her back against his chest. Dante purred and began to stroke the top of her thighs when MJ looked at him, doing her best she used to telekinetic link they shared. "Down, boy," she said, and it came to Dante as a whisper, so he rewarded her effort by putting both of his hands palms down on top of the table. "Would you like me to get us plates, kitten?" Dante's voice rumbled low in his throat as he almost whispered to MJ with a gruff sound. MJ turned her head so she was looking into Dante's eyes, and she shook her head lightly. "No, I think you have done enough for me. How about I get them?" Dante looked at MJ almost confused. "You want to get me food?" he said, almost completely in shock. MJ turned her body so that she was sitting sideways in his lap and smiled at him with the warmest smile she could. "Yes, I would like to feed my chair." MJ laughed from deep in her chest when she saw the look on Dante's face. She looked around at the table, not wanting to share this moment with anyone. MJ closed her eyes and leaned her forehead into Dante's. Taking deep breath, she concentrated on every word and forced them through her mind. Watching Jess and Andy, I realized something, MJ said, impressed that she barely felt the buzzing in her head this time, and it hadn't been uncomfortable, so she continued with more confidence this time. I am not very nice to you, Dante, so just let me do this, please? After a few minutes of silence, MJ was beginning to think it hadn't worked, so she opened her eyes and found Dante already staring back at her. She tried to sit back, but Dante grabbed her face harshly and barely brushed his lips against hers. Thank you. Dante managed to mumble through his emotion as he untangled his fingers from her hair and face. Dante watched as this beautiful woman rounded the chair he was sitting in, and with a movement so fluid and effortless it would have gone unnoticed if not for the sharp sound that rang out as he reached out and swatted MJ's full round cheek. And with a movement just as quick as Dante's, MJ swung her hand around the front of her personal chair, palm open, making contact with his face. Dante instantly grasped her wrist, gently but firmly holding it in place as he locked onto the everlasting black center of her beautifully wild eyes and growled low in his throat. MJ pursed her lips and wiggled her hips as she matched his growl with her own. She let a few laughs escape as Dante shot to his feet, standing over her so close they were now sharing the same air. Asriel broke the sexual tension now radiating through the air with his signature throat clearing. MJ jumped at the sound and clasped her hands together in front of herself with embarrassment. Dante dropped down into his chair like a petulant child as MJ hesitantly made eye contact with her alpha. Asriel simply grinned and shot MJ a wink. Human at the table, animal outside, the amused alpha said, pointing toward the door. MJ nodded and jumped from the platform, running toward the staff door as fast as she could. As she reached the busy set of swinging doors, MJ was surprised when she was met with indifferent smiles, as both working pack members, wearing matching uniforms, and plain-clothed members rushed in and out with plates and platters of food. As MJ made her way through the doors, she was in awe of the electric atmosphere. The main kitchen of the pack house was enormous, consisting of 2 full-service restaurant-sized kitchens, connected by an even larger expediting station. MJ clung to the wall as much as she could, trying to stay out of the way when a familiar-looking face ran up to her. It was Lou, and he was wearing a chef's coat and hat. MJ grabbed her mouth with one hand, trying to stifle the laugh, and Lou rolled his eyes at her weak attempt. Yeah, all right, kiddo, laugh it up, Lou grumbled playfully. The older man put his large, weathered hand in the center of her back and motioned around to the bustling kitchens. What can we get you, little lady? MJ looked around at everyone cooking and cutting. It was like a dance, but instead of each person dancing with another, they were dancing with the food. Some were cutting different meats and vegetables, while others looked like they were kneading dough. The air was filled with the sweaty aroma of the next batch of dancers cooking and stewing their partners into a delicious symphony, while down the line others waited almost impatient for their turn. MJ marveled at the way they moved around each other as they dressed up the plates with so many different things she honestly couldn't tell what anything was. Her senses seemed to be on overload. She was snapped out of her food hypnosis when Lou nudged her arm. Earth to MollyJay. MJ stomped on the older man's foot, stopping him in mid-sentence. Finish that sentence, Lou, and I won't talk to you for a year. MJ's voice echoed, and several members of the kitchen staff turned around and laughed at each other as they overheard the much smaller woman scold the intimidating tree trunk named Lou, who was now cursing under his breath, hopping on one foot while holding the other. Another pack member dressed in a work uniform walked up to MJ and waved at her with a sweet smile. MJ smiled back and waved. The girl came closer and bowed her head very slightly at MJ. She noticed that everyone seemed to have been doing that today. MJ returned the gesture and the girl seemed to grin even wider. She clapped her hands together. So, she chirped, what can I get the assassin and our new little sister? MJ looked at her confused for a moment and then remembered she was talking about her and Dante. Oh, was the only thing that came out of MJ's mouth as she started to panic. She wasn't really sure what Dante liked to eat. And right now she was so hungry she could eat anything. I don't know what he likes, MJ admitted to the girl, still smiling warmly at her. The young girl tapped her index finger on her chin in thought and then snapped her fingers together. No problem. Are you a vegetarian? MJ made a sour face and the young girl laughed. Okay, good. That makes my job easy. Wait right here and I will bring you a couple of plates, okay? MJ nodded as the lively waiter spun on her heels and took off into the bustle of kitchen chaos. Lou tapped MJ on the shoulder again, causing her to turn slightly. Getting his food now, who? Lou asked, looking almost annoyed now. MJ scrunched up her face at him and crossed her arms. Yes, Lou, I am getting food for Dante and for myself. Her tone was flat. Is there a problem? Lou looked surprised for a split second, and then with a look MJ was unfamiliar with, he simply laughed and sighed. No, not at all. Believe it or not, I understand a little better than you might think. MJ could hear a certain sadness in his voice and wondered if there was more to what Lou was saying than just what came out of his mouth. But before she could ask, the girl from the kitchen returned with 2 very full plates. MJ's stomach growled in excitement the moment the aroma from the fresh plates hit her nose, and she moaned slightly in spite of herself. The younger girl placed the plates on the side of one of the expediters' tables and was gone before MJ could thank her. She turned back to Lou, who was just smiling down at her sweetly. Tell you what, Moles, Lou said softly. When you are all settled in and you find your rhythm, come talk to me. I have quite the story to tell about a woman I once knew who was a lot like you are. MJ wanted to ask Lou what he meant, but the large man just shook his head at her and stuffed the filled plates in her hands as he ushered her toward the door. Let it be. MJ burst through the double doors, teetering the plates in her hands as she made her way back toward the Alpha's table. She paid no attention to anyone else around her. The only one she could see was Dante across the room, and he was staring at her with a smile. As she approached the table, she handed the plates up to Dante, who took them and placed himself back into his chair, waiting for MJ to deposit herself into his anxiously awaiting lap. MJ set herself as comfortably as she could in Dante's lap. He grabbed her hips and shifted her body in his lap. They struggled to find a comfortable place for several minutes when MJ finally slapped her hands down on her knees in frustration. Okay, fine. You win, she whispered as quietly as she could. Can we just eat before everything gets cold? Dante rolled his eyes and grumbled what MJ assumed was the word yes, but his teeth were clenched so tightly together she couldn't make out any actual words. As the 2 of them started to try and reach around one another to eat, it became apparent this was not going to work either, with the 2 of them trying to climb over the top of one another. MJ took it upon herself to set her silverware down and tentatively reached up to grab Dante's hand as he was holding a fork full of egg and sausage. Dante looked at MJ quizzically and she smiled sweetly at him. Trust me? She asked. Dante's face was emotionless as he let go of the silverware. He watched as MJ took the fork and continued its original journey to his mouth. Without breaking eye contact with her, he opened his mouth and she gently rested the fork on his tongue, allowing him to guide the food from the utensil into his mouth. The way she made sure to avoid poking him with the fork had Dante using every ounce of his willpower to control the building excitement in him. While Dante savored the bite in his mouth, he watched as MJ gathered food onto the fork for herself, and not so gently shoveled it into her own waiting trap, and to Dante's surprise she immediately began gathering food again, turning to him, waiting to once again deposit a bite into her mate's mouth. Dante opened his mouth with a smile, and MJ rolled her eyes as he leaned forward, taking the bite and making a low moaning sound. As they went on eating in this back-and-forth rhythm, MJ decided to steal small glances around the table. While chewing, she noticed that both Dr. John and Dr. Julie Pearl were sitting at the Alpha's table. They were sitting at the corner of the far end, and MJ was pretty sure it had been done on purpose. As she ran her eyes across Julie, the woman's eyes shot up, catching MJ's. Although MJ was shocked to be caught by her, she didn't look away, nor did she allow her heart rate to elevate. She simply continued to hold Julie's gaze and chew her mouthful. Noticing the shift in her behavior, Dante gently squeezed the inside of MJ's knee. She could feel the warmth of his hand radiate through her, and she accidentally bit down on her tongue instead of the food in her mouth. She bit herself hard enough to draw blood and screamed with her mouth shut, causing Dante to grab her around the waist, also alerting the rest of the table to what was going on. Dante quickly handed MJ a napkin, and she spat the remaining food along with quite a bit of blood into the white cloth, causing it to turn pink. Holy shit! Moll, are you okay? Mara shouted from Tanner's lap. MJ nodded, humming aimlessly, as she attempted to wipe small strings of blood and saliva from her chin and throat. MJ watched as the entire table seemed to be interested in what was going on. You know you're supposed to eat the food, not yourself, right? Eddie, Tanner mumbled out from behind Mara's back. MJ rolled her eyes and flipped him the bird, causing Azriel to spontaneously combust with laughter. The rest of the table joined their Alpha's infectious outburst. Yeah, I'm okay. It's just these new teeth, MJ explained, looking toward Azriel, who nodded but looked as though he wanted to know more. Just maybe not at the table, MJ thought. Julie interrupted MJ's inner thoughts by addressing her directly. You know, MJ. Hey, the doctor's voice was thick with a fake sweet disposition. I would very much like to take a look at them. Julie's voice was both sweet and soft, and MJ wanted to hate her for it. Yay? MJ barked at the doctor. And I would very much like to stick this fork through your tongue. Azriel interrupted by once again clearing his throat, causing MJ to glance quickly at her Alpha and the warning in his almost haunted brown eyes. MJ shrugged. But she paused briefly, making sure the doctor was paying attention, like the Beatles say. Let it be. Julie raised a single eyebrow at this young woman's words. She was both threatening her and staying within the respective bounds of her alpha's wishes. Julie thought as she watched Dante try to console his agitated lap pet. "Well, I guess it can wait until I have you on my table then," Julie said in an almost sing-song voice. "What do you say we get things over quickly and do this as soon as you are done here?" Julie shot MJ a knowing smirk. She had figured this girl would not disobey Azriel's order since she had been so obviously obedient so far this morning. MJ jumped up from Dante's lap but never broke eye contact with Julie. "Let's go now then," MJ said in a flat, unamused tone. "I lost my appetite anyway." She watched as Ace choked on a bite of food, trying not to laugh too hard and upset Azriel. Dante laughed and stood up. "Come on, kitten, let's run some of that energy out, what do you say?" MJ nodded and looked to Azriel, who simply closed his eyes and gave a slight nod in approval. "Careful, assassin," Julie barked like a rabid dog. "You need my permission to resume any strenuous activity, so I woo." Azriel cut Julie off before she could finish by slamming his fists down on the table, effectively spilling Ed's drink into Moxie's lap and sending Ace's stifled laugh erupting from his chest. "That will be quite enough, Julie," the alpha almost shouted. "The assassin resumes his duty when I deem him fit, not you." Azriel barked at the doctor like a junkyard dog, and MJ just watched as every wolf at the table, except for her and Dante, seemed to cower at the vibration of the alpha's more than obvious displeasure at the dear Dr. Julie's behavior. Lila stood up and gently folded her hands in front of herself. She never looked directly at Julie, but the words were more than obviously meant for her. "Unless, of course, you wish to challenge for the position." Lila's voice was so thick with Calic's presence that Julie whimpered from the amount of power her beta was threatening her with. "Of course not, beta," Julie managed to choke out as she stumbled backwards from the table and fell to her hands and knees in a show of absolute submission. "Please forgive me." Julie's voice was trembling, and MJ felt a pang of guilt in her heart as she watched this once proud woman go from elegant, bitchy doctor to a trembling mess. Against MJ's better judgment, she approached the still kneeling Dr. Pearl and knelt down so they were almost face to face. MJ put her hand on Julie's shoulder, and the woman flinched slightly for looking up to see MJ. As if flipping a switch, the doctor sat back on her heels with her spine perfectly straight, and she wiped her face with her hands. "I bet that amuses you, doesn't it, Omega?" Julie said in a respectful, yet still venomous tone. John Pearl growled slightly at his sister, warning her to behave herself when MJ shot him a sideways look. "Julie?" MJ said softly, gaining her strange looks from around the table. "I don't find fear amusing at all. It is just one of the mental tactics people use to try and hurt one another." MJ's words had every single member of the table on edge, waiting for what she would say next. Julie looked at MJ as if she didn't understand what she was saying. MJ just smiled and looked back at Lila and Azriel before she stood up and offered her hand out to Julie, who reluctantly took the outstretched hand and stood. Instead of letting go of her hand, MJ yanked Julie forward, suddenly crashing the toe women's sternums together with a thud. However, MJ continued with a sly grin. "I am also not above playing a little cat and mouse." MJ drove her cryptid point home by quickly flashing her new mutated-looking canine teeth at Julie before releasing the shocked woman and gingerly jumping from the platform. Azriel and Lila simply looked into each other's eyes and held a silent conversation between them as MJ skipped backwards, taunting her mate, who was now so shocked by her statement that his mouth was open wide enough to catch bugs. "Hey, assassin!" MJ yelled out, prompting an uncomfortable look of surprise to spread across Dante's face. "Catch me if you can," she snapped out childishly, and before Dante could retort or argue, she was off and running, out the doors and down the hall. Dante glanced back at Azriel, who simply waved him off, before Dante leapt from the platform and bounded out the door, looking more animal than human, even though he had not shifted at all. What they don't know. Azriel watched like a hungry hawk as MJ and Dante disappeared through the halls, and just to be safe, the alpha waited until he could no longer make out their scent from the surrounding members, still lingering in their seats. Azriel pulled his gaze back to his own table full of eyes, and although some had not finished eating, and Moxie was more than obviously uncomfortable with his very wet lap, every single wolf had their attention thoroughly fixated between their alpha and beta. Except for Dr. John Pearl, who sat frozen in his chair, staring down at his sister. Lila calmly sauntered toward Julie and stopped in front of the much taller woman. Dr. Julie Pearl once again slumped to her knees with her head hung. Lila reached out and touched her cheek, pulling the woman's eyes upward with her tender fingers. "Julie," Lila's voice was softer than her skin looked, and her eyes were such a warm brown their tender color almost matched the fierce, darker color of her mate's. "Your job today is to make sure the overall health of our beloved assassin and his new mate are better than they were before they entered your facility. Do you understand?" Lila's voice almost hummed. It was so soft, but her tone was low and flat, It was rare for the beta to be cold to anyone, and the entire table had chills. Julie nodded her head with her chin still tenderly gripped by Lila's fingers. Good, Lila added as she released the terrified woman and looked around the table. Everyone at this table is privy to information that the two of them are not, as Lila spoke. Jay and Moxie glanced at each other, while Ace and Sam both nodded looking at Jay. Ed slapped his hand down on the table and furrowed his brow at Ace, signaling him to leave Jay alone, while Tanner whispered in Mara's ear, causing her to gasp slightly, before she stuffed her hands up to her mouth to stifle the sound. Azriel was next to slam his fist down on the table and point at Tanner, but before the alpha could get a word out, Tanner in turn slammed his fists down on the table in a more rhythmic form, mocking both his brother and Ed. "That is enough!" The sound of Calix's voice echoed in the now very silent dining hall, but it had not come from Azriel. Lila was facing the table with her hands on her hips. Her chest was heaving with every exasperated breath she took. Azriel's jaw dropped at the sight of his mate. She was seldom angry and almost never yelled. He found himself both intimidated and intensely turned on. As Lila's breaths came out, forced and slow, Real calmly sat down in his seat to avoid making the growing circus tent in his pants obvious to the entire table. Mara, however, was in complete shock. Not only had Tanner disrespected his alpha, but the alpha openly submitted to his beta. Being severely unsure of what to do, Mara found herself turning and tucking as much of her body into Tanner's chest as she could, hoping the sound of his heartbeat would help take her fear away. Azriel snapped his fingers, getting Tanner's attention, and motioned for him to leave. Tanner wasted no time in taking the hint and swiftly dashed from the platform with Mara clinging to him like a small monkey. Tanner decided he would take advantage of this need for contact, and he continued to run down the alley of tables being cleaned of their mess and out of sight, still clinging tight to the small woman tucked into him so tenderly. Lila and Azriel caught each other's eye, and Leela rolled hers as they both smiled at each other with a look of knowing and memory. Leela paid no more attention to Julie. She simply floated with grace and calm power back to her waiting alpha and tenderly stroked his cheek while he placed one arm around her waist and pushed his face into the fabric of her dress, inhaling the scent of her stomach beneath the fabric. Suddenly, Azriel's eyes shot straight up to Lila's and she winked at him. With a sudden feverish need to be alone with her, the alpha hastily got rid of his faithful companions. "Dr. Pearl," Azriel barked, still looking into Lila's eyes. "Make sure you use the utmost respect when handling Dante and MJ. Remember, they carry an old power, so it might be best not to test him or push them too far." Azriel paused briefly to nuzzle Lila's stomach. "I would hate to have to replace either of you." Both John and Julie hummed in understanding and nodded their heads, but did not make any motion to move. Lila stepped back slightly as Azriel stood to his full height. "Jay, I would like you to escort Dr. Julie." It was more of a statement than a request. "I believe there are some things you needed to be present for anyhow." Jay bowed his head, but quickly stood up. "Alpha, with all due respect, maybe now is not the time to be presenting MJ with that much." Azriel rose his hand, cutting Jay off mid-sentence. "Nonsense, Jay," Azriel said. "She deserves the truth as much as any of us, and it might be nice for the both you?" Azriel smiled as Jay fumbled with his fingers like a nervous child. "Commander!" Azriel almost barked, catching Ace's undivided attention. "I want you, Sam and Ed, to take another look around the perimeter of Loader and see if you can figure out where the hell all these walkers keep coming from." As soon as the alpha was finished speaking, Ace stood and jumped from the platform, followed immediately by Sam and Ed. "Tanner, you, Moxie, and I were supposed to exile Pepper today, along with sending our outsider home. I think they have enjoyed enough of our hospitality." Azriel's words were sinister, and Moxie chuckled maliciously, licking his lips like a hungry animal. "But," the alpha continued, "I need to speak with our beta in private, and Tanner, I'm sure, would like some time to get to know his mate better, perhaps introduce her to the rest of his family." Azriel gave his brother a pointed look, and Tanner scratched the back of his neck nervously as Lila slapped Azriel on the shoulder. "Leave them alone, my love." The beta's voice was as smooth as freshly melted chocolate, and all Azriel could do was smile at her softly and nod. "Anything you wish, my love." Azriel snatched Lila's hand and began to assault the back of it with kisses as she laughed and pulled it away from him playfully. Lila looked up at an almost lost-looking Moxie. "What is the matter, Mox?" she asked with deep concern. The shabby yet handsome young man looked up at his beta through thick, natural blonde dreads, and his crystal-clear blue eyes held a puppy-like sadness. "What would you like me to do, beta?" Lila closed her eyes and smiled at the sweet yet almost alarming way Moxie was so eager to please. Azriel just shrugged and chuckled lightly. "You may do as you like, Mox. The prisoners will still be there tomorrow, I'm sure." Lila was almost visibly nauseated by the thought of holding people prisoner, or anything that Azriel and the other hunters might have done to them. But she never interfered, especially when she had seen and heard some of the things they were planning to do, or had probably already done. Feeling Lila's discomfort, Azriel gathered the hands of his mate and ushered her gently down from the platform, leaving the remaining members to take care of their affairs in a timely manner, while he spoke with his mate about the second scent he had sensed on her earlier. "What the fuck is so funny? You could have seriously injured her." John screams at the top of his lungs, only causing Jay to laugh harder. "Mox here says it's impossible to seriously injure a bridge gremlin." Jay manages to choke out through his laughter, and Moxie pushes him in the shoulder with his fur-clad arms. Jay rolls his eyes. "Seriously, Mox?" Jay asked, still laughing slightly. "Gremlin, troll, whatever, a monster is a monster." Jay finished giving John a pointed look. John stood tall in front of his sister. "You should know all about monsters, Jay. Aren't you related to one?" John taunted. "Or is two now?" The doctor drove the words home like a knife in the heart, and Jay began to growl low in his chest. Moxie shifted his big ears so that they were now laying flat on his head, and he crouched down almost on all fours, growling low and quiet in his chest. When Jay lifted his gaze to meet the two doctors, they both gasped in shock and terror. Jay's eyes illuminated the telltale yellow, meaning he was close to shifting. Without any further warning, Jay shifted his wolf, bursting from the human skin like a whale breaking the surface of the water. The strawberry blonde wolf stood to his full height and let out a tree-trembling howl. Moxie joined in, and the two screamed their war cry to the scattering birds above. The two wolves moved in perfect unison as they stalked toward their prey. Both doctors let out staggered breaths as the shifted hunters slowly neared them. John reached out and grabbed Julie by the hand. "Jules, when I say so, I want you to run as fast as you can to the med hall." Julie's heart was pounding so loud she could hear the rush of blood pumping in her ears. "No, Johnny," she half-whispered, half-pled with her brother. All their lives, John had been there to protect his sister. She tried to put her hand on his shoulder, but he shoved her away. "Run!" John bellowed as loudly as he could. The sudden loud sound of her brother's voice caused Julie to jump, and out of instinct, she took off running. John turned his head to watch his sister disappear into the safety of the wilderness before he turned his attention back to the still slowly advancing wolves. John removed the glasses from his face and placed them in his shirt pocket before cracking his knuckles and neck. Both Moxie and Jay stopped momentarily and watched, curious, as the doctor continued to undress until he stood before them in all his naked glory. Jay huffed in irritation, and Moxie nudged him playfully with his muzzle. Jay just groaned in protest and moved his body away from the other hunter. "You will forgive the drawn-out shift, gentlemen. It is not often I do this anymore," John said like this was a business exchange. Jay growled low and turned his body to face away from the spectacle. John was purposely making out of his nude body. "Don't act so disgusted, Jay," John said with a hint of amusement playing under his voice. "It was not long ago this body was something you used to ask for." Jay growled furiously, and Moxie stepped between them, keeping his body close to Jay, but never turning his gaze from John. The doctor knew he was skating on borrowed time, but he needed to keep them away from Julie long enough for her to get to the assassin and his more than intriguing mate. John was pretty sure the Alpha had asked the two hunters to escort them to keep an eye on them. It's not that Azriel had no trust in them. It was simply that the Alpha understood the pair respected their profession over everything, including basic decency for the common life, should the necessity arise. John licked his lips nervously. He could tell Jay and Moxie had grown bored playing with him and would soon move on, so he decided to taunt them a little further and pray it worked out. "Well, Jay, I can see you moved on." He continued to jab at the old wound he had left in the young, naive wolf. Jay snapped his jaws and tried to lunge for John, but Moxie planted his feet firmly in the dirt and shoved his shoulder into Jay's lower abdomen. But that was barely holding back the furious beast, still pushing forward very slowly. "Fuck off." Moxie pushed the words into John's mind with enough force that the still smirking man grabbed the sides of his head and crumpled to the floor, groaning. John writhed on the ground as he shifted. His shift was slow and seemed uncomfortable as he finished his shift and began to stand. Moxie noticed that the cinder-brown wolf standing in front of him was small even for a male, and he eyed him as he made a snickering sound low in his throat. John was painfully aware of the size difference and was irate with others half-heartedly taunting him. He had allowed them to force him to shift, but the telekinetic link was incredibly painful for unshifted wolves who didn't have very strong genes. In order to restore his pride, John continued his taunt on Jay, who was still pushing against Moxie to get at the now shifted doctor. No accounting for taste, though. John pumped the words through his mind less painfully now that he had shifted, although it was still not a comfortable way to communicate, especially since John did not like to shift. The thought of becoming a beast covered with fur almost repulsed him. Jay growled louder from behind Moxie, and John noticed the muscles in Moxie's back and shoulders flex as the fur in the very center began to rise like an angry cat. John read the body language carefully and smirked. He had them exactly where he wanted them. So tell me, JJ, John queried with a malicious tone evident even through the mind. Do you fuck each other shifted? The question almost turned John's stomach, but he needed to keep them angry enough to control. The moment the last syllable pumped into the minds of the hunters, they froze. John watched in calculating terror as they both faced him, and with lightning speed, they disappeared in separate directions. John started to panic slightly. He knew they would attack him, but he didn't think they would go to the tactical extent of splitting up and completely vanishing from sight. John took a few steps back and crouched so that he was now on all fours. The light brown wolf began to sniff the ground around him and sweep his tail back and forth, attempting to catch a scent and navigate himself relatively safely toward the med hall. The only problem with this plan was that the more John tried to narrow in on either Jay or Moxie, their scents would mix together and fade. John began to run while he tried desperately to scent the two ghosts he was sure were stalking him through the maze of trees. As he ran, John tried to keep a low profile so he would stay crouched to the ground and closer to the trees while he darted toward his destination. Every tree he smelled there was the daunting hint of either Moxie or Jay, and every time John would turn, he could hear wet leaves rustle the tender, moist earth beneath him, or one of them would send a hauntingly faded laugh through the link as John skirted along. I will take this little game of chase as your confirmation, then. John continued to taunt them, hoping to get one of them to slip up and give away his position or at least buy enough time to reach Julie. Her scent was begging to mix with the trees, and he could tell she had been there not long before him. Suddenly, John heard the heavy thump of body weight moving heavy against the ground, and he turned around just in time to hear the haunting scrape of claws against a tree. The evidence was clear in front of him. The tree bark had been slashed to reveal the fresh flesh beneath. But still no wolf appeared. John continued to move through the woods, however he had stopped running. The wolf moved through the trees for what seemed like an eternity, before he couldn't take the feeling any longer, and stopped to sit with his back against a tree. John started to grunt and groan as his fur fell away from his body, and the bones readjusted themselves to fit his more comfortable human form. Breathing heavily from the shift, John held onto a tree for support as he pulled his weakening legs up underneath him for support. His entire body was glistening with sweat as he tried to slow his breathing. John figured the hunters were watching him, so he just started to slowly jog through the trees toward his sister's scent. He had all but forgotten the malice his escorts were carrying until John felt a furry freight train smash into his shoulder, sending him soaring sideways through the air and into a tree. The very naked doctor smashed to the ground with a thud, and John groaned as he grabbed his ribs, feeling for breaks. When none were found, he stood again with the help of a tree. Okay, fine, want to play tag instead? John groaned out as he tried to stay in a standing position. Without a single sound, John suddenly felt the world crash down on top of him, as Moxie dropped out of the tree line above and forced John belly down to the ground with both of his large back paws digging into the doctor's shoulder blades. Moxie kept one foot center of John's back and stepped off with the other to lean down into John's line of sight. Moxie's large head was now almost on top of John, and the crushed doctor could now make out all the intricate features of this otherworldly creature. John made note of the jagged mark in one of Moxie's ears, possibly indicating losing half of it in a fight of some kind. John also noticed that the wolf's arms seemed to have scars laid across them in perfectly straight lines, and the doctor in him wondered what could leave lasting scars on a shifted wolf, let alone one who was the contender for an original. John's thoughts were cut short when Jay's wolf flew out of nowhere, knocking Moxie sideways off of John's body. Although the still naked man had been freed from the wolf standing on his spine, he was far from safe. Jay's strawberry blonde wolf picked John up by the arm, squeezing hard enough to cause John to cry out from the pain of the stress fracture it created. That's right, Jay. Don taunted. I always knew you had it in you to hurt an innocent, unarmed ma. John's words caught in his throat as the long claws of Jay's wolf wrapped around his throat. Run? Rabbit? Run? Jay pumped the words through John's head, making sure to cause as much pain as possible. John screamed and clawed at Jay's elongated fingers while trying to kick free. Jay easily lifted the struggling man by the arm to keep him from actually causing any damage. Moxie approached, noticing Jay looked very much like a large cat dangling a mouse before it devoured the small prey, and he purred in satisfaction at Jay's use of the animal inside. Jay flung John, still kicking and screaming, across the tree line. His body flew through the trees like a rag doll and tumbled across the ground until his body stopped with a lifeless slump. Moxie sauntered almost cheerfully up to Jay and tried to console his pack brother, but Jay just pushed Moxie away and stalked toward the still unmoving body of the man who was so obviously causing his assailant an intense amount of emotional anguish. Moxie growled at the thought of Jay being hurt by someone at all, let alone being fooled by the sick set of scurvy creatures known as the Pearl siblings. The two of them were known, among the werewolf gossip circle, as ruthless, mad scientists who would stop at nothing to test their sick potions or play their borderline illegal psychological games on any member of the werewolf community they could get their hands on. The more powerful or rare, the more they sought after them. Moxie often wondered why the alpha and beta let them stay within the pack, but Moxie also had a questionable family and past, so he accepted the fact that they never much questioned nor judged the past actions of others. The sound of John's choked screams pulled Moxie from his wandering thoughts, and he followed behind Jay as he kicked and tossed John's barely breathing body the rest of the way through the forest. As they broke the trees, Jay once more kicked John in the ribs, sending him sliding across the ground and into the dirt, clearing just outside the med hall barrier. Moxie followed behind, only to see that MJ and Dante had made it safely to the location. However, the same could not be said for Julie, as MJ had the woman around the throat up against a wall, and Dante was just standing there with his arms crossed, as if they were shaking the lanky doctor down for her lunch money. The imagery had Moxie chuckling as he watched Jay shift and cover himself, almost embarrassed, muttering curses under his breath for not remembering to control his temper enough to remove his clothes before he shifted. Moxie did not shift back, but to Jay's surprise, he tossed him the pants he had been wearing. Jay slid them on as fast as he could and smiled at the wild-looking wolf staring back at him. "Thanks, Mox." Jay muttered sweetly, and Moxie snorted as he turned away, suddenly more intrigued with what his other companions were doing. MJ did not speak any further. She simply turned and walked back toward Julie and Dante, who were, by this time, listening intently to the conversation. MJ did not stop as she approached the pair. She leapt into Dante's arms, wrapping herself around him like a baby koala, and pressed her forehead to his. "Did you hear me earlier?" MJ asked, and Dante smiled at her, nodding his head slightly. "Then, how did Jay?" she asked, and Dante shifted uncomfortably on his feet. "Why don't we take this inside so we can get cleared and get the fuck out of here first?" Dante's voice was low, but MJ could tell he was purposely not answering her questions again, and she growled at him as he set her down. Julie took the opportunity to run to her brother's side, but John swatted her hands away as she tried to check the severity of the wounds on his face. MJ watched from the corner of her eye as they all made their way into the med hall. Dante wrapped his arm around her shoulder and leaned down, planting a small kiss on the top of her head. "We are all here for you, kitten, but remember you can knock the grin off their faces if they push you too far." Dante's words held more weight than what they seemed to say, and MJ absent-mindedly let him lead her through the facility as she pondered what he really meant. As they all came to a stop in front of a room, MJ looked around and realized it was the same room she had woken up in, the one she marked Dante in, and she shifted uncomfortably with the memory. Dante squeezed her shoulder. "Hey, you good?" he asked, and she smiled sadly. "Yeah." MJ almost choked on the word. "Just didn't really expect to see this fucking room again," she continued to mumble. Julie hummed questionably and stepped into the room, turning on the lights. "Tell me, MJ, why is this room so uncomfortable for you?" A shiver crawled up MJ's spine at the sound of Julie's voice. It was both clinical and almost sensual, and it made her nauseous. "It's not the room, it's the company." MJ snapped back as she waltzed in, ignoring both doctors who were now bustling about the room, fussing over various machines. John and Julie glanced at one another and exchanged sly grins as John chuckled under his breath. Now, young lady, we are only trying to make sure you are healthy enough for all different types of activity." The sound of John trying to pacify MJ's growing attitude had her more on guard. She hopped up on the hospital bed as the three hunters filed into the room with her. "Hey, John," MJ said, as flat and unamused as possible. The doctor turned from the file he had been reading to study this new face. MJ didn't wait for him to respond before she continued. "My name is MJ." She made sure to lock eyes with the doctor and growl as maliciously as she could. John bowed his head to the side in a show of submission that had even Julie looking at him wide-eyed. "My apologies, MJ, but you must understand that part of checking your overall health is also making sure you are psychologically adjusted as well as—" Dr. Pearl never got to finish his speech because MJ was laughing so hard she had fallen back onto the bed and was holding her sides as she trashed with joy. The entire room was silent, except for the sound of MJ gasping for air before she spoke. "If you really think I believe you or that gutter slut of a sister you have are psychologically equipped to tell me squat, you need to go back to med school, Doc." MJ stood up off the bed and sauntered toward Dante. Playfully wrapping her arms around his chest, she leaned into him and looked back in the direction of the still shell-shocked-looking doctors. "I can guarantee that I am at peak health," MJ cooed as she looked up at Dante and smiled. "My wolf made sure of that," she said, just loud enough for everyone to hear. Jay groaned behind the nuzzling pair of turtle doves, and Moxie took the opportunity to sneeze in disgust all over the back of Dante's head and down MJ's exposed leg. MJ laughed as Dante unlatched her arms from his waist and jumped backwards, landing in the middle of the still shifted Moxie. The two bodies crashed to the ground and began to roll around with a series of curses and grunts, coming from both as they grappled like a pair of litter mates. Jay jumped over the tumbling ball of fur and flesh and was now standing next to MJ as she continued to laugh. The fun was short-lived, however, as Julie stuck her fingers in her mouth and made a whistling sound that had everyone covering their ears. "That's very human of you gentlemen to wrestle like wild animals, but can you refrain from dry humping each other until we have at least cleared the assassin?" Julie's voice was sharp and agitated. "Unlike the rest of you, I am not interested in testing our alpha." MJ noticed that Julie seemed to almost show emotion when referring to Azriel, and she wondered what the story between them could be. She was brought from her thoughts as Julie continued to speak. "All right, Dante, you and I will get your physical out of the way, and then draw a little blood for Beth, so she can make sure all the toxins you have been injected with recently disappear, and then we can get a clean bill to return." Dante and Moxie untangled themselves, and Dante rolled his eyes as Julie moved toward him. "He's my brother, and I said fetch." "Not a chance in hell," MJ yelled as the two of them started for the door. Dante looked at her with a blank, almost confused look, and Julie just crossed her arms, tapping her foot impatiently on the floor. "Look, MJ," Julie began with a snappy bark to her voice. "I understand you are insecure about the nature of our relationship, but once again," MJ cut the sentence short by bursting at the seams with laughter. "Don't flatter yourself, Julie," MJ said in a condescendingly sweet manner. "My worry was not Dante, or even you." Julie furrowed her brow and crossed her arms impatiently as MJ paused between sentences to make sure the doctor knew who was in control of the conversation. "You see, Julie," MJ began as she walked toward John, who was still reading over a file, "if I were you, I would be more worried about what it is I might do to your sweet, tender brother." MJ stopped in front of John as he looked up at her from underneath his glasses, a smirk tugging at his lips. With movements so fast no one in the room had time to react, MJ grabbed John around the throat and twisted his body around backwards. The doctor was quite a bit taller than she was, but before he could counter, MJ jabbed the side of his knee with the ball of her foot, causing him to buckle to a more manageable size. Julie gasped and froze in her spot as Dante just watched like a bored spectator. Jay had his mouth open and was just staring at MJ while Moxie paced back and forth silently outside the room looking hungry for a fight. MJ waited in silence for her comrades to do something as she kept her eyes locked with Julie's. "I don't know if you are aware of this, Dr. Pearl." MJ spoke so calmly it sent a cold chill through the room. "But not too long ago, a bitch like you thought she would play dangerous games with us too." As the words left MJ's mouth, she noticed that Theron was thick in her voice, and she used his presence to further intimidate the now trembling woman in front of her. "Would you like to know what I did to her companion?" MJ asked, as she started to stroke John's hair with her free hand. Julie didn't answer MJ. She just shook her head in denial. MJ squeezed John's throat tighter and he grabbed at her wrist, making a gurgling noise as he fought to breathe. Julie could no longer contain herself and she reached out to MJ. "Please, he can't breathe," she begged. MJ rolled her eyes and let out a bored, frustrated breath. "Julie, I asked you a question," she continued with a calm and cold voice. MJ relaxed her hand just enough to allow air to pump through John's throat, and Julie seemed to exhale with him. She looked up at MJ and had tears threatening the cusp of her eyes. "No, I don't know. We weren't there, please," Julie begged. MJ smirked and pulled John up high on his knees as she shoved another hand into his hair and thrust him forward like she was showing him to his sister. MJ grinned wickedly and leaned down so that her face was next to John's. "Well, let me tell you," MJ locked eyes with Julie as she spoke. "I ripped his spine out of his body through his throat, and then I gave it to his mate." She shoved John at Julie's feet. "So by all means, Dr. Pearl," spoke again with an eerie calm, "take my mate for his physical, but be sure to bring back a body bag with you." Julie tried to scoop her brother off the floor, but he simply stood on his own and pushed her away again, as he caressed his neck and struggled to not choke on the incoming air his body craved. "John, please take Dante for his physical," Julie asked in a soft, submissive voice, and her brother obliged happily. Dante smirked at MJ and lifted both his eyebrows at her as they made eye contact. She simply winked at him and smiled as he shook his head and followed the still recovering doctor down the hall. MJ folded her arms and walked to the door, watching John and Dante disappear into another room. She turned to look at Moxie and cocked her head. "Why are you still, Wolfie?" Moxie groaned. "Naked" was the only word that flashed through MJ's mind, and she exploded with a curt laugh, then clapped her hands over her mouth. "Dr. Pearl?" MJ cooed in a tone she knew would come off as condescending and fake. "Do you think you could find something for our brother here to wear?" Julie flopped her head to the side and looked at MJ before turning her gaze to Moxie and glaring at him with disgust. "That thing is no brother of mine." Julie spat at Moxie and he growled at her, but MJ felt a pang sadness shoot through her like an arrow to the chest. MJ straightened her back and growled at the mouthy doctor. "Well, bitch, he's my brother, and I said fetch." She showed Julie her pretty new teeth as she spoke, and Julie half marched, half ran out of the room, making a strange rhythmic sound with the heels of her shoes on the tile as she skirted out of sight. There was an uncomfortable silence as the three of them waited for Julie to return. MJ started to doubt what she had said. Everyone kept telling her they were all a family, but she really had not spoken much to Moxie, and he seemed to be a bit of an outcast even among the other hunters. She was pulled from her thoughts when out of the corner of her eye, MJ saw Moxie begin to pace back and forth again. His body was so wide it looked almost like a large wild animal waiting to get out of its cage. Jay walked toward Moxie, and MJ turned her body to face toward the hallway instead of the pair of hunters. She wanted to give them as much privacy as possible. MJ was about to start looking for Julie when she heard the irritating clicking of her high heels, and MJ receded back into the exam room, trying her hardest to pretend she wasn't replaying memories of that room in her mind. As she jumped up on the bed, MJ heard the sound of grunting and bones cracking, and she smiled in triumph at the sound of Moxie shifting. Julie came walking into the room but was pushed to the floor by a bounding human Moxie with Jay close behind. Moxie jumped onto the bed and wrapped his arms around MJ. "You are my favorite little sister," he yelled as her muffled laughs could be heard from under his arms and chest. Suddenly, Moxie yelled and flew off the bed, holding his arm. "You fucking bit me," he chirped in surprise, and MJ laughed as she playfully gnashed her teeth in his direction. "May I look at that?" Julie asked, walking toward Moxie. He snapped his head up, causing her to stop. "Touch me and I will eat your fucking liver raw," he half yelled, half mocked her, and Julie grabbed her chest, taking a small step back. Jay laughed, catching MJ's attention, and she noticed he had a bag of popcorn he was popping into his mouth. "Where the fuck did you get that?" she asked, and Julie snapped her head around to look at MJ with a curiosity. MJ didn't like. "Interesting," Julie hummed as she approached MJ. Julie pointed at Moxie with a pen she seemed to grab from thin air. "He threatens to eat my liver, and all you can think about is popcorn?" Jay spoke through a mouthful of popcorn. "Dinner and a show." MJ laughed again and noticed Julie try to sneak a peek at her teeth. Just then, an evil idea hatched inside of MJ's mind. "Dr. Pearl, I will make you a deal," MJ chirped, and Julie crossed her arms in front of herself, giving MJ her undivided attention. "I will let you do your little mad scientist tests on me for the alpha, but I want something in return." Julie screwed her face up into a strange expression. "What is it that you want?" She tried to steady her voice, but from the smirk on MJ's face, Julie was guessing it came out just as shaky as it had sounded to her. MJ leaned forward, almost into Julie's face. "If you get to poke all my fun spots, I get to do the same to you." Julie grabbed the neck of her coat, pulled it inward on herself, swallowing hard. "Meaning what exactly?" Julie demanded. MJ rolled her eyes. "Calm down, Doc. I'm not perverted like you, and that brother of yours. I just want a few honest answers is all." She continued to smirk at the doctor, waiting patiently. "Fine." Julie spat through her teeth. "If you let me give you the full physical and psychological work up the alpha wanted, I will answer your silly inquiries. Sound fair?" Julie tried to make her voice sound as calm and unbiased as possible, but for the first time in her career, she desperately wanted to throw clinical out the window and just slap the taste out of this vicious woman's mouth. MJ raised a single eyebrow and folded her arms. "If you think I'm going to consent to you performing a full physical on me, you have lost what little brain you have." MJ hummed a lazy laugh as Julie became noticeably more agitated. Julie threw her hands up in the air. "What is it you propose we do then, Your Majesty?" The sound in the doctor's voice was shrill and desperate. MJ only smiled again and made an exaggerated yawn and sighed slightly. "Well, Doc, as fun as this little game of Ring Around the Pearl is, I'm bored now, so I'm just going to tell you what we're going to do now." MJ looked the doctor up and down before she continued. "You can check my vitals, blood, hair, and teeth if it will amuse you and please our alpha and beta, but that is all." MJ stepped in front of Julie so close the heat from their bodies was mixing together. "But don't think for a moment's time I would let you play around inside my head." She gave Julie one more head-to-toe scan and scoffed in her face. "You have to be smarter than the tits you were for something like that." Julie's mouth opened so wide, MJ could see the back of her throat, but before the irate doctor could retort, the sound of cackling laughter exploded from the two hunters still standing near the door. MJ turned her head to see Moxie and Jay clutching on to one another as they laughed relentlessly. Out of the infectious sound of the two men laughing, MJ also started to giggle slightly. Julie tapped the toe of her heels on the floor a few times before she simply shrugged in defeat and began gathering various instruments on a cart. MJ sauntered over to the still chuckling pair, and for a moment she thought they exchanged something between them, but as soon as Jay noticed her movement, they seemed to go almost stiff. "Want some?" Jay asked as he offered her the bag of popcorn. MJ simply shrugged and shook her head. No thanks, I just ate breakfast. She scrunched up her nose. And I am not sure I want to know where you found that anyway. Jay withdrew the bag and held it close to his chest. I stole it from the employee lounge. He smiled at MJ with a look of triumph. John has always been super predictable. His love of snacks is not a well-kept secret. MJ observed the way Moxie seemed to shift slightly on his feet at Jay's mention of the doctor. She hummed, looking at Jay. And the fact that the two of you shared a sexual relationship has nothing to do with it, I'm sure? Jay and Moxie both had wide eyes and open mouths, but what caught MJ's attention was the clattering sound of Julie dumping the cart over she had been wheeling around collecting her tools with. MJ turned her attention back to the still mortified-looking Jay. How the hell did you know that? Moxie asked without filter, and Jay elbowed him in the ribs. What? Moxie sounded more like he was protesting rather than asking a question. Jay glanced back toward Julie and then shifted uncomfortably on his feet. I don't mean to be rude, little sister, but how the fuck did you know that? MJ licked her lips. I'm sorry, Jay, I didn't mean to make things uncomfortable. When the awkward silence didn't let up, MJ continued. I was a bartender, so I learned to read people's body language, and John seemed to be trying to torture you much the same way I watched his not-so-better half attempt to do with Dante. MJ paused for a minute, hoping she hadn't been too honest. Jay crossed his arms over his chest, and MJ felt a sudden, overwhelming, nauseating feeling. She reached down and grabbed her stomach, groaning slightly. Moxie jammed his elbow into Jay's ribs this time and jerked his head in MJ's direction. Jay swallowed hard and shook his head at Moxie furiously. As MJ's nausea subsided, she noticed the two seemed to be having some kind of silent argument. Sorry, guys, MJ said almost breathlessly. I guess I'm still a little out of it. I felt really sick just now. Jay reached out to her and she waved her hand in front of herself. No, I'm fine, she assured them. Moxie shrugged. Maybe the assassin got you pregnant already. Dude moves fast on the battlefield and in the bedroom. The sound of Moxie's laughter hung solo in the air as MJ blushed and tried to hide the color change in her face by ducking her head, while Jay slapped Moxie in the back of the head. You called me Marnie. Hi, Doc, MJ asked as calmly as she could, and Julie looked up at her, surprised. How about taking a look at my teeth, who? Julie nodded absently and grabbed a pair of latex gloves. Open wide for me, Julie said and reached for MJ's mouth, but she did not do as the doctor directed. Instead, she grinned at her. Not so fast, Doc. I get to ask something before you go digging around in there. Julie nodded and pulled her lips into a thin line, waiting for MJ to ask. I want you to tell me the story behind you and Azriel. MJ figured her question was an innocent one, but she noted the change in Julie's eyes. The doctor licked her lips. The hunters were right, she said softly. You are observant. MJ opened her mouth and Julie stepped forward with a light. Azriel and I grew close after he invited my brother and I to stay with the pack. He was a young alpha then. Julie's voice sounded almost far away as she reminisced. He hadn't even met the beta, and Sam and Tanner had not become hunters just yet. Time seemed simple and chaotic all at once. MJ suddenly didn't like the feeling she was getting from this story. She had heard similar ones start this way before, but she was usually on the other side of a bar top, serving drinks, not sitting on an exam table with fingers in her mouth. Fascinating, Julie mumbled as she pulled her hands in the light from MJ's mouth. MJ, can you remember anything about your family? Julie asked as she discarded the gloves in a nearby bin. For some odd reason, MJ felt the need to lighten the mood. I know they don't give two fucks about me if they are even alive, she shrugged, and noticed the strange look on Julie's face as the doctor's eyes kept darting back to the two hunters, still out of sight. MJ stood up and looked over toward Moxie and Jay, then at Julie. Okay, MJ said impatiently. What the fuck is going on, seriously? MJ watched as Julie licked her lips and seemed to be studying Jay and Moxie with an intrigue that was making MJ severely uncomfortable. Moxie scratched his chin as Jay shuffled uncomfortably on his feet. MJ felt Theron swim around inside her body restlessly, and she growled in discomfort. Moxie laughed. Somebody better start talking, or I have a feeling we may get a repeat of Moonwalker. MJ giggled at Moxie's joke, and it seemed the two of them were the only ones who found him funny. MJ took note of how angry Jay seemed to become with his comrade, and Julie looked like she might be sick. MJ had an idea and suddenly could no longer contain herself. Hey, Doc, can you explain to me what a walker is? MJ looked at the doctor sheepishly and shrugged. And maybe explain to me why everyone keeps asking me if I am one. MJ had assumed her question was pretty harmless, but Jay turned around and punched the walls so hard some of the tiles lining it popped loose. Jai jumped slightly when Jay pointed a finger at her and almost yelled, You are not a walker, Marnie. His eyes were a vibrant rich green, and MJ noticed they almost seemed to get brighter as he yelled at her. Moxie tried to console Jay by putting his hands on the obviously upset man's shoulders, but Jay turned and pushed him away. You aren't helping, Mox. That shit wasn't funny. Jay was still pushing Moxie, and MJ watched as Moxie seemed to take all of Jay's aggression and swallow it. He allowed Jay to push him around but never fought back. He would just realign himself for Jay to shove or hit again. MJ ran over and grabbed Jay by the shoulders, turning him to face her. Hey, hey, hey. She was almost pleading with him to calm down, and the moment their eyes locked on each other, he seemed to instantly calm himself down. Jay took a long, large breath as he stared into the eyes of this familiar and strange girl. His eyes started to water, and he grabbed MJ by the upper arms as the tears began to stream down his cheeks, thick and full of sadness. MJ furrowed her brows as Jay squeezed her arms and stared at her while the waterfall of emotion poured down his face. Marnie, you are not one of those things. Jay started to say matter-of-factly, but MJ shrugged her arms free of his grasp and pushed him back away from her. It's MJ, she said, raising her eyebrows at the man standing in front of her, now looking a bit confused and slightly hurt through the still falling tears. MJ rolled her eyes and wrapped her arms around Jay's neck, squeezing him into a hug so tight she almost couldn't breathe. I don't know why, she began to whisper, but I really feel like you need a hug right now. In return, Jay only tried to laugh through his tears, causing him to make an extremely ugly sound bubble up from his chest. After hugging each other for several minutes, they both let the other go and began wiping their faces. MJ reached over and punched Jay so hard in the chest it made a sick, hollow thud sound, and he groaned as he grabbed at his pectoral muscle. What the hell, Jay groaned. You called me Marnie. My name is MJ. She laughed and noticed that Jay seemed to look sad and a little hurt by her words, so she grabbed his hands. Jay? MJ questioned, and he wouldn't meet her eyes, but he did squeeze her hands. Sorry, little sister. Jay managed to choke out, I must be tired. Jay dropped MJ's hands and mindlessly walked out of the room, slumping down onto the floor right outside the door. MJ looked at Moxie, and he nodded at her. Don't take it personal, sis, he said while staring at Jay. He has a lot on his mind lately. The poor kid lost his entire family all in one day, and I think you look a lot like his mom with that pretty new red hair. MJ smiled sweetly at Moxie, but without leaving room for their conversation to continue. Julie cleared her throat, causing both MJ and Moxie to give each other a pointed look and roll their eyes in unison. I better go keep him company, Moxie said, jerking his thumb in Jay's direction. MJ nodded and turned to once again confront Julie as Moxie left the room. MJ was suddenly aware of the fact that she and this woman were now in the room alone together. Heavy metal. MJ clapped her hands together. So, Doc, what's next? Julie glanced at MJ and licked her lips. I would very much like to do a few tests on your blood. The things you did were extraordinary, and the permanent physical improvements the wolf made on your body are incredible. Julie sounded like an excited child, and MJ noted that the woman seemed to be almost beaming with the anticipation of looking at her blood. MJ started to weigh her options and what the possible outcome might be for allowing this woman to have access to her blood. Julie could more than sense MJ's hesitation and decided to act completely out of character. Julie let out a long sigh and sat herself gently on the edge of the bed. Asriel and I were together when he found her. Julie waited for the woman standing next to her to start laughing, make some snarky, hurtful remark, but instead, MJ sat down next to her and surrendered her arm to the doctor. You can take whatever you need, MJ said softly. And when Julie looked up into her eyes, she saw something she had not seen in many years. It was kindness, and Julie smiled at this woman's returned gesture of trust. Julie hopped off the bed and almost ran to the rolling cart as she gathered different instruments and returned to MJ's side. Julie looked up at MJ as she took a seat on the side of the bed and noticed the woman seemed distracted by something she was thinking. And even though Julie had not forgotten her mission as a doctor, she also understood the chaos and confusion of being thrown into a new life. As Julie slid her beautifully manicured fingers into the latex glove, she decided to take another shot in the dark. I won't tell them what I heard in here, Jay. I want you to know that. Julie did not glance up as she continued to ready the needles, but she did notice MJ squirm uncomfortably. The doctor grabbed another sterile pad and began to wipe MJ's arm as she continued. But you know if you ever want to leave, Azari, the Alpha and Beta would never keep you here against your will. Julie watched as MJ's mind whirled and she wondered what exactly went on in that head of hers. Julie decided for now at least, it was time to change the subject. So are you and that Rouge cousins or something? MJ looked up at Lee confused. The who? She asked, and Julie laughed a little, causing MJ to crack a small smile. You know Doc, MJ said in a playful voice. They say laughter is the best medicine. Did you ever think that if you flashed that pretty smile of yours, it would take you further than a bitchy attitude and heavy sexual innuendos? To say that Julie looked at MJ with a shock and slight blush would be an understatement. Julie had been paid tons of compliments in her life, but for whatever reason, one so genuine, coming from a woman, she was more than sure wouldn't spit on her if she were on fire, meant more than all the compliments she had ever received, combined. Julie simply smiled. Thank you, MJ. Arm out straight, please. MJ obliged and started to mindlessly swing her legs back and forth in thought. Her name is Mara, MJ said, as if just now putting puzzle pieces together nobody would help her with. Julie hummed in confirmation as she started to guide the needle toward MJ's arm. You are going to feel a small pinch, and then while the needle is in there, it will burn a little. Julie warned, and MJ nodded her head but had questions dancing in her eyes. Ask, Julie said as she fussed over finding the perfect vein. MJ smiled at her like an excited child. Why is it going to burn? She blurted out and made a small gasping sound as Julie used her distracted state to push the needle into her arm. Julie smiled at herself as she hit the vein perfectly the first time, and the rich mystery that was MJ's blood began to trickle down the attached tube. MJ hissed a little as she felt Theron's discomfort at the intruding probe. She was confused. The needle was intensely uncomfortable, but MJ had never had an issue with needles. She had all but forgotten her question when Julie's voice brought MJ out of her discomfort like a surprisingly welcoming life jacket. The needles are made of a mixture of mercury and silver, Julie stated matter-of-factly, and MJ looked up from her arm to study Julie's face. Why? She asked, and Julie flashed her a stunning smile, showcasing her perfect teeth. The wolf's genetic DNA breaks down when exposed to several different heavy metals, Julie said, trying to control how clinical her voice tended to become. MJ hummed in understanding and waited for Julie to continue. Originals, like our alpha, Julie clarified, are pure from the moon, so they are more susceptible to the toxicity of the metal. Julie looked up at MJ, making sure she was still following along, and was pleasantly surprised when the young woman's eyes shone with intrigue and curiosity. Julie pulled the needle from MJ's arm and held it up to show her. I want you to notice how slowly the wound heals, she said, and watched as MJ bent her face close to arm and studied the small bead of blood that started to crust and harden. Open your mouth and stick out your tongue, Julie said with a smirk, telling the shocked-looking MJ she was more than aware of the insinuation her statement held. MJ sucked her bottom lip into her mouth and turned her head sideways. Why? She asked and grinned again. She liked asking Julie questions, she thought to herself. It was almost fun in a provocative sort of way, and Julie answered her questions thoroughly. MJ thought as she waited for the doctor to answer. Julie smiled at her again, and MJ could feel a warmth building between them. I want to show you just how strong that beast is that lives inside you, Julie began, and then she shook her head. Correction, I want to show you just how powerful the two of you are together. MJ squinted slightly, weighing the doctor's words and still keeping the other hunter's distrust of her and her brother in the back of her mind. MJ locked eyes with the doctor and very slowly opened her mouth nice and wide. Julie grinned at MJ and pursed her lips. You know, for a virgin you are pretty sexy when you try, she said with a sideways grin. Julie dipped a swab into MJ's mouth and gathered a thick bead of saliva before tapping the bottom of her chin. Thank you, she said sweetly, and MJ closed her mouth, keeping her eyes fixed on the doctor. Julie reached over to the pushcart full of various medical instruments and held up a small, thin knife. This scalpel is made of pure silver. Julie spoke like a mentor and was pleased when MJ's response was to tuck her legs up into a crossing position as she watched with intrigue. Julie brought the knife up to her face and made a quick slash from her cheekbone to her chin. Blood immediately evacuated the fresh wound. Fuck, Julie! MJ yelled and started to hop off the table when Julie laughed and held up her hand. It's all right, MJ, look, Julie said quickly as she pulled the swab of MJ's saliva across the bleeding gash on her face. MJ watched as the gash began to slow the amount of blood seeping from the wound. Her heart was racing. Is it going to leave a mark? MJ asked, and Julie reached up to dab at her face. Oops, she giggled. Should have taken 2 swabs, I guess. MJ could not believe how relaxed she was being about having the horrible cut on her face, and without actually using her brain to think. MJ grabbed Julie by the shoulders and drubbed her tongue up the side of the doctor's face, starting from her chin and not stopping until almost her eyebrow. MJ pushed Julie to arm's length but did not release her. Instead, she studied the side of the woman's face when she heard the sound of loud, cackling laughter. MJ looked toward the door and saw both Moxie and Jay once again rolling around on the floor. They leaned against each other, laughing so hard they were changing color. MJ simply rolled her eyes and turned back to Julie, who had a strange look on her face. Julie reached up and touched her face with her fingertips as MJ studied her face. Wow, Doc! That's incredible, MJ chirped, and Julie blinked. Still a little taken back by MJ's gesture, the doctor wondered if this woman even realized what her actions meant. MJ cocked her head as she watched Julie touch the side of her, once again flawless face, and tears began to roll down her cheeks. MJ shook Julie just a little, and the doctor pushed herself out of MJ's clutches. She cleared her throat and smoothed her hands down her sides, wiping her eyes and trying to right her posture. The thing is, MJ, Julie began being part of an evolved species like we are means there are factors to the traits we inherit. As she spoke, The doctor once again grabbed the knife, and rolled her sleeve up a little to show off her wrist, and once more she dragged the blade across her skin. MJ watched as Julie licked her own arm, and then the strangest thing happened. Julie's gash started to heal, just as the one on her face had, but it was very slow and at one point stopped completely. MJ looked up at Julie, and the doctor laughed at her innocent confusion. "You are an Omega, a powerful one," Julie stated, raising her eyebrows. "You're mated to an original. That means the mutation or traits you share are strong and very, very powerful." As Julie finished her sentence, the weight of her words sunk into MJ. She was powerful, but also vulnerable. Without thinking about personal space, MJ grabbed Julie's wrist and licked her open wound, watching the skin knit itself back together completely like a zipper. MJ pulled Julie into a hug and made no attempt to let her go. "I learned something recently from Theron. Do you want to know what it is?" MJ asked, knowing full well the curiosity would drive Julie to answer the way she wanted her to, and when the doctor nodded her head furiously, MJ smiled and let her go, stepping back just slightly. "I learned we all need company, companionship." Julie scrunched her nose up at MJ's statement, and she laughed. "Think about it, Doc. The wolves couldn't survive on their own, so they share bloodlines with humans, right?" It had been a rhetorical question, but MJ noticed the unease in Julie's posture. "Share, that's a really nice way to put it, MJ," Julie said, and the flat, almost defiant tone in her voice was not lost on MJ. "What do you mean, Doc?" she asked, and Julie suddenly blinked as if she had forgotten where she was momentarily. "Ah, look at me, getting off track. I really need to get these tests finished. Beta will have my throat if they aren't in her hands by the end of day today." MJ nodded. Even though she wanted to dig deeper, she didn't feel like it was right to push, considering her and Julie weren't exactly friends. Julie finished fussing over MJ, who was much more cooperative with the remaining checkup, since all she could do was mull over what Julie had said. "Okay, MJ, all finished with your physical," Julie started, and she pulled up a stool, sitting down and crossing her legs. "Now we need to get the real sensitive stuff." Once again, MJ's heart rate spiked. She could feel how uncomfortable Theron was with this woman, but considering he hadn't really been too keen on respecting her feelings lately, MJ decided to ignore the gnawing discomfort swirling around inside her. "What do you have in mind?" MJ asked, and Julie smiled at her. "We need to know about your family." Julie stopped before saying anything else. She noticed the obvious change in demeanor and folded her hands over her lap. "What's the matter?" Julie asked, and her own voice surprised her. She sounded more like a concerned friend than a medical professional, and it made Julie wonder if she could actually be friends with this woman, despite the obvious awkward initial introduction they had in the first place. "Hippo what?" MJ's head seemed to sink slightly as she hooded her eyes from the scrutiny of the doctor's gaze. "I would love to know anything about my family, Doc, but not possible." MJ shrugged her shoulders, and Julie hummed a slight laugh in her throat. "Nothing is." The doctor began, and MJ rolled her eyes. "Julie, I was found," MJ said like it explained everything she needed to say, and Julie sat forward, resting her elbows on her knees. "MJ, you didn't just fall out of the sky, you came from someplace." MJ exhaled impatiently. "Gee, thanks for the biology lesson, Doc," MJ mumbled playfully, and Julie laughed, shaking her head. The doctor sat back in her chair. "Okay, so let's go at this from a different angle," Julie said. "When exactly where you found, you have to know something about where you came from. You know your birthday and your name, right?" MJ licked her lips as she thought about it. "I was 4 when I was found. I remember there was a really bad storm. The wind was howling so loud it sounded like screaming." MJ started to think about a day she had tried to put as far out of her mind as possible. "The wind was so strong it crashed the rain down on me and everything was blurry and cold. Then a pair of warm arms had me." MJ shook her head as she looked down. "I'm sorry." She managed to choke out in a pathetic whisper. "It's not a day I like to think about, so I don't remember much anymore." MJ closed her hands into fists. Julie knew this was her in, so she took a chance. "You know, my brother and I could help you with that," she offered, and MJ's head jerked up, looking at her with a curious but furrowed brow. "What the hell are you talking about, Doc?" MJ said with a masked excitement in her voice, and Julie tried as hard as she could to contain her own excitement. The doctor licked her lips. "My brother and I also specialize in hypnotherapy," she said, and MJ's face contorted more. "Hippo what?" she said, and Julie threw her head back, laughing. "It's hypnosis," the doctor began to explain. "Basically, the mind is like a maze, and sometimes when we experience a trauma our brain doesn't think we can handle, it builds up false walls around these memories and keeps that part trapped, hidden away from us." Julie licked her lips with hope. "My brother and I can help you unlock these memories," she probed. "MJ, if you were 4 when you were found, then you have to have memories in there someplace of the family you had. Wouldn't you want to find them?" Julie had meant the question to be trivial, but the sudden serious and far-away look. MJ had told the doctor that she was considering some things. MJ stood up and started to slowly pace around the room. You know, I always kind of figured that they would try to find me, she said almost too quietly for Julie to hear. The doctor began to panic. She might be losing her window into the mind of this powerful creature in front of her. So she decided to probe her just a little more. Julie stood and walked to MJ. Placing a hand on her shoulder, she grabbed MJ's attention. Well, maybe it's time you look for them instead. What could it hurt anyway? Dante was glad John had not said anything during the physical. He just asked Dante the same standard questions and did the same standard tests, except for the blood sample he had taken to give to Beth. Dante noticed that when John talked about Beth, he seemed to get a faraway look in his eye. But it was none of the assassin's business, and he didn't really care anyway. Dante was not one to judge others or carry grudges, but he was aware of how disgustingly manipulative the Pearl twins could be. He had experienced it firsthand with Julie, and had also stumbled upon Jay and John arguing one night. They were having a lover's quarrel, and Jay had been crying. He was holding John by the throat. If Dante had not stepped in, he was pretty sure Jay would have killed him. And Dante always had the strange suspicion that John would not have minded dying just to prove some sick scientific theory. As they finished, John slid his glasses down his nose again. As far as I can tell, you are healthy and ready for battle again, assassin, but I still need Beth to go over the chart from your blood work just to make sure there isn't something else I should be looking for. The woman is a true medical miracle. John gushed, and Dante's stomach turned at the thought of John being happy about anything. Great news, Pearl, I'm out, was all Dante said, before he rushed out of the room and back toward MJ as fast as he could. Dante knew John was following him, but he paid the doctor no mind. As Dante rounded the corner, he saw Moxie and Jay seated on the floor outside MJ's room, and they were smiling at each other. Dante found himself grinning slightly, and he wasn't sure why, but this candid exchange between the two hunters seemed to be more than their normal banter. As soon as they sensed their assassin, they both scrambled to their feet and stood about 6 feet apart, as if suddenly repelled by each other like magnets. Real smooth lover boy, John half-mocked from behind Dante, and he spun around, grabbing John by his bottom lip. I have had enough of your mouth, Pearl. If you want to keep these lips, I suggest you seal them. Dante spoke, as quietly as he could, as to not injure the pride of his fellow brothers. John simply grunted, and Dante harshly released his lip. He did not stop to talk to Jay or Moxie. He simply nodded at them and walked into the room. What he saw next both confused and partially aroused him. MJ was laying back on the bed, and Julie was over the top of her with her nose almost touching MJ's. Dante noticed it looked like Julie was speaking to her, and then to his horror both women smiled, and Julie brought her hand up to tenderly stroke MJ's cheek. Dante instantly saw red and lunged at Julie. Mine! Dante roared, and he lunged for the bed. A terrified Julie screamed as she stepped back, stumbling over her own feet. MJ shot upright and stepped in between Dante and the terrified doctor. Hearing the commotion, all 3 men standing outside the room crowded the doorframe as they shot themselves inside. Dante, what the hell are you doing? MJ blurted out. She was glad to see him, but couldn't understand why he had attacked Julie. Instead of answering her, his eyes flashed gold and began their beautiful swirl. Julie was standing a few feet behind MJ when she whispered, He thinks I was laying claim to you. Dante answered with a growl and tried to move past MJ, who just stepped back into his direct line of sight. She kept his eyes locked on hers and hoped she could coax him into leaving the doctor alone. Dante? She asked, and he growled, glancing behind her. MJ slowly reached up and cupped Dante's face with her hands. Dante, she said again, softer this time, and she noticed his eyes flash from gold to their beautiful lagoon. As if possessed by the goddess of love herself, MJ reached up and gently rewarded him with a small peck on the lips. Dante's eyes shot to MJ's mouth, and he grinned before he claimed her mouth with his, causing her to suck in a surprised breath. He released her lips to let her breath and noticed he was also panting. Hi, was the only thing MJ managed to say, and Dante smiled at her. Hi, he said back and watched her as her cheeks turned the most sensual shade of pink he had ever seen. What the hell were you doing, Jules? Dante said, not looking away from MJ. The doctor righted her posture and prepared to answer when MJ pushed herself from Dante and stepped back in front of Julie in an almost defensive posture. She was doing her job. Shat, relax. MJ let a grin creep up her face as Dante's eyes sparkled with the recognition of her little pet name.
Right here, right now. Dante stepped back into MJ's space and leaned down over the top of her. Her job is to take care of your medical needs. His voice was so low, it was almost a rumble as he began to trace her collarbone with the back of his fingertips. Your physical needs are my job, kitten. Dante mentally patted himself on the back as he watched both MJ and Julie's faces flush with crimson embarrassment. She was hypnotizing me, stupid head. MJ spat sarcastically as she swatted his hand away and slapped him in the chest. Moxie and Jay busted out laughing again, and John just stood by completely indifferent to the entire exchange. Instead, he was glaring at his sister. Stay the fuck out of her head, Julie, or I swear to the moon I will. Dante was screaming but never got to finish his tirade as a very small, fierce, beautiful woman cut him off. You will do nothing, assassin, MJ yelled, pushing Theron's voice to the surface so that Dante knew she was serious. Dante took a step back in shock. Had she just protected Julie, he thought, from him? Hey sis, Jay interjected, and Dante just kept silent. MJ looked toward Jay, and he had a genuine smile on his face that seemed infectious, so she let the infection spread across her face as well. Hey big brother, she teased back, and Jay's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Look, Jay began, I know all of this is kind of new and weird, but you need to be careful here. The pearls are out for number one. Julie isn't your friend. She just... Jay's explanation was cut short as MJ and Julie looked at one another and then burst out into laughter. MJ wiped her face from the tears she had collected laughing and took several deep breaths trying to replenish her body. Jay, I know what Dr. Pearl wants from me, she said in a no-nonsense voice. Dante, I really wish you would calm down. It's not like I was going to make out with her or anything. You have to start trusting me. MJ's voice was firm, and the pointed look she gave him had Dante swallowing his heart. He felt a little ashamed of himself for acting like a horny puppy. MJ crossed her arms. Look, guys, I understand you all want to take care of me, but did you ever think that maybe I asked Julie to hypnotize me? Both Dante and Jay hung their heads, and Julie put her hand on MJ's shoulder. If I may, she asked, and MJ nodded, handing her the floor. Julie looked deadpan at Jay, and MJ found that sort of odd at first. You know Hunter, Julie spat. If you want to keep me out of her head, you could always just... Julie was not able to finish her sentence before her brother erupted like an angry volcano. How dare you perform hypnosis without my sit-in? John screamed so loud his voice echoed around the small room more than once, and MJ watched as Julie flinched again. John pressed his jacket down and walked over to MJ's side. Little sister, he cooed sweetly, touching MJ's elbow. If you have some things to unlock in that beautiful mind of yours, I would be more than happy to help you crack the code. MJ turned her body slightly toward him and put a free hand gently over the one John had on her elbow. John, MJ said as calmly and softly as she could. If you touch me again, I will break all of your fingers. She squeezed his hand hard enough to cause the man to wince, and then she stepped beside Julie. I would like all of you to listen to me right now. MJ's voice was demanding and had a powerful undertone to it, but she never raised it so loud it echoed. Yes, Jay, I understand that Julie is not my friend. She shot Julie a kind smile and noted the almost confused look in the woman's face before she turned back to the silent men before her. But she is something none of you are. MJ paused a moment more to see if any of them could figure out what she might be talking about. When nobody moved, she continued. She has been honest with me. Completely honest. MJ shot Julie another glance and smiled when she saw gratefulness in her face. So Dr. Julie Pearl may not be my friend, but she is my sister. MJ continued. And that means that even if we fight or hate each other, we still need to be there, because that's what family does. MJ had not realized she was yelling even louder until the room was silent again. She could hear Julie trying to stifle her sniffles in the background, but what turned her stomach was the sick, curt laugh. John gurgled as he rolled his eyes. That's all very touching, Omega, John said, but my sister is not supposed to perform these kinds of things unsupervised. John was talking to MJ, but he was glaring daggers at his sister. MJ grabbed his attention by snapping her fingers in his face. Dear Dr. John Pearl, she began as if writing a letter. Go fuck yourself. MJ paused again as Dante, Jay, and Moxie bust up laughing while Julie just sucked in air with her shock. John's expression did not change, but he did clap his hands together a few times sarcastically. Bravo, little girl. Very mature. Dante growled at the doctor, and MJ reached out and squeezed his very large fingers with her smaller ones, silencing him. MJ licked her lips as she cocked her hip out to the side. What's wrong, little Johnny? She mocked and noticed that the nickname seemed to ignite a fiery fury behind his eyes. MJ mocked and noticed very little change, so she decided to kick it up a notch. No, that's not it, is it? She continued, and John's eyes locked onto MJ's with intrigue dancing inside them. MJ rubbed her chin with her hand dramatically, as if she were thinking, I got it. She snapped her fingers together excitedly and laughed. MJ's voice was not loud or mocking. It had a certain innocence to it, and the words that came out of her mouth had everyone in the room with eyes the size of the moon itself. Dante took 2 very wide steps into MJ's space and pressed himself against her back. Leaning down, he tucked his chin into her shoulder and pressed it against the scars she held there. Dante's breath parted his hair and quickened her pulse as he spoke in a low voice that had her body thrumming along to the sound. I swear on the moon, if you don't stop letting dirty things fly out of that pretty mouth of yours, I'm going to explode right here, right now.
You lack the basic structure. Julie broke the growing fog in the room by tapping her pen on a clipboard she was holding. If you plan on putting pups in her now, I would very much like to. Dante growled at Julie, but to his surprise, it was Moxie that acted first. The crazed-looking young man jumped half across the room as if he were a howler monkey sailing through the trees. He now had the sassy doctor by the back of the neck with his body trapping her against the wall and his torso. "If you ever touch her for your voodoo mad scientist bullshit, Julie, I will put in a call to the LaFleur family and you will beg me to kill you." Moxie's voice was quiet, but Julie heard every word. John and MJ immediately made a move to separate Julie from her cage, but Moxie moved so quickly he morphed into a blur and shot from the room and down the hall, leaving only a burst of air and an awkward mixture of feelings behind. MJ was awkwardly aware that this entire community of people had a history she was completely ignorant of, and to her absolute horror, she let a nervous laugh burst from her chest. Dante looked at her and started to laugh before trying to cover it by clearing his throat. "So you want her to go playing around in your head space, who?" Dante asked, not really making eye contact with the woman he was speaking to. MJ chewed her lip and tossed her head back with an almost juvenile attitude. "Yes, Daddy," she playfully complained. "I want the head doctor to help me with my daddy issues." Dante bit down on his tongue to keep from growling at his mate. Did she know what she was doing? He wondered as he did his best to shove aside the images of what he wanted to do with her flashing through his mind like evil playing cards. "Wow, talk about a fucked up childhood," John mumbled just loud enough for them to all hear, and MJ flinched like his words had actually hit her. "And what the fuck do you know about my childhood?" MJ barked as her upper lip twitched with how annoyed she was becoming with this man and his constant jabbing. John simply sucked his tongue through his teeth and strode around the front of the room, picking his sister up by the arm and walking her to sit on the bed before turning to face MJ. "It's simple, sweetheart." John paused to look at Dante. "You referred to your mate as Daddy and proclaimed to have daddy issues all in the same sentence." MJ rolled her eyes when he didn't say anything else. She could tell when someone was trying to bait her, and this man irritated her with his ignorant ego, meaning. MJ snapped, crossing her arms over her chest and shaking her head impatiently. John hummed a small laugh and leaned back on his feet, meaning you both revere the idea of a father and lack the basic structure of one in your life at the same time. MJ was furious. Her heart started beating faster, and she could hear Theron whispering in her ear. Without using the rational section of her brain, she allowed the animal to take her next steps. MJ reached out, snatching John's hand in hers, and in one fluid motion, she shoved his hand into her mouth and bit down on his thumb. Tearing her head side to side, she tore the digit from the now screaming man's hand and spat it in his face, wiping the blood from her mouth. She spoke again. "Now you lack the basic structure of one of your hands. Doctor, still want to play around inside my head?" Still whimpering, John picked his thumb up off the floor and ran out of the room, mumbling curses. Julie looked at MJ with a shocking amount of understanding in her eyes. "I have to help him sew that back on," Julie said, and for reasons unknown to even herself, MJ found that to be the funniest thing she had heard in so long. She burst with laughter, gasping for air and waving her hands at Julie. "Go, Doc, but tell him if he thinks he's going to put me under or even be in the room, let him know that next time I will bite off something you can't put back on." MJ's voice was almost monotone, and it had Jay and Dante exchanging looks of intrigue. Julie simply nodded and fled from the room. MJ looked at Dante and smiled. She blinked slowly and staggered slightly on her feet. Dante grabbed her and swung her up onto the bed before she could fall or argue. "Living with a power like ours makes you tired. It's okay to go to sleep. We will be here when you wake up." Dante's voice was soft, and MJ noticed that his eyes darted across the room as he spoke. She followed his eyes, and Jay was standing awkwardly by the door, as if he were a stray on the doorstep of someone else's home while it rained. MJ reached out her hand in his direction. "Are you going to stay too, Jay?" she asked, and he almost lit up the room with his smile as he rushed to her side. "If you want me to stay, I will." Jay's voice was eager, and Dante had to swallow the urge to growl at him. After all, it was only fair to share her with Jay, considering who he really was to her. Dante thought, and then he wondered if she would want to leave him when she found out about Jay and who he really was. Jay squeezed Jay's hand, and her eyelids became heavy. "Of course I want you here, Jay. We are family, too," she said with a cracking voice as the intoxication of sleep pulled her in completely. Bad dreams. The room was silent except for the sound of Jay's steady, slow breathing. Jay sat holding her hand and just seemed to marvel at the contact between the two. Dante spent what seemed to him like an eternity memorizing her face and the sounds she made when she slept. He never wanted to forget a single thing about her. He watched as her eyes began to move more rapidly underneath her lids, and her breathing hitched slightly. Dante watched her intently as the muscles in her face started to twitch, and he noticed Jay begin to move. "I think she is having a bad dream," Jay said. "She keeps squeezing my hand tighter and tighter." Jay cupped her hand with his free one, and MJ seemed to relax for a moment, but she started to audibly whimper, and Dante felt a sudden rush of fear grip him. "She's afraid," Dante spoke, but didn't move. He just stood there, staring down at her. Jay looked up at the fearless assassin he knew, and suddenly saw a vulnerability, a kink in his armor, and he smiled. "She needs you too." Jay was cut short when Dante scoffed. "She has you. What does she need me for?" Dante knew his voice was harsh and short. Jay stood up and unlatched his hand from the still whimpering MJ. He walked around the bed to stand next to his brother and put his hand on Dante's shoulder. "Dante, I have seen the two of you. She feels safe with you, and she needs you." Neither of the two men moved or spoke. They just watched as the sleeping MJ became increasingly more restless in her sleep. Her small whimpers had turned to groans and mumbles. Suddenly, MJ gasped and clutched the bed. Dante grabbed his chest and then shot to MJ's side, sliding down on his knees. He put the palm of his hand on the top of her head and leaned his lips against her ear. "MJ, kitten, it's all right, shh." He tried his best to pacify her, but she was lost in the accelerating nightmare she seemed trapped in. His touch had calmed her physical thrashing, but she was still mumbling small cries and whimpers. "Who?" MJ mumbled, and Dante brought his hand up to cup her cheek. "It's me, baby, it's Dante," he all but whispered, while he stroked her cheek with his thumb. "Wake up, MJ, please. You're having a bad dream, baby. Wake up." As Dante pled with her, he started to brush her forehead lightly with his lips. Moving farther down her face, he placed small kisses on each of her eyelids. MJ began to mumble a little more coherently as Dante's kisses moved down her face and onto her cheeks. "What are you?" MJ mumbled almost breathlessly, and Dante sat up on the edge of the bed, gently grabbing her shoulders. He gave her a slight nudge. "Hey, MJ, time to wake up," he said with a little bit more volume to his voice, and she stirred again, this time grabbing his wrist as he leaned in over her again. "Dante," she whispered as her breathing started to elevate. Her breathing became staggered whimpers, and she started to cry out, "Help! Help!" MJ's voice was clear, but her eyes were still darting back and forth in her head underneath her closed lids, and Dante looked up at Jay, almost helpless. "What do I do?" he asked, and Jay's heart almost broke with the sound coming out of the man he had seen lay waste to some of the scariest beings on the planet. "We need to wake her up gently, Dante. She is having a night terror," Jay said, and Dante noted that he sounded like he had experience with whatever was happening to his mate in her sleep. Dante cupped MJ's face and brought his forehead to hers while she started to jerk against him. "MJ, you need to wake up. You're having a bad dream." He kept his voice soft, but elevated it slightly, as if he were talking to her while she was awake. This seemed to make matters worse because she reached up with her arms and started to whimper muffled screams while she pushed at him. "No, no, please." She started to jerk and scream. "No, don't. Please stop." Her screaming was becoming too much for Dante, and he grabbed her arms, shaking her. "MJ," he yelled, and as she continued to scream, she suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for air and scratching at his arms and chest. MJ's eyes flew open, and the monster she had been struggling with was suddenly gone, replaced by the concerned face of Dante, and she threw her arms around his neck, hugging him close. She had never been the type of person to seek affection or comfort from others, but for some reason, the fact that he had brought her out of her nightmare and saved her from the horror happening in her mind had her surrendering to her animal instinct. Dante sat back as MJ's arms engulfed him, and she crawled forward, wrapping her legs around his waist and cradling herself into his lap. Her entire body was shaking, and he could feel the cold sweat of fear through the back of her shirt. Dante squeezed her tight and tucked his head into her neck. "Hey, it's okay, I've got you. It was just a bad dream. Okay." He had not realized he was rocking back and forth until he heard a set of poorly stifled laughs and glanced toward the door to find Julie and John standing in the doorway with matching Cheshire grins. Show him what power is. Dante did not alert MJ to their presence. He wanted to let her calm herself down as much as possible, but it seemed John had other plans. "Shall I take notes? Are we to witness the breeding habits of an Omega and her assassin?" John's voice was both cynical and curious. MJ did not look up from the spot in Dante's chest. She had tucked her head, but she did release a thunderous growl that sent vibrations rippling through the air like ocean waves warning of an impending typhoon. Dante mindlessly started to rub MJ's back and make small purring sounds, trying to soothe her and Theron both, but John Pearl was past the point of politeness, and he wanted to see just how much fire this Omega could handle. "Tell you what, little one." John taunted, and MJ's head snapped toward him at the use of Theron's nickname for her. She felt a sensation rush through her entire body like ice-cold water rushing under her skin. She shivered slightly at the feeling of her hair standing on end. MJ slowly crawled out of Dante's lap and stood several feet away from the angry doctor who cradled his reattached digit, as if it were a fussing infant. MJ tried to slow her breathing and kept her head tucked into her chest, but she could feel Theron's anger rising inside her like bile in her throat. Her stomach twisted, and MJ swore she heard him whispering in her head. She closed her eyes to concentrate, and his words were faint, but they were there. "I am here," he whispered, and she almost sighed in relief. "Use our power," Theron told her, and she smiled. "Show him what power is." This time Theron's words were not a whisper, but a strong anthem inside her. And almost like a rush of adrenaline, she felt the wolf settle into her once again. Not the shadow of a presence she had felt when she woke up. It was almost as if her heart had not started truly beating again until this moment. MJ started to laugh a little and slowly raised her head. She opened her eyes, and the look she found on the faces of John and Julie were unmistakable. It was simple and honest terror. MJ was in awe of the way she was observing her surroundings. Once again, the way she saw the world had changed. She could not only hear and narrow her focus in on the rapidly beating hearts of the two doctors in front of her, but if she concentrated, she could swear she could actually see the physical vibration of their bodies disrupting the atmosphere. Suddenly, MJ felt a warmth behind her. It spread up her back and snaked around her shoulder, wrapping itself seductively around her chin and jaw. She let her new curiosity carry her head toward the warmth, and she found Dante once again standing over her with his hair almost hiding the contours of his face. MJ locked eyes with Dante and noticed they were again the cautioned shade of black, warning of a delicious surrender to an unpredictable animal instinct. But instead of being afraid, she simply turned her body into his and rose to her toes, brushing her nose with his. MJ slowly brought her hand up to his face, and as her fingers brushed the soft weather-touched skin of his cheek, Dante leaned his entire head down into her. MJ's heart was racing so fast she almost couldn't catch her breath. The feel of him under her fingertips was causing a severely heightened sensation, and Dante was now breathing in short, heavy bursts. It sounded more like small grunts rather than breathing, and air was once again becoming thick with the fog of anticipation. Julie cleared her throat, trying to bring the two animals back into their human conscious minds, when her brother snapped his head to side and shot her a dirty look. "Don't interrupt Julie," John snapped at her, and for the first time ever, Julie looked at her brother with a different set of eyes. She furrowed her brow and slammed the metal clipboard she was holding to the floor, causing an almost alarming metallic sound to clatter off the walls. Both MJ and Dante snapped their heads to the side as John grabbed his sister by the arm. "What the fuck is wrong with you, Jules?" he snapped through his teeth, and she jerked her arm away from him, rolling her eyes. "I dropped my clipboard. John, don't be so dramatic." John stood up as straight as he could and laughed in his sister's face. "What, Julie?" he said with a sick half grin playing at his lips. "Are you jealous they didn't ask you to join them?" John's voice was dripping with venom, and Julie lowered her chin as she scowled at her brother's open insult. The moment the words left John's lips, he suddenly wished he could retract them, not because he was concerned for his sister or her feelings, but because the moment they were audible, he found himself in the dangerous clutches of the assassin's half-shifted arm. But this time, John made sure he would be prepared for an attack, and brought a small gun-looking device up to the side of Dante's head. "Not so fast, assassin. Do you know what this is?" John asked with a sick smile on his face, and Dante halted his forward motion, but did not back down. Instead, he began to laugh, a sickening growl bubbling up from his chest. "Your toys are no match for me, child." Theron's voice roared through Dante's body, and MJ stalked slowly closer to her mate, her eyes still clouded black with the lusting of an animal ready for the feed. John pressed the gun to Dante's temple and watched as the powerful man's eyes flashed from black to gold, almost like a strobe light. John was so focused on Dante and the wolf inside him, he had not remembered to be weary of his mate. MJ spun around Dante's body and clasped the hand John was holding the strange gun in. She squeezed her hand around his and felt the bones start to give as the doctor cried out in pain. He dropped the device and cradled his hand into his chest. "What is wrong with her? What a crazy bitch!" John yelled out. "She could have damaged my hand even further," he began to explain. "It is bad enough I will never have full use of this hand again. You do not need to injure it further. My surgical career is already over." John was panting by the time he was finished with his tirade, and Dante was staring at him indifferent, as the still black-eyed MJ bent down and picked the silver gun-looking machine up off the floor. MJ looked at Julie, and the doctor watched as her eyes flashed from black to their multicolored natural beauty, and Julie started to exhale. "Julie," MJ said softly, so softly that more of the wolf was present in her throat than her own voice. And MJ watched as the doctor looked at her much the same way Jess, Andy, and some of the others had when they first met. Detachment. MJ took a deep breath, concentrating on making sure her words came out with an even mix of herself and the wolf. "What is this for, Julie?" MJ asked, and noticed that Julie seemed to relax slightly, but she kept darting her eyes between her brother and MJ. Julie licked her lips and took a long breath. "It is an injector gun. We use it on weaker wolves and sometimes the hunters to help them heal faster." MJ noticed that Julie looked like she needed to say something else, but the unrest in the entire room let her know that she was most likely not going to like the next things that came out of Julie's mouth. Tired of waiting for answers, MJ crossed her arms. "What else is it used for, Julie?" MJ asked, but her tone let the doctor know the question was non-negotiable, and it may be in her best interest to answer it honestly. Julie took a deep breath, and MJ noticed her entire body language seemed to change. The fear and uncertainty melted away, and it was as if she simply slid into a different skin, one of a cold, calculating being who was callous to empathy or basic civil decency. "We have also been known to use it as an interrogation tool of sorts." Julie paused, looking pointedly at MJ. "Remember when we talked about heavy metals earlier?" Julie waited for the information to process, and MJ nodded slightly. Julie noted her detachment from the true meaning of that, and hoped that John would not let his pride continue to drive him toward probing. But her hopes were dashed in seconds as her brother hummed in his signature scrutinizing therapist tone. "It does not bother you that we torture your kind by injecting them with silver and iron?" John asked in an almost sadistic tone, and he waited for the desperation or anger to flood her, but to his Circe, she just chuckled slightly. "How very interesting, doctor," MJ mused as she almost squinted at him like she was searching for something. John had no patience for any more of this absurdity, and his thumb was beginning to agitate him. He wanted to get them out of his facility so he could properly deal with healing his injured hand and pride. "What is it you find amusing, Omega?" John retorted at MJ impatiently, and she smiled, straightening her spine as if she were sitting back in some imaginary chair. "You said we torture your kind," she began, and John's upper lip twitched in annoyance from the therapeutic tone she was giving him. She was mocking him, he thought. "What is your point, little girl?" John said in a dismissive yet annoyed tone. MJ snorted in amusement. "My point, little Johnny," she snapped, "is that you try to detach yourself from the awful things you do to your own kind, much the same way I detached your little thumb." MJ made sure to slow down when she was speaking, and John locked eyes with her. MJ could see the fury in his eyes, and for some reason she had to stifle a laugh. "There is no shame in being small, little Johnny," MJ continued to tease, and she noticed that John was now almost baring his teeth at her, as his face began to turn several shades of red. MJ grabbed John's wrist and held his wrapped hand up between them. MJ licked her lips, and with seductively hooded eyes, she pouted her lips and held John's gaze. "Want me to spit on it?" MJ cooed, and John all but ripped his hand out of hers as he stumbled backward, holding on to his temper like a boiling teapot. He didn't say any more. He just backed out of the room and stormed down the hallway full of silent, aggravating fury. "How does hypnosis work?" MJ asked, turning everyone's attention away from John's retreating figure. Julie blinked a few times and slightly shook her head. "Well, it's pretty simple, really." Julie began, but Dante intervened once again. Hold on, he said, waving his arms back and forth and turning to face MJ. "Are you sure you want to do that right now, kitten?" Dante asked, and MJ just hummed a small laugh. "Yes, Chupacabra, I'm sure." Her tone was teasing and playful, and he smirked slightly, eyeing her. "You just woke up from a pretty intense nightmare, MJ." Dante tried to reason with her and used her first name to make sure she knew he was serious, but she just shook her head. "All the more reason to let her inside my head, my dear," she said, and Dante rolled his eyes at her as Jay tried to stifle laughs under his breath. "Really, Moll?" he said flatly. "A big bad wolf joke?" Dante had meant his statement as light and playful, but he noticed that MJ's eyes became wide and her cheeks started to flush the slightest pink. He felt his heart flutter flighty, and before he knew what he was doing, Dante had MJ in his arms with his face buried in her neck. "Why are you blushing?" he asked in a husky, low tone, and she grabbed his forearms, gently squeezing them as Dante continued to lightly brush her jaw and throat with his nose. "You called me Moll." Jay pumped the words as quickly as she could through her mind, and noticed that Jay groaned next to her, pinching his nose, and she wondered if he had heard her again like earlier, and her face turned a darker shade of pink. Dante hummed in MJ's ear, and it sent the most alarmingly amazing feeling through her body that she visibly tensed against him. "If I would have known all I had to do was say your name and you would turn such a pretty shade of pink, I would have done it sooner. Molly." Her name crawled out of his mouth slowly, and she found that each syllable had her dizzy with desire. Dante continued his verbal torture. "Molly," he said, kissing her neck lightly. He whispered before gently tugging her earlobe between his lips. Dante's hands grasped her hips, and MJ grabbed his wrists as he brought his mouth to her ear once more. "MollyJay, boy!" He started to purr, and MJ pushed him away suddenly. "Bless you," she yelled, and Jay lost his composure, laughing. Even Julie cracked the side of her mouth up into almost a grin, and she rolled her eyes. "That's great, sis. Your name is MollyJay, bless you." Jay laughed, and Dante shook his head, chuckling along.
Gross honesty deserves gross reward. MJ rolled her eyes again and turned to Julie. "Can we get this over with, please?" she said impatiently, and Julie knitted her eyebrows together. It's not like a blood sample. MJ, hypnotherapy is delicate and can be dangerous. She tried to explain, but MJ just laughed it off and laid down on the bed. Whatever you say, Doc. Let's find out what kind of shitty family I had so you can tell the alpha why his new pack puppy is such a freak. Jay paused and then continued. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Thanks for that, Theron, she said out loud, and Dante felt the wolf inside him trash in anger as his body started to bead with sweat. MJ only rolled her shoulders uncomfortably and cleared her throat. Yeah, fuck you to big guy, she said almost like she were sad or had some regret. MJ, Dante said almost like her name was a question, and without sitting up or even opening her eyes, MJ shook her head. No, you don't, Dante. That is his guilt to carry, not yours. He didn't say any more because he honestly didn't know what to say. Part of him wanted to defend the being who had been a part of him since he could remember. But another part of him knew she was hurting and had every right to be furious with him. Okay, MJ, Julie interjected. I want you to concentrate on my voice and do exactly as I say. Can you do that? Julie waited for MJ to nod, and as she opened her mouth, the sound of a cell phone ringing cut through the growing peace in the air. Oh shit, sorry, Jay blurted out as he fumbled to retrieve the phone, still in Moxie's pants, and skirted from the room. MJ glanced over at the retreating figure and giggled a little before returning her head to the bed. You care for him, don't you? Julie asked. She knew the question was vague and baited, but she needed MJ emotionally off-center if she was going to weave past the wolves' defenses and get anything out of this woman's mind. MJ looked up at Dante and blushed a little before closing her eyes. He saved my life, Julie. Of course, I care for him. Both Dante and Julie looked at each other, and Julie hummed in understanding, while Dante looked as though someone had stabbed him in the heart. MJ whimpered slightly and rolled up onto her feet. She looked up at Dante and grabbed at her chest. Oh, asshole, that hurts, she said in a raspy but playful voice. Dante ducked his head. I'm sorry, he mumbled and sat down on the bedside with a defeated slump to his shoulders. What? Why? MJ asked in an almost hurt voice, and Dante looked up at her. Because I hurt you, again, he snapped, and MJ scowled at him. I hurt because you hurt, she said, and he looked at her, struck speechless. You hurt because I hurt you, she declared, although I'm not sure why you saving my life hurts you so much. MJ was a bit confused by what she was feeling and didn't know how to express herself, so she gave Dante the things she wanted most and hoped he would return the gesture of trust. Dante suddenly looked like he had been struck by lightning, and then without warning he grabbed MJ by the shoulders and began to attack her face and neck with chaste kisses. He grumbled low, listless chuckles as she thrashed and laughed underneath him. Dante was now almost laying on top of MJ, and he pulled back just enough to see her entire face. I thought you were talking about Jay. Dante admitted, and then sat up completely, as his sudden admission had left him feeling embarrassed and a little vulnerable. MJ grabbed Dante's shirt around the shoulders and pulled him back to her. She used Theron's strength to completely catch Dante off guard, but she also did not account for the speed he was now closing in on her. Their heads cracked together, but MJ refused to give up her reward and continued her venture, smashing their lips together, causing a muffled sound to escape Dante's throat before she swallowed it with her feverish attack on his mouth. Dante groaned slightly, and the sound melted into a pleasurable mewl as he leaned into the invitingly soft living flower petals that were May's lips. As his tongue began to gingerly press her plump bottom lip, she broke their contact and gasped slightly. Dante took her lead and sat back to give her room if she wanted it, and she rewarded him with the most amazing smile he had ever seen. What was that for? He asked in an almost dream, like fog, and then blinked rapidly, clearing his throat and fighting to stifle the blush that was trying to assault his face. MJ simply hummed her pleasure at his surprise, and she lay back down, closing her eyes. It was your reward for being honest with me, she said through her ever-growing smile. His immature revelation had her laughing to the point of crying as she rolled around on the bed, helplessly caught in her giggle fit. After her laughter had subsided, Dante winked at her, while she watched him, though tear-filled eyes. What's my reward for that kind of honesty? He chirped and shot her a toothy grin. MJ cocked her head to the side and screwed her lips together sideways in an act of exaggerated thinking. Let me think, she teased, and Dante was pleased with her car-free banter until she leaned forward and drug her tongue across the span of his forehead before sitting back and staring at him mischievously with her bottom lip caught between her two front teeth. What the hell, MJ? Dante said, wiping his head with the back of his hand, and MJ shrugged, laying down once more. Gross honesty deserves gross reward, she said simply, and smiled even more when Julie was heard laughing under her breath. Dante shook his head. All right, Einstein, have fun, letting Jules play around in that head of yours. I will go check on. Dante stopped when MJ grabbed his wrist so tight it seemed she was trying to keep herself in place. Do you have to go? She asked with wide eyes, and Dante thought for the first time ever he saw a vulnerability in her that almost broke his very soul. No, I don't have to go. I can stay if you want me to, he said and adjusted his wrist so that he could thread his fingers with hers. I can even stay, just like this if you want. MJ nodded slightly as she exhaled slowly and closed her eyes. Okay, Doc, let's go for a walk on the wild side.
MJ, I want you to listen to the sound of my voice and do exactly as I say. Julie began to speak in a tone softer than normal. If you understand what I am saying to you, I want you to answer yes. Do you understand? And the doctor waited. Yes. MJ said in a tone that let Julie know she was awake and receptive. MJ, we are going to count down from 30 to 1. Do you understand? The doctor asked again, and MJ replied with another yes. This time softer, but still very much alert. I will count the even numbers and you will count the odd numbers. Do you understand? Julie asked in the same soft level tone that had Dante almost yawning, and again MJ responded, yes, her voice sounding slightly edgy and farther away. After you say the number 1, you will be asleep. Do you understand? And Julie again waited patiently for her reply. Yes, MJ continued. Julie glanced at Dante briefly before she continued. While you are asleep, you cannot wake up unless I clap my hands 3 times. Do you understand? And this time MJ turned her head slightly. What if I'm afraid? She almost whispered, and Julie motioned for Dante to squeeze her hand. Dante is here with you? Can you feel him? MJ settled her face and squeezed Dante's hand in return. Yes, she said, and Julie asked her once more. MJ, while you are asleep, you cannot wake up unless I clap my hands 3 times. Do you understand? And this time MJ did not hesitate. She just squeezed Dante's hand and replied, yes. Julie took a long, slow breath and began to count. 30, and she waited. 29. MJ responded, and Julie exhaled. She had never performed any hypnotherapy without John sit-in, and he usually took over, so she was a bit out of her element and hadn't really been sure if MJ would respond at all. 28, Julie continued, and MJ responded again, her voice beginning to sound slightly gruff. 27. The exercise continued, and to Julie's relief, MJ's voice had started to slur slightly, and her response time was lagging. She had to wait almost a full minute between responses. 6, Julie asserted and noticed that her own heart rate was increasing. 5. MJ responded in a voice that indicated she may be in the beginning stages of a deep sleep. 4. Julie continued, noticing MJ's body relax completely and her head lull to the side. 3. MJ slurred, and Julie had to fight to keep her breathing from changing. She was sure the assassin would stop them again if he knew how nervous she was. 2. Julie let her anxiety leave her body with the word and looked at MJ for her final response. The anticipation was cutting through the room like a knife, and Julie had almost given up hope when she heard MJ squeak that one magic word she may have missed, if not for her heightened hearing. 1. As the last number passed, MJ's lips, she seemed to exhale all control of herself to the seductive sleeping spell Julie had managed to work her into. Dante just sat and watched as her body seemed to almost melt into a deep relaxation, and he wondered if he was the reason she was so tense and guarded all the time. They sat in silence, listening to the soft sound of MJ's even breathing, and just when Dante thought he might go mad from silence, Julie started to speak again. MJ, can you hear me? She asked, and again silence for a while before MJ sighed softly. Yes, she said in her lazy sleep. MJ, I want you to tell me what you see. Julie continued as she started to write on the clipboard she was holding, and then waited patiently for May to reply. The sleeping MJ suddenly sucked in a sharp breath and squeezed Dante's hand tight. Julie sat forward. MJ, can you tell me what you see? She asked again with a little more force behind her tone, and to her delight, the woman seemed to settle down slightly. It's dark, MJ said, and Julie was pleasantly surprised that her voice was a little more sharp, indicating she was slipping further into a hypnotic state. I want you to go someplace safe, MJ. Can you do that? Julie's voice was level and almost sweet. Yes, MJ replied, and her breathing started to level out once more. Dante noticed that she had started to move her head back and forth, and he looked at Julie with a scowl, to which Julie replied by bringing her index finger up to her mouth, gesturing for him to stay silent. Julie returned her attention to her patient. MJ, where are you? And again the woman responded, in my apartment. MJ said clearly, but she had almost an uncomfortable look on her face. Julie noticed her growing discomfort. MJ, what's wrong? She asked, and quicker than before, MJ answered, my phone is ringing. She almost groaned, the words out as her head moved back and forth slowly. Do you answer it? The doctor asked and was rewarded with a prompt answer. Yes. MJ hummed, and her head started to slow its back and forth motion. Dante noticed that she kept a hold of his hand but seemed to relax her grip just a little. Who is on the phone when you answer it? Julie tries to be as specific as possible so as not to cause any more confusion than was already going on. It's Lou. He's the only one who... MJ said quickly, and then she squeezed Dante's hand again. No, she almost snapped, and Dante's head whipped around, locking eyes with Julie, who simply repeated her silencing motion with her finger. MJ, who is on the phone? Julie said almost forcefully, and she squeezed Dante's hand again before relaxing slightly. It's a girl, she said, pausing slightly. Her name is Sam, MJ said in a slight slur, and Dante grinned, knowing her safe memory included his favorite little sister. Julie did not ask her any more questions at first, wanting to let her memory flow as fluid as possible, and she was again rewarded with a bit more from the subconscious mind. She needs help, MJ said, but when she didn't say anything more, Julie probed. Is she in danger? Julie asked, and again Dante shot her a strange look. No, MJ said with an almost childish demeanor. Lou, MJ said and stretched her body out slightly. A walk down Hypno Lane. What about Lou? Asked the doctor when she stopped speaking. He left them alone on a weekend and they can't handle the meat. MJ's innocent fracture in speech had Dante trying to stifle a laugh, and Julie snapped her fingers together, scowling at him. MJ cut the silent argument short with her mumbling memory walk. She wants me to help. Julie notices that MJ's tone is slightly, do you not want to help her? She asks and ignores the daggers Dante shoots at her with his beautiful eyes. Julie notices that MJ's body tenses slightly. I don't mind, but... The sleeping woman's words trailed off as she squirmed slightly on the bed. What's wrong, MJ? Julie asks. It's my day off, MJ says with a little less stress in her voice, and Julie grins at the innocence of this woman's past world. Do you help her? Julie asks, and MJ sighs with a warm smile. Yes. She hums again, and Julie scratches more notes down on her clipboard. What happens after you help her, MJ? Julie inquires, and notices that MJ seems to push her shoulders further into the bed. Her breathing seems to almost catch in her throat, and she makes a small, pleasing sigh. There is a man in the kitchen, MJ says, and the side of Dante's mouth tweaks upward into a half-smile as he recalls the same memory. Do you know the man, MJ? Julie asks. No, MJ almost whispers and then quickly squeezes Dante's hand. Yes, the word comes out as almost a gasp, and Dante's heart starts to pound in his chest. This almost feels wrong. He starts to think to himself. It's like reading her diary. Dante's thoughts begin to eat at him like guilt, and Julie notices his change in behavior, keeping her voice as quiet as possible. The doctor taps his knee with her pen. I need you to stay calm and stay put. Julie tries to mouth the words without letting too much sound escape. She would hate to taint the therapy session now after it had started out so well. Not only would John never let her do another thing on her own, she also felt like it might be worth it to prove to herself that for once in her life her brother didn't actually know what was best for her. What is the man's name? Julie asks, and Dante notices that a soft smile begins to play at her lips. Asshat, she mumbles, and it takes every ounce of self-control for Dante to not laugh even just a little. Dante MJ says this time, and the word seems to melt off of her tongue like the last snow of winter. As Julie was preparing her next round of questions, MJ sighed almost like she was sad and then mumbled, Ace, and Dante growled, glancing up at Julie. Julie shot Dante a pointed warning with her eyes before returning her attention to her patient. Who is Ace? Julie asked, and then watched as Dante's face contorted into an expression that both confused and terrified her. MJ seemed to be replaying the events of that day, and Dante was trying as hard as he could to recall why she would be calling out for the commander. MJ continued to stir slightly in her hypno dream. He's angry, she said with almost a growl, and then whimpered slightly. I said something stupid because I was nervous. Dante was a bit shocked at how coherent MJ sounded. Her eyes were still darting back and forth under her lids, and her voice was still breathy and quiet, but her answers were advancing in their coherency, and he wondered just how dangerous this could potentially be to Theo when he felt the shocking but all too familiar buzz of the creature's company ignite just slightly under the skin, almost like someone had turned the lights on inside him. Dante unconsciously began rubbing the back of her hand with his thumb, and she seemed to settle down before humming and then mumbling something between her lips that not even he understood. Julie wanted to move along further down her memory, but from past experience, knew the dangers of pushing someone's subconscious in a direction it had not intended to visit yet. And although she wasn't really concerned about the well-being of any of the other occupants in the room, she knew if she damaged MJ in any way, the assassin would kill her, or worse, the Alpha may have her killed. After all, Julie thought, Azriel had proven that her love and loyalty meant nothing compared to the bond he shared with Dante. She had experienced it firsthand more than once over the years. Julie silenced her thoughts and tired not to dwell on the past. She had gotten her revenge on the assassin already and needed to continue to move on. Bringing her attention back to MJ, Julie sat with her back straighter. What are you doing now, MJ? Julie asked, hoping she had not missed some key bit of information during her inward distraction. MJ hummed again softly, and Dante noticed that she smiled and her entire body looked like it lit up. Talking to Dante, she whispered listlessly, and Dante smirked. She had been shy that day, he thought to himself, but she had not shown it whatsoever. He had assumed she found him uninteresting at that time. But her current behavior told him something entirely different, and he cocked his head from side to side, watching her face as she acted truly and without guard of who might be watching or what they might be thinking. and he thought about what she said to him back in their room about people and not wanting to be part of their mess. It had Dante wondering who it was in her life that had hurt her so badly she had been able to turn her feelings off in such a way. Remembering a lover's push and pull. MJ brought Dante out of his own quiet thoughts when she started to laugh slightly. "What is happening to you, MJ?" Julie asked, and noticed that slowly brought her free hand up and touched her own forehead before lazily dropping it onto her chest. "I bumped heads with him," MJ said in a dreamy voice, and Dante smirked, remembering how he had attempted to pick up the keys she dropped, and they ended up cracking skulls. Julie tapped her pen, and Dante looked at her. She motioned to her own skull and then pointed the pen in his direction. Picking up on her very vague question, Dante rolled his eyes and nodded his head. When MJ's body suddenly jerked toward him, he turned into her, wrapping his free arm around her before she seemed to relax back down onto the bed, and he resumed his seat beside her. "What happened, MJ?" Julie asked in her more commanding tone, and MJ almost gasped, sucking in air. "Sam saw a skunk," she said, very clearly this time, and Dante chuckled, remembering how Sam had swerved the SUV to cover up Tanner, almost blurting out that she was an Omega. Dante turned to look again at the woman laying in the bed, and the small shine from the scars on her neck caught his eye, barely visible but still there, and in turn it had him thinking about the remainder of the events that unfolded on the night MJ was currently remembering, and he suddenly wanted very much for her to just wake up or move on. The danger Dante had put her in, inviting her to their safe house, had been something he would never forgive himself for. Her life could be so different now, he thought. She could be human, and still that smiling, nervous, joking, oblivious girl she was before. Dante tried to control his thoughts. He knew that it could taint MJ's emotions right now if he continued to grieve for the things he could not change. The only thing he could do, he thought to himself, was make sure the rest of her life was as happy and peaceful as he could make it. For what seemed like hours, Julie helped MJ navigate through the rest of that night. From falling asleep in the SUV and waking up in Dante's arms to the impromptu digging Sam had done when she took MJ to her room for a shower. Dante felt a sense of embarrassment when she confessed to Julie that Dante whispering in her ear had sent a heated panic through her body. MJ started to stir uncomfortably again. "Is something wrong, MJ?" Julie asked, and MJ sighed, almost defeated. "He wants me to change in the bathroom," she said, and then her voice caught in the back of her throat. "He is embarrassed of how much my body shows." Dante looked up at Julie, shaking his head in denial as MJ spoke. Julie smirked at Dante, and he caught the mischievous gleam in her eye. "Who is embarrassed, MJ?" she asked, and Dante's lip twitched as he kept his eyes locked on the doctor. Julie simply rolled her eyes and shifted her weight as she watched the muscles flex in Dante's jaw. "Dante," MJ said breathlessly, and he leaned down and placed a warm kiss on her hand. MJ hummed and let a small giggle tumble from her sleepy lips. "They are close," MJ says, and Julie again jots down notes. "Who is close, MJ?" Julie asks, and Dante noticed that MJ squeezed his hand just a little. "All of them," she confesses in a slight whisper, and Julie nods, chewing her lip as she scribbles more on her clipboard. "MJ, I want you to tell me what you are doing now." Julie orders, and MJ licks her lips. "We are playing a drinking game," she says almost childishly. "I'm not good. I keep losing to Superman." MJ almost lets a laugh distort her last words, and then as soon as the joy was there, it disappears from her face. She starts to fuss around in the bed yet again. "MJ, what is happening now?" The doctor's voice is sharp and crass as she barks. Dante is angry. MJ's voice was trembling just slightly, and it pulled Dante's heart further into his stomach. It's true he had been emotionally unstable that night, he admitted to himself. But he wasn't aware of how much he had truly allowed her to see, and the fact that she seemed to think it was somehow caused by her or because he was toying with her hurt him a little. That was the furthest thing from the truth, he thought to himself. Wasn't it? Dante pushed his mix of feelings aside as MJ's breathing began to pick up rapidly. "What are you doing, MJ?" Julie asked in her unchanged tone, and MJ continued to breathe heavy. I'm running." MJ managed to make out the words between breaths, and Dante shifted slightly in his chair. He remembered MJ running out the door, but he had no idea what happened to her in the moments before her attack. Dante let a pitted, hollow feeling overtake him. He had left her to fend for herself, he thought, remembering how she had asked him why she was there, and instead of answering her, he just stood there watching her pulse pump color through her beautiful skin. Julie's voice once again pulled Dante from his thoughts. "Why are you running, MJ?" she asked, and MJ's breathing started to steady. "I was embarrassed and drunk." Dante growled at Julie, warning her to stop leading MJ with her questions when MJ sucked in a sudden gasp of air, squeezing Dante's hand tight. "What was that?" MJ almost whispered, and Julie glanced at her. "What do you see, MJ?" she asked, and MJ made an uncomfortable groaning noise. "I see trees and dark," she whispered, and Dante's heart began to pound like a frenzy in his chest. She was squeezing his hand so tightly her fingers had started to turn colors. "What do you hear, MJ?" Julie asked again, and this time Jay let out a half-frightened breath as a shiver physically travels through her entire body. "Something is growling," she whispered, and Julie shot Dante another dirty look. "Are you sure, MJ?" Julie asked, and she seemed to settle down again before thrashing her head back and forth and screaming at the top of her lungs. "MJ, you need to calm down and tell me what you see." Julie's voice was much more calm than the current atmosphere had become. MJ let go of Dante's hand and continued to scream while she clawed at an invisible assailant. "Julie, fucking wake her up before they tear her apart." Dante yelled, and Julie suddenly jumped, looking up at him with wide eyes. MJ's screams had torn a hole in the tranquil silence of the room. "Help, help, what are you?" she started to scream. "No, please, stay away." MJ's pleading and screaming were only drowned out by the violent thrashing her body was doing on the bed. Dante grabbed Julie by the shoulders and shook her. "Julie!" he yelled. "She was attacked by moonwalkers. Wake her up! Now!" Julie pushed Dante away from her and stood up, walking toward the woman who looked like she might be possessed, and very loudly clapped her hands 3 times clearly and sharply. Suddenly, MJ's eyes flew open. Dante immediately grabbed the arms of the woman, still screaming with her eyes now wide open, and as her screams turned to almost desperate gasps for air, her pupils zeroed in on the lagoon of greenish blue she was using to anchor herself back to reality. As her breathing started to even out, MJ smiled at Dante and laughed a little. She meant it to be light-hearted, but her voice was a little raspy. "So, did it work?" MJ's voice was cracking from the intense screaming she had just been doing, and Julie hopped up, dashing down the hall before returning at almost lighting speed with an ice-cold bottle of water, handing it to MJ. Julie smiled and nodded slightly. "Drink first, then talk." MJ nodded and hummed in comforting pleasure as she gulped down mouthfuls of the refreshing liquid. After she had drained over half the bottle, MJ took a breath and then looked between Julie and Dante. "Why don't I feel like this worked at all?" she said, and Julie laughed. "It worked amazingly, MJ. You were one of the most audio-responsive patients I have ever worked with." MJ looked at Julie with a slightly confused look. "Then why don't I remember anything?" Julie hummed. "A side effect of the brain and its attempt to protect your fragile psyche, I'm afraid." Julie explained further. "However, as we dive deeper, you will start to regain memories you lost, or are hiding, if that helps." MJ looked at Julie and rolled her eyes. "You mean we aren't done yet?" she said in mock irritation, and Julie couldn't help but audibly laugh a little. "Oh, definitely not. We got through one memory and I had to cut it short anyway." Jay noticed that Julie shot an irritated look at Dante, and she looked at him, noticing for the first time that he had his head hung low enough. His hair was casting the saddest shadows over his eyes. "Tell me, talk to me." "What's on your mind, Dante?" MJ asked, and noticed that he seemed to take a large breath but did not lift his head, nor did he acknowledge her question. MJ looked at Julie for answers, and the doctor shrugged indifferently. "The first memory you took us to was a night you went drinking with the hunters." Julie waved her hand in the air as if the details were not important. "Something about Dante giving you a shirt and then chasing you." Suddenly, Dante snapped his head up and was staring daggers into Julie. "It was the night she was almost killed by walkers, because I'm a reckless fool." Dante growled in her face, but before he could even flex a muscle, MJ had the palm of her hand gently pressing against the center of his chest, and the tirade died inside his throat as he looked down over the top of the woman, who now looked so much smaller than she had this morning. MJ brought her free hand up to touch Dante's face, and she rubbed his cheek with her thumb. "You might be a fool," she almost whispered, "but I was the one who was reckless, Dante." He tried to shake his head and argue, but she took her hand from his chest and covered his mouth gently. "Dante, I went who knows where with a group of people I didn't know. Then I got drunk doing shots, embarrassed myself, and decided instead of deal with my own bullshit baggage, it would be easier to run off in the middle of the night." Dante furrowed his brow as MJ explained herself. Why was she blaming herself for everything? He thought. But before he could say anything to her, Julie cleared her throat, and MJ stepped away from Dante. "MJ, if I may make a medical observation?" Julie had witnessed the impatience of this girl, and she wasn't quite sure yet if it was just the way MJ was, or if it was an overly heavy influence from the wolf she was sharing. Julie had very few personal interactions with Theron, but she was more than aware of just how impatient and ruthless he could be. MJ groaned and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Do you have to?" she asked, and Julie laughed slightly. "I do not." And the doctor licked her lips, seeming to change her mind about something. "Would you like to stop for now? We can continue another day if you like," Julie offered, and when MJ met her eyes, the doctor winked at her. "It's not like you are going anywhere anytime soon." Julie's voice was high-pitched and almost shrill. MJ gave Julie a tight smile. "If it's all the same to you, Doc, I think I have waited long enough to find out anything about my family, and if I am really this much closer, then I would like to keep going." Julie nodded, and Dante grabbed the side of his head with both hands, pulling on his hair. You are so stubborn. Has anyone ever told you that? He wasn't yelling, but his voice still echoed through the halls, and MJ rolled her eyes. Don't be such a drama queen, she said, laughing just a little, and Dante's mouth fell open, but he didn't say any more. MJ positioned herself on the bed and closed her eyes and shot straight up and opened them suddenly, causing Julie to jump. Wait, she yelled, and Julie put her hands up in surrender. Do I have to go back to the same memory? She asked, glancing, and Dante and Julie gave a heavy sigh. The Alpha would like a recount of what happened to you, MJ? MJ nodded her head absently. Can't I just tell you what happened? She asked, and Julie looked at her wide-eyed for a moment. If you remember, then yes, of course. Julie was all too eager to oblige, considering how much MJ desperately wanted to go back for another memory session, and Julie would not pass up that opportunity. MJ drug her bottom lip through her teeth nervously and glanced at Dante, who was now sitting on the floor staring at her with glassy eyes. She swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Where do you want me to start? She asked, and Julie hummed softly to herself as she flipped through the notes she had taken. Dante rose to his knees and slid to MJ's feet. He put both of his hands on her knees and looked up into her eyes. Start from running out of the house, and don't stop until I find you. Dante's voice was low and raspy. MJ could feel the rumble of the bass in his chest against her knees, and she grabbed his hands with hers, squeezing just slightly as she closed her eyes. I ran out of the house and just shot in between two trees. I just ran. MJ started and Julie cut in. Why did you feel like you needed to run? She asked, and MJ opened her eyes and cocked her head to the side slightly to address Julie. Is this really a therapy session, Doc? MJ asked, and Dante squeezed her fingers, gaining her attention once again. Hey, I want you to tell me. I will tell Azriel, Dante said, glancing at Julie. Fuck her report. Tell me, MJ. Talk to me. Dante's voice was steady, but the need in his eyes was so overwhelming. MJ had to swallow the lump in her throat as she smiled just slightly and worried her bottom lip between her teeth. I ran through the trees just choosing different pairs to run between, she began, and Dante smiled at her. That's one hell of a way to navigate, I guess, he said playfully, and MJ rolled her eyes at him. Don't interrupt. She snapped jovially, and Dante tucked his feet further underneath himself, as if cuddling up for a bedtime story. After a while, my chest started to burn, and I had to take a break. MJ continued. She didn't close her eyes, but she also wouldn't meet Dante's eyes. Instead, she looked down and squeezed his hands again. At first, I thought I was seeing things because I was drunk and physically exhausted, she said, and Julie suddenly noticed almost a tremble in her voice. A dream we are not alone in. Almost as soon as MJ shut her eyes, the most beautiful swirling shades of purple and green began flashing in front of her, almost illuminating the darkness in front of her. Can you tell me what you see? MJ heard the sound of Julie's voice, and almost without thought she answered, Nothing. MJ said. She was going to correct herself, but Julie moved to a new question. Did you find your safe place, MJ? Julie asked, and MJ looked around. A safe place, she thought. A place she would have no bad memories, a safe place she could go. And as soon as the thoughts started to race through her, shapes began to appear. Out of the soft flowing hues of color, she could make out thick, beautiful trees. Their canopies, healthy with life, and underneath them, the most beautiful grass she had ever seen. It was such a dark shade of green, it was almost blue. And as her eyes drifted back toward the sky, she noticed the familiar and strange swirl of colors. MJ smiled to herself. Theron, she said, and then heard Julie interrupt her beautiful dream. The wolf is with you. Jay noted the overexcitement in her voice, and it made her uncomfortable. No, she said plainly, as she continued to watch the world around her swirl and come to life in a merge of colors and light. I am on the moon, MJ said, and was relieved when Julie stopped asking her things so she could enjoy her dream. It is unwise to invite a fox into the wolf's den, my little one. MJ's heart rate accelerated, and she found herself twirling in circles before large, furry claws wrapped around her arm and pulled her sideways. Her surroundings blurred together like watercolors, and she blinked, trying to focus. When MJ was able to see clearly again, Theron was standing in front of her with the beautiful landscape of the moon's once lush atmosphere. As MJ focused her eyes back to the giant creature standing before her, she noticed that he had his clawed finger up to his snout, as if telling her to not speak. This is a dream. We are not alone in my little one. Do not answer. Just nod, if you understand. The wolf cocked his head from side to side, awaiting her answer, and when MJ nodded her head slowly, he purred slightly. I am honored you would find my home safe, Theron whispered to her as he took a look around, and MJ noticed a longing in his eyes that was breaking her heart. MJ looked up toward the sky and could see the pastel lavender peeking through the heavy orange and pink clouds. A small breeze cut across MJ's face, and she could almost feel the warm, refreshing air. MJ hummed in contentment before Theron spoke again. It is dangerous to let that woman in, my little one. And MJ looked at Theron with a scowl. "But you are safer?" she said out loud, and noticed that her words were slurred, and it had been quite the struggle to actually open her mouth and articulate words. Theron growled at MJ and grabbed her by the shoulders. "I will do what is best for us, always." MJ didn't say anything, she just stared at him like the stranger he was starting to feel like, and the realization sent a chill through her. "MJ, I want you to tell me what you see." Julie's voice was a soft whisper, and MJ fought to ignore her. "Liar," MJ said somberly. Julie licked her lips. She was confused. The hypnosis had worked before, but it seemed like she was getting nothing but gibberish from MJ now, and when she raised her hands to clap them together, Dante grabbed Julie by the wrists. "What are you doing?" he demanded in a whisper that sounded more like a hiss. Julie pulled herself from Dante's grasp. "Waking her up, she is spouting nonsense." Dante started to shake his head. "No, she is talking about Theo. I can feel them jewels." Dante looked toward the bed MJ was on. "They are fighting, I can feel it," he almost whispered, and Julie took a long breath. "MJ, can you hear me?" Julie asked, and after several seconds of soft moans and groans, MJ answered. "Yes," she said softly, and Julie continued. "MJ, I want you to go someplace. Can you do that for me?" Julie waited, and finally MJ answered yes. "Good," the doctor hummed. "I want you to go back to your 21st birthday. Can you do that for me?" There was another pause. "Yes," MJ whispered, and Dante noticed that Julie seemed to almost exhale with relief. He wondered what might have happened if MJ would have refused to move on. "What happened today that was special for you, MJ?" Julie asked, and Dante noticed that MJ squeezed his hand tightly before relaxing. "I got a job," she said softly. Dante could tell that she was extremely happy from the beautifully soft mules that were escaping her. "What job did you get, MJ?" Julie asked. "Cleaning at a slaughterhouse." MJ responded, and then she made a small grunting noise. "Beth got the job for me. I needed it," she added, and Dante watched as Julie cocked her head slightly and scribbled furiously. "Why do you need this job, MJ?" Julie continued, and Dante was starting to wonder how all of this was supposed to help her find any clues to her past or help the Alpha figure out how Theron had managed to shift her. All the doctor was doing was digging around inside the memories she already remembered. "Probation requirement," MJ mumbled, and both Julie and Dante locked eyes in surprise. It seemed this little kitten had some secrets of her own, Dante thought as a small smile crept its way up his face. "What did you get probation for?" Julie's voice was again less tender and more commanding. Dante wondered if she used a different tone of voice to manipulate MJ into answering the questions she really wanted to ask. MJ grinned and made a strange, almost laughing sound. "Disorderly conduct," she clarified, and instead of the standard reaction, this time Julie looked a bit irritated. "What did you do?" Julie's voice cracked slightly as her irritation grew, but MJ never answered the question. Instead, she just groaned and began to thrash her head back and forth. Julie exhaled her annoyance and switched gears. "MJ, you just got a job at a slaughterhouse, and it's your birthday? Did you celebrate?" Silence filled the room for a moment before MJ finally spoke. "I met a girl," she said, and an ear-to-ear grin spread over her face. "Her name is Mara." MJ offered the information without being prompted, and Julie again hummed, pleased by the outcome. "MJ, I would like you to talk to me about your disorderly conduct. Can you do that?" Julie tried to keep her eyes on the clipboard. She knew how observant Dante was and didn't want him to know which questions she found important and what ones were just filler or to lead to something else. "I don't want to talk about it," MJ said, and Julie simply nodded. "Okay, MJ, we won't talk about it, but can you tell me how old you were?" Dante's personal sleeping beauty. May squeezed Dante's hand and began to tense the muscles in her arms and legs. "I was 18, MJ said, and then she grunted. "It was my birthday a couple days ago," she said, and Dante noticed that her demeanor had changed slightly. It was almost like she were that teenage girl again. Dante thought and made a mental note to absolutely never let Julie hypnotize him. The last thing Dante ever wanted to do was to relive his younger years. "What are you doing today, MJ?" Julie asked, and MJ smiled, laughing listlessly. "Beth promised to take me for ice cream because I finally aged out," she said, and Dante noticed that she seemed almost sad. He looked at Julie, who only nodded without him even saying anything. "Why does that make you sad, MJ?" the doctor asked her, and Dante returned his attention to his vulnerable mate, waiting for her to answer a question he desperately wanted to ask. After a few minutes of silence, MJ sighed, and her head lulled to the side. "Nobody wanted me, and I am an adult now, so Loader doesn't want me either." Dante's gut wretched, and he desperately felt the need to howl and mourn for the poor little girl named MollyJay Bijou, who grew up thinking nobody wanted her. Dante felt like he was seeing into parts of MJ that would help him be the best mate for her that he could be. But he also understood that her abandonment issues ran deep and that she would be a tough to get through to. But he knew her heart was worth fighting for, and he made a silent promise to the little girl inside MJ that he would spend the rest of his days making sure she had more family than she knew what to do with. Julie interrupted Dante's thoughts with a question that had Theron on edge. "Did you and Beth get ice cream, MJ?" Julie asked and crossed her long thin legs, adjusting her posture. MJ squeezed Dante's hand again, and he flinched this time because she had a hold of his hand in a vice grip. She had also started to growl just a little when Julie's voice cut through the air. "MJ, do you and Beth get ice cream?" The doctor snapped in a tone Dante recognized as more John than Julie, and he shot her a curt scowl before whipping his head back around to his personal sleeping beauty. MJ's small lazy growls turned to almost sad short whimpers. "No," she said in a high pitch that resembled more of a childish whine than an answer. Julie waited for what seemed to Dante like ages before she decided to probe further. "Why didn't you get ice cream with Beth, MJ?" Julie asked, and Dante noticed her tone was softer again, and he was more than sure, now that there might be a pattern to the way she spoke to Mem. Dante watched as small, almost invisible tears began to streamline down MJ's sleeping face. But as he reached to wipe them away, Julie grabbed his free arm and shook her head at him, so he put his hand in his lap and settled for rubbing small circles on the back of the hand he was holding. The sound of her small whimpers and sobs were physically causing him anguish. Dante felt helpless to stop her pain, so he did the only thing he could think of and put his forehead on the small, tender hand he was holding, closed his eyes and asked Theron to take away her fear and her pain, to let her feel only the smallest amount of her memory so that she didn't have to once again live whatever agony she was currently in. And just like the wolf had done since Dante woke up, he simply felt the creature comply with his wishes. He did not speak to him, and Dante began to wonder if he would ever hear from his wolf again. As Dante nuzzled MJ's hand, he purred low in his chest when he suddenly heard the very faint but unmistakable sound he had been praying to the moon for every day. "Patience, boy." It was the only thing Theron said, and then Dante felt him fade into dormancy once again. But unlike the last few weeks, this time Dante did not feel so empty. He felt something he had not felt hardly ever. It was hope, and he prayed to the moon as hard as he could that maybe he could give some of that hope to her, and it might bring her comfort. Once more, the doctor probed with her question. "MJ, why didn't you get ice cream with Beth?" MJ was still sobbing silently, but she had eased her grip on Dante's hand, and he thanked his inner companion for doing for her what he could not. "There is a kitten in the road." MJ's voice was almost a whisper, and the growing lump in her throat could be heard through the crack in her voice. "MJ, why does the kitten stop you from getting ice cream?" Dante didn't like the route Julie seemed to be taking and growled low in his chest to express his displeasure, but Julie simply shushed him and kept going. Instead of answering, MJ just made small whimpering sounds in her throat. "He died," she squeaked, and Dante scowled at Julie yet again, but the doctor simply rolled her eyes in frustration. "MJ, why does—" Julie's impatient question dies in her throat as she watches every muscle in the sleeping woman's body tense. "You son of a bitch, you did that on purpose," MJ blurts out, and Dante watches as her body almost jerks off the bed. Julie licks her lips and begins to feverishly write on her clipboard, and Dante watches as the side of her mouth turns up into almost a smirk. "Who are you talking to, MJ?" Julie asks, and MJ's body is still tense, but she does not move from her lying position. "A murderer," MJ says in a ragged breath, and tears begin to fall down her cheeks again. This time they are thick and streaming as she sniffles. "He just ran it over like trash. Beth, I'm so sorry." MJ's voice is quiet and broken as she sobbed, caught in her memory. "MJ, who is the murderer?" Julie made sure to keep her voice light and inquisitive. Hypnotherapy sessions were no different than surgery. They were exhausting to both patient and doctor, and the fact that Dante would not just sit quietly had Julie on edge. "Clap or die." Julie closed her eyes and gathered every ounce of courage she had. "Yes, you do," she demanded of MJ, and noticed that the woman tucked her hands up further into her chest and had them clasped together in tight fists. "MJ, you are 3 years old," Julie said demandingly, and watched as MJ's face contorted with the struggling memories. "No, Julie cut MJ off. "Yes, MJ, you are 3 years old." Julie waited for MJ's body to settle before she continued to push her. "MJ, where is your safe place?" Dante returned to the bedside and noticed that MJ's body had started to sweat. She was also trembling just slightly. He reached for her, and Julie stopped him again. "Please," she mouthed to him, "I am almost there." Dante stepped back and clenched his hands into fists at his sides. "Stay with her, Theo," he asked, and was again rewarded when the old thing acknowledged his presence but did not speak. "I'm under the bed," MJ whispered, and Dante thought her voice sounded alarmingly like she really was only 3 years old. "Why are you under the bed?" Julie asked, and Dante noticed that MJ grabbed the sheets, squeezing her hands into fists. "'Cause is our game," she said, and Julie rubbed her hand over her eyes. "Who are you playing a game with?" she asked, and then waited again as the memory unfolded inside MJ. She knew she needed to hurry, because MJ's body had already started to show the telltale signs of extreme fatigue. She was sweating, her body was trembling, and she was slipping into the actual consciousness of her memory rather than being an observer, and Julie knew her time was running out. "My JJ." MJ said in a very childlike manner, and Dante locked eyes with Julie, who simply nodded. MJ's voice caught in her chest and she squeezed the bedsheets again. "Mommy," she whimpered, and Dante hit his knees. The broken little sounds she was making were breaking his heart, and the thought of her hiding under a bed as a small child had him feeling helpless to come to the rescue of the scarred little girl that was living inside the furiously strong woman laying in front of him. "Mommy, Mommy," MJ whimpered, and neither Dante nor Julie could move. MJ's body was shaking, and her clothes and hair were sticking to her from the amount of sweating her body was doing. "What's wrong, MJ?" Julie asked as softly as she could and noticed the girl seemed to respond negatively to her for the first time. We have to hide from him," MJ whispers, her words beginning to slur once again. "We have to hide." MJ's voice picks up pitch slightly as her breathing intensifies. "Run! Jay, run! It's Daddy! He's coming! Run!" With each word she spoke, MJ's voice became louder and more strained. No, please don't hurt them," she started to plead, and Julie's mouth dropped open. "MJ, tell me what you see." Julie's voice seemed to bring MJ a small bit of comfort. "Daddy," she says in a whisper, and then her voice catches again. "He is yelling at them. He said they have no right." MJ's voice was still barely above a whisper, but her words were flying out at almost lightning speed. "They are fighting. Daddy, no." She squeals before thrashing back and forth on the bed so fiercely she almost falls off onto the floor. The sound of MJ screaming out in terror echoed through the entire building, and both Dante and Julie jumped from the places they stood. "What do you see now?" Julie demands, and MJ starts panting as sweat drips out of her every pore. Run. Daddy is coming." Her voice is shrill, and the terror rips through the air with reckless abandon. "Tell me what you see right now," Julie demands, and MJ's body jerks on the bed. "It's a wolf," she yelps, and Dante looks up at Julie for an explanation she clearly cannot give him. MJ screams again. There are two, and her breathing becomes full-on hyperventilating struggles. Dante notices the sudden gleam in Julie's eye. "MJ, who are the two wolves?" she asks and tries not to seem too eager, but fails miserably. "Daddy, please, no." MJ was hemorrhaging sweat as she panted and grunted through her memory. Mommy, it's JJ, find my JJ." MJ's voice was little more than a pathetic squeal. "Who are the wolves, MJ?" Julie demanded, and Dante looked up at her with caution. "What are their names?" the doctor demanded, and MJ just started to cry harder. "Please, I don't want to. He's going to kill them." MJ's voice had returned to a more adult tone, and Dante was slightly confused. He suddenly felt the nauseating feeling of discomfort wave through him, and his inner beast surfaced once more. "Stop!" "This," now the wolf demanded, and Dante could not understand why he seemed to be so uneasy about Julie's hypnotherapy. MJ's body was still sweating, and her breathing was now coming out in short, shuddered gasps matching the shaking her body was doing. "MJ, who are the wolves with you?" Julie asked, and Dante furrowed his brow. That was a strangely vague way to ask her about her memory, Dante thought. MJ groaned and thrashed her legs. As she moved, her voice became clouded with the uncomfortable sound of the wolf's growl to accompany her sleepy pleas for relief. "What is the wolf's name, MJ?" Julie demanded, and again, "No," MJ groaned, her voice still saturated with the discomfort of her inner beast. "What is the wolf's name, MJ?" Julie's voice was a relentless bark, and MJ's body responded to the sound almost like it caused her physical pain. Nova. MJ's voice was a heavy Goran, and Dante could now feel the painful struggle between them. "Julie, stop! They are in pain!" Dante whispered, and Julie ignored him. "What is the wolf's name?" Every word seemed to cause a physical attack on the unconscious woman's body, and Dante could feel the strain it was causing the wolf to keep her calm. "Run, mommy, stop!" Jay's voice was small and childlike again, as her body tossed around on the bed. "MollyJay, what is the wolf's name?" Julie almost screamed every word, and MJ gasped. "Theron!" She groaned. "She is going to kill me. What do I, Her voice was again very adult and terrified. Julie suddenly grabbed MJ by the shoulders, holding her down on the bed. "MJ, the wolf is doing something to you, isn't he? What is it?" MJ answered by screaming, and suddenly the wolf within erupted from her throat in a thunderous growl. Dante's knees almost buckled underneath him as the sudden drain of energy zapped him from head to toe in seconds. "Stop her. Now, boy." The words Theron spoke to his human companion were desperate and vague. Dante could feel the unease of the wolf and the confused panic of MJ all at the same time. It made his body feel weak and jittery. "Jules, stop," Dante said, almost exhausted, and watched as Julie glanced sideways at him and almost scoffed. "John was right about you, Dante," she whispered, trying to hold MJ on the bed. "Without that wolf, you are weak." Her words were curt and laced with venom. Dante knew that Julie had some sort of sick-hate relationship with him and Theo, but he never thought she was completely heartless. MJ's body continued to convulse, and Julie watched as small, thick, almost fiber-optic red hairs began to breach the surface of every pore on MJ's exposed skin. As the unconscious woman opened her mouth, Julie watched her gums begin to bleed slightly as her canines grew, if only slightly in length. The sound of tearing material caught Dante's attention, and he noticed that her hands were covered in coarse, red fur as her nails and fingers adjusted in length. "I need your help, you dick," Dante groaned inwardly at his wolf and felt the beast push forward. With lightning speed and a sudden flash of energy renewed, Dante flew toward the doctor, grabbing her by the back of the head. Dante pulled Julie away from MJ and grasped her jaw tightly with his other hand. Julie's eyes grew wide with terror as a swirl of gold and black mixed through the assassin's eyes. "Clap or die," he roared in her face before pushing her toward the bed. Julie clapped her hands as MJ's body flailed. "Kill him!" MJ screamed as Dante grabbed one of her wrists. Her free hand grasped his throat, sinking her nails deep into the soft flesh. Dante roared in pain and pulled her hand away from his throat. MJ started to blink and gasp for air as her surroundings began to change and swirl again. This time, the face of a dying man replaced by the horrific shock in Dante's eyes, as MJ looked down to find her hand around his throat, blood streaming down his neck and her arm in ribbons. MJ jerked her body backwards into the arms of Julie, who was looking down on her with a cold indifference. "It's all right, MJ. I have you." MJ felt Theron's anger, and she shoved the doctor away, grabbing the bed. Dante took very little time to regain his composure, and his fury exploded through the room. "I will kill you," he screamed, jumping for Julie when MJ tried to stand in his way, but suddenly threw her body over the end of the bed and began to vomit profusely. Dante ran to her side and began to rub her back as she retched the contents of her stomach onto the floor. Julie simply strode past them. "I will get the staff to clean this up. I think we better stop. For now, that is. Your mental status is much more fragile than anticipated, and I will need time to adjust." As MJ's gut-wrenching purges turned to gasps for air, Dante held out a strip of the sheets she shredded so that she could wipe her face. The three of them halted all current activity as shoes were heard rustling down the hall, as the sound indicated the arrival of several people. Dante scooped MJ from the end of the bed and held her as she curled her trembling body into his chest and tried to breathe. He could feel her confusion, and the fact that her body was still trembling while her clothes were soaked in dream fever sweat had him feeling extra protective of her at the moment. Beth, John Pearl, Moxie, and Jay all appeared filing into the room with identical, wide-eyed looks of concern and intrigue. John glanced from his sister to the shuddering woman Dante was holding and folded his arms over his chest. "Looks like my sister did a bang-up job butchering your mate assassin. Good work. I knew you two were made for each other." John's voice was cocky, but before anyone could retort, MJ pushed herself from Dante's arms and he set her tenderly on the floor, allowing her to move freely but staying close to her back should she still need his strength. Dante placed his arm around her waist as MJ almost stumbled forward to address the newly arrived crowd, her eyes still half closed and groggy. "Mommy." MJ grumbled and John leaned down to look into her eyes. "Fuck this one up good, didn't we, sis?" John mocked, and suddenly MJ's eyes flew open, the hair on her body standing on end. She grabbed John by the throat with so much force, the grown man almost squeaked like a small child. "Why would I trade for something worthless?" she screamed, and Dante looked at Julie. "What the fuck did you do?" he yelled as John scratched at MJ's arm trying to get a better breath. Moxie groaned, and Beth covered her mouth with her hand, while Jay launched his body at Julie, bringing both of them to the floor. Dante released MJ's waist long enough to clap as loudly as he could 3 times. "MollyJay," he yelled, and she instantly dropped John, grabbing her head and screaming before Dante dove to catch the woman so exhausted she was falling like a downed tree. "My light in the darkness, my shadow in the light." Azriel ushered his mate quickly by the arm toward their private quarters to avoid any eavesdropping ears who might be looking for good gossip around the pack. Slow down," Lila begged her husband as her legs almost doubled the speed of his. Azriel grunted and opened a door at the end of one of the winding corridors before locking it behind him. The Alpha and Beta continued to walk through the hall silently until Azriel pulled open yet another door and ushered Lila inside before looking around and locking the door behind them. "Were you going to tell me, or was I to find out on my own?" The Alpha's tone was unmistakably agitated. Lila licked her lips and shook her head just slightly. "Don't be angry, my love. I was planning to tell you after I visited with the Den Mother." The anger Azriel had been using to armor himself faded away the moment his mate opened her mouth. He crossed the empty room to sit in a chair that was covered by a sheet. Lila strode toward her mate and planted herself gingerly in his lap. Azriel wrapped his hands around her waist and inhaled as deeply as he could while Lila combed her fingers through his hair. Azriel nuzzled into Lila's stomach. "He is strong, I can smell him on you." The Alpha's voice was a level above a growl, and Lila grabbed his head with both her hands, bringing him to her chest. "As strong as his father, my Alpha," she cooed to him as she continued to stroke his scalp with her fingers. Lila pushed Azriel away from her, just enough to look into his eyes. My loving husband, my Alpha, my friend, are you sure we should do this again?" Lila's eyes floated toward the door. I mean, is it fair to hide them the way we have, my love? Is it wise to bring more life into this world? Azriel put his index finger under Lila's chin and gently brought her eyes to his. Anything we do together is a victory, my love. The 3 beautiful gifts you have given me are something I will never be worthy of, no matter what I do. The alpha blinked tears from his eyes and brought his hand to Lila's stomach. And this baby will be another gift I can never repay you for. Lila put both of her hands over the one Azriel was holding on her stomach, and she pressed her forehead against her mate's. This one is special, I can feel it. Azriel chuckled and kissed Lila's nose. All of our children are special, my love. They are made from you. After simply enjoying the silent company of each other's arms for what seemed like too long and not long enough, the pair made their way out of the secluded part of the pack house. Lila reached for her phone when she felt the buzz of a message. The commander is back, she said softly. That was fast. That means either really good news or really bad news, Azriel stated bluntly. Lila shook her head with worry as they made their way back toward the center of the pack house. Do you think the pearls are done with Dante and MJ yet? Lila asked, and Azriel wrapped his arm around her waist, kissing the top of her head. You really like her, don't you? He laughed, and she smiled at him so wide it could have lit up the room. Yes, I do. She is the first Omega I have met who is... The rest of Lila's sentence died in her throat, and Azriel squeezed her hip as they walked. Who is like you? He offered, and she only wrapped her arms around his waist, hiding her face into his chest. Azriel stopped and turned to face Lila. The giant tree of a man dropped to his knees and reached up to squeeze Lila's fingers. You are my greatest love, Lila. Please don't ever hide anything from me, especially the way you feel. Lila leaned down and cupped the strong, pronounced jaw of her alpha. You are my light in the darkness, my shadow in the light, my greatest love. Her words were strong, but tears licked the corners of her eyes. I do not ever wish for you to feel like I hide myself from you. Azriel squeezed Lila around the waist and stood with her in his arms. It's settled then, we share the big news with the Dante and MJ, along with the rest of the hunters, he excitedly announced and gave Lila a devious grin. Shall we crash their med hall party and see what mischief our pack has been getting up to in our absence? Azriel gently deposited Lila onto the floor as they made their way through the maze of stone halls and courtyards, headed for the med hall to share their newfound joy. As the Alpha and Beta made their way outside, Azriel knelt down on one knee. My loyal Beta, please allow me the honor of escorting you to the med hall the safest way possible. Lila giggled and hopped on Azriel's back with her arms around his neck. The Alpha slid his hands behind her knees and squeezed her thigh just a little. Have I ever told you that your skin looks like candy and tastes better than the sweetest caramels? Lila giggled and nipped gently at Azriel's earlobe. You know that mouth of yours is the reason we keep having to add bedrooms to the pack house. Azriel laughed from low in his diaphragm, and the sound sent shivers through Lila's entire body. Lila, my love, I don't think my mouth is what gave us our beautiful children, but I would be happy to test the theory if you would rather. Azriel did not finish his sentence as he heard the subtle sound of his mate's irritated growl, so instead the Alpha took to walking toward the med hall. He could have run or shifted and got there faster. But Azriel and Lila rarely got to spend time alone together, so Azriel took that time whenever he could get it. World's weirdest evergreen. As they walked, Lila kicked her legs back and forth and chatted playfully about the sun and the flowers and all the small things Azriel never took time to notice until he met her. Do you think MJ will stay with us? Azriel chuckled a little. I think at least for now she feels at home here. But you know as well as I do that pack life isn't for everyone. Lila hummed her agreement and squeezed Azriel around the neck a little as they walked. She fits in really well with the hunters. Even the commander seems to have a peculiar relationship with her. This time it was Azriel who hummed in agreeance. Although, I must say I thought they were all more responsible than to bring a human girl to the safe house. Azriel almost growled, especially with walkers roaming about. Lila squeezed her legs around Azriel's waist. If any more shit about it, especially Dante, you know how he feels about you, and I think it hits him the hardest. Lila leaned forward and rested her cheek on his. After all, she is his mate. Azriel leaned into Lila's touch as he grunted his brief argument. Happy Beta, happy Alpha, was all he said. Do you think she will like the training yard? Azriel laughed, remembering when he first brought Lila to the pack house. Remember when I first brought you home, Lai? They both laughed. Yay, you showed me all the gardens, the library, and all your art. Azriel laughed, shaking his head. Yay, all the good it did me. I thought I was bringing home this tender flower that needed to be cared for and doted on. Lila pushed herself up high on his back. And just what did you bring home, Mr. Big Bad Alpha? Azriel spun around in a circle, causing Lila to squeal and laugh excitedly. I brought home the world's weirdest evergreen. Azriel began walking again, and Lila continued to laugh. What? Why? Asriel's laugh echoed through the maze of trees as the med hall breached the horizon, because with all the beautiful things I showed you and tried to give to you, the thing that lit your face up the most was the damn training yard. Lila sucked her teeth. That's not true. She teased, our room was my favorite. Asriel squeezed the soft knees of the woman wrapped around his back, and she squealed as she giggled and wiggled around. Before the alpha could counter, his mate had locked her ankles around his waist and was cinching them up tight around the underside of his ribs, allowing him to exhale as much as he wanted, but inhaling was harder, and he could only do so in short bursts. As Asriel moved his arms to pry her legs open, Lila took the advantage and wrapped her arms around his neck, clasping one hand in the crook of her elbow and flexing her bicep, closing the triangular space between Asriel's throat and her arms. As his breathing became ragged, Lila felt the familiar swirl of calyx, and for as long as they had been tethered to each other, she still had not become used to using his power. Lila instantly released her hold and hopped off Asriel's back, smoothing out her long, free-flowing sundress. Asriel spun around to search the eyes of the woman he loved most. After all this time, he still makes you nervous? Asriel's voice was soft but stern. It wasn't really a question as much as it was an observation that hurt him. Lila brushed her fingers over his cheek. I am hoping MJ can help us with that. Asriel closed his eyes and leaned into the small, soft flesh of her hand. He grabbed her small fingers with his large hands and began to assault each of her fingers with his lips as he laid small, chaste kisses on them. He would never hurt you. Lee, you have to know that he loves you. Maybe even more than I do. At the strange confession, Lila jerked her hand from Asriel's, and she shot him an angry glare. Don't say that. Don't you ever say that you can't compare one person's love to another. That's not fair. Asriel stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Lila. You are right as always, my love. I am sorry. His immediate submission had Lila off her guard, long enough for Asriel to capture her lips in a triumphant kiss. As they broke for air, Lila smiled and playfully slapped Asriel in the chest. You can't solve every disagreement with kisses, you big goof. Asriel squeezed her body into his. I know, I also need chocolate and flowers, she laughed and rolled her eyes. How about a 5K run in the yard today? Lila asked with devious mischief, lighting up her eyes, and Asriel nuzzled into her neck. As you wish, my love. Lila pushed her side into Asriel as much as she could, as the med hall building crept closer and closer to them. Asriel suddenly stopped. What's the matter, my love? Lila asked, and Asriel straightened his back as he looked around them. I smell walkers, Lee. The alpha grumbled, and before he could react, Lila spun around using Asriel's shoulders as an anchor and shot into the air with a spinning back kick. A large figure tumbled sideways, and to Lila's absolute horror, Sam flew to the ground on her knees. Are you all right, Commander? She squealed. And the lump on the floor groaned as it rolled over to reveal Ace. Lila clasped her hands over her mouth. Ace, I am so sorry. Are you all right? Her voice could barely be heard over the sound of Asriel's laughter. Ace sat up, rubbing his shoulder. Of course, Beta, he groaned. I should know better than to not announce myself. Lila tisked in protest. Ace, if you call me Beta one more time outside of the ceremony, I'm going to order you to serve breakfast to all the unmated wolves in your unmentionables for a week. Do we understand each other? Lila shot Sam a coy smile, and Sam sucked her lips into her mouth, clamping down with her teeth to avoid the smile threatening her face. Ace's eyes grew wide, and he scrambled to his feet. Understood, B. Lila. He stumbled over his words and his feet, and Sam had to turn away to avoid laughing at the stumbling boy. Lila always turned Ace into. She was the one female Ace could not intimidate. Sure, when Lila first moved to the pack house, she had been terrified of Ace, but after training with the hunters for months, Lila and Ace had developed a strange but solid relationship that revolved around Lila, constantly making Ace as uncomfortable as possible. I am so sorry we spoiled your walk, Lila, Sam offered. We were headed to the med hall to drop off a couple bodies we brought back. Sam jabbed her thumb behind her, and Lila peeked around the slender woman to see large hemp bags soaked in blood and covered in flies. Lila wrinkled her nose. Are they? She didn't finish, she just looked between Sam and Ace. Yes, Sam said, her voice heavy with melancholy. Ace stepped forward, putting his hand on Sam's shoulder and squeezing gently. She looked up at him and smiled before he dropped his hand and turned to face Asriel. We found a few walkers wandering around near the swamp, and after we killed a few, Sam here noticed something strange about 2 of them, so we thought we would bring the bodies back and have the pearls do what they do. Lila noticed that Sam seemed almost pale. Are you all right, Sam? Lila asked, and Sam swallowed. Yay, I just can't get used to killing them. It's not their fault, you know? Lila stepped forward and grabbed Sam around the shoulders, pulling her into a hug. You are the most amazing soul, Sam. Has anyone ever told you that? Sam's voice caught in her throat as she let out a strangled whimper. Sam wrapped her arms around Lila and began to sob into the thick braid of a woman almost an entire foot shorter than she was. Azriel put his hand on Sam's back, rubbing back and forth between her shoulder blades. The young hunter sniffled and wiped her face as she stepped back from the comfort of her beta's arms. Take comfort in knowing their sacrifice is to better understand them so that maybe someday we can reverse the effects or stop them completely. Azriel's voice was solid but soft, and Sam nodded her head as she began to wipe her eyes. Ace grunted and cupped Sam's elbow. "Don't rub your eyes," he said impatiently, and then offered her a handkerchief. "Here, take this." Ace's voice was demanding, but for some reason Sam took comfort in it. "Yes, of course. Thank you, Commander," she said quietly, and Ace turned, picking up the dripping, stinking sacks of rotting carcass. "I had better get these inside so the pearls can get them on ice," Ace grumbled. "Don't need them decomposing any more than they already are." Azriel sauntered over to Ace and took one of the bodies from him. "Come on, Commander. Let's let our ladies walk in the beautiful trees without the stink of walkers." Ace rolled his eyes. "She is not my lady, Alpha. Sam is a talented hunter, and I look out for her is all." Ace tried to sneak a glance at Sam, but as he did, he saw the smile on her face, and his eyes lingered with want. Azriel let a low laugh gurgle in his throat. "You can lie with your mouth, Ace, but your eyes will always tell the truth." Ace snapped his vision to the floor and sagged his shoulders with the weight of the body he was dragging. "I don't know what that means, Alpha. This thing stinks. Let's not waste any more time." Azriel simply shook his head and walked shoulder to shoulder with one of his most trusted and loyal brothers, but he still felt like this man was somewhat of a stranger to him. "I don't remember what I remember." As the four of them reached the doors of the med hall, Azriel and Ace both dropped the bodies they were carrying and threw the doors open. Lila and Sam looked at each other in a flash of confusion as the sound of yelling and screaming voices could be heard pouring out. Ace and Azriel looked at each other and nodded. "Pearls," they said in unison, and took off down the hall, with Lila and Sam close on their heels. As the Alpha and his second-in-command neared the source of the commotion, loud shouting could be heard. "It has already been confirmed with a blood test. It was John's voice, and he was cut off by a very angry-sounding Jay. "Shut the fuck up, Pearl. How do you know she even wants to know about her family? How do we know you didn't tamper with the blood somehow for one of your sick experiments?" Azriel spun on his heels facing Lila and Sam. "Sam, I want you to stay with Lila." His voice was more commanding than necessary, and Sam looked at him with wide eyes. "Yes, Alpha," she barked immediately, and Lila crossed her arms. Now who has trust issues?" she teased, and Azriel grabbed her hands tenderly, pulling her close. "I would never forgive myself if anything ever happened to you, Lee." The vulnerable-sounding Alpha reached down and placed one of his hands flat on her stomach, or that precious little cargo, with his half-whispered confession. Ace and Sam looked at each other, and on this rare occasion, Sam was met with the dazzling smile Ace could pull off when he wanted to. Lila only growled at Azriel. "You did that on purpose, you ass. Now go make sure we don't need to bury anybody else." As the words passed Lila's lips, Sam shivered and glanced toward the bodies they had left outside like garbage. Ace nugged Sam's shoulder. "You ended a suffering they would never have been free of otherwise." Sam ducked her chin into her chest as she nodded. Ace lifted Sam's chin with his index finger so that her eyes met his. "Don't cry, Sam," he said softly. "You are a hunter. Be strong for the ones who can no longer be." She nodded and wrapped her arms around his chest, hugging him briefly before pushing herself away. Ace was surprised by the act and had no time to act or speak before the alien action had both begun and ended. Again, yelling could be heard from down the hall. "Dante, you need to relax." It was Beth's voice. "Jay, I can assure you, John did not tamper with the samples. I was in the room the entire time." As Ace picked up his pace, Azriel put his hand out to stop him and motioned for him to stay silent and stand by. "You guys, I would really like to know what the fuck is going on." This time it was MJ's voice, and she sounded exhausted and half irritated. "What do you mean about my blood? Confirmed what?" Julie could be heard laughing. "Go on. Jay." Her voice was cut short by the sound of low groaning. "Keep his name out of your mouth, bitch, or lose that tongue you love so much." This time it was Moxie, and both Ace and Azriel shot for the room entrance, wasting no more time. As soon as they breached the threshold, Azriel was almost shocked. The room was in shambles. Paper was in shreds all over the floor. The hospital bed was turned over, and the bedding was also shredded and strewn about the room. Dante was almost holding MJ upright while John stood leaning against a counter with a cocky grin as Moxie held Julie by the jaw with two of his fingers jammed into her mouth, and Jay stood in the center of the room, seething as Beth stood between him and John. Azriel crossed his arms and spoke with the authority of an alpha, but the love of a father. "Well, I can see we are all demonstrating what a wonderful family unit we are to our newest pack member." As if they were children being chastised by a parent, both Moxie and Jay folded their shoulders and chins in on themselves as they abandoned their assault on the two doctors and faced their alpha with absolute loyalty and submission. Even Dante bowed his head but did not move from his current position as MJ's kickstand. Azriel looked around the room and then motioned for Ace to retrieve the chair that was carelessly laying on top of the back countertop, no doubt having been thrown there. Ace did as silently asked without hesitation and placed the chair upright in front of Azriel, who motioned for MJ to sit down. She scrunched her nose. With all due respect, Alpha. Azriel cut her off by placing his hand, palm out in front of her. With all due respect, MJ, my name is Azriel, and I wasn't asking. He gave her a kind but pointed look and motioned for her to take the seat. MJ moved toward the chair, and as her legs started to give, she reached out for the floor, but was surprised when Dante's hand clasped hers instead, and he braced her weight so she could use him as a crutch. Dante held MJ's waist as she made her way to the chair Azriel had set out for her, and she made a slight popping noise as her wet clothes hit the cold leather of the seat. Azriel rounded the front of the chair and squatted down to meet MJ's eyes with his. Why don't you tell me what happened? He looked around. Since I am not sure these dumbasses can put their personal shit aside to give an honest account. Azriel gave MJ a sarcastic grin and winked at her. Although she felt like she had been crushed under a ton of water, she gave him a weak smile. MJ leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Unfortunately, you have to ask Julie, because I don't remember what I remember. Azriel folded his fingers together and adjusted his position on his haunches, taking a long, deep breath. Julie, Azriel said, and MJ turned her head to watch Julie's entire body respond to the sound of the Alpha's voice. Julie straightened herself. Well, Alpha, we can say the blood samples are conclusive. The hypnotherapy session was a huge success. We managed to confirm through memory analysis that MJ is indeed. Julie's clinical report to Azriel was stopped as Jay screamed in her direction. We can't trust anything. You conclude, you fucking brain butcher. How do we know you didn't plant memories in her head to fuck with all of us? Azriel snapped his fingers and motioned to both Ace and Moxie, who promptly grabbed Jay and ushered him out of the room. Azriel stood and looked at his watch. Unfortunately, we do not have time to do this now. The hunters need to report to the training yard. MJ watched as Azriel seemed to almost switch personalities as he started to delegate. Beth, I hate to insult your medical expertise, but if you would grant an overworked Alpha the footnotes version of the assassin's status? Beth smiled and bowed her head slightly. Of course, Alpha, the assassin is clear to return to duty as long as he does not experience any dizziness or loss of sense of smell, then he is clear. Azriel nodded appreciatively to Beth and turned his attention. Julie, I would like for you and John. Azriel looked the male doctor up and down. What on earth happened to your hand? The Alpha demanded, and John's face lit up as he glanced at MJ. Oh, this, he said, holding up his injured hand. The assassin's mate bit off my thumb, Alpha. Whether John's explanation was finished or not did not matter, because Azriel laughed before covering his mouth and turning to MJ. Want to talk about it? The Alpha raised his eyebrows as she looked at him with wide childlike eyes, and he saw the innocence of his own children in them.
Penny for your sadness. MJ thought she was going to panic. He wanted to analyze my daddy issues, and I just I don't know. MJ looked up at Azriel again, still chewing on her lip as the Alpha crossed his arms over his chest and hummed. For reasons unknown to herself, MJ had the brilliant idea to try and explain to Azriel that she felt remorse, but instead she just blurted, I offered to spit on it. And the room fell completely silent for moments, followed by the distant yet unmistakable sound of female laughter, followed by Dante, then Moxie and Jay, all letting the infection of a giggle play just under the surface, until it exploded with Azriel and Ace finally joining the gaggle of laughing wolves. MJ buried her head in her hands and slouched forward. That's not what I meant, she mumbled, and Azriel touched her shoulder gently. I understand, and although we will be discussing this incident later, do not worry. MJ locked eyes with Azriel and saw no lie in his face. There are members of this pack who've done far worse to one another than bite off a digit or two, he explained, and MJ nodded, although she wasn't sure she understood or even wanted to. Lila and Sam popped into the room and rushed to MJ's side. Are you okay? The woman said in unison, and MJ smiled. Yay, but I don't recommend forgetting anything important. That shit sucks. All three women laughed, and as MJ glanced at Julie, she noticed the woman stood with an almost cloud of loneliness over her. Hey, Doc, MJ yelled with the energy she was slowly regaining. Thanks for, Julie seemed to smile and nodded at her, but as her eyes crossed with Lila's, she immediately looked toward the floor, and MJ noticed the sweet demeanor Lila carried, seemed to moment fade airily before she brought her attention back to MJ. So if you are done here, would you like a tour of the training yard? Lila offered, and Azriel cleared his throat. I'm not sure that's a good idea for her just yet, or for you at all. The Alpha's tone had Ace and Sam exchanging private glances as Moxie and Jay whispered to each other. MJ stood tall and refreshed. She wasn't sure if it was just her telling herself she was okay, or if Theron had worked her back to normal, but she felt just as good as she had this morning. It's all right, Alpha. I feel great, and I would love a tour. MJ mused. Lila and Sam high-fived, and Azriel just shook his head as he looked at Dante. Help Ace bring our new guests into the morgue, he said somberly. Dante glanced at Ace, and the commander just jerked his head toward the exit. Dante grabbed MJ by the hands. I have to help. He glanced at Ace quickly. I have to work. Dante corrected, and MJ arched an eyebrow, but nodded anyway. She squeezed his hands and smiled. Okay, I guess I'm going to the training yard with Leela Sue. Dante leaned down and kissed MJ on the cheek. I will meet you there, hot stuff, he winked, and she rolled her eyes, smiling at his playful new pet name for her. MJ watched as Ace and Dante jogged down the hall, moving with a mirror-like ability she could only marvel at. John, I would like you and Julie to examine a couple of walker bodies. Sam and Ace brought back. You will discuss all findings with the commander before and after the necropsy. Are we clear? John and Julie both bowed their heads and left the room. Azriel turned his attention to the remaining members in the room. Lila, my love, if you would escort the rest of the hunters and MJ to the training yard for their daily workout, while I wait for the commander to brief me on their discovery, I would... Leela crossed her arms over her chest and made a disapproving snorting noise in her throat. You really expect me to believe you are asking me to escort all of them and not the other way around? Lila gave her mate a small sideways grin, and he simply bowed his head slightly. There is no matching your wit, my beta, but please humor an overprotective father. Lila smiled and nodded. All right, you scraggly excuses for hunters, let's move, she hollered, and Moxie and Jay exchanged looks of shock, while Sam just laughed. Azriel shook his head. MJ, I will join you and Lila in the training yard shortly. Perhaps you and I can get to know each other a little better? The words Azriel spoke sounded like a request, but MJ got the feeling it was more of a statement and less of a question. Of course, Alp. Azriel. MJ corrected herself as quickly as she could and was rewarded when Azriel laughed loud and heavy before placing his hand on her shoulder. You fit in here, MJ, Azriel said, and the words were simple, but they meant so much more to her than just being 4 little words she had to blink back tears. Azriel furrowed his brow and crossed his arms over his chest once more. All right, young lady, get a move on, he snapped playfully, and then leaned in close to MJ's ear. Watch out for our beloved Beta. She is carrying. Azriel pulled back to see the joy and shock on MJ's face. The Alpha quickly kissed his mate and set off back toward the direction the doctors had disappeared toward.
Would you like us to keep lookout, Beta? Moxie snapped, and Lila almost jumped with the force of his voice. Mox, that is unnecessary. I believe I would be more satisfied if we all arrived together like the pack we are. Lila's voice was soft, but firm, and MJ noticed that Moxie seemed to be completely disarmed by the tenderness his Beta showed to him. Lila looped her arm with MJ's. You are going to love the training yard. She gushed. Anything and everything a wolf could want is at your fingertips. The excited look on Lila's face had MJ distracted from the reason she had been so upset in the first place. And the fact that Jay chose to not walk with them but rather behind them had MJ wondering if she had done or said something to upset him during her time with Julie. As the 5 wolves made their way out of the med hall and through the winding trees, MJ noticed they seemed to be changing. Hey, are the trees different here? She asked and was rewarded by Sam, Moxie, and Jay laughing, while Lila shushed them. Yes, Azriel had them planted this way on purpose, Lila explained, and Moxie ran up next to MJ. Didn't you ever notice how close they all are? That doesn't happen naturally, you know. MJ rolled her eyes. Moxie trees grow close together all the time. I meant, why are they different types? Moxie shrugged, and Lila laughed, shaking her head. Azriel is a man of peace, but he also knows that to maintain peace, you must be willing to cause chaos. MJ looked at Lila curiously, and she laughed. What kind are they? MJ asked, looking up at the surrounding foliage. Well, I know the ones surrounding most of the grounds are a mix of pine, ash, and cedar. Lila said as she pointed to a few trees, but there are some only around the training yard that are full of thorns. I'm not sure what they are, though. MJ nodded as Lila spoke as she was looked around. MJ noticed that Jay kept glancing at her, but mostly he stayed secluded to the back. Sam would venture back to say a few things to him as they made their way further into the dense forested area, but Jay stayed as far away from MJ and Lila as he could, and MJ didn't understand. Before her hypnotherapy with Julie, Jay had been one of the loudest and proudest to call her family, but she felt like he suddenly didn't want anything to do with her. She sighed, and Sam's hand on her shoulder brought her out of her sad thoughts. Penny, for your sadness? Sam said sweetly, and MJ smiled. I thought it was a penny for your thoughts. Sam shook her head. My Grams used to say you can't buy someone's thoughts, but you can buy their sadness. MJ noticed that Sam seemed to have a glint of sadness in her eyes as she talked about her grandmother, and she smiled softly. It must be nice to have memories of family to look back on. MJ said almost far away. and Lila and Sam exchanged looks as Moxie took off running and jumped up the side of one of the trees. "Moxie, you are worse than Adler," Lila yelled as she ran to the bottom of the tree. Moxie was now scaling like it was a standard set of stepping stones. MJ looked at Sam. "Who's Adler?" she asked, and Sam suddenly looked at the beta and then back to MJ. She stuttered, and Lila laughed, waving her hands. "Go on, Sam. It's fine." And to MJ's surprise, Lila pulled the bottom of her dress between her legs and tucked it into her waist before she jumped up into the tree after Moxie. Sam ran to the bottom of the tree. "Beta, please be careful. The alpha will rip out my throat if anything happens to you." And up the tree Sam went. MJ stuffed her hands into her pockets and walked along the floor, following the 3 primate-looking humans jumping through the trees. She shook her head when she suddenly felt a warm, comforting presence next to her. She turned to see Jay walking next to her. He was still looking at the floor with his hands clenched into fists. "Adler is the alpha and beta's second oldest," he said plainly, and MJ nodded her head, appreciative of the explanation, but unsure of how to approach the awkward feeling between them. MJ licked her lips. "They don't eat with everyone else?" she asked, hoping Jay would open up to her more, and she was rewarded when he glanced at her, almost relaxing his rigid posture. "The alpha and beta keep their children safe." MJ looked at Jay with a strange expression. "Are they not safe in the pack?" she asked, not understanding, as she had seen other children during their meals. Jay shook his head. "It's not that the pack isn't safe, it's just that the less people know and or think about the alpha's legacy, the better." He explained, "Originals are powerful, especially if they made an omega, and the children they bear are incredibly powerful." Jay nodded. "Hey Jay, can I ask you something? About wolves, I mean?" MJ asked. She was insanely curious and had been since she met the alpha and his brother, but didn't know if it was an appropriate thing to asking about their lineage. "Sure, I'm no history buff, but I know some things." MJ was glad to hear the familiar tone return to Jay's voice and decided to chalk his behavior earlier up to prolonged exposure to the Pearl siblings. MJ bit her lip. "Okay, I know that someday Alpha Calyx will pass on to the alpha's kids, but how does he decide if they have more than one?" She looked at Jay, who was simply smiling at her. He offered her his elbow as they walked, and she happily took it. "Not a cat, a wolf." Jay pointed towards some trees as they passed. Azrael had these trees planted in specific patterns to make sure he could keep the pack safe inside and make it harder to infiltrate should something like that ever happen. MJ looked at Jay with furrowed brows but did not interrupt as he motioned around. "You will notice they get closer together as we get closer to the training yard." MJ looked around, and for the first time she did notice the trees seemed to be thicker here. Jay pulled away from her arm and began to swing himself around several of the trunks in a weaving pattern. "See, the more familiar you are with your surroundings, the better prepared you are." Suddenly, Jay disappeared behind a tree and did not come out. MJ walked over and peered behind it, but he was gone. Slightly confused, MJ turned around in a complete circle, and still no Jay. She could no longer hear the laughter and chatter of the others in the canopy above. "Jay?" MJ called out, and from close behind her she heard him answer, "Yes, M." MJ spun around and almost screamed as he was so close to her she almost bumped into his chest. "What the hell are you doing? You scared the shit out of me." MJ's heart was racing. Jay laughed at her. "That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard you say." MJ looked at him confused, and Jay only laughed harder. "You're a wolf, sis?" he said like it was the explanation to everything, and MJ just rolled her eyes. Jay leaned his back against a tree and began to rub the trunk between his shoulders. "Come on, Em, think. Exercise your brain and your body," he offered, and MJ licked her lips thinking, "Okay, so I should have been able to smell you?" she offered, and Jay snapped his fingers. "Bingo, little sis. You are a wolf, so your instinct should have been to scent me out rather than try to find me with your eyes." MJ nodded slowly, taking the information. "Can we do it again?" she asked, and Jay laughed. "Sure, let's play hide and seek, or how about blind tag?" he said with an almost yelp of excitement in his voice, and suddenly MJ felt like she had heard him say that before, but she couldn't put her finger on it. "Hey, you listening?" Jay said suddenly, and MJ blinked, bringing herself back from her own foggy thoughts. "Yay, I'm sorry, déjà vu, I guess," she said, and Jay nodded with a slightly skeptical look in his eye. "Okay, I want you to close your eyes." MJ looked at him and squinted before she closed her eyes. She felt him grab a hold of her hands and turn her in a circle. "You saw your surroundings before you closed your eyes, right?" Jay asked, and MJ nodded her head vigorously. "Good, picture it in your mind. Smell the trees, feel the air, smell everything around you." Jay's voice was almost tranquil, and MJ smiled. "I can see you. I can see the way you smell without my eyes open," she chirped, and Jay laughed. "Good, now I'm going to let go of you, and I want you to find me without your eyes. Do you think you can do that?" Jay didn't wait for her to answer. He jerked out of her grasp, and MJ heard a swift scratching noise before silence. "Jay," she almost whispered, and when no answer came, she tried to do exactly what he had told her. She couldn't see anything around the imagined landscape behind her shielded eyes, and suddenly she felt something nudge her shoulder. "Better pick it up, sis. Mox is coming back this way and he doesn't play nice like me." MJ spun around and brushed her hand against his shirt. "Come on, Em, you can do better than that. Concentrate." MJ spun around again. This time, Jay's voice sounded like it had come from the other side of her, and she opened her eyes. She could see his scent trail, and noticed that it was heavy around the base of a few trees, but it was also above her in the canopy. And she remembered watching Moxie and the others, so she looked up, and Jay was sitting on one of the thicker branches in a tree with his arms crossed, looking at her. "You are a cheater," he accused playfully, and slid down from the branch. Jay opened his mouth to say something else, but he suddenly looked off in the distance and then smiled at her. "I'm gonna tie my shirt around your face if you open them again. Got it?" MJ looked at him surprised. He did not sound at all like he was joking. She thought, "No, I can keep them closed on my own, but aren't we supposed to meet up with the others at the training yard?" Jay did not answer her inquiry. Instead, he put his hand over her eyes. "We are always in the training yard. Think of this as your first lesson. Now close the eyeballs." MJ let out a sigh and closed her eyes. "Okay. Closed now, what?" She felt Jay's hand leave her face, but he never answered her. MJ tried to picture the forest around her, but instead, all she could focus on were the shadows and slight bending glow of light behind her eyelids. After trying a few more times with no success to picture her surroundings, MJ let a defeated puff of air escape her chest. "Jay, this is stupid, and I can't do it. I'm just gonna—" MJ's defeated plea was cut short when a sudden rush of air flew past her, and a small stinging sensation lit up her arm. "Ouch! Did you seriously just pinch me?" she asked, and was rewarded with the sound of laughter. To MJ's surprise, she could see the vibrating waves from Jay's laughter and spun her body to the side. As the shadows from the trees and the sun continued to dance behind her eyes, she tried to find the moving shadow that could be Jay, but everything kept mixing together, and it was frustrating. MJ tried to concentrate but could not seem to bring the images back to herself. "Jay, I can't do it," she almost whined, and then heard the sound of pounding feet behind her. She spun around and suddenly a flash of color appeared in front of her, and she grabbed at it, clutching a shirt. MJ squealed in triumph. "Got you." But before she could open her eyes, the sound of Jay's voice came from behind her. "Not me," he said, and before she could even venture a guess, a warm, wet tongue spread from her chin to her cheekbones. "Oh, fucking gross." She whined and opened her eyes to see Moxie standing there with a grin so wide, MJ swore she could see all of his teeth. Suddenly the smile left Moxie's face. "You cheated, little sister. Close them peepers." The sound that came out of Moxie was a level above a growl, and MJ felt Theron's guard raise like the hair on a cat's back. "Better run, little sister. Like Jay said, I don't play nice," Moxie teased, and MJ watched in horror as his eyes lit up with a yellow glow. He started to laugh maliciously as his shift began to take place. MJ stumbled backwards in shock as Moxie ripped through his human skin and his wolf form popped from the remains like a fresh daisy in the winter snow. As Moxie turned to face her, MJ's heart was pounding in her chest. She was pretty sure he wouldn't hurt her, but for whatever reason she was afraid of him all of a sudden. MJ put her arms out in front of her, but was suddenly grabbed by the shoulders and pulled upwards into a tree. MJ grabbed the trunk of the tree she was now in and looked over her shoulder to see Jay straddling the same branch she was clinging to for dear life. He looked as though he were completely at home, over 12 feet in the air, and he giggled at her slightly. "Why do you look so absolutely terrified?" he asked, and MJ swallowed hard. "We are in a tree, Jay." "High in a tree. What if I fall? I'm not a cat. I won't land on my feet." Jay swung his legs up and stood on the branch with ease. "That's right, Em. You're not a cat. You're 10 times better. You're a wolf." MJ tried to laugh and recite his words like they would give her courage, but she looked down to see a fully shifted Moxie, now slowly clawing his way up into the tree. "Jay, what is he gonna do? Why is he chasing me like that?" She all but screamed, and Jay very calmly hopped up another branch and reached his hand out for her. "Come on, you big baby, better start climbing," he said with a devilish grin. "I hear Mox likes to tickle mercilessly if he catches you." And for whatever reason, the thought of being tickled to death scared MJ more than actually dying. "You better move that ass, MJ," she heard Jay taunt as Moxie closed in on her. "Hold on tight." MJ took Jay's hand and held on to him for dear life as he pulled her farther up the tree. MJ squeezed her eyes shut and clung to Jay's arm. Her breathing had become heavy, and she noticed that even though her eyes were closed, she could still see Jay, but there was another scent mixing with it. "Jay, I can smell you," she almost shrieked and could hear Moxie laughing below her. "Mox wants to know if you can smell him too." MJ turned her head more with her eyes still shut and was shocked when the shadow of another scent was underneath her. "Yes, I can. This is Incree." MJ stopped and perked her ears up. "I smell someone else," she said, and Jay and Moxie looked at each other with wide-toothed grins. "What? Who is it?" Jay said in a false sense of alarm. "I don't know," Jay said. It doesn't have a name on it, it just smells different, she said and blinked her eyes open. Jay had his nose pinched between his fingers and Moxie was sliding down the trunk of the tree, stripping small tendrils of bark with his claws as he descended. Jay forced MJ to hold on to the tree branch and jumped from his position, leaving her about 100 feet off the ground. If you aren't even going to try, then we will just meet you at the yard, Jay yelled as he and Moxie began to walk away. Wait, MJ yelled, you can't just leave me here, and I was trying for your information. Jay turned around to look at her as Moxie ran ahead. No, you were relying on what you were. You need to learn to use what you are. MJ shook her head. Fortune cookie, she yelled at him and Jay just shrugged. See you when you get down, I guess. And without another word, he turned and left. MJ was not afraid to be alone, but the fact she was in the middle of a huge tree with a strange scent around her was making her feel the nausea of helplessness. MJ squeezed her eyes shut and concentrated as hard as she could. Dante, help me. She wasn't sure if he would be able to hear her, but when the familiar buzzing in her skull started, she let escape. Cheater was all she heard and knew it had been Jay instead of Dante. Shit. MJ said out loud, I don't suppose you could help. MJ grumbled to the silent beast she held inside her, and although she could feel his power radiate through her, it was not as reassuring as if he had spoken to her instead. MJ wasn't sure how long she'd been holding onto the tree branch, but her arms and legs were beginning to ache, and even though she had used Theron to alleviate the pain, she was starting to feel the toll it was taking on her body. MJ leaned her head against the tree and took several small, deep breaths when she suddenly caught the strange scent again, and this time she heard the crack of something ricocheting off a tree. Who's there? MJ called out, and heard a low, menacing growl. Moxie, this isn't funny, she yelped and tried not to sound as desperately afraid as she felt. Soon the scent was so strong she could not even separate the other scents in the forest. It was as if someone was spraying bad perfume at a mall counter, she thought to herself. Jay? MJ desperately tried, but still no one answered. As she started to exhale again, a sickening crack sound bounced off the trees, and MJ squeezed her eyes shut as tightly as possible and tried to dig her nails into the tree bark. But the branch beneath her gave, and MJ began to fall. As she screamed and tried to cover her face, a set of arms reached out and grabbed a hold of her waist, bringing her crashing into the center of the tree again. Only now she was merely a few feet from the ground. When MJ opened her eyes, she saw the beauty of the man she had asked for help, and without a second thought, she threw her arms around his neck and buried her face into his shoulder. Squeezing her close, Dante jumped the remaining few feet to the forest floor, and when MJ did not move to release him, Dante leaned into her ear. Hold on tight, he whispered. The sunset escape from the pit of despair is to cradle a person and tell them you care, so drop your defenses and heighten your senses, for the next breath you take will be one that we share. MJ pulled back from Dante to ask him what he was talking about, but instead, Dante closed the space between them, and when their lips met, he pressed himself into her as much as he possibly could. MJ moaned softly into his mouth as she matched his feverish need to taste her, and then pulled from each other to take a breath. That was beautiful, Dante, MJ said breathlessly, and he shrugged. Asriel has libraries of poetry and limericks, and I read almost anything, he said, and MJ smiled with the small tidbit of information he offered up about himself without her having to dig it out of him. Dante kissed the top of MJ's head and brushed her cheek with his thumb. I heard they were picking on you, so I came to the rescue. MJ leaned into Dante's hand without a second thought. Thank you, she said sweetly, and he chuckled. Don't thank me yet, kitten, we still have to get to the training yard. MJ looked at Dante confused, and he grinned again. You want to be a hunter? He asked, and she nodded, vigorously, to which Dante rewarded her with another out-of-this-world smile. Before he pulled her along with him, he started to talk as they walked. Then your training started the minute you left the med hall. MJ looked up at Dante and noticed he seemed to be scanning the area in front of them. How do I see smells? She asked, and Dante looked down at her before a small laugh burst from his chest. It's something you have to stop trying to do, kitten. It's second nature if you let it be, like breathing or blinking, you just do it. Don't think about it. MJ stopped and turned slowly in a circle before she looked at Dante again, who had a knowing grin spread wide across his flawless face. What if I'm afraid? The question popped out of MJ's mouth, and it took her a few seconds to process that she had even asked it. Dante grabbed her around the waist, lifting her off the ground and into his arms. Then I will be right here to tell you how much stronger than that fear you are. MJ wrapped her arms around Dante's neck and squeezed him tightly. Thank you, she whispered, and he set her down at arm's length. For what? He asked, and she grinned. For being here. Her admission of feelings had Dante caught off guard, and as much as he wanted to whisk her away to their bedroom and wrap himself in a world made of MJ, he knew life went forward with or without their newfound feelings, so he settled for a small stolen kiss instead. MJ laced her fingers with Dante's as she let him lead her forward through the trees, that were definitely becoming more dense in this part. "Do they hate me?" she asked, and Dante looked at her with a queer expression. "Who?" he asked, and MJ rolled her eyes. "Jay and Moxie." MJ kicked dirt lazily as they walked. "I'm kind of a fuck up." MJ's voice halted as Dante jerked her sideways. "You are not. You are just a new wolf. It takes time, kitten, I promise." MJ shook her head, pulling away from him. "No, Dante, it's not just the wolf stuff. I have always been kind of a fuck up." MJ took a breath. "When I was a kid, I hated it when foster parents would come and take me in." Dante could feel her sadness, and he grabbed her by the shoulders, crushing her into a hug. MJ didn't pull away this time. She just exhaled and mumbled into his chest. "I could never live up to the expectation everyone had for me. So, at some point, I just decided it was better to become the fuck up they all already assumed I was going to be." Dante pulled back without letting go of her and looked down into her eyes as she continued. "I used to get in trouble with the police a lot. Beth would always come bail me out, though, and then we would sit in her car and talk about how Mr. and Mrs. new mom and dad decided I was too much trouble and were sending me back." Dante licked his lips, and MJ noticed he seemed anxious, like getting arrested for vandalism. Dante said with a small sheepish smile, "Or disorderly conduct." MJ's eyes grew wide. "How do you know about that?" she almost whispered, and Dante stepped away from her, rubbing the back of his neck. "Julie took you on a really long walk down memory lane," he explained, "and we stopped by some not-so-awesome-for-you places." MJ chewed her lip. "Like where?" she asked, and Dante looked at her like someone had died. "We went to the day you got hired at the slaughterhouse," he explained, and MJ crinkled her eyebrows together in thought. "But I hadn't been in trouble for a while back then. How—" Dante interrupted her. "Probation requirement," was all he said, and MJ opened her mouth to say something but closed it again. "Can we talk about where I went? I mean, more than what Julie told me?" MJ asked and noticed that Dante seemed a little uneasy. "I feel like I got caught sniffing your panties," he said, and MJ threw her head back, laughing. "What does that even mean?" she asked, and Dante shifted from one foot to another. "Aw, fuck, MJ," Dante said and turned to punch a tree a few times. "Let's call this your first official lesson as a hunter in training, okay? I'm going to give you a brief rundown of the events we went through, and you are not going to interrupt me or talk back or roll your pretty little eyes. Are we clear?" MJ arched an eyebrow at Dante and tipped her chin up but did not speak. Dante pointed his finger in her direction. "I'm serious, MJ. When we are working—" Dante gave air quotes as he spoke. "You are the hunter and I am the assassin. You need to understand what that means." MJ concentrated on the man in front of her and started to notice that although he was giving her his attention, his eyes would dart above her head every now and again, like he was scanning the area or waiting for something to happen. "Okay, Dante, what does that mean?" MJ said, and Dante stepped as far into her space as he could. "It means you follow ranks, my love. You obey the alpha and beta without question, but you also have to answer to Ace and then to me." Dante looked directly into her eyes and pulled his eyebrows close together. "After we get home tonight, I will answer any question you ask me for as long as you ask me, I promise. But right now I need you to trust me." MJ slowly nodded her head. "Okay," was all she said, and again Dante's eyes darted around the forest, but when he looked back down at her, MJ was a little startled to see his eyes were swimming in gold. "Run, little thing," he said in a low growl, and MJ stepped back, breathing heavy. "Calm. Use what you are." She heard Dante quickly pump words into her mind before he began to stalk slowly toward her. MJ closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She noticed the unfamiliar scents seemed to be more of a swirl of different scents together, so she tried to separate them, and as she did so, she was able to separate Dante's scent from the rest. He was still advancing slowly, so she took a few steps backwards and found herself pressed firmly against something hard and warm. "Better get moving before the commander gets here." It was Ed's voice, and although he sounded like the calm, rational wolf MJ had met, she jerked her body away from his and noticed his scent now seemed to separate from the unfamiliar swirl. Also, shh, everybody's sister. With her eyes clamped shut, MJ forced her breathing to bring her into a sense of calm meditation. Once again, the wolf settled into her body, and she hummed, feeling warm and fulfilled, turning her head to the side. MJ was able to see every small thing around her. Each tree had its own distinct scent, if even just slightly different from the rest. As MJ further analyzed the use of her new sight, she noticed that a scent unfamiliar to the rest of the forest seemed to be moving toward her. It was moving slowly, but still advancing in her direction. MJ couldn't seem to get a good enough beat on the scent from the ground, but remembered what happened the last time she opened her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she tilted her head back and was rewarded when the scent of the tree in front of her almost molded into the actual branches above. Without a second thought, MJ squatted and pushed off with as much force as she could, and was rewarded when the wolf's power shot her into the tree. She desperately reached for branches, and with her eyes still closed, the sensation was both strange and panicked. MJ's arm hit a thick branch as gravity began to pull her back down, and she grunted as another series of branches whipped her in the face. She bounced off another thick branch with her shoulder before her upper body ricocheted off of two more, and finally she landed on the ground with a thud. MJ opened her eyes and cradled her arm. It was obviously broken, with the bone jutting out against the unbroken flesh. Her face stung with the small cuts from the leaves and branches lashing against her skin. "Theron? It hurts." MJ begged inside herself and was more than relieved when waves of calm flooded her senses completely. MJ let her head lull back as the bone in her arm began to right itself. There was absolutely no pain in her body whatsoever. She felt an almost euphoric high and let a small moan escape her lips. "MJ, you need to get up." Sam's urgent voice had MJ looking around quickly as the woman came diving to her side. MJ was slightly shocked, as Sam had been with Lila not too long ago, and MJ looked around, noticing Dante was standing only a few feet from her, pacing back and forth. Sam grabbed MJ by the arms and began pulling her to her feet. "Come on, if he catches us helping, he's gonna be pissed. Now get up." MJ noticed that Dante was not the only one still lurking around. Ed poked his head out from behind a tree and gave Sam a slight nod. Sam looked right and then left. "MJ, run toward the thin green trees and don't stop until you hear people, okay?" MJ looked at Sam and laughed slightly. "What the hell is wrong with everybody today?" Sam growled slightly and shook MJ by the arms. "We are under orders now, go." Sam shoved MJ. She stumbled, but noticed that Dante had disappeared, and Ed had moved to an adjacent tree. MJ turned and started to jog lightly in the direction Sam had pushed her, but the trees never seemed to change. They were still thick with brown bark and heavy green leaves. MJ was becoming increasingly frustrated. If only I were the 50-foot woman, this would be easy, she thought, and then rolled her eyes at her own stupidity. With her eyes wide open, MJ looked up into the trees and squinted when she felt a strange pushing sensation against her eyes. Suddenly, the landscape seemed to almost zoom in, so she could see the branches farther up into the tree without issue, finding a spot that looked both high enough for her to see and sturdy enough to hold her. MJ squatted so low, she braced herself on the ground with one hand before pushing with enough force to shoot into the trees, but not as much as last time, in case she needed to make a split-second decision. This seemed to pay off, as she managed to grab hold of the intended branch with her hand, but her body slammed into the trunk of the tree. MJ gasped and dug her nails into the bark as she tried hard to regain the breath that had been forced from her. Pulling herself up into a standing position, she tired to look around, but the trees were so thick she couldn't tell one from another. Looking up, she decided climbing higher was not a good idea, as the branches didn't look as sturdy, and some of them looked like they would break if you so much as sneezed too loud. In a pure act of defeat, MJ closed her eyes and took a deep breath when she noticed that some of the scent from the trees seemed to change off to the west of her current position, and without thinking, she dove for the tree next to her and landed with a scrape against the bark of the trunk. She let a loud laugh burst from her chest as she realized all too late that she had made the jump with her eyes closed. Keeping them closed, MJ leaned out and could actually see the faint scent of small trees. MJ opened her eyes and smiled. "Thank you," she whispered inwardly, but was only rewarded with the feeling of the wolf's presence, and nothing more. So MJ reset her focus on the trees Sam had talked about. From what MJ would guess, they had to be less than a mile from her. So she jumped down the branches of the tree she was in until she was on the ground and began to weave through the landscape. The farther MJ walked, the more dense the forest became. At one point, she almost had to turn sideways to get past a few trees. As she walked, MJ felt the air around her change. She could suddenly sense that someone was following her, but she couldn't tell who it was or where they were. She turned trying to find a scent, but the only ones she could make out turned out to be the trees and rocks, even a small rabbit. MJ decided to abandon her search and made her way back toward the small trees when a freight train crashed into her side, sending her flying sideways into a tree. She did not damage the tree, but did feel like her ribs might be broken. As MJ pulled herself to her feet, she grabbed herself around the waist, groaning when she heard laughter in the background. "Damn, girl, you fly like a kite." The distant sound of Moxie's voice echoed off the trees as MJ looked up to see Moxie again in human form and wearing a pair of dark denim jeans with various rips adorning the legs. Jay laughed as he dropped from a tree above Moxie, and soon MJ saw the movement of Ed's silhouette fall in behind Moxie as they stalked ever closer to her. MJ watched as another figure seemed to slip from the shadows and turn into the familiar face of Sam as the four of them approached her. Dante burst through the tree line, eyes still stained, their brilliant gold swirl, and MJ gasped. He was breathing heavily and looking from the hunters to MJ and back again. She watched as Sam and Moxie rounded the sides of Dante, and Jay stayed directly in front of her. Dante growled low in his throat, and MJ noticed his eyes were locked on Jay. "You can't be serious, assassin?" Jay's voice was almost a desperate beg, and all Dante did was snarl in response. MJ glanced from one man to the other, trying to figure out what the problem was when she heard rustling behind Dante and the sound of growling. "Dante, behind you!" MJ screamed, but he did not move as Ace came bursting into view and grabbed MJ by the arm, tossing her sideways into another tree. "Better keep your wits about you, princess. They aren't your friends right now." Ace stalked toward MJ, who was again pulling herself from the ground, and Jay cut the commander off by sticking his body between them. "This is not how we should be doing this, Ace. It's too much for her still," he begged. "I am your commander, and you will address me as such." Ace roared into Jay's face, and although the hunter submitted to his commanding officer, he did not remove his body from in front of MJ. "But she is my sister," Jay mumbled, and Ace crossed his arms laughing. MJ put the palm of her hand on Jay's back. "I'm everybody's sister, Jay," she offered softly, and he spun around, pushing her back. "No, you are my sister. We have the same mother," he screamed at her, and it was as if the words had physically struck her. MJ recoiled her hand away from Jay as he turned to face her completely. MJ looked around at the rest of the hunters, looking for some sign this might be part of the training, but every one of them seemed to be staring at the floor except for Dante, whose eyes had returned from their gold flare but still looked bright and full of fire as he kept them trained on Jay. "What did you say?" MJ asked, breathless. She wasn't sure if she wanted to have heard him wrong or not, but when Jay turned to look at her, the tears in his big eyes were enough to validate it. "I'm sorry, Em. I wanted to tell you before. I just didn't know how." Jay reached for MJ, and she jerked back further. She looked around and noticed she seemed to be the only one surprised. "I see," was all she mumbled, before she could think about doing anything. Ace snapped his fingers, and everyone except for MJ moved with lightning speed. Jay grabbed her by the arm and spun her so that she was around the front of him before Sam could grab her from behind. Jay kicked out to the side and connected with Ed's face, sending the older wolf tumbling to the floor. Moxie moved in front of MJ and gave her a wicked smile as he retracted his fist and launched it at the wolf standing directly behind her. MJ grabbed Moxie by the wrist and twisted his arm, using his own momentum to shove him off to the side. Jay and MJ were now standing back to back while Dante stalked at MJ's front and Ace neared Jay at the same distance. As soon as Jay touched MJ's shoulder with his, she turned her head to the side. "Jay, don't fuck with me," she warned, and he nudged her, grunting low in his chest. I have been looking for you my entire life. Plus the assassin is your mate. I would never fuck with you." MJ's stomach dropped, and she wasn't sure if she wanted to scream for joy or throw up and cry. "I'm in big trouble for this, MJ," Jay warned, and she didn't quite understand. "Why?" MJ asked, and Ace lunged at Jay. "Out of the way, pup. You know the drill." Jay growled at Ace and clenched his hands into fists, but did not move. "Commander, please." Jay started to plead, and Ace grabbed him by the shoulders, throwing the younger wolf to his side like a cardboard cutout. MJ spun in a circle as Dante and Ace began to circle her, both moving completely in sync with the other. "Sibling rivalry," Dante, MJ said, and although he grunted in response, he did not stop. MJ turned to look at Ace, who had a grotesquely pleased look on his face. "Want to be one of my hunter's princess?" It was not so much a question as a way to taunt her, and MJ knew it. She pursed her lips and planted her hands on her hips. "You want to do this now?" she asked, and had to dodge out of the way as Ace grabbed for her. "You are the assassin's mate that doesn't make you good enough by proxy, sweetheart," Ace said with a wide grin spread across his face. As Ace advanced, MJ noticed that Jay had once again disappeared, and so doing her best not to alert the commander as to what she was doing. MJ closed her eyes and took a few very deep, slow breaths. Once again, the colored scent of the world around her swirled into focus, and MJ could not only see where Jay was, she could also just barely make out the fading trail from the places he had just been. Following the trail upwards, MJ noticed the strongest part of his scent was up in the trees, high enough she couldn't spot him, but still low enough she could see his scent trail. "The scent I can't figure out. It's a mixture of all of you, isn't it?" MJ kept her eyes closed, but directed her question outward and was rewarded with a gaggle of chuckles from around her. "Very good, princess," Ace mocked, and MJ opened her eyes to see Ace and Dante now standing side by side. "So we gonna arm wrestle again, or what?" MJ joked, "because this time I'm pretty sure I can take you." Ace growled at her and MJ straightened. "You still think this is a game?" He barked. "When we are one solid unit, you need to act as if I were your brain, and you a deadly extension of me." As Ace spoke, he waved his left arm, and Ed came running into focus, stopping just about 3 feet from MJ's immediate left arm. Ace snapped his fingers, causing Sam and Jay to bound up next behind him, with their gaze fixated on MJ. She watched with a half-terrified curiosity as the commander leaned back into Sam's ear and whispered before Sam put her pinky fingers in her mouth and let an ear-piercing whistle slice through the air. The foliage at MJ's back began to rustle and shake as she spun around Moxie, and Tanner broke the tree line, stopping in front of her. MJ turned in a slow circle, locking eyes with each hunter, before once more closing in on Ace. She noticed that they had her escape covered on all sides. You will spar with one of us, and traditionally, it is me, and I would be more than satisfied to do it myself, but you have proven to be incredibly powerful. MJ, and now that you know Jay is your brother, there is no use in dancing around the facts. MJ watched as Jay seemed to become restless as Ace carried on in his arrogant rant. Your heritage is one for the history books, even before you were mated to the assassin. MJ zeroed in on Ace. Great, rub it in. You know more about my family than I do. MJ spat, trying desperately to armor her wounded pride. Calm. Kitten. MJ almost missed the subtle words whispered through her mind as she watched Dante's eyes dart from her to Ace. The commander simply chuckled low in his chest. You will spar with Moxie first. Ace's declaration had Dante shooting daggers in the side of his head with his eyes, while Jay and Sam looked at each other in alarm. Ace, Dante said in a low warning, but was met with silence. MJ turned around and Moxie was grinning at her. I assume that means we aren't friends right now, she said, and Moxie forced a sick laugh from his lips. Don't worry, MJ, I won't hurt you too bad, he teased. Remember that wolf is strong enough to heal anything I can dish out. The scraggly yet handsome man said to her as he shot her a pointed look. The air had suddenly gone still with anticipation. Dante was growling subtly. Mox, easy, he warned, and Moxie laughed. Piss off, Dante. Moxie growled and shot him a mischievous glance. Moxie squatted into a defensive stance. Okay, girlie, we seen you be a total badass when you have to. Now let's see you be a badass when you want to. Before MJ could contemplate what he was talking about, Moxie jutted forward, catching her under the ribs, and lifted her off the ground before slamming her back into the dirt, with his shoulder still firmly planted in her middle. Put your arm around my neck and squeeze it tight while my neck is exposed, stupid. Moxie yelled from underneath. MJ, and she frantically tried to scoot away from him, but he kept close on top of her. See how my body weight causes more panic? I'm cutting off your ability to take full deep breaths. Better do something quick, sis. Moxie's voice was calm and instructive, but he gave MJ no time to adjust before he spun his hips and sat up straight, with one of her shoulders pinned under his knee, and he was sitting on her chest. MJ tried to squirm free, but all she succeeded in doing was giving Moxie better access to flatten her body out completely. She was now flat on her back, and he grabbed her free hand, capturing her wrist with his heavily tattooed fingers. Moxie leaned down into MJ's ear. If you don't start trying, I'm gonna take it personally. MJ struggled underneath Moxie. You are kinda fat, dude. I can't. Moxie sat back on Jay's chest, and she groaned with the weight of him. Don't crush my sister. Mox, I sweat. I will shave you bald. Jay hollered from behind Ace, and Moxie glanced up at Jay, shooting him a killer smile, when MJ suddenly heard Dante in her mind. Now, he hissed, and MJ felt the force of Theron inside her like a bomb waiting to go off. She kicked her hips upward, and Moxie shifted his weight forward before he started to bring the front of his body down on top of MJ. She twisted, and suddenly the two of them had completely switched positions. Moxie still had a hold of one of MJ's wrists, but MJ now had her long fingers wound gently around Moxie's throat. Her attention was solely on Ace as she spoke. Checkmate, she chirped, and Ace crossed his arms, laughing. Your confidence is adorable. Now get up, he barked, and MJ shot to her feet before offering Moxie a hand up, which he took but really didn't use. MJ watched as Ace's face twisted into a sick satisfaction. Jay, you're next, he barked, and Jay speed forward. Okay, MJ, you ready? Jay asked, and MJ looked at him with tears in her eyes. Not really. She choked out, and Ace began to laugh. Ah, how cute the little princess found her brother, and now she can't fight him, is that it? Jay rolled his eyes, and Dante's upper lip twitched as he restrained his need to charge his commander. MJ creased her eyebrows together. Honestly, Ace, yay. I find it kind of hard to hit someone I know, but don't know at the same time. MJ locked eyes with Jay and noticed he seemed to be fighting the tears as much as she was. There are so many things I want to ask you, she almost whispered, and large streams of emotion began to leak from Jay's eyes. Like, why didn't you guys want me? MJ's voice almost broke, and she used Theron to push the emotion out. Clearing her throat, she wiped her eyes. How come our parents never looked for me? She asked, looking at the floor, trying to concentrate on anything but the person she was desperately trying to love and hate at the same time. As Jay stepped forward and reached out his hand, but MJ twitched and was on guard immediately. I'm not going to attack you, Marnie. Jay stopped himself when MJ snapped her head up to meet his eyes. Marnie, that's what you called me in the med hall. She tilted her head back. How long have you known I was your sister, Jay? MJ asked, and Jay opened his mouth but closed it again. The anger boiled inside MJ. She was at the end of her patience. She launched her body toward her brother and shot them both across the forested floor before she landed sideways over his body. Jay groaned and grabbed his head. Damn, girl, that Jay's mouth never finished as MJ's fist rocked his jaw sideways. Tell me, you asshole, now! MJ was squatted low between Jay's legs, but her focus was clear and deadly. Jay groaned and MJ grabbed him by the shirt, bringing them both to a standing position. She slammed his shoulders into the tree directly behind him, and Jay let a pathetic breath escape his chest. Now, MJ screamed again. Jay reached up and tugged at some of the hair that had fallen into MJ's face. Since the first time I saw this, he choked out, but I asked Julie for a favor, and she confirmed it with a blood test before you or Dante woke up. MJ threw that learning the truth would make her feel better, but it just enraged her further. Without holding back, MJ let out a vicious cry and threw Jay as high as she could into the trees. Jay closed her eyes and began to search the surrounding scents, trying to find Jay when she heard the sound of Ace. MJ, your target is escaping, and you are just standing there, she growled low in throat. I am trying to find his scent commander, asshole. As soon as the words left her lips, a quick sweep of a leg had MJ flat on her back. She opened her eyes to see a smiling Ace standing over her. Learn to scent him with all of your senses, princess, not one at a time. MJ kicked her legs out and whipped her body into an upright position as she launched her body at the trunk of a tree and scaled it with ease. Control your anger, or it will control you. Dante yelled up at her, but MJ was on a mission now and would not be deterred. That's right, Jay, run away. Just like you guys did when I was little. MJ yelled out loud as her eyes darted back and forth. She felt almost overwhelmed trying to scent out the hunter and look for him at the same time when suddenly he popped up in front of her 3 tree directly north. That's not fair, and it's not true, Em. You don't know what it was like when we were kids. She was so angry, MJ didn't even notice she had let go of the trunk of the tree and was now walking out onto the branch like a balance beam. She laughed, and Jay's eyes widened as he heard the wolf laugh with her. That's right, Jay, I don't know what it was like, but thanks to Julie, everyone else does. Her voice was laced with so much anger. Jay leaned forward. MJ, please, it's not like that. MJ laughed and leapt from the branch, landing on the tree in front of her with such grace the branch hardly moved. Oh, it's not, she growled. I may have been half out of it, but I heard you arguing with her about telling me or not. But what I don't understand is, if you are so excited about being my pack brother, is it only because I am the assassin's mate? Or is it because you get to brag to all your friends that your long-lost sister is a freak? Jay's shoulders slumped forward, and MJ swore she heard him whine. That's why we can hear each other, isn't it, Jay? Jay closed his eyes, and MJ took the opportunity to jump forward onto the branch of the tree, directly across from the now melancholy hunter. Marnie, you don't understand. Jay began to speak but was cut off when MJ grabbed the trunk of the tree she was in and launched her leg out, planting her foot in the center of Jay's chest and shoving him from the branch he was on. The look of surprise on Jay's face was not lost on MJ as she landed belly down on the branch beneath her and watched his expression as his arms and legs stretched out, colliding with branches as he descended toward the ground. Family issues. Jay's body hit the ground with a sick thud and bounced. MJ swung herself down and just jumped from branch to branch until she was on the ground. Without waiting for instruction, she stalked toward Jay and kicked in the ribs so hard he slid a few feet. My name is Molly, she snapped. MollyJay Bijou. She growled again, and Jay grunted as he reached up and grabbed a tree, pulling himself to his feet, but still clutching his chest. No, little sister, you were born Marnie of Bane, and are now Marnie of Quicksilver. Jay's voice gained its strength as he spoke, and every word made MJ feel like he was stealing the energy from her. Jay stood up tall and took a few steps toward her. Our mother died trying to find you, he offered, and MJ felt a sharp pain in her chest. Her stomach began to swirl with anxiety. Stop it! You're lying, she shouted at him. Nobody ever looked for me. Although MJ was using Theron to keep her emotions under control, she could still feel the pounding in her chest. Jay growled at her and launched himself toward her. MJ tried to dodge, but he grabbed her around the waist and turned her body so that she was facing away from him. Jay grabbed one of her wrists and twisted it behind her back. Your assailant has you trapped in close quarters, little Omega. Now what? MJ heard Ace's taunt over the sound of her own anger, and she shot Ace the finger with her free hand and then swung her head back, cracking her skull into the bridge of Jay's nose. She heard him scream, but he did not release her. MJ, that's not true. They looked for you, but it was dangerous. Jay mumbled through his rapidly swelling nose. MJ laughed and dug the nails of her free hand into Jay's forearm, causing him to release the hold he had on her waist, and she spun around to face him. Jay had blood running down his face and into his mouth, but he didn't seem to care, as his grip on MJ's wrist tightened. I was only 8 years old, Em. I couldn't go out looking for you on my own. It wasn't safe, and they thought you probably died after the hurricane passed. MJ stopped fighting his hold on her wrist and exhaled. What happened to our parents? She asked, and Jay let her wrist fall to her side. I told you Mom died, he said in almost a whisper, and MJ cocked her head to the side. And our father? She asked, and watched as Jay shifted from one leg to another. I can only hope he is dead. Jay growled between his teeth, and MJ straightened her back. "Why?" she asked and watched as Jay tensed his entire body. "He was a monster, MJ, a murderer." MJ crossed her arms and laughed. "So am I, Jay," was all she said, and his mouth fell open. "No, Em, you are not a monster. You are nothing like him." MJ took a step back as Jay's rage seethed through the air. She could smell the amount of duress his body was under. "Well, since I don't remember anything, why don't you enlighten me?" MJ crossed her arms and watched as Sam rushed up next to Jay and put a tentative hand on his arm. "Jay, maybe I should take over." She eased, and MJ watched as Jay almost folded back into the shadow of the trees. Sam squatted down into a similar stance to the one Jay and Moxie had, and MJ just laughed. "Move, Sam," MJ said, and she began to growl. Sam's eyes grew wide, but she did not move. "Hold your possession." Ace barked, and MJ watched the fire in Sam's eyes ignite. "Come on, sis," Sam said in a lighthearted tone. "My turn." MJ smiled and cracked her knuckles. "Maybe later, girl." MJ glanced around Sam. "I got some family issues to hash out." Sam gasped as she watched the very center of MJ's eyes begin to flicker with a gold swirl. A low, venomous growl ripped through the air, and Sam took a step backward. The amount of powerful rage emanating from the smaller woman in front of her had Sam second-guessing her abilities. And she glanced over MJ's head to look for assurance from her commander. Ace locked eyes with Sam and gave her a curt nod as he flexed every muscle in his body, ready to save his most vulnerable hunter the moment she needed him. MJ willed her breathing to slow, and Theron purred in satisfaction as she allowed his base instincts to guide her. With reflexes a cheetah would envy, Mai darted forward toward Sam, and as the athletic, yet lithe woman braced for impact, MJ made a move that looked like something between a ballet move and football juke as she spun on one heel and turned her shoulders inward. She jumped over the taller woman like a springtail and landed behind her, facing the shell-shocked looking Jay. As Sam spun her body around, MJ glanced to her left, and in less time than it took her to inhale, she planted both of her palms firmly on the ground and donkey-kicked Sam as hard as she possibly could, shoving the female hunter forward and into the arms of her commander. Jay shot to his feet as MJ righted her upper body, and the sound of Ed, Tanner, Moxie, and Dante's laughter could be heard in the idle distance. "MJ, you gotta stop and listen. It's not what you think." MJ could hear every word that came out of Jay's mouth, but she was so drunk off animal rage and the high emotion of shock, she chose to ignore her more rational state of mind and instead charged at her brother. Jay caught the angry missile named MJ as she grabbed him around the waist and charged backwards into a tree. Jay's back erupted in pain as he slammed spine first into another tree. MJ's shoulder rammed into his stomach just under the ribs, and Jay groaned in a mixture of pain and the force of air from his body. He grabbed MJ by the back and dug his shifted claws into her hips and squeezed, causing blood to bead just under his fingertips. He brought his knee up into her chest and extended his leg outward, effectively sending MJ falling backward onto her butt. Jay slid his body down the trunk of the tree until he too was seated on the forested floor. "He killed her trying to take us." Jay didn't need to explain further who he was talking about. The pitted feeling MJ got in her stomach and the ghostly look on her brother's face told her he was speaking of their father. "He was an alpha, and they say he was a strong one, but he became different after you were born." MJ looked at Jay and tucked her knees into her chest. "How old were you when I was born?" she asked. Most of her anger now turned to morbid curiosity. Jay smiled and rubbed his knees with his hands. "I was almost 4, he said with a small smile. But as soon as it was there, it disappeared. I remember the day of the storm, they were arguing." Jay stopped and glanced at MJ, who just rolled her eyes. "Don't worry about hurting my feelings, Jay. I spent my entire life in the system." She shrugged and licked her lips. "After the third family sends you back before you are even old enough to sit in the front seat of a car, you kinda grow a thick skin." Jay closed his eyes and squeezed his hands into fists. "Fuck, Em, I'm so sorry you had to grow up that way." MJ kicked out in Jay's direction, peppering him with rotting leaves and dirt. He looked up at her and grinned, but all of a sudden his smile faded, and MJ watched, confused as his eyes instantly lit up yellow and he began to growl. "MJ, crawl over to me now," he said, and she noticed he was looking above her head, so instead of doing as he instructed, she flipped herself onto her back and was met almost face to face with Ed. "Hello, Ed," she said sweetly, and watched as the older man realized her intentions a few seconds too late. MJ bucked her hips off the ground and shot her legs over her head, kicking Ed in the jaw before brining her legs back down and using her momentum to shove her body forward toward Jay's outstretched hand. Jay grabbed MJ by the elbow and around the waist, pulling her into him. "Come on, we gotta move," he said and pulled her to her feet. Jay put Jay's arm around her neck and forced him to use her for support. "So first you attack me like Ace tells you to, now you are helping me instead?" He pushed away from MJ and began lazily climbing a tree. MJ followed as they ascended a rather large ash tree. Jay slipped on the way up and MJ dug her toes and knees into the tree as she pushed Jay upward. He leaned out, and MJ followed until they were both straddling a large overhanging branch. Worst case, Ace kicks me from the hunters. Jay began and put up a hand to stop MJ before she could interrupt or argue. He can't do it without the alpha and beta, and I hear my baby sister is BFFs with the beta, so I think I could swing a fair punishment instead of displacement. Jay winked at MJ and then shot his index finger up to his lips, shushing her laughter before she could let it roar from her chest. I didn't know they would bite. Jay closed his eyes and MJ felt the familiar buzz in her mind. Strong wolves can communicate through the link without shifting. He opened his eyes and MJ nodded her head at him. Dante can't hear me, but he can hear you, so be careful, Jay warned, and again MJ nodded. Ace is gonna kick your ass. Jay better abandon ship. MJ heard the sound of Moxie's voice, and she locked eyes with Jay, who shook his head and winked at her to ease the worry he saw in her eyes. Give me your shirt, Jay whispered out loud, and MJ looked at him like she didn't understand. He rolled his eyes and took his shirt off, offering it to her. Hurry up, he mouthed, and then turned to look down at the floor below. MJ leaned her back against the tree trunk and switched shirts as quickly as possible before handing her shirt to Jay, who tied it around a small branch. Jay raised his hand and pointed 2 fingers at MJ, then at himself. She nodded, and he began to motion further with his hands, giving her direction to go from the tree they were in to another one northwest of them, and then Jay would move into the tree to the northeast, and so on. MJ forced air out of her nose in protest, and Jay clamped his fist in front of her face. Yes, he sent her through the link, and she smiled at him. Without wasting any more time, Jay turned and jumped to his assigned tree. MJ turned and squatted, ready to make her jump when she got another jolt through her mind. Wait, Jay's voice barked, and MJ winced at the almost uncomfortable shove behind her eye. As she blinked the feeling away, she noticed that Dante was directly under her, knocking on the tree, but he was not looking up. MJ looked at Jay, and he again motioned with his fingers for her to watch him. He motioned for her to jump into the same tree, but he changed when he pointed to himself. He motioned to 5 trees in a serpentine pattern, and MJ gave a quick, curt nod. Jay jumped to the first tree and whistled as he ascended the tree. Catch me, bitch! He yelled, and MJ watched as both Moxie and Dante ran toward the tree Jay was climbing. MJ took the opportunity to jump, grabbing the trunk with ease, and as she rounded the back of the tree, she glanced over her shoulder to see Tanner standing on the branch she had just been on. Got you, dollface, he said with a slight growl, and MJ smiled. You ain't got shit, little boy, and she shot into the tree adjacent to her, headed east instead of west, keeping Jay in her sights. As MJ glanced around to find another tree, Sam appeared next to her. Sup, bitch, she chirped, and MJ laughed until she felt a tap on the bottom of her shoe and glanced down to see Ed's smiling face. Shit, she mumbled, and heard laughter from all around her. Time to slide on down and accept defeat, little Omega? Ace yelled from the ground, and MJ heard the leaves above her move as Jay suddenly came sailing into view. Jump, he yelled, and without thinking, MJ twisted her body and sailed through the air. Reaching out with her hands, she gripped a tree almost on instinct and used her momentum to push off of that tree and reach out for another. Then another. Wait, Jay yelled, but MJ kept moving, trying to gain distance between herself and the others. She kept leaping from tree to tree in an almost rhythmic motion. MJ swung her body out without looking and grabbed the large branches of one tree before leaping again without looking. Unfortunately, the second tree she bound toward was a break in the tree line and several feet shorter than the one she jumped from, and could do nothing but brace for impact. As MJ fell toward the smaller green trees, she noticed the bark was thin and tight around the trunks. The branches seemed to spread out almost like veins linking them together, and the leaves were so small they did little to cover the ground below from eyesight. MJ fanned her body in a desperate attempt to flow herself, when something shimmering in the sunlight caught her eye. And as the branches came into full view, she was horrified to discover they were filled with thin thorns, tipped with what looked like silver. All she could do was tense her body and prepare for impact, as the thorn-covered trees swallowed her whole. She hit the tree line and grunted as the branches ripped into her skin. She tried reaching out and grabbing them, but they were so tactile and covered in razor-sharp barbs that she couldn't hold on. As she neared the end of her journey, the blurred scent of burnt sandalwood and vanilla darted through the trees and engulfed MJ before she could smash into the ground. Dante grabbed her and turned his body so that his own would cushion her impact. The pair rolled a few times before coming to a stop. Dante sat up and scooped MJ into his arms. Her body was shaking and her skin was streaked with small beads of blood. You jumped into silver-tipped Palo Verde trees, kitten. Why would you do that? Dante's voice was soft as he stroked MJ's face. She could feel every muscle in her body spasming with shock and pain. Didn't know they would bite, she said in a shaky voice, and Dante let a small laugh bubble in his chest as he squeezed her into him tighter. MJ closed her eyes as she felt Theron's discomfort, while he worked through healing her from the contact of silver in her bloodstream, and suddenly her body went stiff as she scented the familiar and unfamiliar cloud of the hunter's trail. "Go away, Ace, I'm done," MJ yelled out from the safety of Dante's arms and jerked her eyes open when she heard the thud of body weight land on the ground beside her. "It's only Jay, love," Dante crooned in her ear as MJ fought to see who the sudden intruder might be. "The rest are coming," she said, and Dante hummed in agreement. "You are getting good quick, sis," Jay offered, and MJ grabbed Dante's shirt, turning into him. "This shit really stings. My body feels like I have ants inside my muscles." Dante leaned in and kissed the side of her head. "Let him heal you, baby. Don't fight." MJ opened her mouth to argue, but instead she closed her eyes and concentrated on staying calm and open, instead being guarded and cautious as she had always been. The uncomfortable squirming feeling began to subside, and her body had stopped shaking, but she could still feel the sting of every little cut or scrape across her skin. "Well, looks like you're not as badass as you seem to think, little princess." Ace's voice came ringing through the tree line. "He is always so pleasant," MJ groaned. Dante and Jay chuckled, but did not answer. "I don't know, Commander. Falling face first into silver palo from more than 20 feet seems pretty badass to me." MJ looked up to see Tanner walking next to a smug-looking Ace with the rest of the hunters already standing close by. She moved, and as if Dante had read her mind, he put his feet underneath himself and used his arms to brace MJ as he helped her to her feet. "All done now, sweetheart," Ace teased, and Dante growled in response. MJ simply huffed and stood tall. "Yes, Ace, you win. I failed. Are you happy now?" MJ leaned back into Dante's chest, and he simply stood by, lending her whatever strength she might need. Ace crossed his arms and opened his mouth to speak, but the next voice heard was not his. "I wouldn't say you failed, MJ." Everyone's head snapped to the tree line as Azriel and Lila came walking toward them. Beautiful and painful. Lila rushed to MJ and began to touch her face and arms. "Oh, MJ, sweetie," she sang in a motherly tone, and MJ waved her hands up in front of her face. "Yeah, I kinda found some crazy trees," she said, and everyone around her rang out with curt laughter. Azriel slowly strolled to MJ and stopped in front of her, looking her from head to toe and back again. "I would say you need more training, but so did all the hunters when they first started." Azriel gave MJ a patient smile, and she stood up, feeling the sting of her wounded pride heal with every small cut. "If it's all the same to you, Alpha, I just found out some things about my past, myself, that have me asking a lot of questions, and I'm not really sure being trained as a killer is the best idea." MJ glanced at Jay, then looked up at Azriel and watched as the rich amber swirls inside of his brown eyes almost seemed to flicker before he smiled. "MJ, I have seen you in an arena and at the breakfast table. You were born to be a trained killer." MJ almost flinched at the Alpha's words. "That's what I'm afraid of, Azriel." And she glanced at Jay again. Azriel looked from Jay to MJ and back again. "I see we have all learned a few new things today." Jay looked at his Alpha and nodded. "Good," Azriel responded. "I'm glad you were able to work through your own demons, Jay." Jay did not respond. He only tucked his hands into his pockets and folded his shoulders forward. MJ licked her lips and stepped away from Dante. "Did everyone know but me?" she asked, and Dante grabbed her by the elbow gently. "Kitten, you can't," he began, but stopped when Azriel put his hand out. "Quite all right, Dante," he said, and offered MJ his arm. "Walk with me?" he asked, and MJ looked to Lila, who only nodded and smiled at her. Azriel walked MJ underneath the palo trees, and she looked at the ground, watching the silver from the thorns dance on the bare floor. "It's incredible how something so painful can make something so beautiful," MJ said, and Azriel stopped walking. "All of the hunters were made aware at some point." "Yes." MJ did not say anything. She just watched the silver slivers dance along the dirt. "Why?" she finally asked, and Azriel laughed. "Well, Tanner has a big mouth, unfortunately, and being like a blood brother to Dante, naturally the assassin confided in him." MJ shook her head. "I mean, why didn't anybody tell me?" she asked, and looked up into his eyes. "Didn't I have a right to know?" Azriel closed his eyes briefly and gave a slight nod. "Yes, you did, but it was not our place to tell you. That right belongs to Jay, don't you think?" MJ opened her mouth to object, but closed it. She did this 2 or 3 times while pondering exactly what Azriel said to her. "I guess I can see your point," she mumbled, and Azriel smiled at her before offering her his elbow once more. She took it, and they kept walking. MJ glanced over her shoulder as Dante and the others began to fade from sight. "Afraid of the Alpha?" Azriel asked, and MJ looked up at him sheepishly. "No, I don't know. It's like you're a celebrity with teeth, you know?" Azriel stopped and let a loud, joyful laugh rip from his chest. "You are the most delightfully strange creature I have ever met," he said through his laughter. "I can understand the hold you have on my assassin." MJ locked eyes with Azriel, and he winked at her. "That wolf cares an awful lot for you as well." The tone in Azriel's voice had MJ's heart skipping a beat. "Look, Azriel, I don't know how he—" MJ's plea was cut off with Azriel's hand held up in pause. "Let us not worry about that. After all, you are no ordinary Omega, are you?" MJ looked around as the sight and scent of multiple people began to drift over the horizon of trees. Do my parents have something to do with the reason Theron turned me into that thing? MJ almost whispered, and Azriel grabbed her by the shoulders, turning her to face him. His eyes were a shadow of the deep, luscious brown and the edged smoke of the black fury of an angry alpha. "Look up, little wolf," the alpha growled, and MJ did so without question. "You see the beauty and the danger in everything around you. Why is it so difficult to see that in yourself?" MJ looked at Azriel with tears in her eyes. "Nothing about what I did was beautiful," she croaked out, and Azriel let go her arms, crossing his own over his chest. "You protected a family you don't know anything about," he began, and MJ rolled her eyes. Azriel cleared his throat in annoyance, and she chewed her lip nervously. "You ruthlessly and with reckless abandon trusted in instincts you were told your entire life were impossible." MJ could no longer hold back the tears. She wasn't sure if it was finding out she had a brother living so close to her all this time, or because Azriel spoke so passionately about life, and she wished she could see things the same way. The alpha dropped to his knees, and MJ took a step back, as the tears silently fell from her face. "And if you can ever forgive me for letting the beasts we live with force that bond on you, I will be forever in your debt." Azriel's voice was almost a whisper, and MJ's eyes went wide when she realized he too was crying. MJ let a grotesque-sounding laugh escape her chest as she offered the alpha her hand. The man simply smiled and stood on his own. MJ looked at Azriel, then at the trees. "Beauty is painful, right?" she said, and he hummed in response, so she turned to look at him. "Then let's hope whatever the outcome of this union, it is as beautiful as it has been painful." The sound of people yelling and grunting snapped MJ's attention from the trees above, and she noticed Azriel was smiling at her. "You are learning, don't ever stop," and he motioned for them to keep moving. "What the hell is that sound, Alpha?" MJ asked, glancing behind her again, and the alpha laughed. "He is following close." MJ looked at Azriel and then tucked her head, blushing. Azriel let his head fall back, laughing as they continued to stroll, and MJ noticed that the trees made way into heavy fine sand. "Even if you choose not to be a hunter, you will still train with the rest of the pack," Azriel said as they reached the clearing. MJ almost couldn't believe her eyes. The thick green Palo Verde trees circled a large clearing that was filled with people in all different shapes and forms. Some were jogging around the outer layer, while others played a bizarre-looking version of soccer in the center. "Wow," was all MJ whispered, and she looked at Azriel, who was simply laughing under his breath. You know, Lila had a similar look the first time she saw the training yard also. MJ's mouth dropped open. "This is a training yard?" she asked. "It looks more like PE at my old high school." Azriel laughed and put his open palm in the center of her back. "There are layers to the yard, just as there are layers to the pack." MJ scrunched up her nose as they made their way closer to the commotion. MJ noticed that, although the training yard was segregated by activity, there were no barriers to keep one from overlapping the other. She looked up to ask Azriel, but he was already grinning at her as if he already knew her question. "I want the pack prepared for anything and nothing, MJ. Most of the young ones assume this is just a place to go and play, let off steam." MJ noticed as they walked further along that another large group seemed to be following some kind of dance routine. She looked at Azriel, and he smiled at her. "That is fan dancing," he explained, and MJ watched as some of the members seemed to flash brightly colored fans as they whirled and danced around one another. "It's beautiful," she said, and Azriel hummed his agreement. "It is also a deadly form of martial arts." The alpha smiled knowingly at MJ, and she hugged herself. "This is all great, Alpha, but Jay said my father was a monster. He killed my mother." Azriel raised a single eyebrow at her. "And your point is?" MJ sucked her lips into her mouth and clamped her teeth down on them but did not say any more. Azriel simply led MJ by the elbow toward a gazebo, and she noticed that quite a few young pack members were there, mixed in with the much older. As they approached, some of the bystanders noticed the alpha and made a clear path for him. After they moved, MJ could see rows of tables and several people were playing chess. MJ squinted and looked up at Azriel. "I don't understand, Alpha. How does chess help you protect yourself?" Azriel again took MJ gingerly by the elbow and kept walking them along. "I believe in order to lead a successful life as part of the Quicksilver Pack, you must learn to defend your own life and the lives of your family." MJ nodded and kept quiet as she watched some older young men playing soccer while a small group of very large men used football dummies to run drills. MJ looked a little too long at the shirtless man meat on display and caught the eye of a few of the larger males. MJ quickly looked at the ground and heard Azriel hum a small laugh as one of the large men came running up to them. MJ had to try hard to keep her eyes on the ground. The man in front of her was well-built and shirtless. She was not attracted to him the same way she was Dante, but for some reason his close proximity had MJ's body anxious and on edge. "Good day to train, Alpha," the shirtless man said, and his voice was so deep. MJ's body almost ignited in goosebumps. Suddenly, the large male scooped her off of her feet and was holding her up by the back of her knees. "You are unmated and smell like candy. Tell me, sweet thing, have you ever been licked by a wolf?" As the large male started to purr and bury his face into MJ's cleavage, she wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his center. The obviously overzealous man assumed she was accepting his advances, when suddenly MJ slid her arms down and captured the larger man's elbows under her arms and hooked her ankles together, while she squeezed her thighs together. Asriel stood by and watched as the unmated male first began to laugh, then gasped for air. MJ locked eyes with the man she now held captive and let a thunderous growl rip from her chest. The man below her suddenly gasped and his eyes dilated with fear. MJ jumped from the man and he hit his knees, gasping for air. Asriel leaned down into MJ's ear and whispered, "Beautiful and painful." MJ snapped her head around and Asriel winked at her. MJ squatted down to the man still sitting on the floor, and he bowed his head. "My apologies, old one. I did not realize you were the assassin's mate." MJ could feel the fear in him, and she stood up looking at Asriel as he motioned for them to continue on. "What the fuck? He called me old?" MJ said, confused, and Asriel threw his head back, laughing so loudly, several people around them stopped to gawk and point. Asriel slapped MJ on the back, and she couldn't help but let his infectious laughter light up her face. "MJ, he wasn't calling you old, he was addressing the wolf." MJ nodded and palmed her face with both hands. "This is the most confusing shit ever," she mumbled, and Asriel laughed again. "Thank you, Asriel." This time MJ kick-started their journey, as she was increasingly eager to distance herself from the overly muscular crowd, and intrigued further by the next section of sparring pack members. There were White River rocks in octagon shapes, spread out, about 12 in all, and inside of each of them were a pair grappling or just beating the absolute hell out of one another. MJ cocked her head as she looked around and noticed that the pairs were not matched evenly. Some opponents were mixed gender, and others looked to be of drastically different size or age. Asriel chuckled, and MJ looked up at him. He had a sly grin on his face. "Go ahead and ask. Everybody does." MJ noticed that the alpha seemed almost proud of the fact that his entire way of running this community seemed unconventional, and she found herself smiling with how absurd she found the thought when a more devious one planted itself in her head. "Would you like to spar Alpha?" MJ asked with a sly, almost seductive tone to her voice, and she felt the two wolves among them almost move the atmosphere with the radiation of their power. Asriel blinked, and MJ could tell by the amount of white she could see around his dark eyes that he had definitely not been expecting her to ask that. The alpha seemed to weigh his answer for a moment and twisted his mouth into a slight frown before he shrugged. "I think that's a wonderful idea," he chirped and walked toward one of the white octagons. MJ watched with an open mouth as Asriel strode toward an occupied section and spoke to the two members currently inside. She almost vomited on the spot when the two inside the rock formation glanced at her before nodding to the alpha and abandoning their posts. Asriel turned and motioned for MJ to follow with his hand. MJ felt Theron push a false sense of confidence through her. Taking a long breath, she jogged toward the octagon, but was surprised when just 2 feet from the entrance, she was swept off her feet and into the arms of a sweating Dante. MJ pushed herself up above his head with her arms, and he adjusted his hold on her. MJ giggled as Dante crept his hands up the side of her hips playfully before setting her down. "You're sweaty," she laughed, and Dante leaned into her space until their noses almost touched. "And you're beautiful," he said breathlessly. MJ closed her eyes and allowed the electric strings that held them together dance through her, and she squeezed his forearms in anticipation. In return, Dante squeezed her hips gently with his fingertips and brushed her lips with his softly. MJ smiled sweetly, but before either of them could dive further into this blossoming feeling, Asriel cleared his throat with an exaggerated tone that had MJ blushing. "I don't mean in between young romance, but I believe you and I have an appointment." Asriel's voice was calm and almost cold. MJ started to walk away from Dante, but he did not release her hand. Instead, he squeezed her fingers, turning her attention back to the most hypnotic face she had ever seen. "Kitten," was all he said, and MJ sighed, knowing what it was he was asking her. MJ shrugged. "I'm going to spar with the alpha," she said, and watched as Dante's mouth fell open, and the man suddenly looked like all cognitive thought had stopped with her statement. MJ picked up her foot to step into the octagon, and Dante yanked her backwards again. "Kitten, why do you want to spar the alpha?" MJ pulled herself from Dante and reached up to cup his face with hands. "I promise you can ask me all the questions you want when we get home tonight, but right now, we have to work." She placed a small kiss on his lips and cracked a devious half-grin before she jumped into the octagon with the alpha, who was currently stretching and fussing over his mate, who was now standing just outside of his corner. Lila looked up and waved at MJ with a huge smile on her face, and MJ started to wonder, why was Dante so apprehensive about this? Everyone else seemed fine, she thought, and did a few essential stretches of her own before turning and noticing that Azriel had stepped to the center, but was no longer wearing his shirt.
Without meaning to, MJ assessed the rock-hard body in front of her and noticed that the man looked exactly like a Greek god made of the finest chocolate. Better quit drooling over my brother before the beta rips out your eyes, doll. MJ glanced toward the voice and noticed Tanner was standing just on the outside of the rock barrier. But he was now holding his ribs, while Mara stood next to him, shaking her head with her arms crossed. And MJ found the sight so commercial she forgot what she was supposed to be doing until a foot to the side of her head rocked her back to current events. MJ hit the ground with a thud, and her right ear immediately started to ring. Tunnel vision is a wolf's undoing, MJ. Azriel said while she pulled herself to her feet. MJ shook her head slightly and moved her jaw up and down to make sure everything worked properly. Lesson 1, Alpha? MJ asked, and Azriel laughed before he swung his arms above his head in a beautifully deliberate motion, and then took a wide stance with such fluidity. MJ thought he was going to start dancing. You are not a monster until you kill without mercy and seek vengeance without conviction. What we do in the name of self-preservation is not for anyone to judge. MJ wasn't sure if Azriel was trying to teach her something or just confuse her, so she just nodded. Azriel laughed, and as MJ heard the laughter spread to the outer ring, she looked up and locked eyes with Jay. A strange, pitted feeling took seed in her stomach. Alpha, I don't think now is the right time for this, MJ admitted and hung her head. Azriel relaxed his stance and motioned toward Lila, who threw him his shirt. After redressing himself, the Alpha stood in front of MJ and put his hand on her shoulder. You don't want to be a hunter? Or you don't want to be one right now? He asked, and MJ looked up at him with so many different emotions. His heart almost broke for her. I don't want to be a monster, she whispered, and Azale crushed her into a hug that surprised more than just MJ. You are not a monster, MJ, but I hear the kitchen is in need of help. Azriel held her out at arm's length, and MJ wiped her eyes before the waterworks could start. Thank you, Azriel, she said, and he crossed his arms. Now you get my name right, he teased, and she laughed a little before turning and heading for the man who was currently pacing her corner like a hungry dog. MJ stepped out of the octagon and wrapped her arms around Dante's neck. I'm going to work in the kitchen, she said, and Dante's face lit up with excitement before he grabbed her face with both hands and smashed his lips into hers. Pulling back, Dante had an almost childlike gleam in his eye. Want me to take you there after training? He asked, and MJ licked her lips before she started to fiddle with her fingers. Actually, I was kind of hoping I could talk to Jay for a little while. She glanced at the man who held so much of her past and was relieved and surprised when he looked just as full of hope as she felt. Dante squeezed MJ into a tight embrace and tucked his face into the crook of her neck. Pressing his nose against her mark, Dante inhaled his walking kryptonite and then released her. Go, he said softly and watched her eyes sparkle with joy. Go learn about where you come from, he said to her. But remember, kitten, you are not who made you. You are who you make yourself out to be. MJ glanced at Jay and he shrugged before she looked back at Dante. What the fuck does that mean? She asked, and he simply pinched her nose playfully before he ran off. I will meet you in the kitchen for lunch, Dante yelled over his shoulder as he jogged away from MJ, and she turned her attention to the now ever-growing awkward silence between Bartolomeo and Marnie. So can I ask you about Mom? MJ asked quietly, and Jay smiled at her. I would love nothing more than to share my memories of her with you, he said, and MJ returned his smile. Jay put his arm over MJ's shoulder and led her toward the pack house. Along the way, they talked about what few memories Jay had with her in them. You were named after our grandmother on Mom's side, Jay told her, and MJ smiled. What about you? She asked and noticed a cloud almost seemed to form around him. Our father picked my name, he told her, and MJ shoved her shoulder sideways into his. Hey, Jay isn't so bad, she tried to pacify him, but Jay groaned. My middle name is Jay. Well, actually Jacob. My first name is Bartolomeo. MJ looked up at her brother and he was staring down at her with a single eyebrow raised. You're not gonna laugh? He asked, and she shook her head. No way, dude. I thought my name was MollyJay Bijou my entire life. Do you have any idea how much a name like that sucks when you're a kid? They both laughed and talked about what it was like for her in school versus the way Jay's experience had been, and when he started talking about the first time he got drunk, MJ realized they had made it to the pack house. Ace was pissed at Tanner for getting me so wasted, but before he could say anything, I threw up all over him. Their laughter bounced off the walls as Jay led her to his room. MJ noticed that a few pack members were glancing and whispering as they passed, but for whatever reason, it no longer seemed to bother her. Jay closed the door behind him and then looked at MJ wide-eyed. I'm sorry, do you want the door open? She shook her head and smiled at him. Nah, I would prefer the privacy, to be honest. Jay bobbed his head up and down and slumped down onto the floor with his back against his bed. Make yourself at home, he said, and MJ looked around, noticing his room was almost as barren as Dante's. You guys don't decorate much, do you? She asked, and Jay shrugged. Some do. I grew up moving around a lot, so tactile things never meant much to me. Even after I joined Quicksilver and the Hunters, the habit just stuck, I guess. Jay spun around and looked at Jay. Why did you move around so much? She asked, and noticed that he seemed to shift uncomfortably. Even though MJ had never been the type of person to offer physical comfort, she felt drawn to her newfound brother's sadness. MJ squatted down in front of Jay and tapped his knees. You don't have to talk about this if you don't want to, JJ, she said, and Jay's head snapped up to meet her eyes. What did you call me? He asked, and MJ bit her lip. Sorry, I don't know why I said your name like that. She laughed nervously, and Jay grabbed her shoulders, crushing her into a tight hug. You used to call me that all the time. Jay's voice was barely above a whisper, and MJ could feel the shudder of his body as he cried. She brought her arms up around his shoulders and rubbed them softly across his back. Hey, it's okay, she said, and Jay sat back, wiping his eyes with his hands. Well, fuck. Great job I'm doing of being the protective big brother who? I'm bawling my eyes out like a baby. MJ clicked her tongue at his comment and plopped down in front of him, waiting. It wasn't safe for me to stay in one place long, so we had to stay on the move until I was old enough to defend myself. Jay said in a somber, serious tone, and MJ kicked her legs out straight, placing them next to Jay. She leaned back on her hands and looked toward the ceiling. Was he that bad? She asked, and Jay didn't answer but nodded. Tell me more about what Mom like, MJ asked, still looking up, and Jay jumped to his feet. She was the sweetest soul, he said, diving over his bed and digging around inside a small shoebox he had sitting there. Jay jumped up onto his bed, plopping down on his belly facing MJ, and handed her a worn-looking picture. MJ crossed her legs and tucked them underneath herself as she studied the picture in her hands. There was a beautiful young woman with a smile spread across her face. She was holding a small baby wrapped in a blanket, waving with her other hand. She was a fairly small woman, barely larger than the baby she held, but looked very athletically fit. Even with the picture being worn, MJ could see how lit with joy her eyes seemed to be, and a lump formed in her throat. Someone had loved her once, did want her, she thought. Coming back to the picture, MJ noticed her mother had a small button nose and full cheekbones with a small round chin. Her hair hung in loose wavy curls around her shoulders, and MJ reached up and touched her own head, noticing the similarity in color. Yay, looks like you ended up with Mom's genes, you lucky ass. Jay joked, and MJ looked up at him with tears in her eyes. I took this picture of you and Mom a couple days after Christmas. She got me the camera, and I wanted you and her to be the first picture I took. MJ could no longer hold her emotion inside, and she let out a ragged curt cry before she handed the picture back to him. But Jay shook his head. No way, Em, you keep it. I got pictures of Mom up here. And he tapped the side of his head with his index finger. Was she nice? What was she like? MJ asked again for the 100th time, and Jay just smiled at her. She was like you, he said firmly. She protected her family with her life, Em. She loved you so much. MJ hugged the picture to her chest and rocked herself back and forth for a moment or two, trying to keep her composure. What was her name? MJ asked, looking up at her brother's glossy eyes. Her name was Charlotte, but I heard a few people call her Lottie. MJ chewed her lips and ran her fingers over the face of a woman she so desperately wanted to remember. A monster, a miracle. MJ closed her eyes and began to breathe deeply. Help me remember, she asked the wolf and waited patiently for him to comply. Unfortunately, all MJ was feeling was a sense of loss as she tried to remember anything, and she grunted. Now, she pressed the wolf further. It's the least you can do, she added, and it wasn't until she felt Jay's hand on the top of her head she realized she had said the last part out loud. Jay could tell MJ was having some kind of inner struggle. As large, thick tears rolled down her cheeks, he reached out to comfort her and could feel the air buzz with power. Jay retracted his hand, but kept a close watch on MJ, as she sat with her eyes darting back and forth behind their lids. She gently swayed side to side, and every now and then her breathing would change slightly. Mommy, MJ whispered, and Jay sat forward on the bed. Mommy, mommy, mommy. She kept whispering. Jay reached out to touch her arm, but pulled back when a low growl rumbled from MJ's chest. JJ, she whispered, and her eyebrows drew together so close they almost became one. No, MJ's voice was almost a non-existent whimper, and she sucked in a sharp breath. Jay, Daddy is coming, run. She whimpered again, and Jay drew his entire body away from her in horror. She had said those very words to him almost 16 years ago on the day their mother died, the day he lost her. MJ's breathing was fast and hard, and Jay wanted to shake her and force her out of whatever trance she was in. The day she disappeared was still a day that haunted him. No, Nova. MJ almost shouted, and Jay watched as the muscles in her arms tensed. Mommy Jay, Molly, she screamed and opened her eyes with a sharp, full intake of oxygen. Jay looked at the woman on the floor in front of him with shock, so severe his face was almost void of emotion. Her eyes were flashing between gold and black, and she was panting. As her breathing started to steady, her eyes settled into their softer earth tones, and Jay licked his lips. "What the fuck was that, Em?" he asked, and MJ let out a long, heavy breath before she crawled to the edge of his bed and leaned her back against it. "He helped me remember parts of that day," she said, and Jay leaned his head over the edge of the bed to meet hers. "You saw them?" he asked, and MJ tucked her knees under her chin and hugged her legs. "Yes," she said with a shaking voice. "They were fighting Jay. He was so much bigger than her." Jay slid off the bed and snuggled up as close as he could to MJ. "He was gonna kill me." Jay squeaked, and MJ felt nausea begin to build in her throat. "Why?" she almost whispered. "Why would he want to hurt us, JJ? We were his children, his legacy." Jay grabbed MJ by the ears and leaned his head into hers. "He was an Alpha M. They say he has an original, like Dante." MJ's head snapped to the sound of his voice. "What?" she almost croaked, and Jay laughed a little under his breath. "Yay, I heard stories of how his power grew after he found our mother. He was an unstoppable force, but shortly after you were born, something changed in him." Jay closed his eyes, and MJ sat silent to let him unfold in his own time. "The den mother who took me," Jay began, and MJ held her hands out. "The what now?" she asked, and Jay chuckled. "Sorry, I forgot I was talking to an infant." He began to laugh even harder. "You really are my baby sister." MJ smiled and rolled her eyes. "Yes, ha, Bartolomeo, very funny. Pick on the poor defenseless Omega." She had meant it as a light-hearted comment, but Jay made a sound of disapproval that was somewhere between a grunt and a growl. "You are not defenseless, Marnie." Jay put emphasis on the name he called her, and they both began to laugh so hard. MJ made a snorting sound as she attempted to breathe and laugh at the same time. After laughing for an obscene amount of time, they sat quietly, enjoying the company of one another. "Do you think Theron could shift me like that because our father was an original?" MJ asked, and Jay exhaled a long, heavy sigh. "That's what the Alpha is trying to figure out." Jay said to her, and MJ hummed in response. "A den mother is like a wet nurse," Jay said flatly, and MJ hummed again in response. "People talked a lot when I was just a pup. I guess they figured I was too stupid or too young to understand," Jay began, and MJ nestled ever closer to him. Jay hunched down and laid his head on MJ's shoulder. "They said he wanted to kill me so that he could keep his wolf and live forever." Jay stopped for a moment. "I heard that he and Mom started arguing after she found out he was setting up an auction." MJ felt Jay shudder, but he gave no more information. "JJ, an auction for what?" she asked, hoping it wouldn't be what she could only guess it sounded like. Jay let out a ragged breath. "They said he was going to auction off his Omega offspring to the highest bidder and kill the one meant for the wolf." MJ spun on her rear and grabbed Jay in a sloppy hug, squeezing him as tightly as she could. "That day, you told me we were going to play hide and seek," MJ said with a ragged breath, and she could feel Jay tense his entire body. "I remember playing with you," MJ managed to say before she lost herself completely. The tears began to flow, and ugly sobbing sounds left her lips as she grabbed her brother's shirt and held on like her life depended on it. "GJ, I'm so sorry I didn't listen to you," she squeaked out, and Jay pushed her at arm's length, shaking her shoulders. "Don't you ever say that to me again," he growled in her face. "You were a baby. We both were. We didn't know." Jay stopped when MJ began to shake her head viciously. "No, not when we were little. I mean today," she sobbed and began to wipe at her face. Jay dropped his hands into his lap. The fact that you ignored my directions just means you need more training. Plus, I think landing face first into silver palo trees serves as a good reminder to maybe listen next time." Jay gave MJ a knowing but gentle look, and she let a small smile play at the corners of her mouth. "There won't be a next time, Jay," MJ said, and she hung her head. "Why not, sis? You are a natural." Jay reached for her, but MJ shot to her feet and stepped away from him. "I can't control myself sometimes, Jay," she almost whispered, and Jay stood up, but stayed in place. "That's the animal in you, Em. It's normal, like..." MJ cut her brother off. I know, like second puberty. But that's not what I'm talking, Jay." MJ licked her lips and exhaled. "I think I might be more like our father than you think," she added, and Jay scowled at her. "I killed a man, Jay. I killed him in a horrible way, and I am not sorry." Her voice was shaking again. "Then I mutilated a doctor's hand because he said something I couldn't handle." MJ looked up at her brother for support, only to find he was grinning at her with his arms crossed. "John deserves anything he gets, dished little sister. The guy is a fucktard." MJ scrunched up her nose. "Whatever that means," she said, and let out a long, slow breath. "I don't want to lose myself," MJ said, and then realized that is what she had been afraid of the entire time. "How can you lose what you haven't found yet?" Jay said with a smug look on his face before he walked over to MJ and put his arm around her shoulders. "Look, MJ, life as a wolf is a lot different than life as just some dumb human." The sound in his voice made MJ smile in spite of the way she felt. "I don't know a lot about you yet," he continued, But I know you have respect for life and a kind heart. You also have one hell of a headbutt, he added, and MJ erupted in laughter. I also know you have had one hell of a hard life so far, and the fact that you can still smile and find joy in yourself is a miracle, MJ. You are a miracle, not a monster, so don't think of yourself that way. MJ rubbed her hands over her face a few times. Fortune cookie, was all she said to Jay, and he smiled at her before a loud buzzing sound invaded their atmosphere. What the hell is that? MJ almost whispered, and Jay picked up his cell phone from the bedside table. Just my phone, sis. Calm down, he teased as he waved the small device in front of her. It sounds like an angry hornet stuck in a drawer, MJ said as Jay flicked the screen. The life. You ready to go take a tour of the kitchen? He asked, and MJ shrugged. If you have seen one kitchen, you have seen them all, she said, and then held up her index finger. I take that back. Once you have seen Azriel and Lila's kitchen, you have seen them all. Jay laughed and shook his head. How about it then, sis? Ready to live pack life? MJ smiled, and as Jay opened the door, she tucked the picture of her mother into her pants and slung her arm over Jay's neck. You know, I think I am, she said, and they skipped down the hallway arm in arm like a couple of little kids, laughing and playfully shoving each other the entire way to the kitchens. The object of her aggression was none other than Lou, and the sight of the large man trying to defuse this very small woman had MJ's funny bone broken on sight. Jay glanced sideways at the now hysterically cackling woman next to him, but before he could say anything, the very small, very angry older woman hopped off the counter and strolled around Lou with the cleaver still in her grasp. She stopped in front of MJ and leaned her arm on the oversized knife. What is funny? She spat in Jay's direction, and MJ wiped at her eyes. I'm sorry, I have never seen Lou get his ass handed to him in a kitchen before. It's... MJ could not finish her sentence. She lost her mind in laughter again, almost sliding to the floor. The older woman looked from MJ to Jay and then pointed a firm but crooked finger in MJ's direction while whirling her question at Jay. This one does drugs? She asked, and Jay shook his head. No, Mao, she knows him, he said, motioning to Lou, and the older woman turned her attention once again to Lou, and she growled low in her throat before the small woman erupted into a slew of yelling and screaming. Lou reached up and wiggled his pinky finger into his ear. For the last time, you old bat, I don't know what the fuck that means. What language is that? The tips of Lou's ears were so red they looked sunburnt, and his voice was low but cracking under the amount of mucus being disturbed by their altercation. The older woman raised the cleaver above her head again, with only a single hand, and continued to yell at Lou as she walked toward him. Hey kid, what the hell is her problem? Is she possessed and speaking in tongues? What is she saying? He asked, looking toward Jay, and the young man just laughed and stuffed his hands into his pockets, shrugging. Beats me. Mao speaks a few languages, but I imagine it's Chinese. The angry woman Jay referred to as Mao suddenly put the cleaver down and used it like a cane to lean on. Very good hunter, she said with an almost sweet tone to her voice before she glared toward MJ. What do you want? She snapped toward MJ, causing her to almost jump in place. Oh, the alpha told me to come help in the kitchen, she said sheepishly, and Jay jabbed her in the ribs with his index finger. Humble pie over here is the assassin's mate, and not yet ready to join the hunters, so she will help here in the meantime. The amount of pride radiating from Jay's statement made MJ blush slightly, and the older woman's face suddenly lit up, her eyes sparking to life with a fire that could scorch the sun. I heard gossip of you, young lady, the woman barked, and a knot began to form in MJ's throat, when Mao let a low grumbled laugh crawl from her throat. I am too old to listen to gossip, so I will ask you. Mao paused and cocked her head. MJ looked into her eyes, and the much older, much smaller woman held the handle of the cleaver out to her. Can you cook, cut meat, wash dishes, take direction? None of the things Mao asked sounded like questions, and MJ cracked a smirk. Yes, ma'am, I can do all of the above and then some, she glowed with pride. Of course she can cut meat. She worked for me, you crazy old crone, Lou grumbled from behind them, and as MJ reached for the cleaver, she watched the muscles in Mao's slender hands and triceps flex, and she had to marvel at the shape of this woman's body, even with the fact she had to be in her late 80s. Her hands and fingers had strong, taut muscles, and her body did not tremor as she moved. Her eyes were still alive and alert. The only sign of age in her at all was her weather-stretched skin that folded, but did not hang around her body, and the silver streaks threaded through her long, thinning black braid. MJ grabbed the cleaver before Mao could raise it over her head, and lifted it up onto her shoulder. Please forgive Lou, he's a bachelor and a butcher, MJ said quietly, and Lou sneered at her. Now just what the hell does that mean, MollyJay? He barked, and Mao stepped forward into him with her index finger pointed up into Lou's face and began her tirade all over again. Shh! Pick your pointy friend. MJ didn't speak Chinese, but she could assume by Mao's body language that Lou's brass way of speaking had not sat well with the fiery woman. MJ started to laugh and leaned on the large knife for support. It means you should watch your mouth around a lady, you old fart. MJ yelled over the top of Lou, and the older woman stopped mid-rant to laugh so hard she grabbed her sides. She is very smart for being young. I will take her. You can start with dishes. Mao proclaimed, waving her hand dismissively in Jay's direction, and MJ smiled, nodding slightly, but Lou put his oversized arms on his hips and straightened his spine. Now just a damn minute, he spat. MJ is a seasoned butcher's assistant. She is capable of more than washing dishes. Once more, Lou was only answered with Mao and her shouting at him in a langue he could not understand before she turned to MJ. You are familiar with a knife? She asked, and MJ nodded slowly. The older woman tapped her crooked finger against her thin lips. You can cut quickly, precise movements. I only tolerate efficiency in my kitchen. As MJ opened her mouth to speak, Lou interrupted. Now just a fucking minute. This is not your kitchen, he yelled, and Mao growled, jumping toward Lou, only to be grabbed by two large members of the passing staff. They held her back while she clawed and barked at Lou. This is my kitchen. You won't take it from me without a fight. MJ's mouth fell open as Lou took a few very large, timid steps backward before Jay stepped between them. Hold on now, he's not trying to take the kitchen. But you need to remember the alpha did charge him as head butcher, so you need to respect Lou as you do the baker. MJ smiled as she watched Jay completely disarm the anger in the older woman with just his words. We need a good butcher, don't we, Mao? You can't carry the carcass by yourself, and you are too talented to sit shopping meat all day. The older woman waves her arms dismissively at Jay. Don't butter me up, pup, she almost sings, and MJ cracked a small smile watching their interaction. Mao finally seems to accept that Lou is not going anywhere, and crosses her small arms over her chest. I will play by the alpha's rules, Hunter, but if he speaks to me in the way the previous butcher did, chop. She almost shouted the last word and struck her flattened palm through the air in a cutting motion. You remember what happened to him? Mao nodded her head at several of the kitchen staff who seemed to only nod and scurry away. Mao set her sights on MJ once more. You will help the others cut vegetables, and then we shall see if you can cut meat. MJ simply nodded her head. Right away, chef, she barked, and the older woman beamed with the title. Jay waved his hand in MJ's direction. All right, sis, that's my key. I will see you at dinner later. And he turned, leaving MJ with Lou and the dynamite known as Mao. Mao did not wait to give MJ any further instruction. She marched off into the bustling kitchen, screaming in a slew of different dialects. Can I show you to your station? Lou asked, interrupting MJ's watchful eye on Mao. She turned and looked at the familiar face and grabbed Lou around his large, tight shoulders, squeezing him into a hug. The older man wrapped a single arm around her waist and squeezed MJ with the love of a father's protection before he cleared his throat and pulled from her embrace. Ah, hell, girl, turning you wolf has made you soft, he chuckled, trying to hide the knot in his throat, and MJ punched him in the arm. But unlike the countless times she had done this over the years, this time he reached up and grabbed his shoulder. Shit, MJ, take it easy. He groaned, and MJ laughed. Sorry, Lou. Guess the wolf made me soft. The older man reached up with his meat hook and playfully grazed her chin with his knuckles. Glad to see you still got that fire, he said. And MJ could swear she saw tears and something like recollection flash briefly behind Lou's large, soft blue eyes. Lou walked MJ to the cutting station, where a few other pack members were cutting different vegetables. All right, that crazy bat, Lou began before one of the surrounding members turned around and pointed their knife in Lou's direction. Don't let Chef hear you call her anything but Chef, or you could end up like Frank. MJ turned her head and smiled at the thin, pasty white man speaking to her in Lou. Noted, thank you, MJ offered, and Lou simply grunted. Name's Brian, he said, and pointed to the large magnetic strip on the wall. Pick your pointy friend and grab some grub. We got plenty that needs to be cut. MJ walked over to the wall and grabbed a standard chef's knife. It was about 6.5 inches long with a sleek black handle and the gleam of a freshly sharpened utensil waiting to work. She moved it through the air, feeling the weight before she took a spot next to Brian and grabbed a few potatoes. How does the chef want them cut? She asked, and Brian glanced at her briefly. Cubed, he said flatly, and she nodded, grabbing a large spud and quickly dicing with acute precision. Like this or larger? She asked, holding up a few slices for Brian to inspect. He glanced at them briefly and gave his hum of approval. So MJ set to work chopping. She noticed that as soon as she had filled a large strainer, it was whisked away and an empty one put in its place. After about 25 minutes, MJ had finished with all the potatoes and turned to Brian again. Okay, all finished, she chirped, and Brian glanced over at her before he did a double take. Well, shit, Omega, way to make the rest of us look bad, he joked, and MJ cocked her head to the side. How can you tell I'm an Omega? She asked, and Brian, along with the other 3 members standing on the line with him, laughed to each other. Most Omegas work in the kitchen, he said, shrugging, and a woman cutting carrots piped in. Plus, you know, Lou, We figured you were probably an Omega because, birds of a feather and all. The woman turned back to her carrots and MJ just stood there staring at them for a moment. You work too fast for a cutting station. Mao's voice rang out over MJ's thoughts and she turned around to see the small woman standing right behind her. Wow, how did you do that so quietly? She asked. The older woman shook her head, ticking her tongue against her teeth. Silly, stupid Omega, just like her butcher. Mao laughed and MJ growled low in her throat. Don't push it, Mao, MJ warned, and the chef raised her eyebrow, crossing her arms. You do not speak to wolves in such a manner, Omega. Do you know what I could do to you? She taunted and MJ let her head fall back as she laughed, and then pushed as much of Theron's power to the surface as she could. You might be able to bully them, child, but you will not intimidate us. The older woman took a step back and bowed her head. As you wish, my respected brother, she said, and then clapped her hands together. Well, now we know you are who you say, girl, Mao said, and motioned for MJ to follow her. We will put your skills to better use, although I think you would do much better as a sous chef. We will start you on the butcher block. As the cranky weakling has stated, you were his apprentice once, so it only makes sense to make you that again, the older woman stated as MJ followed her through the kitchen. Mao pushed open a large swinging door and suddenly felt much more in her own element. The room itself was at least a few degrees colder than the rest of the kitchen, and MJ blinked a few times, noticing the thermal traces seemed to ghost in and out of her immediate view. There were large beef halves hung on hooks lining one wall in a row. In front of that, there were several whole pigs hung in rows in front of that, and some smaller skinned animals MJ thought might be sheep or goats. I don't need a babysitter, chef. The sound of Lou's agitated voice bounced off the cold walls, and MJ clamped her teeth down on her lips to prevent from laughing out loud. Mao yelled a few things in another language MJ couldn't recognize before she huffed and turned to leave. Chef, MJ called out, and Mao looked at her softly. Yes, she said, and MJ licked her lips. That was beautiful just now. Can I ask what language that was? The older woman laughed and grabbed at her chest with one hand. Mandarin, she answered. My father's language, she clarified with pride, and then winked. I called him foolish moldy dog turd, she explained, and MJ laughed along with Mao as Lou appeared from behind the rows of hung carcass. A glimpse of Lou. The large seasoned butcher folded his arms across his chest at the sight in front of him. Well, that's just great. Now you're a cackling hen like the rest of them. Lou grumbled, and MJ rolled her eyes. You are such a drama queen, she said, and Mao laughed even louder. You are a queen, she cackled and slapped MJ's shoulder a few times before heading for the door. You are his assistant once more. Keep him out of trouble, she mumbled as she made her way back into the more populated parts of the kitchen. MJ stood just inside the door, feeling a little awkward. She had worked for Lou for more than 3 years and known him even longer than that. But for some reason, she suddenly felt like he was almost a complete stranger, so she stuck her hand out to him. Hi, she chirped. My name is MJ. I work hard and enjoy long hours. I have a criminal record that's long enough to be embarrassing, and I'm a werewolf. She looked up into Lou's eyes. The old man had not only dropped his arms to his sides, but now had large tears forming in the corners of his age-worn eyes, and his shoulders were slumped forward. I'm so sorry, MJ, he began. I knew for a long time you were an Omega. Beth did too, but you had no idea who or what you were, so we never told you. I know it was a selfish thing for us to do, but you have to understand what life can be like as an Omega. MJ stared at the man in front of her and was so taken aback by his appearance she couldn't find any words, so she just continued to stare at him, silently. Not all alphas are like Azrael, Lou began again. This time his tone was a little more ominous. Hell, most alphas aren't anything like Azrael. Omegas are low on the pyramid that a werewolf pack is usually built on. As Lou explained, the more standard treatment of an Omega, the atmosphere began to relax, and MJ found herself almost mindlessly following him toward the butcher block he had been working at just before she walked in. It was an atmosphere MJ was familiar with. Although the landscape was alien, the two seemed to fall back into a familiar routine. Lou was cutting up large beef roasts and slapping the chunks onto the counter, while MJ washed her hands and forearms before twining the beef tight into individual roasts. For a few minutes things were quiet, and MJ thought Lou's lesson might be over. But as Lou finished, and with one slab of beef, he tried to relieve another meat hook of its trophy, and dropped the large beef half on the ground with an unceremonious slap. Son of a bitch, being an old man has its limits. Help me out, girl, would ya? Lou grunted as he grabbed his back, and MJ walked over, seamlessly lifting the meat over her shoulder and walking it the few feet to the block before picking up the cleaver Lou had been using. She began to chop up cuts and toss them on the counter the way Lou had been, and the old man chuckled as he took her place, twining the beef. I am an Omega, you know. I lived in a pack once too. The admission had MJ stopping in her tracks. I thought you and Beth were both wolves, MJ said, and Lou shook his head as he finished tying off the last roast on the counter. Don't separate the ribs, he said plainly, and MJ hummed a small laugh. Beth is a wolf, I am an omega, he clarified, and when MJ didn't say anything further, Lou leaned against the counter and looked up at her. Our pack was once thriving and beautiful. It was small, and most of our brothers and sisters were omega, but our alpha never treated us any different. Why did you guys leave? MJ asked as she finished shredding the remaining usable bit of beef off the now bare spine of the once magnificently large animal. Lou scratched the back of his neck, and MJ noticed his entire body seemed tense. Times change, MJ. Beth and I, we escaped. We didn't leave. The haunted sound under Lou's voice had MJ reaching out and touching him on the arm. But Lou just rolled his shoulders and cleared his throat. The last of the beef needs to be ground, and the mutton is all being used for chops and for mince. Lou didn't say anything more before he gathered the scattered bits of bone and stray flesh, clearing their workspace. The grinder is under the counter. They have an old hand crank grinder, Lou clarified. It seems Chef Mao got a hard-on making old Frank work harder than he had to. Either that or old Frankie boy was a stupid butcher. MJ laughed as Lou made his ridiculous observation, and she fetched the hand grinder from under the counter. As MJ began to feed bits of beef into the grinder, Lou set to work separating some other defleshed animal. The only sounds heard for a while were the almost rhythmic melody of the cleaver slapping the block after slicing clear through bone, or the sudden interruption of grinding, so MJ could feed more meat into the metallic monster with a never-ending appetite. Hey Lou, can I tell you something? MJ asked, and it was like her question had sliced through the silence, the same way Lou's knife had been slicing through bone. The large older man stuck his blade into the butcher block that was now a lovely shade of pink from the amount of meat and blood being flayed on its surface. The old butcher vigorously washed his hands before he turned and gave MJ a slight nod. I once was your boss, but now I am your brother, MollyJay. I would be insulted if you felt you could not confide in me. The sincerity in Lou's words caught in the back of MJ's throat. She had never assumed he felt any real type of emotion for her at all, but it seemed she had been very wrong. With tears rapidly blurring her vision, MJ took a deep breath. Jay is my blood brother, and I don't want to be a hunter anymore. MJ blurted out so fast she was almost breathing heavy after making her declaration, and Lou simply slapped her on the back. Good for you, MJ, making your own decisions, he said, but before they could address any more of what she told him, the sound of laughter came roaring into the refrigerated room, as 3 very large men barged into their space. Chef sent us to retrieve what you have finished, one of them said, and MJ turned to look at Lou, who seemed heavily on guard. Suddenly, fine, we are almost finished here anyway. We will be in the back to stay out of your way. Lou motioned for MJ to follow him, but the largest of the 3 men grabbed Lou by the shoulder. This man was not out of shape by any means, but the muscles on his body were bulky and undefined, making his skin look like it was several sizes too small for his body, and he had long, dirty blonde hair that lapped loosely at his shoulders. MJ noticed that even though this man was large and intimidating at first sight, his posture seemed to change the moment Lou locked him in his sights. I would be forever grateful to you, brother, the man almost stammered, if you would take me on as an apprentice. The young man let his hand slip from Lou's shoulder as the 2 pack members behind him began to gather the prepared cuts into a large rolling cart. Lou scratched his chin. Well, I already have an apprentice, he said, and the larger man seemed to hang his head slightly, letting his hair curtain the disappointment in his face. But he barked. She has found herself a mate, and I fear I will be searching for help sooner or later. Lou laughed as the young man's head snapped up to meet the old butcher's eyes. You won't regret it, sir. I swear on my beta. Lou put his hands out in front of him. All right, pup, don't get carried away. He laughed. If you would like to start by washing the grinder out, you and I can go pick up the order from the slaughterhouse later today, and I will show you the difference between a shoulder cut and a rump roast. MJ watched the exchange between the 2 and couldn't help but wonder if Lou hadn't looked somewhat similar to the man standing in front of him when he was younger. A hunter's sister and the assassin's mate. Suddenly, the tin alarm of a telephone rang off the walls, and MJ noticed for the first time that there was a phone hung by the door. Lou excused himself and answered the phone. MJ noticed that the blonde man kept stealing small glances at her. My name is MJ, she said, matter-of-factly, and the blonde shook his head. You are the assistant, the blonde said to MJ, not offering up his own name in return, and MJ mentally rolled her eyes. Yep, she offered, popping the last bit with her lips, hoping he might take the hint, but the blonde just kept glancing over at Lou. Neither of the 2 tried to speak to each other again. They just sat and watched Lou as he spoke. After he hung up the phone, Lou stretched his neck and shoulders. All right, MJ, the Alpha called. He said there are a few pack members doing some cleanup and reconstruction on one of the mess halls and would like for you to bring lunch out for them. He said, "You should remember the way there." MJ groaned, thinking about the building Dante and Azrael, or rather Alpha Calix and Theron had torn apart, and she felt a little pang of guilt for the fact that someone had to clean up after a mess she helped create. "If you need someone to show you, I can take you there on the cart," the blonde musclehead offered, and MJ looked at him with a smile. "Thank you. I would appreciate that very much." The man laughed. "Sorry, my name's Matthew, but everyone calls me Matty," he said, and MJ giggled, thinking he looked more like a Thor than a Matty. Lou cleared his throat a little. "Hurry up, Matthew, we got an entire pack to feed." And MJ shook her head as a look of panic crossed his face. As they made their way outside, MJ noticed that Matthew, along with a few other pack members, had already loaded up all the food onto a small motorized cart that looked like a miniature Jeep with no roof, doors, or windshield. MJ climbed in the passenger side and waited for her companion, who was currently being flanked by 3 or 4 very flirtatious girls. As soon as he made it to the driver's seat, he gave her a sheepish grin. "Sorry," he mumbled, and MJ noticed his neck turn a slight shade of pink, and she had to assume his cheeks looked the same, although she could not see them through the curtain of hair hiding his face. MJ just laughed a little. "Don't worry about it," she said. "I seem to have the same issue some days," and she waved her hand in front of her face back and forth, like flies sometimes. She said playfully, and watched as Matt almost pulled his head inside of himself like a turtle. "I didn't mean to embarrass you," she said softly, and watched as he sat back to his full height and straightened his shoulders. "I'm not embarrassed," he snapped defensively, then suddenly reached across MJ's lap and grabbed the seat, trapping her in a human seatbelt before he hit a bump, and MJ gasped as she felt her rear end come up off the seat, and she grabbed a hold of Matthew's godly large bicep to keep from flying out of the cart. Matthew slowed the cart to a stop before yanking his arm from her grip and flying from the driver's seat. "Shit, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch you. Please don't tell the hunter," he begged, and MJ placed her palm flat against her chest in shock. "Matty?" she said softly. "Did Dante threaten you?" she asked, and the large man dropped to his knees as the color drained from his face. "You are the assassin's mate also?" His voice was almost shaking, and MJ put her hands out in front of her like she was coaxing a small kitten instead of a man the size of a professional football player. "Matty, it's okay. Dante would be grateful that you protected me, and technically you didn't touch me. I touched you, and wait a second, what hunter?" Matthew took a few deep breaths and smoothed his hands through his hair. "The hunter, Jay. He came to us all in the kitchen and told us you were his blood sister, so we were to treat you with the utmost respect. I did not realize you were also the assassin's mate." MJ stared silently at the man in front of her for a few minutes, as she began to notice that his skin had the glisten of nervous sweat, and as she could see his pulse race as the veins in his neck thumped rapidly. MJ sighed and slumped her shoulders forward. "Look, you don't know me, and I don't know you, so if you want to just take off back to the kitchen, I can find my way from here." She glanced at Matthew and watched as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Yay, thanks," was all he said before he darted back into the labyrinth of trees, leaving her with somber thoughts and a motorized cart full of food. MJ looked around and instantly regretted relieving her companion of his duty. She wasn't sure which direction she needed to go, and she had never owned a cell phone. For some reason, the realization that she was a week away from being 30 years old and had only been living on the crust of life made her almost nauseous and sad. MJ closed her eyes and began to breathe deeply. "Dante," she said in her mind and waited, but instead of an answer, suddenly something bright orange flashed in the distance, and she snapped her head toward it. The shape was small, but unmistakably human. MJ opened her eyes, and the thermal image disappeared, so she drove a little ways into the trees and stopped to close her eyes and concentrate again. The image came back along with a few more small human-sized blotches. They were not as bright as the first one, and MJ cocked her head to the side. "Is that Dante?" she asked, and although she could feel him there, the wolf did not speak. MJ squinted her eyes and tried to see both the landscape and the thermal image when a small stinging sensation hit the back of her tongue, and she opened her mouth just a little to suck in a cool breath. With her mouth cracked open just a little, she opened her eyes more, and the images didn't disappear as they had before, but as soon as she closed her mouth, they were gone. Suddenly, the sound of Ace's arrogant voice rang through her head, as she remembered what he had said to her earlier about scenting with her eyes wide open. MJ opened her mouth again, just enough to allow the atmosphere to dance across her tongue, and to her utter surprise, the world in front of her lit up like a fireworks display. The thermal images swirled with the view she normally had, and MJ laughed out loud to herself. "I did it," she said out loud, and laughed at herself. "Follow him." The sudden quiet sound of Theron's voice made MJ jump before she realized just who had spoken to her, and she wrapped her arms around herself. "I will," she whispered, and a sudden warmth invaded every fiber of her being. MJ smashed the accelerator of the small motor cart to the floor and zipped through the trees until she crossed line and stopped just inside the somewhat familiar large clearing. MJ slowly drove closer to the rubble of what was once a small cafeteria, and guilt almost swallowed her whole. But the seductive scent of the man she was tethered to electrified her senses, along with the tantalizing smell of his sweaty musk, had her almost floating across the clearing like a lovesick cartoon skunk. MJ stopped the cart and climbed out as Dante's shirtless figure came into view, completely ignoring the fact that there were at least 10 other equally muscular shirtless men clearing rubble from the foundation. Dante had an arm full of broken timber. His back was to her, and as she came within about 6 feet, she watched as the muscles in his back flexed taut, and he dropped the load he was carrying instantly before spinning to face her. "All the better to eat you with, my dear." As MJ opened her mouth to speak, she watched as Dante's eyes darted behind her, and she turned her head to see 3 very slender, very fit females walking toward them with pitchers of what looked like lemonade. They marched past MJ, and one of the girls even bumped into her before shooting her a sideways look. They walked up to Dante and offered him a pitcher. Imye watched as Dante gave them an appreciative smile and snatched one of the pitchers. He threw back his head and began to take large, guzzling drinks. A few stray drops of the sweet yellow liquid spilled out around the edges of his mouth and made their way down his throat and onto his chest. He wiped his hand across his mouth and winked at MJ. The girls proceeded to hand out pitchers to some of the pack members that had gathered around, but they seemed to linger around Dante. MJ felt a pang of jealousy propel her forward as she almost ran the short distance to Dante, and as he wrapped his free arm around her waist, he held up the pitcher to her. "Thirsty?" he asked, and she smiled sweetly before dragging her tongue from the center of his chest up his throat and stopping just under his jaw. "No thanks, Le Monde is a little too sweet for me," she chirped in triumph, and as Dante growled a small laugh, he buried his face in her neck and inhaled before releasing a breath that sounded more like a strained growl. "I brought lunch," MJ announced, and was met with a series of cheers all around. "It's in the cart," she said, pulling herself from Dante's grasp. As soon as she turned around, Dante grabbed her once more, this time wrapping his arms around her from behind and trapping her arms against her sides. "Let them get it. I haven't seen you in almost 12 days. Dante whined into her ear, and MJ turned her face toward his as he tucked his chin into the crook of her neck and shoulder. Dante spun around with MJ in his arms, and she squealed playfully as he righted her stance and tucked her playfully into his side. "Ladies," Dante announced loudly, catching the attention of the 3 now scowling ladies. "Yes, assassin." MJ laughed and pushed Dante away from her. "Stop being such an asshat." She laughed. "It's been maybe 2 hours since we last saw each other, and we sleep in the same bed, for fuck's sake. Let me help them hand out lunch." MJ didn't really care that it had been such a short time. The only reason she said what she said was to make sure these girls knew the man they were drooling over already had a warm bed. Dante jogged over to the cart and rummaged around in the back before returning to MJ with a large picnic basket. The sight had her laughing, and as Dante approached, he squinted at her. "What's so funny?" he asked, and she shook her head. "You look like a twisted version of Little Red Riding Hood with that basket," she said, and Dante took a few more steps forward until his chest was almost touching her nose. MJ stifled her laughter and looked up into Dante's sparkling eyes. "My, what beautiful eyes you have." Dante almost whispered in her face, and MJ could feel the heat invade her face. "My, what big teeth you have," she countered, and Dante scooped her off the ground by wrapping his free arm around the underside of her butt and thighs before he hoisted her into the air. "All the better to eat you with, my dear." And he started walking away from the torn-down building and shocked-looking pack members. MJ laughed and playfully swatted at Dante's still bare shoulders. "I can walk, you know." "Mine," he purred, and she simply laughed and gave over to the warm feeling that seemed to start in her toes and infect her entire body. As they walked further into the tree line, Dante set MJ on the ground, and she wrapped her arms around his bicep as she let him lead her further into the trees. "How did you know there was a basket in there?" Joy asked, and Dante winked at her. "I called and asked the kitchen to make sure they prepared something special for us," he admitted, and MJ smiled to herself as an even warmer feeling invaded her face. Dante turned sideways to look at her. "I never liked the color pink until now," he stated, and MJ clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. "Shut up, I'm not blushing," she said, and he laughed, leaning down into her ear. "I was talking about the flowers," he mumbled as he pointed his chin toward a small set of bushes that were adorned with small pink flowers. MJ tucked her chin into her chest, and Dante chuckled. "I'm kidding, MJ. Your cheeks will always be my favorite shade." She rolled her eyes, and he chuckled again before leading her toward the small cluster of bushes. To MJ's surprise, there was a small secluded clearing hidden just behind them. Dante sat down on the ground and motioned for MJ to follow. As she sat down, Dante dug into the basket and pulled out a long white cloth, spreading it between them before littering it with the remaining contents of their lunch bounty. MJ licked her lips as Dante pulled out a few apples and a container of what might have been macaroni salad. I wasn't really sure what you would like, so I just had them make a couple burgers, Dante said as he began to line up more than 6 single-patty burgers. MJ laughed as Dante dove back into the basket and retrieved sliced purple onions, mayo, mustard, sliced tomato, and pickle. And as the condiments continued to pile up, MJ found herself laughing again. Is that barbecue sauce? She asked, and Dante looked at her like a deer in the headlights. Yay. Why? He asked, and she giggled, shaking her head. You and Lou are a lot alike, she said through her laughter, and Dante cocked his head to the side as MJ began to construct her lunch. Dante settled next to her and began to pile things up for himself. He pointed toward the stacked burgers. Hey kitten, hand me a chicken burger, he said casually, and MJ paused, looking toward him. You mean a chicken sandwich, right? She asked, handing him the plain grilled chicken breast stuck between the bun. Dante waved it in the air. No, this is a chicken burger, he declared, holding it out for her to see. It's on a bun. See. Memney shook her head, laughing, and pushed his hand away from her. As Dante began to slap different condiments on his food, Memney sat back with her with her modestly constructed beef patty and shrugged. What's the difference? She said more as a statement than as a question, but as she took a bite, she noticed Dante drop the knife he was using to spread sauce on his bun and looked at her with an intense squint. Sandwiches are on bread, burgers are on buns. MJ cocked an eyebrow at him as Dante returned to his task. As she chewed, MJ thought about Dante's logic and swallowed her bite before licking her lips to clear them of any crumbs. What about pulled pork? She asked, and Dante looked up at her with raised eyebrows as he sunk his teeth into the chicken construction. A muffled yet quizzical sound escaped Dante's mouth around his bite, and MJ smiled. Pulled pork, she repeated. You call that a sandwich, and you eat it on a bun. The toothy smile MJ shot the man, now vigorously chewing, gave her an almost dreamy look. Dante finished the bite in his mouth and then carelessly wiped his hand across his mouth. You do not disrespect pulled pork by covering it up with a bun, kitten. Dante's voice was a pitch higher than usual, and MJ noticed that he seemed to sit up and almost square his shoulders in defense of the meaty food product. Pulled pork should be worshipped. You place it on top of a pillowy slice of bread and top it with cheese. MJ cocked an eyebrow at him. Wow, she said. You really love pulled pork. She laughed, and Dante set his food down and scooted closer to her. I am passionate about everything I love. He looked her directly in the eyes, and MJ blushed again, reading what he wasn't saying. The little things. It was silent as they continued to eat, but the two kept stealing glances at one another, and every now and again, Dante would take a spoonful of macaroni salad and feed to MJ, who would roll her eyes but accept the bite every time. You know I could make us lunch tomorrow if you want, MJ offered through the bite in her mouth, breaking their silence. Dante looked up at her and smiled. You gonna spoil me like that every day? He asked, and she laughed, shaking her head and swallowing her food. It's just lunch, Dante. If you want me to make it for you, I will. Dante set his spoon down before he reached up and touched MJ tenderly on the cheek with the back of his hand. It's not just lunch, MJ. The little things are the most important in any relationship. Dante licked his lips and sat forward until he was again completely upright. When we begin training to become hunters, one of the first things we learn is to pay attention to the small details, the things everyone else sees as having little importance. MJ nodded her head and then looked down. Dante, I don't want to be a hunter, she mumbled, and he chuckled. Placing his index finger under her chin, he lifted her head to make her eyes meet his. You think you will be like the asshole who made you and Jay? He asked, and MJ nodded. Dante grabbed MJ by the wrists and pulled her into his lap, smearing food all over the sheet and them. You and Jay are so much alike, he said, and MJ rolled her eyes again. You know you do that so much one of these days, your eyes are going to roll all the way back into your head and never come back out. MJ smiled and pursed her lips. Okay, Dad, she teased, and Dante pulled her so close she could feel the beat of his heart in her own chest. She closed her eyes and allowed the electric threads of their bond to swim all around inside and outside her body. Why do you think me and Jay are so alike? She asked in a whisper, as the two of them just sat together enjoying the physical contact, and Dante nuzzled her nose with his. You both worry about things you have no control over. His voice was a soft rumble, and MJ sighed sweetly in spite of herself. I can't believe he is my brother, MJ said, and Dante laughed a little. I can't believe you eat pulled pork on a bun, he said, and MJ wrapped her arms around his neck, laughing. You are incredible, you know that, and leaned forward, stifling Dante's laughter with her mouth. MJ squeezed her arms around his neck as their lips touched. Dante let out a small breathy moan as MJ began to move her lips with his. The moment she opened her mouth, she felt Dante's warm, soft tongue brush her bottom lip, and she moaned as her own timidly darted out to touch his, before she retracted it back to its hiding place. Grabbing her by the waist, Dante lifted MJ so that she was now straddling his lap facing him. Their lips never broke contact as he changed their position, and in a daring act, MJ pressed herself forward, causing the pair to tilt back. As Dante surrendered and laid down on his back, MJ put one of her hands on the now food-stained sheet to brace herself and leaned down over the top of Dante, once more pressing her body into his. MJ broke their desperately heated kiss to draw in a breath before she lowered her head and began to subtly nip and kiss her way down Dante's jawline and under his chin before descending onto his throat. As her teeth grazed his protruding Adam's apple, she felt his chest vibrate as he growled and grabbed a handful of her hair before guiding her mouth back to his. All at once the hair stood up on Dante's entire body. Someone was watching them, and he had been so wrapped up in his ecstasy that he had allowed them to get close without realizing it. He scolded himself. But it seemed he wasn't the only one to notice, because as he moved his face away from MJ's, he watched as her eyes searched subtly behind him. "Very good. Keep looking," he said to her through the link they shared, and he watched as the corners of her mouth slightly turned upward. Dante made a mental note to praise her as often as possible. He wanted to see her smile every day for the rest of her life, even if he couldn't be part of it. He thought to himself, spying on the assassin is dangerous. Dante shouted out to the trees surrounding them, and MJ sat back, resting on his knees. She was still straddling his lap, but was now in a position to observe their surroundings more efficiently. MJ saw a small glint in the trees above them, and she locked eyes with Dante. In the tree, she linked to him, and then glanced toward the sound. Dante rolled his shoulders and stood up, holding MJ around the waist. "I will find you, and if I have to chase you..." Dante stopped his sentence dead in its tracks, and MJ watched as he very subtly parted his lips so that his mouth was open, and then he began to take in long breaths through his nose. MJ watched the corners of Dante's mouth twitch upward, and he winked at her before he lunged toward the tree she saw the shining distraction in. A shadow flashed in the canopy and leapt from one tree to another. MJ could see a small figure now as it climbed further up into the tree. Dante slowly began to scale the tree the small figure had jumped from, and all MJ could do was watch as the man she was lusting after flexed every visible muscle in his back and shoulders, climbing higher and higher. "Wait here." Dante linked quickly to MJ and set to his task. MJ watched as Dante and the smaller dark figure seemed to almost play a game of keep away. She noticed that Dante was waiting for the smaller figure to move before advanced, but the smaller jumping figure had started to pick up speed. MJ watched as the small mass suddenly slipped from its position and began to fall. "Adler," Dante yelled, and MJ gasped, feeling Dante's panic invade her consciousness. She moved her body faster than she thought possible. Reaching up and grabbing the falling mass, she curled her body around it as the force brought her to the floor. MJ grunted as gravity compressed her chest between the ground and the force of whatever she just caught. As the small mass scrambled off of her, MJ made a grotesque gurgling sound. She reached up and grabbed her chest as the sound of bones cracking drowned out every other sound around her. She flipped her body over and was now on her hands and knees, trying to figure out how to breathe, while the wolf fixed her crushed collarbone and snapped sternum. MJ was painfully aware that the sounds coming out of her were guttural and ugly, and while she was gasping for air, long thick tendrils of saliva and blood poured from her mouth. "Thank you," MJ heard in her head, but unlike other times, this time the words pushed against her mind so hard they felt like a flash migraine, and she could not place the voice either. Grabbing her head, May gasped, "Dante," she yelled out desperately, and then felt the electric pull as Dante grabbed her by the shoulders. "Open your eyes, kitten. What's wrong?" he asked. MJ struggled to open her eyes, but her head was still pulsing with the force of the alien voice, and all she could do was groan and push herself into his arms. "Breath, just breath," Dante cooed, and MI felt him shift, but he never let go of her. "What the hell are you doing out here, Adler?" Mai heard Dante growl, and she pulled herself from his grasp as Theron relieved the last of her pain. MJ looked up at Dante and noticed he was so tense there was a tick in his jaw. As she followed his line of sight, her eyes went wide. Standing a few feet away from them, fidgeting with his fingers, was a boy, maybe 12 years old. MJ thought he looked strikingly familiar but couldn't quite place it. He had thick, straight hair, so black it shone almost a vibrant blue in the light, and his skin was a stunning shade that reminded MJ of the softest suede or a creamy cappuccino. The small, thin boy seemed to be aimlessly looking around himself. "Are you all right?" MJ asked, her voice still hoarse and strained sounding. "Please don't tell my dad," the boy said softly, and the desperate innocence in his face tugged at MJ's heartstrings. Before she knew what she was doing, MJ had pulled herself away from Dante completely and was now on her knees in front of the boy. "What is your name, sweetheart?" "Are you hurt?" she asked, and then noticed that he kept flitting his little eyes that were just as strikingly dark as his hair. They also had a blue hue around them. MJ turned her head to see Dante standing with his arms crossed over his chest and a wide smile spread across his face. "Dante, what is wrong with you?" she snapped, standing to her full height, and Dante looked around her. "You are dead, kid," he said, and MJ put her hand out protectively, standing between Dante and the young boy behind her. The small boy tucked himself into MJ's back, and she straightened suddenly from the contact. Dante growled, and MJ snapped her eyes to meet his. "Get out from behind my mate Adler before I do decided to tell your dad." MJ cocked her head and then returned her gaze to the small boy who was now standing next to her instead of behind. "Aw, come on, Dante. Please don't tell," he begged. "I will save all my raspberry cookies for you for a week if you keep it a secret, I promise." Dante walked up to the boy, and all MJ could do was marvel at the way his entire demeanor suddenly changed. The intense and even dangerous man Dante usually portrayed himself to be peeled away as he looked upon the boy in front of him. "You save me one raspberry cookie a day for a whole week, and I won't even tell Tanner," he said, and the small boy's eyes lit up as he jumped into Dante's arms and gave him a hug that took the small child's entire body. "Thanks, Dante. You're the best," he said, and Dante laughed. "Now, you need to get back, and you know I can't let you go alone." As Dante reached up to move a stray bit of hair from Adler's face, the boy rolled his eyes. "Hey, what did I tell you about that?" he barked, and Adler shrugged his shoulders. "If I roll my eyes at the assassin, I get tickled until I blow chunks," he stated, and MJ laughed loudly. Adler looked at MJ and then at Dante. "She really your mate?" Adler asked, and Dante stole a glance at MJ before he returned his attention to the boy, and he nodded. "She sure is." "Lucky me who, kid?" MJ rolled her eyes and smiled, and Adler gasped. "She rolled her eyes, Dante," he chirped happily, and MJ's eyes grew wide as Dante cracked a devious grin. "Yay, Addie, she did. Let's get her?" he yelled, and MJ screeched playfully as her two male companions began to chase her through the maze of trees. "Who's your daddy?" MJ was out of breath from running and laughing, and as she rounded yet another tree, she watched closely as Dante scooped Adler off the ground and planted the boy on his shoulders. "You better just give up, MJ. You know we are going to catch you." Adler squealed joyfully from atop Dante's back, and MJ leaned up against the tree, breathing heavy. She put her hands up in surrender. "Okay, I give up. You win. Just don't tickle me until I puke." Dante grabbed the small boy's knees and threw his head back laughing. The sight of his body convulsing with joy coupled with the beautiful song his laughter made had MJ smiling with true joy. As Dante approached MJ, he leaned down and cocked his head as if to kiss her, and the boy-sized parrot atop his shoulders began to wiggle. "Ooh, gross, you guys, I can see you," Adler complained, and the sound of MJ and Dante's low, throaty giggling was all he heard. Dante swung the boy down from his shoulders and leaned into MJ. Pressing his lips on the tender pulsing vein he could see throbbing just between her shoulder and neck. MJ sighed in an almost dreamy tone, but suddenly tightened her grip on Dante's arms. "I smell someone," she whispered, and Dante snapped his fingers, gaining the distracted attention of Adler, who had been trying to capture a passing butterfly. Dante nodded and stepped away from MJ. "Sent them, kitten?" he asked, and she nodded, licking her lips. MJ did as she had seen Dante do and opened her mouth just enough for the fresh air to tingle across her taste buds. She took a few deep breaths and closed her eyes momentarily before opening them again and snapping her head to the side. "3 of them," she barked, "that direction." She pointed and then looked at Dante, who was nodding with a prideful twinkle in his eye. "Mom said she's an omega like her." Adler mindlessly blurted out, and MJ looked at Dante. "Who is your mom, Adler?" she asked, and watched as Dante's eyes quickly darted to the boy and then back to her. Adler began to fumble with the hem of his shirt. "Oh, my mom is part of the kitchen staff," he said, and MJ cocked her head to the side. "That's great. I work in the kitchen too," she said, and watched as all the beautiful color drained from poor little Adler's face. MJ observed as Dante kept glancing off into the distance, and she noted that he almost seemed to look up toward the sky. Just then, MJ sapped her fingers together. "That's it," she yelled, and Dante looked at her wide-eyed while Adler continued to fidget uncomfortably. "They were talking to someone," she said, and when Dante only shook his head in confusion, she licked her lips. "When I was attacked by the walkers, they looked up toward the sky, just like that. They were using that telekinetic link thing that we do." Dante folded his arms and shook his head, furrowing his brows together. "That's not possible, MJ. Walkers don't have a connection with an original like you and I do. Hell, they barely have a connection with their baser instincts." MJ crossed her arms and leaned back on her heels. "Dante, I don't care what you say. I was there, you weren't. I saw them do that thing just the same way you did just now." Adler glanced at Dante, and his mouth dropped open. "You told?" he complained, and Dante laughed. "That you were having a picnic with me and MJ? Yeah, I told." MJ watched the exchange between the two, picking back up on the approaching scent. MJ opened her mouth again, and this time she inhaled long, shallow breaths, bathing her tongue in the air around her, and she noticed that Adler's scent seemed very close to the ones approaching. MJ squinted her eyes and looked again at Adler, imagining him taller and older. She clapped her hand over her mouth before almost yelling, "Adler," and pointing at the young boy who flinched and looked at her. "Lila, your mother's name is Lila, isn't it?" she asked, and watched as the boy's small almond-shaped eyes widened to the point she thought they might pop out of his head. "Your dad is—" Before MJ could complete her thought, a rumbling sound accompanied by a wave of power so strong, MJ broke out in gooseflesh. "Your dad is very disappointed, young man." MJ spun around and storming toward her like an out-of-control typhoon was the Alpha, with Lila and Tanner close behind. As the newly arrived three approached, MJ watched as Adler began to fidget with his fingers again, and as Azriel's long strides brought him directly in front of the boy, MJ was sure he would snatch him up and deal a harsh punishment. But instead, the large, powerful man hit his knees and grabbed the boy tenderly by the shoulders. "Adler, my son, you cannot keep running off like this. I understand, truly I do, but you must be kept safe, you are—" This time, the Alpha was cut off by his own son. "Yea, I know, Dad, I'm the future of this pack," the boy said in a mocking tone, and Azriel gently jerked his son's shoulders. "You are important to this family, my son, and yes, you and your sisters are who will lead this pack into the future." Adler shot a quick glance at MJ, and Azriel turned his head to this side before again addressing his son. "You had your mother worried sick. Now I want you to go home and stay in your room." The boy opened his mouth to argue, and Azriel put a single index finger in the air, silencing his son. "You will help your mother to get home, Adler. She needs everyone's protection right now." Adler nodded his head and then smiled at Lila. "It's a boy. I know it is," Adler chirped, and Lila smiled, rubbing her still very petite stomach. "I believe you, my boy." Lila cooed sweetly at her son, and MJ found herself warm and also smiling, simply watching the exchange of love between this boy and his parents. MJ had not realized she was crying until Lila ran up to her and wrapped her arms around MJ's shoulders. "Are you all right?" she asked sweetly, and MJ laughed, pulling herself from Lila's tender hug. "Yes, Beta, I am well," she said, then gasped as she looked down at Lila's belly. What is it?" Lila snapped and grabbed her stomach in concern. Azriel rushed to his Beta's side and cupped her elbows. "Are you all right, my love?" he whispered in her ear, and she nodded her head. "Yes, as perfectly. MJ just startled me is all." Lila let a nervous laugh escape her lips, and MJ continued to stare at her stomach with wide eyes. Alpha, can I ask you something strange?" MJ asked, and everyone looked at her with knitted brows, right, because everything else you ask is super normal. Tanner teased, and MJ childishly stuck her tongue out at him before Azriel cleared his throat. "Ask," he said, and MJ licked her lips. "Is it possible for us to see the thermal imprint of a fetus?" she asked, and Lila and Azriel looked at each other in surprise. "It is, but the talent is rare. Most original wolves don't even have it." Azriel answered, and MJ noted the apprehensive sound in his voice. MJ kept darting her eyes from Azriel to Lila and back again. Lila smiled and touched Azriel's arm. "You are intimidating her for no reason, my love. Relax," she cooed, and MJ watched as Azriel seemed to ease the tension in his body, if only slightly. Lila offered MJ her hands palms up, and MJ took them into her own. "Tell me, little sister," Lila chirped. MJ noted the adulation in her voice. "What can you see? I tried to see the den mother, but she is being borrowed by another pack at the moment, so I have not yet seen to my unborn baby." MJ licked her lips and concentrated on Lila's stomach for a while. She glanced at Dante, who was standing against a tree. He had his arms crossed and a very intense look on his face, as if he were deep in thought about something that bothered him. MJ closed her eyes and felt Theron once again swim through body, and she noted that it felt almost the same as if a cat were to rub up against her from the inside. "I hear hearts," MJ said, and opened her eyes to most spectacular thing she had ever seen. Cupping her hands over her mouth, she gasped slightly, and a small tear fell from MJ's face. "Congratulations, Lila," MJ choked out, and Azriel chuckled proudly. "My baby has a strong heart like his mother," the Alpha said, puffing his chest out with pride, and MJ hummed a small laugh. "Babies," she said, and looked at both her Alpha and Beta as they registered the news. Tanner's mouth dropped open as MJ held up 2 fingers and wiggled them. "I see 2 heartbeats, Alpha." At MJ's confession, Azriel and Lila both cupped her stomach with their hands. "Twins," Lila whispered, and Azriel leaned down and kissed Lila on the cheek before moving down to her throat and then to her collarbone. MJ closed her eyes and scratched the back of her head before a sudden push invaded her mind. "Thank you," the words came again like before, only this time they did not cause MJ any pain. "Who are you?" She linked and watched as Dante looked at her strangely. MJ watched as Azriel locked eyes with her and shot her a wink before he tapped the side of his head. "Calyx." MJ heard the unmistakable whispered hiss of the wolf who had been mostly silent to her for weeks, and the rush of emotion had MJ's heart fluttering. "He's still keeping radio silence?" Azriel asked, and although MJ wasn't exactly sure he was talking to her, she nodded her head anyway. Both of you? The Alpha asked, and again MJ nodded her head. Lila nudged Azriel in the side and shot him a pointed look. Tanner, please escort your nephew back to his room. Make sure he gets there safe, or I will tell Mao to never allow Raspberry Cookie in my house again. Adler gasped at his father's words and scurried over to Tanner, taking his hand. Come on, we gotta get home. The boy started to plead as he tugged on Tanner's hand. Tanner answered by moving his feet in slow, sluggish motions, dragging them along the dirt. He leaned back and let his arms droop low. I don't think I can make it. It's too far, Tanner said, and Adler ran around behind him and began to push. No, it's not. You are just being fat. The boy grunted out every word as Tanner leaned back even further, bending over the top of Adler's head. I think I'm getting sleepy, Tanner said. No, you're not, Adler complained. Dad, Uncle Tanner is being a turtle on purpose, he continued, and the four standing by watching the exchange laughed. I would help you, kiddo, but you brought this on yourself, Lila hollered, as Adler grunted and pushed Tanner further and further into the trees. Lila's full house. As the pair disappeared, MJ set her attention on Azriel and Lila. The Alpha stood with his arms crossed, grinning at the pair that had long disappeared from sight. Lila looked at MJ and shook her head. Thank you, MJ, she said, and MJ laughed. Calix beat you to it, but you are welcome. MJ noticed a flash of what might have been jealousy in Lila's eyes, but it disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, and she had to wonder what Lila's relationship was really like with Calix, or if the one she had with Theron was something as unheard of as her shift. Let us escort you, Alpha, Beta. Dante's voice was crisp and sharp, pulling MJ from her wondering thoughts, and she suddenly remembered the kitchen and her long, abandoned cart. Putting her hands over her mouth, MJ made a slight gasping noise, and 3 sets of eyes were suddenly upon her. I completely forgot about the cart in the kitchen, and Maddie. She blurted out and watched as Azriel and Lila exchanged looks of confusion while Dante simply chuckled softly and offered MJ his hand. Don't worry, kitten. Someone will make sure it gets back safe. MJ nodded and grabbed his outstretched hand. Dante pulled MJ into his side and wrapped his free arm around her shoulders. Brining her hand up to his mouth, he passionately pressed his full lips to the top of her knuckles and inhaled. I will never get tired of the way you smell, and I appreciate you letting me be so affectionate. Dante pulled his arm tighter into himself and trapped MJ against his chest. And at the risk of getting bit by my kitten, who the fuck is Maddie? MJ looked into Dante's eyes and saw only his raw emotion. His vulnerability and strength were reflected in the swirling of blues and greens, and even though his eyes reminded her of water, they were as bright as a blazing fire, and she smiled. He was supposed to escort me with the lunch order, but after he found out that I was a hunter's blood sister and your mate, he kind of jumped from the cart and ran off. MJ didn't whisper, but she wasn't trying to get anyone in trouble. And from the look on the Alpha's face, she guessed that Maddie was now in it deep in a desperate attempt to play damage control. MJ pulled herself from Dante enough to face Azriel and Lila, but stayed within reach of her mate. I don't blame him, though. I would be pretty freaked out by me, too. I mean, the guy almost jumped out of his skin when a few girls ambushed him outside the kitchen. I can only imagine the palpitations he was having when he figured out I wasn't just the butcher's assistant, and I told him it was okay to go back anyway. I need to practice scenting, she beamed, trying to change the subject. Azriel crossed his arms and chuckled at MJ. Your willingness to defend this family is adorable, was all he said before he gracefully motioned for them to proceed on their way. Azriel and Lila walked arm in arm about 6 feet in front of Dante and MJ, and she watched as the large, patient Alpha gently pawed at the small, prickly woman next him. MJ thoughtlessly leaned into Dante's side and tucked her shoulder under his arm, leaning further into his embrace. Dante went stiff for only a moment before he tenderly tucked his arm around the woman snuggling against him and pressed her against his side until he could feel their hearts beat in unison. The originals and their pairs walked through the pack grounds in silent harmony, feeding off each other's presence. MJ wondered if this sense of serenity would last, or if it was simply just the power of the wolf pulling her in, but then tucked the toxic thought away before it infected the beautiful moment she was having. The trees began to thin, the telltale sign of a clearing up ahead. Both Azriel and Lila stopped and turned toward MJ. Under normal circumstances, you would not be privy to this information, Azriel said matter-of-factly, and MJ smiled before giving him a short nod of acknowledgement. Lila squeezed Azriel's arm, and he smiled down at her before turning his attentions to MJ. But you are extraordinary, and it seems fate has decided our paths shall be intertwined. MJ glanced sideways at Dante, who looked as if he were hanging on his Alpha's every word. My children are more important to me than my own life, Azriel continued, and MJ locked eyes with him. They are more important to me than the entirety of this pack. The weight and honesty of Azriel's words had MJ closing the distance between them just slightly. Alpha, why are you telling me this? She asked. Again, Lila and Azriel smiled at each other. What my very long-winded husband is trying to say is that we protect our children with a shroud of secrecy, and he would like to make you part of that. MJ and Lila smiled at each other as Azriel mumbled under his breath. We would like to take you to our personal residence and introduce you to our children. Lila continued, and MJ's eyes almost bugged out of her head. Adler you have already met, Azriel cut in, and Lila rubbed her stomach. The twins too. She chirped, and Azriel squeezed her close to him as he leaned down and pressed a small kiss to the top of her head. MJ licked her lips. I thought you guys lived in the pack house with the rest of us. She looked from Dante back to Azriel, and Dante nudged her shoulder. They have a room in the pack house, but they also have a private place. Dante ushered MJ forward, and as the tree line disappeared, a thick cement wall stood 14 feet high in front of them, with an iron double gate punched into the center. Surrounding the wall on several sides were men and women dressed in tight dark clothing, and as they approached, the 4 large men, standing by the entrance, bowed at the torso before walking over to an electrical box behind them. MJ jumped. The iron gate began to scream as the electric mechanism dragged it open, and although the outside resembled a prison, the inside was a completely different story. Through the open gate was something that looked like a scene out of a fairy tale, a soft mossy green blanketed floor, peppered with wild flowers, and a small stone path led the way to a cottage-type dwelling that looked to be a mixture of modern and country construction, complete with a wraparound porch and matching shutters. Dante put his hand flat on the small of MJ's back and gently led her forward, while watching the almost childlike wonder in her eyes. Lila linked her arm with MJ's and pulled her from Dante's side as they made their way slowly down the quaint stone path. I have 2 daughters also, she said with pride, and MJ smiled at Lila. Wow, that's a full house, she said, a little uncomfortable. MJ watched as Dante and Azriel seemed to wander off, wrapped in their own conversation, and the soft sound of Lila's laughter jerked MJ back to her companion. Sorry, MJ mumbled, slightly embarrassed, and Lila lightly jabbed her in the ribs with her elbow. Don't be. It is natural to covet his attention. MJ turned away from the direction Dante had gone. So you have daughters? MJ asked, trying to change the subject, and Lila hummed. Yes, Briella and Eliza. She beamed and led MJ through the rounded front door that looked to be made of a simple wood. She noticed that although the door had a knob and latch to keep it closed, there was no actual lock. As MJ made her way across the threshold, she could feel the warmth of a lived-in space. The air was thick with the residue of a family that loved each other very much, and MJ sighed as the scent of cookies swarmed her nostrils. Bree, sweetie, please get your sister and come into the kitchen, Lila said. She raised her voice a little higher than normal, but did not actually yell, and MJ marveled at her ability to seem so gentle and feminine, yet commanding and powerful with effortless grace. MJ followed Lila into a small kitchen, and Lila pulled out a chair, sitting herself down. MJ ran her hands over the coarse form of the wood table. Lila leaned back in her chair. Dante made this set for Az and I when I found out I was pregnant with Briella. MJ splayed her fingers over the smooth but textured table, and she noticed the long, careful strokes in the wood. She lost herself in the imagery of watching Dante construct something so massive and beautiful with his own hands. She didn't notice the coy look on her beta's face. Do you need some time alone with the table, MJ? Lila's voice was light and jovial. MJ blushed and put her hands in her lap. Sorry, Lila, she laughed. I didn't mean to feel up on your table, but I had no idea he could do things like this. MJ creased her eyebrows together and looked at Lila. I don't know really anything about him, she said, and Lila's eyes seemed to almost warm MJ from the inside out. Being unfamiliar with someone's hobbies are different from not knowing them. MJ, don't let it bother you. These are trivial things that can be learned at any time. MJ smiled at Layla as 2 girls came bursting through the interior doorway. Mom, Lizzie took my... The voice stopped as soon as the 2 girls landed in the kitchen. They were looking from Leela to MJ with wide eyes and open mouths. Relax, my darlings. This is MJ, the new sister I told you about. Lila reassured them as MJ smiled and waved at the 2 young girls standing in front of her. There was absolutely no question they were the offspring of Lila and Azriel. The older girl looked to be in her teens and almost identical to Lila, with the exception that her skin had a darker, more lush complexion, and the young woman's eyes were an almost electric emerald green. She was standing in front of a much younger little girl who had her thick black hair set in 2 braids, one on each side of her head. Layla, your children are beautiful, MJ almost whispered, and the older girl raised her eyebrow, darting her eyes between MJ and Leela, but never making contact, while the smaller of the 2 just stood there twirling the ends of her hair between your fingers. Please sit down, girls. Lila motioned to the table, and both girls took seats on either side of MJ. This surprised her a bit, since MJ was pretty sure she could feel the apprehension seeping from the 2 children. My mommy said you are an omega like her, the smaller girl said, looking up at MJ with amber-tinted brown eyes, and MJ smiled at her. That's right, I am. My name is MJ. What's yours? She asked, and the little girl looked to Lila, not answering until her mother gave her a small, curt nod. My name is Eliza, but everybody calls me Lizzie, she said, and MJ noted the pout in her voice. You don't like it when they call you Lizzie? She asked, and Eliza chewed the inside of her small cheeks. No, Addie and Uncle Tanner make fun of me. They call me Lizzie in a tizzy. She pouted and then scowled at her mother and older sister as they tried to stifle their giggles. MJ leaned her elbows on the table and looked at the tender, innocent girl. You want to know what I call your Uncle Tanner? She asked with a devious tint to her voice, and Eliza's eyes lit up with intrigue and a hint of what MJ recognized as mischief as she began to nod her head feverishly. I call him the Easter Bunny, MJ admitted, and all four of them laughed around the table. Briella sat back in her chair but kept her eyes downcast. So Mom said you are the assassin's mate, Briella stated, and Lila slapped her hand down on the table. That is enough, Briella, she snapped, and MJ looked between the two. Yes, that's right, MJ said, and Briella cocked an eyebrow as she crossed her arms over her chest. We will see how long that lasts, the teenage girl scoffed, and MJ lifted her own eyebrows at the feisty teen as Lila slammed both her hands down on the table. Briella, you will respect your beta and your mother. Lila's voice was close to being a roar, with the not-so-subtle sound of Calix and his severe impatience backing the sound of Lila's voice. For some reason, MJ felt the need to submit and show respect, even though it was not her that Lila was yelling at. As MJ turned her neck to the side, Lila's rage seemed to fade as quickly as it had risen, and calm seemed to once again settle her body. MJ hummed a small laugh and slid herself into a more comfortable position in her chair. Your name is Briella, right? MJ asked, and the Lila look-alike sunk down in her chair. Yay, I just said that, she snapped, and MJ pursed her lips. How old are you, Briella? MJ asked, and flicked her eyes to Lila to make sure she was not overstepping. I am 17, the Alpha's daughter beamed with pride, and MJ hummed. So you are old enough to know that as a grown woman, I would never fall for such immature bait as to be jealous of any past relationship Dante has been in, especially if I am hearing them secondhand. MJ teetered her voice between maternal lesson and bitchy comeback. She watched as Lila sucked her cheeks between her teeth to hide a smile and laughed at the similarity between her habit and her youngest daughter's. Briella never looked at MJ or Lila. She just snorted her displeasure. Can I go now? She snapped at her mother, and Lila slumped her shoulders forward as she exhaled. Yes, Bri, you may go now, but don't forget we are going dress shopping tomorrow. Lila chirped, and MJ watched as the older girl seemed to straighten her spine in excitement slightly before standing up from the table. What's the point, Mom? Briella barked, and Lila almost flinched at the sound of her daughter's voice. Lila placed one of her hands on her chest. Bri, sweetie, I thought you wanted to attend the full moon fire with us this year. The sound in Lila's voice tugged at MJ's heart. She sounded a little sad and almost desperate. Bree snorted in displeasure and stumbled slightly as she backed into the chair she had pushed out when she stood. What is the point of me going, Mom? I mean, really? Lila opened her mouth to speak and then closed it again. Briella backed up more, her mother's silence seeming to fuel the fire inside her, and her legs tangled with the chair, causing her to fall onto her hip. Both Lila and Eliza jumped to their feet and rushed to Briella's side. MJ watched as Briella swatted at the hands grabbing at her. Stop it, Mom. I'm blind, not an invalid. I know how to stand up. MJ stood up and stomped her foot as Lila stood with tears in her eyes. Now that is a really crappy way to talk to your mom, she said, and Lila flashed MJ a grateful smile as she wiped the tears from her eyes. Eliza stomped on the fingers of her sister that were still on the floor, and the teenage girl clasped her hand against her chest. You little bitch, I will eat you, she yelled, and Eliza retreated through the door. They had come in screaming. Lila followed after her youngest daughter, but stopped at the doorway, glancing over her shoulder. MJ nodded and waved her away with her hand. May I speak with your eldest daughter, Beta? MJ asked, and Lila shot her another grateful smile. Please do, my friend, Lila said softly, and MJ noticed the hint of alpha calyx that backed the soft-spoken woman's words. The young teen drained over half her bottle of water before setting it down. I'm not 18 yet, so we don't know if I am calyx vessel or not, and the full moon fire is before my birthday, so none of the guys are even going to look at me. MJ noticed the sadness in her voice and leaned forward, touching Briella's hands with the tips of her fingers. MJ was pleasantly surprised when Briella did not jerk away from her, but instead she just looked up at MJ with her beautiful green eyes. Bree, MJ said softly. The first time I met Dante, I head-butted him so hard I am pretty sure I broke his nose, but he still wants to hold my hand every day. Briella laughed and grabbed MJ's hands excitedly. You did why? She chirped, and MJ laughed. Because he compared my butt to a piece of fruit, she said, and both of them laughed. Briella sighed heavily, and MJ squeezed her fingers slightly. You know, Sometimes it's easier to talk about how you feel with someone you don't really know. Briella sucked her bottom lip into her mouth and screwed her mouth sideways in an act of deep thought, before she took a deep breath and held it for a moment before she let it out slow. I will go to the full moon fire ceremony, just not until after Calix makes me strong, Bree said, and MJ's heart hurt for the obviousness behind her discomfort. Bree, how long have you been blind? MJ asked, and Bree sighed. Since I was born, she said, and MJ's heart sank for her again. Bree, what is the full moon fire? MJ asked, trying harder to understand what this beautiful young girl's issue seemed to be with a condition she had lived with her entire life. The full moon fire is a celebration for every wolf who has found their mate and an invitation for the ones who are still searching. The dreamy sound in Bree's voice had MJ leaning into her every word. That was a very poetic and beautiful way to say that, my dearest girl. Came the soft singing sound of Lila's voice as she came rushing back into the kitchen and slid herself into the chair next to her daughter with such fluidity and grace. MJ was once again in awe of the woman in front of her. Bree tried to pull her hands away from MJ's, but she squeezed her, and the girl looked up and straight into the very center of MJ's soul. You are not blind, Briella. You are sight deficient, MJ said, and once again the beautiful emerald green eyes in front of her began to cast themselves toward the floor. MJ jerked her hands, and the young girl tried pulling against her again. Leave me alone. You don't know me. You don't know anything about me, she yelled, and MJ let go of her hands, allowing the girl's momentum to carry her backwards, stumbling over the chair. And just like MJ thought, Briella's baser instincts kicked in, and she jumped straight up into the air. Clearing the chair and landing in the center of the table, Bree wasted no time. She grabbed MJ by the shoulders and pushed, trying to knock MJ onto her back. MJ put the palms of her hands on each armchair and pushed it back as she allowed her feet to slide backward with the force of the young wolf's aggression. MJ grabbed Briella by the elbows and pulled her off the table, pulling the girl upright. Bree crouched, suddenly yanking herself from MJ's grasp, and the young girl brought a lazy fist upward into MJ's stomach. The uppercut forced a small grunt from MJ as she grasped the young girl's wrist and yanked her upright before twisting it backwards, and then blocking her other hand as she tried to grab for MJ's face. MJ jerked upward on her twisted arm and brought it behind Bree's back as the young girl made a sound between a laugh and a squeal. Suddenly, the push of anger and panic had MJ snapping her head to the side in time to see furious gold eyes come flying into the kitchen, and in a blur, Bree's arm was dislodged from MJ's grasp. Azriel now held MJ by the throat and raised her off the ground before Briella and Lila both came rushing to either side of their raging alpha. MJ was gasping for air and holding Azriel's arm with both her hands as she began to kick her feet. Dante came flying into the kitchen, clawing the floor as he bounced off the door jamb and stumbled toward the commotion, holding his chest with one hand. Alpha, why? Dante almost howled in anguish and fell to his knees as Lila and Briella tried to pull him back to reality. Suddenly, Lila grabbed her daughter, pulled her backwards, and as the teenage girl began to fight her, Lila turned her face toward MJ, who was reaching up to touch the cheek of her alpha so gently. She had tears falling from her eyes, and as Briella looked at her father, she noticed that he was also crying. To Briella. Azriel lowered his arm, and MJ's feet again found the floor. Dante skirted across the floor on his knees and desperately grasped his mate by the leg, burying his face in her thigh as she kept her eyes set on the man who still had her by the throat, although he was now allowing her to breathe. As soon as MJ's feet touched the floor, she let her hands fall away from Azriel's wrist and settle at her own sides. She kept her eyes locked on his and noticed that the gold swirl was fading into that deep, intimidating color the alpha's eyes usually kept. Explain was the only word Azriel uttered before he released his hold on MJ. She opened her mouth to speak, but the sound that rang out came from behind the seething alpha. Dad, you are so embarrassing. What is wrong with you? This is why I can't have friends, because you act like that. Briella was furiously screaming at her father, and as Dante stood to usher MJ to sit in a nearby chair, the alpha turned his attention to his daughter, and instead of the towering, intimidating dark tower of a man he usually was, Azriel almost shrunk to the floor. Sweet Bee, what was I supposed to think? She had your arm twisted behind your back, baby girl. I was scared she might hurt you. MJ looked up at Dante with hurt in her eyes. He doesn't trust me. She linked to him, and he shook his head, shushing her lightly. No, my sweet mate. When it comes to Briella, I am afraid Azriel does not even trust himself, although the words Dante spoke were internal. MJ could feel the weight of them, as if he had said them out loud, and she turned to look at the once fierce alpha, who was now almost groveling at the feet of his daughter. You are such a hypocrite. Bree snapped at her father, and then crossed her arms, cocking her hip out to the side. You train every morning with Mom and the hunters and the entire rest of our pack. You are supposed to be this ruthless alpha who rules with a stern hand. I have even heard that you are barbaric and cruel when it comes to the way you recruit. But a little rough housing with your weak, defenseless daughter, and all of a sudden it's an emergency, you have to bust down the door, call in the cavalry, and tear out someone's throat. The room remained silent as Bree took a deep breath and continued to berate her father. You even do drills with Addie and Lizzie, different than you do with me. How do you expect me to be ready for Calix if you keep me weak? Lila grabbed for her daughter, and Briella pushed her mother away. No, Mom, I'm sick of this. You defend him all the time. You tell me that you guys keep us hidden away in here, and that Dad treats me like I am one of his stupid rose bushes for our own protection. But now you want to force me to attend a ceremony I am not ready for. Do you even understand the level of crazy that is? Briella was breathing hard and large tears were streaming down her cheeks. MJ reached up and grabbed Dante's hand. She could feel the desperation in the poor girl's words, and it reminded her of the way she used to feel when she was around the same age. Briella started to cry, and as Azriel reached for her, she shoved at him, the same way she had her mother. Don't touch me. You don't want me to be strong, do you? You want Calix to choose Adler and not me because you think he is stronger than me. It's not fair. I didn't ask to be weak. You should have protected Mom better, then they never would have got to her. I hate you. Briella screamed and ran toward the door. She pulled it open and stumbled outside. Lila started to go after her, but Azriel grabbed her by the shoulders. No, my love. She wants to be independent. Let her go then. Azriel turned his attention to MJ, and she could see the anger pulsing inside him. Explain why the fuck you had your hands on my daughter, MJ. MJ stood up and squared her shoulders. Alpha, with all due respect, you need to sit the fuck down. MJ did not say anything further, and both Lila and Dante stared at her with open mouths. Azriel raised a single eyebrow at the woman in front of him, but calmly pulled a chair out from the table and sat down in front of her so close their knees were almost touching. He turned his attention away from Lila, and she slipped out the open door, no doubt in pursuit of her daughter. MJ sat back in her chair and folded her hands in her lap. Azriel, I respect you very much as an alpha. I don't know a lot about wolf packs and how they are run, but you seem to have done a very good job. Azriel simply grunted at her, and Dante took that opportunity to follow his beta out the door, closing it behind him. Azriel cocked his head to the side slightly, and MJ thought she saw the slight upward twitch of a smile, but as usual, Azriel's face was deadly calm, so MJ continued. However, as a father, you seem to have let it escape you that your teenage daughter is struggling with her deficiency. If I can be honest with you, at the risk of having my tongue ripped out, she is a spoiled brat who needed to be taught a lesson that you interrupted. It was quiet for some time, and Azriel drew a long breath before he released it and slumped down in his chair, further bumping MJ's knees with his own. The sudden contact had her scooting away from him, and the screech off the chair on the floor had Azriel raising his eyebrow at her. Not a big fan of human contact, are you? He asked, and MJ shrugged. I spent most of my life being shoved to the side or reminded that nobody wanted me, so it's not that I am or am not a fan, I am just not used to it. Azriel laughed and rubbed the palms of his hands over his face, groaning. My daughter hates me because I couldn't protect her when she was inside her mother, but I will protect her now, the alpha declared, and MJ crossed her arms. Azriel, I was a bartender for a while, and I will tell you the same thing I used to tell guys who would come in to nurse their survivor's guilt. You can't control what was, you can only shape what will be. MJ watched Azriel as he stared at his hands, and then the alpha stood and rushed to a small bar built into the cabinetry. He poured a thick, honey-colored liquid into 2 crystal scotch glasses before returning to his seat and setting them in front of him and MJ. I know you are used to serving, but I thought as the host it would be rude if I asked you to pour, Azriel said as he raised his glass. Cheers, he said before he downed the glass and slammed it to the table. MJ did not touch her glass. She simply pushed it toward him and nodded. You want that for what I have to say, Azriel? The alpha chuckled as he snatched the glass and drained it just as fast as the first. You don't have to tell me twice. MJ waited a moment or so, hoping the alcohol would relax him a bit. She wasn't quite sure how differently it might affect werewolves. Bree said she has been blind since birth. She is also no doubt one of the best trackers you have ever seen. MJ smiled as she watched Azrael's entire being swell with pride. However, in spite of being only sight deficient, she is still very convinced that she is blind. That if she does not have Calix to heal her baser sight, she will not find her mate, or her mate will find her lacking. She also views her predicament as a handicap rather than a strength. Azriel made a sound in his throat but did not speak, so MJ continued. I hope you understand that these things are all your fault, Alpha. MJ felt the power shift as both Azriel and Calix began to growl at her. You are angry because I am right. Now drink. The way MJ began to speak to Azriel must have caught him off guard, because he just simply nodded his head with a blank stare. MJ walked to the bar and retrieved the bottle Azriel had poured from earlier. Returning to the table, she poured him another drink, and the alpha downed it without a word. MJ did not speak. She simply poured him another glass and watched the tension drain from him slightly as he downed his drink again. Azriel motioned for MJ to pour him another, and as she did, he began to speak. Lila was pregnant with Briella, and it was almost time for the baby to come. Azriel drained his glass and slammed it to the table. I had not been alpha that long and was naive in who I let near my greatest love. MJ could hear the haunted sound in Azriel's voice, and without thinking she reached out and gently touched the back of his hand with hers, as the alpha's intense dark eyes locked on her hand. MJ tried to jerk her hand away, but Azriel grabbed it, and MJ's heart rate spiked suddenly. "I'm sorry, Alpha. I don't usually go around touching people so intimately. The sound of Azriel's light laughter cut MJ off, and he released her hand. "MJ, as a human being, you may not have been affectionate, but as a wolf, I appreciate the gesture." MJ scrunched up her nose at Azriel, and he let his head fall back, laughing. "We are affectionate creatures. MJ, we covet each other's attention and affection. And as your alpha, I am not in any way insulted by your small gestures. They are little things that tell me so much more about who you truly are than you ever could." MJ smiled, and Azriel slapped her on the back and winked. "Although I am pretty sure I know someone else who would enjoy your physical affections more." MJ's cheeks lit up with a deep crimson, and Azriel let his head fall back with laughter again. "And stop calling me alpha in my own home. It's creepy," he added before pouring himself yet another drink. "I remember the morning my sweet bee was born," Azriel said in almost a whisper. "It was the worst moment, followed by the most beautiful moment of my life." MJ noticed that Azriel's eyes had become glossy, and her stomach twisted in discomfort. She reached up and poured a drink into the additional glass Azriel had brought, and he looked up at her with a half-hearted grin before he continued. "Lila had not been feeling well for a while, and we assumed it had something to do with the baby." MJ took a small sip of her drink and let the warm liquid coat her with a false sense of calm, as Azriel unraveled his story. "To Julie." MJ grabbed the now half-empty bottle and poured once more. "To Julie," she said, and raised her glass. But this time Azriel grabbed his glass and poured the lush drink onto the floor between them. MJ raised her eyebrow and drained her glass. "Want to talk about it?" she mumbled through her glass, and Azriel chuckled. "I tried to choke the life from you not too long ago, and you want to play therapist." MJ laughed and raised the bottle. Azriel gave her a curt nod and placed his glass on the table for her to fill. After once more ritualistically filling their glasses, Azriel sat back in his chair and crossed one of his ankles over his knee, taking a deep breath. "Julie and I were sleeping together when I met Lila. I considered taking Julie for my beta at one point." Azriel took a long drink from his glass, not quite draining it completely. MJ opened her mouth to ask a million questions, and Azriel placed his hand over her mouth, laughing softly. "Hold that thought," he began, and dropped his hand. MJ took a drink and licked her lips, noticing the alcohol had started to numb them just slightly. "We can be compatible with more than one, MJ. Originals by nature are not a monogamous species. Science and genetic compatibility dictate that an omega is a preferable mate to an earthborn or even another original wolf." MJ listened silently with wide eyes as Azriel opened a window into a world she wanted to know so much more about. But the human soul is a remarkable mystery, and for some of us we find our mate, our true match in every way. Their compatibility is as if you were looking into a mirror, like finding a part of yourself you didn't know was missing. MJ smiled at Azriel's description. "Love is not unconditional," she mumbled, and Azriel cocked his head slightly. "Come again?" the alpha asked, and MJ knocked back the remainder of her glass and sat back in her chair. "That is what Theron said to me the first night we met." MJ flashed a small glance at Azriel, who seemed to be now listening to her intently. He simply hummed and lifted the almost empty bottle between them. "Our beta is not going to be happy about this." The two of them laughed, and Azriel stumbled to his feet, dragging the bottle back to its home inside the small bar, while MJ took the glasses to the sink and began to wash them. MJ began to hum to herself as she washed and rinsed the glasses. She allowed her thoughts to process and reprocess the information. MJ turned off the water and grabbed a towel to dry them with. "Azriel, did you ever find out why the midwife wanted to kill Briella?" MJ wasn't really sure she could keep asking him about that day, but her curiosity was eating her alive from the inside. MJ turned to take the glasses to their proper place, and Azriel outstretched his hands to her. "Thank you, MJ," he said, and she smiled at him before bowing her head. "Of course," was all she said, and leaned back against she sink. "They call themselves the Triad," Azriel declared as the glasses clinked against each other in the cabinet before he turned and strode back to the table. But instead of sitting in the chair, he simply leaned against the tabletop. "I will leave the rest of the questions I can see whirling around in that head to the assassin." Azriel chuckled, and then his head rose slightly as he looked upward toward the sky, and MJ smiled to herself as images of Dante's intense yet beautiful face flashed across her mind. Both MJ and Azriel looked toward the closed outer door as the commotion of voices could be heard getting closer. MJ looked up at Azriel and smiled. "The last thing I'm going to say to you, Alpha, is this." Azriel knitted his eyebrows together at the use of his proper name, and MJ chuckled maliciously. "Our beta is happy, and your daughter is healthy. Be happy. Take solace in the fact that you got to see her grow up, and that when she is afraid it's you and Lila and Calix she holds as her light in the darkness. Not everyone can be so lucky." The note of sadness in MJ's voice was not lost on Azriel, but before he could retort, the outer door burst open with Lila, Dante and Briella singing loudly and off-tune. "But I've got a straw." The trio finished as they came laughing and stumbling into the door. Azriel looked at May and smirked. "You would think they finished half a bottle of bourbon," he mumbled, and the two laughed together as they watched the confusion bounce between the three songbirds. Dante glanced at Azriel with a slight scowl as the Alpha clumsily made his way back from the bar. He approached Lila and leaned down into her, wrapping his arms around her waist. He tucked his head into her neck and groaned slightly. "My love," he cooed, and Lila stomped her foot on the floor. "Don't you dare try to butter me up, Azriel. I can smell the liquor," she barked, and then looked at MJ, who suddenly felt like she was about to be scolded for serving to a minor. "Et tu, MJ?" she said, and MJ burst into laughter, snorting unceremoniously as the Hafkin joy filled her lungs. Azriel squeezed Lila tighter and growled softly into her shoulder. "Don't be angry with me, my sweet flower. I was in therapy," the Alpha mumbled childishly. MJ's eyes snapped to Lila's, who was looking at her disapprovingly, but knitted her eyebrows together before pushing Azriel off of her person. "Briella, sweetie, I think you need to go and talk to your sister." Lila's voice was soft, but not in a way that made it seem like her daughter had any real choice in the matter. Briella simply nodded her head and somberly walked out of the room, no doubt in search of her sister. Azriel grabbed for his mate once more, and this time with lightning speed. Lila's small, slender arm extended palm out flat, and she planted it firmly in the center of Azriel's chest, causing him to stumble back in surprise and land with his butt resting on the kitchen table, while Dante crossed his arms over his chest and tipped his chin up disapprovingly as he looked at the flushed skin and relaxed demeanor of his mate. "It is the middle of the day, Az. Why in the name of the moon are you plastered? And on top of that, you got MJ drunk too." Lila's voice was a loud hissing whisper, and MJ had to slap her hands over her mouth to avoid busting at the seams with laughter at the sight in front of her. Dante grunted, and once again her eyes found his, disapproving and almost cold. "So you can get drunk and open up with my Alpha, but not with me." His voice was almost as cold and sharp as the look in his eye, and MJ felt her stomach drop in a mix of confusion and something else she couldn't quite put her finger on. Bile and vain pride rose in her throat like vomit, and she crossed her arms, slanting her shoulders slightly, cocking her head to the side. Whatever that means, she snapped, making sure to add an almost childlike attitude to the tone in her voice. Azriel grabbed Lila around the waist and pulled her into him until she was straddling his leg, and they were nose to nose. "I had to tell her my love, and it is still not something I can accomplish sober." Azriel's voice was barely a whisper, and he brought his hands up to her face before he hesitated and began to pull away. Lila snatched Azriel's wrists and pushed her face into his open palms. "I am not angry. I am just glad you talked to someone my heart." Lila smiled at her mate as he let a shaky bourbon-scented breath escape him. MJ sat forward, resting her forearms on her knees. "You know, Azriel, sometimes the best therapist is a good bartender." Azriel chuckled low, and MJ followed. Even Lila shook her head with a sweet smile spreading across her face. Dante, however, just snorted and tightened his arms over his chest like a python squeezing its prey. MJ glanced sideways at Dante and stood. "I hope you don't mind, but I also offered the same help to Bree. Without the alcohol, of course." She smiled and bowed her head slightly when Azriel let another laugh invade the sadness in his chest. Lila leaned into him and pressed the palm of her hand to his chest before she turned to address MJ. "I don't think it's the bartender, MJ. I think it's you. There is something about you that soothes even the wildest beast." Lila shot Dante a look, and he just sneered, turning his head in silent protest. MJ glanced at him with a furrowed brow before she rolled her eyes. Inside, she could feel his sadness mix with her own, and it made her even more angry. Why should she feel any hurt of sadness toward him? She thought in childish defiance. He is acting like a child, a typical. MJ stopped her own assaulting thoughts when she realized the sadness she was feeling was not just her own and Dante's but also Theron's, and her lip quivered slightly before she cleared her throat and stood up. "I should probably be getting back to the kitchen. I am sure Lou needs me to save him from Mao, and if he doesn't, he will soon." MJ smiled when Azriel and Lila both shook their heads, smiling, and she could sweat the two of them almost lit up like some strange deity figure in a dream. Lila snapped her fingers. "Oh, MJ, before you go, Briella agreed to attend the full moon fire this year thanks to you." The woman beamed, and MJ smiled at her. "That's great, Lila," she chirped, and then watched as Lila's face lit up with a devious and secretive smirk. But she said she would only go on one condition. MJ raised an eyebrow and tilted her head back. "Okay." She drew out and watched Dante twitch out of the corner of her eye. "Bri agreed to attend if you and the assassin acted as her personal entourage," Lila said in an almost authoritative tone, and MJ licked her lips, but before she could protest, Azriel straightened his posture. "The two of you would act as her personal security and chaperone all contact she has with anyone attempting to court her." MJ had to suck her lips into her mouth to avoid the busting out into laughter. The realization that his oldest daughter was growing up seemed to sober the alpha up so much, the hint of a buzz had faded completely from his voice. MJ shuffled on her feet slightly. "Beta. Alpha, I am honored you would ask me to protect your legacy this way." MJ paused, almost stuttering. "But are you certain I am the best fit for this job?" She watched as both Azriel and Lila crossed their arms and raised their chins slightly in defiance. "Sam?" MJ almost yelled. "Sam is a hunter and an experienced wolf, or Mara. Mara is a total badass and can smell a creep from 20 miles. She always nailed the real bad ones on sight when we would tend together. Mara would be perfect." MJ's voice was almost desperate, and she began to fumble with her fingers as her heart rate escalated. She could feel Theron trying to flood her with a calming sense, and it made her more uncomfortable. "Will you stop fighting us all the time?" Dante erupted from his silent posture, and everyone turned to look at him. His eyes a smoky gray from extreme emotion he was trying desperately to control. "Why the hell did you even accept his offer to bond with us if you were just going to fight it the entire time? It can't be self-preservation. You clearly don't care much for your own life." "So what is it, MJ? Did Theo offer you something? Is that why he won't talk to me? What did you do? What did I do?" Dante was seething, and his eyes were now so black it looked like you could fall into the abyss of his desperate rage if you looked too long. MJ watched in silent shock as Dante exploded, and then she noticed his muscles and skin seemed to be flexing and morphing with his slipping control. Her silence did nothing to ebb the furious beast now physically pushing to the surface, and Dante released a thundering howl before he tore the door open and dashed out into the yard. MJ ran to the open door and watched as the furious man tore off his clothes, and sleek black fur erupted from his body as he shifted into the towering wolf hiding inside. As Theron's body completed its outward transformation, the beast stood to his full height and shook himself like a dog would under stress. He turned to look at MJ, and his eyes were a swirling galaxy of beautiful gold, but they held a tortured sadness. He lifted his head to the sky and again let a haunting howl erupted from his chest, before he simply scaled the wall and leapt out into the tree line, disappearing from sight completely. A dress, remember. MJ almost jumped when Azriel and Lila each put a hand on one of her shoulders. "He really cares for you a lot," Lila began. "Although it may not seem that way now, Dante has a hard time expressing emotions that don't involve violence." Lila's observation made Azriel drop his hand and walk back into the kitchen. "That is somewhat my doing. Allowing him to swallow himself in the duties of an assassin was smart for me as an alpha, but careless of me as a friend. I should have helped protect him from himself." MJ and Lila both turned to look at Azriel. Dante lost both of his parents in a horrific way, and even though he would never admit it, he has always longed for the relationship his parents shared. They were mates who loved each other passionately. MJ crossed her arms. "Great, thanks for the history lesson on my moody mate Azriel, and not to sound insensitive, but can we get back to me not being responsible for your other moody teenager?" Azriel and Lila both laughed, and the alpha shook his head. Lila put her arm around MJ's shoulder. "I'm afraid not, MJ. My daughter has expressly conveyed to me that she will only attend the full moon fire if you are with her. Now, of course, Az and I will both be there, and this means we have to go dress shopping together, because I have seen your clothes, MJ, and not to sound like a snob, but you are not wearing leggings or jean shorts to the ceremony." As MJ opened her mouth to speak, Briella and Elise came hopping into the kitchen arm in arm. "Did she say yes?" Bri asked, almost breathless, and MJ couldn't help but see how her face lit up. She groaned and rolled her eyes. "Yes, I did." She drew out, and Briella squealed with joy as Azriel covered one of his ears, and Leal laughed, shooting MJ another grateful smile. MJ turned her head toward the direction she could still sense Dante in and sighed. Lila made a content-sounding hum in her throat, and Briella continued to gush. "Oh, Mom, she has to come shopping with us. We have to get the most amazing dress for you. It has to totally drop Dante in his tracks. Like, let's murder the assassin with sexy." Azriel groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Hey, Lizzie, want to help Daddy clean out his office today?" He alpha gracefully deflected his involvement in the blossoming conversation, and MJ snorted. Coward, she retorted playfully at him, and he simply laughed. Damn straight, these two are vicious shoppers, and I don't get between a woman and her clothes. My mother raised me better than that. Azriel stood and lifted his youngest daughter into his arms. Can I get a dress to daddy? Eliza half whined, and Azriel pinched the end of her nose playfully as he walked toward the heart of his home. Of course, princess, we will get you whatever dress you like, and you can wear it all day if you want. Lila shook her head smiling while she watched Eliza and Azriel disappear into the other room, her daughter squealing with excitement. MJ made a mad dash for the door, but Lila snatched her by the elbow. Oh no, you don't. We are going shopping right after breakfast tomorrow. MJ, so be ready to go. Briella twirled excitedly, and MJ smiled. Lila, I really appreciate this, but wouldn't it be better if I just wore something dark and breathable, in case of danger or drunk handsy boys? MJ made a grabbing motion with both her hands in front of Lila's chest, and the beat simply pursed her lips. Jay, don't be ridiculous. I have seen you in action before. A dress would not stop you even if you weren't the assassin's mate, so try a different excuse. MJ opened her mouth to speak, and Briella laughed. Mom, she's super embarrassed right now. Her whole body is hot. Lila and Bree laughed, and MJ scowled at Bree. That's cheating, Bree. Keep your superpower to yourself, she teased and watched the teenage girl's eyes sparkle with the slight compliment. It's settled, then you will accompany the two us tomorrow. Lila almost sounded like a giddy teenager herself, and MJ had to stifle a laugh. And since Jay's your brother, you get to tell him he has been volunteered as our protection detail. Lila laughed, but MJ noticed that Briella seemed a little nervous. What's wrong, Bree? MJ asked and watched the girl fiddle with her fingers. Can we get someone else? Jay always brings Moxie and he scares me. Her voice was almost a whisper, and Lila began to tap her foot. Briella, you stop that right now. Moxie is a hunter just like Ed and Ace. There is no reason to be afraid of him. He would lay down his life, no questions asked, to protect you. Bree scoffed, and Lila filled her lungs with air, ready to correct her daughter, when MJ put her hand on Lila's wrist and glanced at Bree. Why are you afraid of Mox? He's like a teddy bear with teeth, she joked, and Briella shuddered slightly. Yay, and he is super scary. Her voice was trembling slightly, and MJ hummed. Well, if you want me to go with you tomorrow, you are going to have to suck it up, Buttercup, because your mom already said Jay was coming, and I happen to absolutely adore my big brother Mox, so maybe you just need to chill. MJ let her voice take on the same childish tone Bree had used, and the teenager again scoffed in protest. Whatever, you guys suck. I'm going to my room. And MJ and Lila laughed as silently as she could, watching Bree make her way angrily out of the room. MJ stepped out the door and Lila followed her. Let me walk you to the gate, even though Dante seems to think it's optional. I actually prefer people to enter and exit that way. Lila and MJ laughed together as they made their way to the end of the beautiful stone path. As they reached the gate, Lila squeezed MJ's hands. It wasn't just Briella's idea. You come dress shopping with us for the full moon fire, you know? He doesn't usually attend because being an original makes you a she-wolf magnet, and being the assassin is like catnip to desperate bitches. MJ raised her eyebrows at Lila, and the beta rolled her eyes. What? She snapped playfully. You have met Julie Pearl, correct? The attitude in Lila's voice had MJ stifling a laugh. Some leeches wear heels and lipstick and smell like cheap perfume. MJ simply smiled. Not wanting to weigh in on whatever grudge it was Lila obviously held for Julie at the moment. Perhaps we can have our own alcohol-fueled therapy session sometime, Lila, MJ said, and watched the beautiful woman's brown skin tint with a deep shade of pink. Dress shopping after breakfast, Omega. Don't forget. Lila's voice was playful yet serious, and MJ clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. Lila, I appreciate the offer, but I don't have the money to go dress shopping at the moment. Lila rolled her eyes. MJ, even if that were true, I happen to know you have a birthday. And it just so happens to fall on the same night as the full moon fire ceremony this year, so we are going to call it a birthday gift from myself and Azriel. MJ opened her mouth to protest, and Lila put her finger up in the air in protest. The amount of power she radiated had MJ closing her mouth to simply listen. And if that is not a good enough reason for you, then call it a welcome gift from your alpha and beta. And if you still don't like that, then you can always use the assassin's name and vast wealth to buy your own damn dress. But so help me, MJ, you are getting a dress and you are going with us. Are we clear? Lila crossed her arms and looked MJ up and down like a disapproving mother, and MJ could hear the guards behind her trying to stifle their laughter and failing miserably. All right, Lila, I will go and we will buy a dress. MJ paused and looked out toward the tree line. But I'm not using Dante's money. I don't care how much he has. And by the way, how dare that asshat leave me here? He brought me here. And now I have to figure out how the hell to get back to the kitchen so I can hear Lou yell at me for being late. At least some things don't change. MJ almost mumbled the last part, and Lila hummed a laugh. I can ask someone to take you back, and in a real car, not a converted golf cart. MJ smiled up at Lila. No thanks, I actually like walking. I just wish I was as good at scenting as Bree or anybody else for that matter so I could find my own way. Lila crossed her arms and huffed. That's the thing, MJ. We don't do things alone here. We are a pack of family, one unit. There might be a bit of nepotism when it comes to the Alpha's children, but we do protect and help all of our pack members. Lila motioned with her hand, and one of the guards approached. Yes, Beta. He almost barked, causing Lila to jump slightly. For God's sake. Mark, will you relax a little bit? You don't have to bark at me. The large guard dropped his head. My apologies, Beta. What may I do for you? MJ smiled as she watched the interaction. Can you please escort our new sister back to the kitchen? Her mate brought her, and then had some things to attend to, so she will need help finding her way back. Lila looked at Mark like she was giving more information than actually came out of her mouth, and MJ crossed her arms. Yeah, look out, Mark. I'm the assassin's mate. I might shift into some walker and suck out your brain. The sarcastic tone in MJ's voice had both guards and Lila laughing. I am not afraid of the assassin's mate. If anything, I would be honored to escort you back to the kitchen. Mark bowed at the waist, and MJ noticed he had a shining scar that ran from the top of his eyebrow through his hairline. Lila grabbed MJ for a quick hug and then released her. You're going to get used to that one way or another. And she turned almost floating like a leaf in a gentle breeze, back to her quiet little home, full of love. Questions. The walk was quiet and peaceful between the two. MJ let her mind wander as she thought about how much her life had changed, and yet it still somewhat felt the same. She still felt surrounded by the hustle and bustle of other people and their various messy lives, while she silently felt more at home, surrounded by trees. The sound of her companion's grumbled laughter brought MJ out of her own mind, and she glanced over to see Mark was smiling at her. Sorry, she mumbled, and the guard simply hummed in reply. You do not have to speak if you do not wish, but I do ask you not to apologize for things you have not done. The stoic guard winked, and MJ smiled softly at him. It's not that I don't want to speak, I just don't know what to say. And Mark chuckled. Well, I am not a historian, so I have no wealth of knowledge for you, but I know things. MJ looked at him questioningly, and he smiled at her again. When the Alpha finally brought our Beta home, she was very curious about wolves and how we lived. Mark laughed slightly as he recalled the memory. I was assigned to guard her personally. MJ noticed that his entire body seemed to swell with pride as he spoke. She was very shy and had a hard time speaking or asking for things. She asked me what it was like to be a wolf every day for an entire month, but would rather go hungry than ask someone to help her get something to eat. MJ smiled, and they both laughed before she chewed the inside of her lip. May I ask you something, little sister? Mark broke the silence again, and MJ pushed her hands into her pockets. Sure, she said casually, and noticed that Mark seemed to pull on his earlobe nervously. Be sure, little sister, the question I have might be offense to you or the assassin, and I do not wish to anger my elder. MJ shot Mark a sideways look, and he smiled. The wolf was all he said, and MJ mentally slapped herself in the head for not thinking of that first. MJ squared her shoulders. Mark, I cannot make promises for the assassin or our shared companion, but I will be honest with you. MJ watched as the guard clasped his hands behind his back and squared his shoulders, brining himself to a full head of shoulders taller than MJ. For a few minutes, MJ thought Mark had abandoned his question. Can you shift, was all Mark said, and MJ had to stop walking and grab at her chest. The fury she could feel coming from Theron had her heart thundering against her ribcage, and she began to run her tongue over her gums. They had a sudden stinging sensation. She did her best to hide her discomfort and cleared her throat slightly. My mate helped me to make certain of victory, if that's what you are asking. MJ's voice was not quite emotionless, and Mark cocked his head to the side. Indeed, it is not. I am asking if you can shift again the way you did before. MJ felt Theron's discomfort at the probing question, and she growled softly, causing Mark to put his hands up. I meant no offense. I was purely curious. Call it boyish intrigue. MJ growled again, and was surprised when Mark laughed. For an Omega, you sure do catch on fast. MJ growled again, and this time she felt a slight pinch in her jaw as her teeth began to almost tingle with pressure. Azrael trusts you, doesn't he? MJ asked, and watched as Mark smiled at her. He does, although I would not address him so formally. MJ nodded and continued. What about Alpha Calyx? Does he trust you? The color drained from Mark's face. Have I offended you in some way, respected original? His voice shook, and MJ touched his shoulder. Mark, I thought we were asking harmless questions. The daring look in her eye told the guard that if he wanted an answer to his question, then he would have to offer her the answer to hers. I cannot say with confidence if the mighty Alpha trusts any of us, but I would like to be bold enough to claim that he honors me with my duty and the illusion of trust, even if it is not truly there. MJ made a snorting sound in her nose and pulled her hands from her pockets to cross them over her chest. She stopped and turned to face her escort. I do not know if I can shift again or not. It honestly felt like I was being ripped apart from the inside. A cold fire spread over my body before it happened. Mark locked eyes with her, and she saw a small amount of sadness. Why did you not allow the wolf to heal you, little sister? MJ looked up at him suspiciously and he laughed mischievously. You find me suspect, he asked, and MJ licked her lips. Good. You do not know me, and this life is new to you. Trusting your instincts is a good thing. For some reason, this man's affirmation made MJ smile. However, Mark began, and MJ's heart dropped into her stomach. Your instincts are not just yours anymore, they are now shared. And to be at your strongest, you have to allow that to flow naturally without a fight, right? Mark gave MJ a knowing look, and she rolled her eyes at him. So, Briella, MJ said, changing the subject, and Mark laughed. Sorry, little sister, I can tell you anything you want to know about me, but the alpha is off limits. Mark locked eyes with MJ, and he smiled. She searched his face. Tell me about your scar? She asked, and Mark's hand twitched as he fought the urge to cover it. What of it? He snapped, and MJ raised an eyebrow. I just wanted to know what would be strong enough to leave a lasting mark on a wolf. Mark took a deep breath and offered MJ his arm. She slid her arm through his, and they continued toward the kitchen. Heavy metals can have everlasting effects on wolves, even if they are original or Sima-wolf in some cases. MJ started to nod her head but stopped. Wait, a Sima-wolf? She asked, and Mark laughed. Yes, little sister. Sima-wolf is what happens when an original and their omega create a wolf with the power of an original, but no separate consciousness. It is said they are more powerful than the originals were at their prime. MJ chewed her bottom lip as she thought. So they are like the evolution of the original and human host? Mark hummed a small, warm laugh. Something like that. You know, little sister, you should really go to the source for that kind of information. The assassin is a fountain of information, and the elder is skilled in more than battle. It is said his power is parallel only to our alpha. As they broke the tree line, MJ caught sight of the kitchen and released Mark's arm. Well, Mark, it was definitely interesting talking to you. The large guard shot MJ a dazzling smile. Likewise, little sister, he said, and gave her a short bow before turning and heading back toward his post. MJ laughed to herself when she thought about how Mark was sort of like a weird guard dog, and she snorted at the cartoon imagery it brought to mind. She took a deep breath and entered the kitchen in search of Lou. As she made her way through the kitchen, MJ noticed the staff would all do the same thing. She would make her way past them, and they would huddle in small groups just out of her peripheral vision and whisper. She didn't need Theron's enhanced hearing or animal instinct to know they were whispering her name. Her intuition simply told her that when you walk through a room and feel as though all eyes are on you, then they most likely are. She pushed open the familiar door and welcomed the blast of crisp, cold air, followed by a blessed silence as it closed behind her. MJ closed her eyes and inhaled. The smell of raw meat and cold refrigeration filled her nose. Home sweet home, she mumbled to herself and then jumped when the familiar rumble of Lou's laughter bounced off of the metallic walls. Some things never change, do they, MollyJay? The older man mused at her as he sullied his perfectly white apron by wiping the blood from his hands. MJ blushed and bit her lip. Sorry, Lou, she mumbled, and the large butcher dropped his apron and crossed his large arms over his stout, wide chest. I stand corrected, Lou said seriously, with only the hint of a smile playing at the edge of his mouth. It seems you no longer have such a fat mouth. That wolf really tame you that much, did he? MJ scowled at Lou and began to growl just a little as the older man's demeanor changed completely, and he erupted in laughter, slapping his tree trunk of a thigh. Now that's the MJ I know, he bellowed. Since you decided to go a wall on me and Matthew, you are in charge of cleanup all by yourself tonight, kiddo. Lou shot her a devious grin, and MJ snorted with amusement. Any excuse to skip out on the dishes, eh, old man? The two of them laughed, and for a few minutes it was almost like a strange time warp. MJ could swear she was back at Lou's, and they were closing down for the night. The sudden shock of everything being the same and different had MJ's emotions doing backflips. She could feel the pressure in her entire body from fighting Theron's attempts to soothe her, and she jumped slightly when Lou's huge meat hook hand gently squeezed her elbow. You okay in there? He asked, and MJ opened her mouth to speak but stopped. The knot of emotion building in her was causing an ache in the back of her throat, and all she could do was inhale and then exhale a large exaggerated breath as she blinked the tears from her eyes. As the large man went to open his mouth, Matt came bursting into the room. Hey, boss, all done with the... He stopped and stared at MJ with wide eyes. Lou looked from his new assistant to MJ and hummed slightly. Thank you, Matthew. MJ has got the rest. You can go ahead and do whatever it is you do for the rest of the day. Matty didn't say anything. He simply nodded, and MJ watched as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down with every nervous swallow. What time should I be here tomorrow, boss? He asked, and Lou scratched the top of his head. Be here before Mao, kid. The Alpha said we have to start planning for the full moon fire, and it's in a week. so we don't have much time. I am going to need you early and strong. Can you do that? MJ watched as Lou almost barked his order at Matt like a military officer, and the young male responded accordingly. Yes, sir, he chirped and almost skipped out the back door, calling after some of the other staff as they passed. MJ watched a few smiling faces greet Matt as the door swung open, and like catching a glimpse of things, she never had the door shut, and MJ was once again inside her own head, battling the comforting feelings being pushed against her. Lou nudged her chin playfully with his oversized fist covered in goop, and MJ wiped her face. Gross, Lou, she complained and pushed his hand away. Let's start on the dishes, then I will wipe down the counters and equipment while you sweep and mop, deal? Lou didn't wait for her to answer. He just put his hand in the center of her back and ushered her toward the obscene stack of dirty cutlery and cutting boards. MJ surveyed the mountain of mess before her. She turned and grabbed the clean apron Lou was holding out to her. What the hell do I want that for? She asked, and he eyed her from head to toe. MJ, I don't know what the hell you two were doing out there, but you are covered in food, and I want that shit to stay clean after we wash it. MJ looked down at herself, and her jaw dropped in horrific realization. One side of her was completely covered in food smear, and she had a long stripe of what looked like mustard dried to her arm. She exhaled in embarrassment and then smiled to herself, thinking about all the clustered whispers and pointing as she walked through the kitchen. MJ blushed and her stomach flipped. Does everybody know we ate lunch together? She asked, and Lou grumbled a series of small laughs as he turned on the faucet and began to fill the sink with soapy water. Everybody knows the assassin asked for a U specifically to bring their lunch, and I'm sure his special arrangement request was not a secret. As Lou began to wash and pass MJ the clean cutlery, she groaned. I sweat, Lou. He acts like some of the college girls that used to come into the shop before some of the games. Hot, then cold, then hot, then cold. MJ suddenly snapped her lips shut and rolled her eyes to herself as Lou tried to stifle his rumbling laughter. Sorry, Lou, MJ mumbled and turned off the water. Wiping his hands on his apron, he turned to look at MJ. So you had a food fight with your new boyfriend, so what? Relationships are hard, and people fight. You guys will get over it. MJ clicked her tongue against her teeth. Okay, first of all, old man, I did not have a food fight with my new boyfriend. We were, MJ suddenly stopped when she realized that part of her lunch was not really something she wanted to share. We were making sandwiches. She ushered the words out as fast as she could, but the smirk on Lou's face had MJ's cheeks turning almost as red as her hair. If you want to talk about it, MJ, we are doing dishes, and I won't judge, you know that. I won't even say anything. If you want, I can just listen, okay? MJ looked at Lou with surprise. The tone in his voice was almost desperate, and the look in his eyes said that he wanted very much to be there for her, even if he would do it silently. MJ pulled her hands from the rinse tub and threw them around Lou. You old fart, she choked out before she released him. MJ wiped her eyes as another wave of emotion swept over her, and without thinking she allowed Theron to carry the intensity of her feelings to a calmer place. MJ shook her shoulders and returned to the rinse tub. Hurry up, Lou, she grinned. Or do you need me to take over? Is age getting the best of this old man? Lou grumbled at her sideways comment and splashed her with dirty soapy dishwater. Nasty asshole. She chirped, and they laughed as Lou reloaded the sink with fresh water and began to wash the remaining dishes. The butcher waited silently as the girl next to him battled herself internally. Lou had known MJ long enough to know she was a very private person, and from what Beth told him, that wasn't something new. She had been very solitary as a child, also never really interacting with other kids at the youth center. Lou was about ready to give up and ask her about her birthday when MJ wiped her hands on her apron and hopped up on the counter next to the rinse tub. I was talking with Azriel and Bree. MJ stopped and swallowed hard. She wasn't sure if Lou was supposed to know about the Alpha's daughter or if maybe he already did. Lou looked sideways at MJ and hummed a small laugh. Must be one of the Alpha's pups. You are lucky to have their trust like that, MJ. She looked at him, and Lou simply winked at her. I was not always an old butcher kid. I used to teach history and keep records once upon a time. MJ's eyes were wide. She had never really thought about what Lou might have done before he was a butcher, and the fact that he was an Omega and his sister was a werewolf meant they had a life in a pack once, and she desperately wanted to ask him more about it. Don't worry, kid. Your secret is safe with me, but I wouldn't go around introducing yourself as the Omega who knows the Alpha's offspring. MJ rolled her eyes, and Lou began to wipe down the sink and inside the wash tubs. MJ leaned her head back against a cupboard and closed her eyes. Dante's smile flashed in her mind, and she sighed. He started yelling at me because I had a couple of drinks with the Alpha, MJ began, and Lou kept silent as he continued his task. He is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, 1 minute he has his hands all over me, and the next he is shifting and jumping walls like a giant furry toddler. Lou raised his eyebrows. So you pissed off the man and the beast. Way to go, Memj. Lou let a laugh roll out with her name and she groaned. Fuck off, old man, she grumbled, and Lou threw a wet towel at her. MJ snatched it out of the air without even opening her eyes and threw it back at him. So you fight him, but you also accept him. Good. That does not send mixed signals at all. MJ opened her eyes and scowled at Lou. What the hell does that mean? She snapped, and Lou tossed the damp towel from one hand to the other. Well, you guys had some sort of argument while you were drinking with the alpha, and it was bad enough that he shifted and took off. That means you pissed off Dante and the wolf. Lou turned and finished wiping down the sink and faucet before he headed for a small utility closet. Come on, girl. You know the drill, talk and work. Let's go. MJ hopped off the counter and followed Lou as he handed her a broom and grabbed a bottle of cleaner and a few fresh towels. As MJ turned to walk away, Lou kept a grip on the broom and she jerked her arm backwards. So what happened? He asked, and MJ groaned. I was talking to Azrael and Theron, tried to suppress my emotions, so I pushed him out. She shrugged, and Lou looked at her with wide eyes. Okay, so you wounded the wolf's pride. How about the man? MJ blushed at the thought of Dante being associated with the word man, and she jerked the broom out of Lou's hand. He was pissed because I got drunk with the alpha and not him, she scoffed as she began to sweep from the top of the room back and forth in a rhythmic motion. Lou began to spray and wipe the counters as MJ swept, and for a few minutes it was silent again. I don't understand where his outburst came from. MJ blurted out suddenly, and Lou did not say anything, but he did nod his head as she spoke. I thought everything was going fine. We had a great picnic lunch. I mean, sure, we argued about chicken burgers and pork sandwiches, but I didn't think it was really an argument, more like playful banter. MJ grabbed a dustpan from the closet and finished sweeping the floor. As Lou finished the end of the counter, he turned with his hand on his hip. What in the hell is a chicken burger, he asked, and MJ threw her hands up in the air. Exactly, she yelled, and Lou only shook his head. Kids, he mumbled and looked around. Tell you what, Moll, we skip the mop for tonight and I get the new kid to do it in the morning. He winked at her, and MJ smiled at him. That kid is enormous and scared to death of me, by the way. Lou rubbed his hand over his face and sighed heavily. I know, he thinks the assassin and one of the hunters are going to eat him alive if he sneezes wrong around you. I told him you were a pretty nasty bitch, so he better stay out of your way. MJ opened her mouth to yell, and Lou pointed at her laughing. I'm kidding, MJ. I told the kid to get to know you before he passes judgment, and if you still give him the heebie-jeebies, then he can go back to the outer limits of the kitchen. Lou shrugged, and MJ slapped him on the shoulder. Thanks, old man, she said, and then stuffed her hands in her pockets again, feeling something flat and thin. She pulled it from her pocket and remembered the picture of herself and her mother. What you got there, Moll? Lou asked, and MJ's face lit up like an excited child. How could I forget? I found out Jay is my blood brother today, Lou, and he had a picture of me and our mom. The almost childlike wonder in MJ's voice had Lou smiling like a proud parent. That's great, Molly. I'm glad you found some family, but do me a favor and don't forget about the rest of us, okay? MJ tilted her head to the side. Lou, are you calling me family? Her voice was almost a whisper, and Lou looked at her like she spoke in tongues. Well, of course, you dingbat. What the hell do you think we've been the last 3 years, goldfish? MJ's vision went blurry as tears filled her eyes, and Lou wrapped his massive arms around her, crushing her into a hug that was both warm and smelled heavily of sweaty man and dry blood. Lou shook her slightly. Let's see that picture and no more tears, okay? He said to her softly, and she sniffled, wiping her eyes as she handed Lou the picture. Who is she to you? Lou took the photo, and the moment his eyes focused on it, he grabbed MJ by the arm and started to squeeze it fairly hard. Where did you get this? Lou snapped, and MJ's eyes grew wide as his demeanor changed instantly, and MJ recognized the frenzy of anger bubbling up in the old butcher. What the fuck, Lou? You are hurting my arm, she said, pulling her arm out of Lou's fevered grasp, and the old man grabbed a handful of her shirt and pulled her off her feet until she was eye to eye with him. Is this supposed to be a joke? Who gave you this? MJ could feel Theron pounding against her mind like a wild animal trying to get in, and his pure protective rage was almost overwhelming. But MJ didn't want to hurt Lou, so she tried her hardest to fight both Lou and the wolf within her. Please stop, MJ almost begged, her forehead breaking out in a sweat, and suddenly Lou looked into her eyes and dropped to his knees like a great falling pine. He was clutching the picture to his chest and rocking back and forth. MJ stumbled backwards slightly, breathing heavy. Her entire body was aching from keeping Theron's explosive anger at bay, and MJ also dropped to the floor. She was sitting on her butt with her legs splayed out to the side. Lou, do you seriously have a death wish? Are you high? MJ knew neither of these things were true, but she couldn't fathom a reason behind Lou's behavior. When she looked at him, he was still rocking back and forth, and his huge shoulders were shuddering. MJ brought her knees underneath herself and scooted across the floor until she was in front of the man she now realized was crying and mumbling into his large hands. "Lottie, I'm so sorry. I should have fought harder. It should have been me." The words MJ heard coming out of Lou's mouth were audible, but she couldn't make sense of them, or rather, she wasn't sure she wanted to. The emotions bubbling inside MJ made her feel like a pressure cooker ready to explode. She started to breathe heavy, and then in shallow, frenzied breaths. "My little one," Theron whispered. "Let me in." He coaxed, and MJ wanted desperately to continue to push him out and punish him the way he had her. She was hurting from his absence, and now she wanted him to hurt the same. But every fiber of her body ached for the comfort and relief she knew he would bring her. And with a defeated breath, she slumped down with her hands in her lap and allowed the wolf to both soothe her confusion and panic, while she felt his anger pulse softly in the background of her mind. With as much control as she could find, MJ sat back on her heels and straightened her back. "Lou," she barked, and to her absolute surprise, the man jerked his head up toward her and bared his neck slightly in submission. MJ reached out and touched the picture Lou was holding. He tightened his grip on it, and she reached her free hand up and touched the older man's cheek, bringing his face upward. MJ sighed softly. "Lou, look at me," she said, and when his eyes met hers, they were filled with so much sadness and longing, her heart broke for him. "How did you know my mother?" she asked, and tapped the picture Lou was desperately clinging to. As MJ's words registered in Lou's currently fractured mind, he brought his hand up and grabbed MJ's from his face and put his nose into the palm of her hand. Theron growled low in her chest, and MJ cleared her throat as Lou released her hand. "Sorry," she whispered, and Lou shook his head as he took his attention back to the picture. "You never need to be sorry, Lottie." Lou did not get to finish his delusional statement. "MJ, Lou, my name is MJ," was all she said, and he looked up at her again. This time he looked almost lost, and MJ's heart broke all over again. "She is your mother, MJ. You are her little Marnie bird." The larger-than-life man's voice was just above a whisper, and MJ had never seen Lou look so small before. "Lou, I need you to start explaining to me how you know my mother and how you know my name." MJ's heart was beating hard against her chest. She was starting to get the feeling that Lou did not want to tell her how he knew her mother, and MJ remembered Jay's story about her death and wondered how Lou fit into all of that. All of a sudden, Lou clambered to his feet. "Little Bart, MJ, you said your brother was a hunter. Who is he?" Lou was almost screaming at her, and MJ wasn't sure if it was Theron's own emotions or Lou's strange behavior, but all of a sudden she didn't feel much like she could trust the man in front of her. As MJ rose to her feet and opened her mouth to ask Lou what the hell he knew about her mother, the sound of screaming jerked MJ's attention away, and as the sound of clattering dishes and yelling people grew louder, the door burst open, and Dante's shirtless form filled the space. "Moll, are you saying Jay is your brother? Where can I find him?" Lou's blatant disregard of MJ's question aggravated Dante, but the fact that the feisty female hurricane he currently held in his arms had nothing to say concerned him. She was not yelling and screaming or begging. He couldn't even hear the small, heartbreaking sounds of crying. Dante waited a few moments for the old man to get his shit together. "MJ, please let me look at that picture again. Please, I just need." The gut-wrenching sound of Theron's growling and MJ's frustrated cry had Lou cowering slightly as she threw the picture at his feet and turned herself inward once more in Dante's arms. Lou scrambled to grab the picture from the floor, and Dante looked down at him in disgust. "I am taking her home, and the moment I walk out of this room you lose all right to speak with her, unless you answer her question clearly. Butcher." The assassin's voice was a warning thick with the promise he would carry through with it, and Lou would never speak with her again. "No," Lou screamed in blind fury. "You already took my Lottie. You won't take her daughter from me." Lou tried to scramble to his feet and lunge for Dante, but the assassin was much stronger and more agile than the old Omega, even with his almost broken mate in his arms, and Dante sidestepped his advance easily and kicked Lou in the ribs, causing the older man to crumble to the floor groaning. MJ began to wiggle, and Dante set her on the floor as she dove to the still groaning butcher on the floor. "Who was she to you, Lou? Answer me." Lou looked up into her eyes with a great deal of sadness. "I was supposed to protect her with my life, and I failed. Zazzle took her from me, and I let him." MJ didn't really understand what Lou was talking about, but she could see that Lou was too emotionally broken to answer any of her questions. She stood, and Dante eyed her curiously. MJ reached her hand out for his, and Dante gladly took it and led her toward the door. As Dante opened the door and motioned for MJ to exit first, she turned one last time to Lou, who was now staring at her instead of the photograph. "We all eat dinner together tonight, and I will be here tomorrow. That gives you 2 more chances." "Lou, that's it?" MJ sighed and chewed her lip, weighing her next statement. "I have known you and Beth for a long time. Lou and I am having a hard time accepting the fact that it's pure coincidence that you seem to be some missing link to a life I don't remember. A childhood that was stolen from me. So you will either be honest with me or I will cut you from my life the way my mother was cut from mine. Do you understand me, Lou? Do you know what I am saying? MJ didn't wait for Lou to say anything more. She simply turned and left through the door. Dante was holding for her. Dante turned to look at Lou, and as they made eye contact, Lou noticed the swirl of gold and the stoic demeanor the assassin's face had taken on, indicating he was being addressed by the original directly. You have her trust, child. Theron's voice rang through Dante like a megaphone, and Lou kept his eyes locked on the gold swirl in front of him. Dante cocked his head and smiled. Do not squander it, for she may give it to you freely the first time, but violate that gift and you will pay dearly. Lou did something neither Dante nor Theron expected, and the Omega stood up and squared his shoulders. And what makes you think I need your advice, Wolf? The words flew out of Lou's mouth laced with anger, and Theron only chuckled. I have first-hand experience, arrogant child. They were the last words the original spoke before folding back into Dante's subconscious, as Dante stood in the doorway and stared Lou down. He crossed his arms over his still bare chest. I have to wonder how it is an Omega has the willpower to fight submission from an original like that. The suspicion in Dante's voice had Lou noticeably on guard. Dante eyed the older man. I have only ever seen that happen with another powerful wolf, or their mate. Dante did not say any more. He simply shrugged and left, letting the door slam close behind him, leaving Lou with his secrets and fractured mindset. Charlotte Nova Borealis. The sound of the door closing echoed around the refrigerated room, but it was not the cold that made Lou shiver as he pulled himself off the floor and grabbed the telephone that hung on the wall. Bethy, Lou said after a few rings. Hold on, Dr. Pearl. Lou, what's wrong? Beth asked from the other end of the line. Lou could hear her clearly, but from the noise in the background he wasn't sure she would understand him. I found her, Bethy. I found Marnie. Lou tried to speak loud and clear. What? Hold on, Lou. I need to go outside. Lou could hear the sound of rustling and the murmur of voices before his sister came back to the line. Sorry, Lou. I was in the staff lounge with John Pearl. What did you say? Lou swallowed hard. He wasn't quite sure he could repeat himself. Lou? Beth said with a concern in her tone. Louis, you talk to me right now, or I swear by the moon, I will make you sorry. He squeezed the phone in his hand and closed his eyes. I found them, Beth. Lottie's kids are alive. Both of them. Lou's voice had turned into a hoarse whisper, and the gut-wrenching sound of Beth's gasp made him almost nauseous with anxiety. Lou, we have been through this before, are you sure? Beth believed in her brother very much, but they had spent so many years trying with not even a clue. She had long since assumed they were both dead. Lou was breathing heavy into the phone. She had a picture of my Lottie Beth, and she looks just like her mother. Charlotte's little Marnie bird is our MollyJay. Lou heard Beth gasp again. Fuck Lou, all this time, all these years, she has been right there with us. Did you tell her? Where is Bartolomeo? Louis, did you tell her? Does she know who you are? Lou did not answer any of his sister's questions. He simply sighed heavily and hung up the phone. He smoothed out the photograph as much as he could and tucked it into his pocket before tearing off his apron and tossing it into the sink. The weight of Dante's promise and Theron's warning were weighing heavy on the old man as he left the safety of the kitchens and headed toward the pack house and his room. Lou knew he needed time to think, but he only had a few hours before dinner, and he knew he couldn't hide the truth from her forever. He just had to hope she didn't want to rip out his throat when she did, although he would not blame her, nor would he stop her if she did. As Lou entered the pack house, he was hit from the side and pinned to the wall. What the fuck did you say to my sister? Jay shouted as he rammed the much larger man into the cinder block behind him. Jay stood up, and the look on the butcher's face had him confused. Bartolomeo, is that really you? How could I not have seen it before? Lou reached out to grab Jay's shoulders, and the young hunter staggered backwards with a look of absolute shock. What did you call me? How do you know that name? Jay's shock only lasted a moment before he was at Lou's throat again. Answer me. Do you work for him? I won't go back. I will kill you here in the hallway before I let him have her. Jay was screaming in Lou's face, and his hands were beginning to shift, digging his claws into the soft, fleshy shoulder of the man he was questioning and slamming him into the wall with every syllable he spat. Moxie stepped up next to Jay, but did not make a move to stop him. Hey bro, you might want to 86 this for a minute, or at least get us away from so many eyes. Jay released Lou with one last shove, and Moxie leaned close to Jay's ear, whispering something to his companion. Lou could not hear, but the intimate way the two men moved about each other's personal space was not lost on the old man. Jay stormed past Lou and toward his room. Moxie stepped up to Lou and leaned into his face. You follow him on your own, or I will bust your kneecaps and drag you down the corridor. Lou did not respond to the half-feral hunter. He simply followed the direction Jay had gone until he came to a room with the door wide open. Lou turned around to see Moxie close behind him. Inside, he barked with his arms crossed over his chest, and Lou stepped into the room as Moxie pulled the door shut behind them. The three of them trapped in the room had Lou's nerves on edge, but the old man had been around long enough to know better than to show his fear. Jay paced back and forth across his room for a while, holding the shoebox he had retrieved his mother's picture from. "What was her name?" Jay barked, and Lou smiled. "Her name was Charlotte, but that is not what her family called her, not what I called her." Jay grabbed Lou by the face. "Why do you know so much about us? I don't remember you," he asked, and watched a flash of guilt flood the older man's eyes. "Lottie kept me a secret as much as she did you kids." Jay roared in Lou's face and backhanded him hard enough to send Lou stumbling back a few steps. "Liar! My mother would never do that to her family. My father was her mate, and she took her duty seriously as beta, and—" Jay was cut off by the boulder of flesh called Lou, as the older man barreled into Jay at surprising speed. "Zazil was not her mate, boy. You speak of things you know nothing about. That monster did not deserve a gift from the moon like my Lottie." As Lou and Jay tussled on the floor, Moxie leaned against the wall, simply watching. "You took my sister away from me, and I'm going to kill you for it, old man. How long did you think you could keep us apart? What did you plan to do to her?" Both Jay and Lou were shouting and grunting as they kicked and jabbed at each other, still tangled together on the floor, until Moxie stepped forward and picked up the shoebox off the floor that Jay had dropped as Lou plowed into him. As Moxie lifted the box, a few stray letters that had fallen out. As he unfolded them, he began to read. "My dearest Lo, how much I miss you. There are not many days that pass that you are not in my mind. Even though my father says I must honor the stipulations of the challenge, I feel more and more that he only wishes me to stay with Zazzle for the sake of power." Moxie stopped reading as Lou and Jay now sat on the floor next to one another, breathing heavily. "Where did you get that?" Lou asked, almost completely exhausted, and Jay shot to his feet, snatching the letter and box from Moxie. "That is none of your business." Jay growled and tossed the box on his bed before offering Lou assistance in standing. As the large man took the young hunter's help with appreciation, he stood and looked into Jay's eyes. "My relationship with your mother is a very long and sad story that begins before you were born," Jay snorted and laid out on his bed next to the shoebox. "Yeah, well, I got a few more letters, and this time they are from Lo, so I guess we got time, don't we, old man?" Lou sat down next to Jay on his bed, and Moxie took his spot by the door with his arms crossed. Jay tapped the box with his knuckle. "Go ahead, open it up. It's all I have left of her anyway." As Lou reached for the box, Jay slammed his hand down on the lid. "Listen close, because I will not repeat myself, Omega. If you are anything more or less than you say you are, I will hand you to Mox over there and you will disappear." Lou raised his eyebrow at Jay and pulled the box from underneath his grip. "And how does the Alpha feel about this?" he asked in a calm tone. Both Moxie and Jay answered Lou's question with menacing laughs. "I said disappear, old man, and I meant it." Lou and Jay locked eyes and neither blinked in submission. "I have known your sister most of her life. Don't you think I would have kept her away from you if I had something to hide? Or better yet, do you think I would be here hiding out in the belly of the kitchen if I weren't hiding from that son of a bitch myself?" Lou rubbed the back of his neck and pushed the box back toward Jay, groaning. "Look, kid, I don't need to look in here to know what you know, but I don't think it's right to taint MJ with the truth, do you?" Jay opened his mouth to object, but just sighed and dropped his head. "She does not need to know what is said here, as long as it does not endanger her life." Jay glanced at Moxie, who simply shook his head in disapproval, but said nothing, just stayed in his statuesque guardian stance inside the closed door. Lou took a deep breath. "Your mother was the only child of the Alpha and Beta of a small pack called Borealis. Their pack was one of the oldest on record, but over the years they had become small, and most of their members were Omega, or outcast rouges from other packs." Lou stopped when Moxie snorted. "Problem?" he asked, and the hunter pushed himself off the wall. "Actually, yes. I have never heard of the Borealis pack." Lou only turned his back to Moxie and continued. "She was being courted by a young, powerful Simawolf named Zazzle." At the mention of his name, Jay growled, and Lou put his hands up in the air. "Feeling is mutual, kid, believe me." The old Omega groaned and kicked his legs out in front of himself. "I met her at the full moon fire ceremony." The faraway sound in his voice had Jay exchanging a look of curiosity with Moxie. "I remember the first time I saw her, she had her back to me, and all I could do was stare at her hair. It shone like a rich red rose in a sea of dead leaves. She was perfect. And then she turned around and looked through my entire soul with the most beautiful eyes. They were full of wonder and innocence." The way Lou was talking about his mother was starting to make Jay uncomfortable, and the hunter stood from his bed, almost backing into Moxie. "What the hell are you saying, Butcher?" Jay tried to sound stern and intimidating, but his voice was trembling. Lou stood up from the bed and turned to face the two young hunters. Jay, I was your mother's mate. Her wolf chose me. Nova saw something in me that told her I was worthy of a gift like Lottie, and I tried, son. I tried so hard, but I'm an Omega. I'm no match for a Sima wolf. Lou's confession hit Jay like a silver bullet to the heart. As he stumbled back further, Moxie wrapped his arms about him, and Jay almost fell to the floor as his breathing became shallow, sounding more like small whimpers. Jay grabbed Moxie's forearms. You are a lying old fuck, he shouted at Lou. My mother didn't have an original. My father did. Zazel wasn't a Sima wolf. He was Alpha of Bane Pack, so named for his original. The sound of Lou's laughter was strained and slow. That vain bastard would claim he was the original, but I'm afraid not, kid. Charlotte was the original, and Nova was the most tender creature I ever met. She believed in beauty and life and love. Jay tried to lunge for Lou, but Moxie tightened his grip. You lie, he screamed, and Lou stepped forward until he was in front of Jay. I wish it was, kid. I really wish it was all some sick fantasy I made up, but life is more cruel than that. Lou sighed and scratched the back of his neck. Did she ever tell you why your middle name was Jay? Jay stopped struggling against Moxie to focus on Lou once more. The day you were born, she was standing on her balcony, and a flock of blue jays flew right past her just as her water broke. Jay began to pull against Moxie again, but this time he released his hold, and Jay flew into Lou's chest. But instead of tackling him to the ground for another round, he wrapped his arms around the larger man's broad shoulders and sobbed into his chest. Nobody knows about that. She told me the day she died. He cried hard into the older man's chest as Lou brought one arm around Jay's shoulder and began to stroke his hair with the other. She woke me up that morning and told me no matter what happened, I needed to look after Marnie. She said it was important to protect her, and I didn't do it. Lou held Jay for as long as he cried, and as Jay pulled away and wiped his face, Lou continued, You were just a boy. It was our job to protect her, not you. I lost a challenge to him for Charlotte. Zazel became Alpha and wanted to change the name of the pack from Borealis to Bane. When we fought him on it, he decided we could have that victory if Lottie allowed him to name his firstborn. Moxie waved his hands in the air. Hold on, hold the fuck on. Let me get this straight. You were her mate but lost a challenge to the asshole who happens to be Jay's dad, but he still let you live and let you stick around his mate. You really expect us to believe that shit? Jay looked from Moxie to Lou, and Lou rolled his eyes. The fact that I was Lottie's mate was pure politics to Zazel. I was also the pack historian, and my sister was the commander for the pack hunters. So maybe he figured if he let me stick around it would keep peace for as long as he needed it, or maybe he thought letting me be near Lottie would keep her complacent. Lou shrugged when Moxie raised a single eyebrow in doubt. Shit, kid, I don't pretend to have all the answers. As far as I'm concerned, the fucker was a few screws shy of a full deck. The fact that he allowed me to stay in the pack, and at least acted like he didn't know I was still talking to Lottie, was a blessing. I was not going to question. Jay cocked his head to the side. What happened to the rest of the pack after Mom? After Zazel, after he... Jay couldn't finish his sentence, and Lou put his hand on Jay's shoulder. It's okay, kid. Maybe some things are better left unsaid, who? Jay pushed Lou's arm away. No, tell me, he barked, and Lou sighed. Zazel almost went mad after he killed Charlotte. He went into a frenzy trying to console and control Nova. He killed everyone he came into contact with. Very few of us knew about you and your sister. And trying to get the both of you out was near impossible. Do you know what he was planning to do? Lou looked up at Jay and was surprised to see the young man was stone-faced. He wanted to sell Marnie so they could breed her, and he was going to kill me, Jay stated, and Lou grunted. Jay looked up at him, and the old man was shaking his head. Sorry, kid, wrong again. Your mother was the original, not Zazel. So who do you think Nova would have been more compatible with, you or MJ? The silence in the room was almost as dark as the realization Lou had helped Jay come to. Moxie once again was the shocking voice of reason. So when do we tell MJ? He asked, and both Jay and Lou scowled at him. Do you really want to tell her that her father killed her mother so he could sell your brother and kill you? And oh, yay, by the way, you were supposed to be in a regional, not an Omega, so that probably explains why you can shift like a fucking walker. Jay's rant stopped, and his eyes bulged from their sockets. Zazel might still be alive, Lou. What if he comes for her? What if he finds her? We can't tell her where she came from, but we need to protect her all the same. Moxie grabbed Jay by the shoulders and shook him. Stop, he yelled. Listen to yourself. You want to keep the truth from her for what, Jay? She didn't have a happy life so far, so she probably doesn't have any hope of having some fairy tale mommy and daddy who loved her so much and tried to find her man. Just give her what she asks for and build a new relationship with her now. You know, don't let the past kill the future or some shit. Jay, Lou, and Moxie laughed, and Jay took a long, deep breath. Hey, Mox, open the door, okay? As Moxie opened the door and motioned for everyone to exit, Lou stopped Jay. "Hey kid, since she trusts you, maybe you should tell her, okay? I kind of made a mess of things for her enough, I think." Jay laughed and shook his head, patting Lou on the shoulder. "No way, Butcher. That girl is 4 levels above fucking crazy when she is pissed, and you walked away without telling her shit. You get to break the news." Lou started to object, and Jay threw his hands up in the air. "Hell to the no, man. She basically used me as a rag doll when she found out I was her brother, and didn't tell her the minute I found out, so you are on your own." The 3 of them made their way out of Jay's room. And as Jay closed the door, Moxie nudged him with his elbow. "I bet you she rips his lips off and shoves him up his ass," he chirped, and Jay laughed as Lou visibly cringed. "Nah, I say she goes standard soap opera and slaps him across the face," Jay retorted, and Lou pursed his lips. "Very helpful, pup," he growled, and the 3 of them laughed again as they headed their separate ways. After Roger drove off, Lou hurried toward his sister's room, concern racing through him. Beth knew MJ long before he did. Surely she had recognized their family resemblance years ago. He almost ran. Beth's door was locked, so he knocked firmly. "Beth, it's Lou. Open up!" He heard muffled voices inside. Impatient, he threw his shoulder into the door, splintering the frame and freeing the lock. As he shoved the door open, Lou froze in shock. Beth sat on her dresser, and John Pearl stood too close to her, clearly a private moment interrupted. Beth scrambled down, smoothing her scrubs with a blush of anger and embarrassment. "Lou," Beth snapped. "You jerk, what are you doing?" Lou stumbled back apologetically. "I'm sorry, I thought you were in trouble." He closed the door as best he could on its warped hinges. Beth crossed her arms. "Scrubs, Lou? Really? I'm trying to rebuild my life here," she shot back. "Yes, that means scrubs." Lou frowned. "And that always involves John?" She raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "Keep your friends close." Lou frowned harder. "That's it, keep your friends close, and what about everything else?" Beth turned away to examine the door. "What was so urgent you had to break it down?" Lou thrust a photograph into her hands. "MJ is alive, Beth, I found them." Beth's eyes filled with tears. "By the moon," she whispered, staring at the image of MJ and Jay. Roger and Sinclair crowded into the doorway. Beth looked between their faces in the photo. "Jay gave it to her," Lou explained. "He also has letters MJ wrote to me. They survived." Beth's knees went weak. "No, I would have known if she'd been alive. I met those girls as a child." Lou caught her arms gently. "Maybe you saw only what you wanted to see. We all miss them." Beth's lower lip trembled. "I don't want to believe it, but this proof?" Lou nodded. "They're out there safe." Beth closed her eyes and nodded, finally letting the truth settle. "Then we have to bring them home." Lou smiled and put an arm around her. "Together." And in that moment, the cracked door and scattered scrubs didn't matter. They were a family again, finally reunited in hope and purpose. "All that matters is that I found them and they are safe." Lou's voice was low, but the look he gave his sister had her milking every syllable so to not miss a thing. "I will keep my promise to Lottie, and I will protect them with my life." Lou turned to leave, and before he pulled the door back open, he spoke to his sister one more time, but did not turn to look at her. "I will keep my promise, Beth, with or without you." Lou did not say any more, nor did he stick around to see if his sister had any more to say. He simply headed down to the dining hall to seat himself for dinner, and hoped that when he spoke to MJ, she would kill him quickly. Because knowing the girl he had grown to love as a daughter was actually the daughter of the woman he loved and lost, and that she may never to speak to him again, was more agonizing than the thought of any physical death. Dante gave Mammy the room she seemed to need as they headed back to their room. She did not speak to him, or anyone else for that matter. They had even passed Jay and Moxie in the hallway, and she barely gave them a smile before breezing past them and continuing on her way. Jay had asked Dante what the problem seemed to be, and based on the fact the poor kid was her brother, and seemed to think he had upset her, Dante told him she had argued with Lou, and then hurried off to keep pace with her. MJ opened the door to their room and disappeared inside. Dante stopped at the threshold and folded his arms behind his back. As MJ sat down on the bed with her back to the door, she slumped her shoulders forward, but turned her head toward the door when she did not hear it shut. Seeing Dante fill the doorway, MJ scrunched up her face at him. "So you are a door now, too?" she said sarcastically, and Dante cocked his head at her. MJ lay down on the bed with her feet dangling off the edge. "Why are you standing there like a vampire waiting for permission to come in?" she snapped, and Dante cleared his throat and squared his shoulders. "I thought you might want some alone time, but Theo thinks you need us, so I was waiting for you to decide what you need." MJ's heart sank into her feet, and she curled up in the fetal position on the bed and began to sob uncontrollably. Dante still wasn't quite sure what to do. "Help her, Theo," he begged, and to his surprise and relief, the wolf answered him immediately. "Feelings must be expressed. I will not take that away from her unless she asks. I have taken much from her already." Dante felt almost sick to his stomach between MJ's sobbing and the wolf's haunting words. He was torn, so acting on pure gut instinct, he pulled the door shut behind him and climbed onto the bed with him. Dante wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into his chest. Then he wrapped his legs around hers and began to hum softly in her ear. This seemed to only make her cry harder. But as Dante tried to leave, MJ grabbed his fingers with hers and pulled his hands up under her chin like a security blanket. Dante could feel the warm, moist sadness of her tears soaking her cheeks and the bedding underneath them. His heart was aching for her now more than ever. "It's okay. Let it go. I am here to hold you together so you can fall apart if you want." MJ squeezed his fingers tighter into herself. Her sobs turned to small, frantic hiccups and sniffles. MJ started to move as her breathing leveled, and as Dante lifted his arm for her to sit up, she only shifted her position. She was now facing him, and Dante noticed that she had cried herself into a deep sleep, so he only wrapped his arm back around her, and she nuzzled into his chest. Tucking her nose just under his throat, he could feel her warm breath on his ear, and it began to lull him into a tranquility until they were fast asleep, wrapped in each other like vines on a tree. As the sun began to set, a sliver ran across the bed, slicing through the sleep the two occupants had been enjoying. MJ began to stretch, and as she arched her back and raised her hands above her head, it thrust her chest forward into Dante, stirring him from his sleep. Just like a real cat, MJ straightened her legs and bowed her body even more to complete a deep, satisfying stretch after a long sleep. Dante was now wide awake and very aware of MJ's movements, but he did not stir for fear of frightening the freshly rested kitten currently curled against him in bed. "I'm just settling back into bed when I catch Roger's eye." His expression is both amused and a little concerned. "Jay's knocking again," I murmur, my cheeks flushing. He grins and rolls away. "Let's see what he wants," he says lightly. Before I can reply, Jay and Moxie burst through the door, laughing at our half-hidden forms. "Hey, lovebirds, door was closed," Jay teases. I yelp and pull the blanket up over me. Moxie chuckles. "What are you hiding for? You're fine under there." "Get away," I groan, face buried in the blanket. I hear Roger's gentle laughter behind me. Moxie and Jay retreat with a wave, and Roger pulls me free from the bed. "Dinner?" he asks softly. I pop my head out and grin. "Only if we fix the door first." He laughs and holds out his hand. I grab it, and he helps me to my feet. "Shower time," he says with a mock eyebrow raise. I swat his face playfully. "Not together, thinks and all that," he chuckles. "Okay, separate showers, then dinner. Then we'll take care of a little door repair." I skip ahead to the bathroom, feeling warm and happy. As the shower runs, I hum to myself, relief washing over me after a long day. And somehow everything feels perfect. She glanced at the towel rack and noticed that Dante had gotten 3 additional towels of various sizes. And on the sink, he had laid out an open toothbrush. MJ dove for the toothbrush first and feverishly brushed her teeth until she could feel the sting and tingle of a well-cleaned mouth. She stepped into the now steaming shower and let the water wash over her body until she was thoroughly soaked. She reached for Dante's soap and was surprised to find a very feminine set of shampoo, conditioner, and body wash containers, all in the same scent. MJ smiled as she lathered her hair first. The smell of the shampoo was sweet and feminine without being heavily saturated in perfume, and as she soaked up the matching powder pink loofah Dante had draped over the bottle, MJ decided she had fallen in love with whatever the hell a cactus blossom was. After MJ had thoroughly run herself through the shower, she wrapped herself in a towel and opened the door. As the door to the bathroom opened, the steam from inside poured out like fog, and as MJ emerged, Dante's mouth fell open. "You look like you stepped out of my dreams, not the bathroom." MJ smiled and squeezed the towel around herself a little tighter. "Thank you," she said sheepishly, and Dante jumped to his feet. As he approached MJ, she looked up at him with a mixture of hope, desire, and a hint of insecure fear. Dante leaned down and placed a small kiss between her eyebrows. "I have to get in the shower now or I'm going to get you back into bed." MJ smiled and blushed. She chewed her bottom lip. "Well then, get that ass in the shower before I force you to make good on that promise." MJ strode toward the closet, and as she opened the door, she called out to Dante. "Oh, assassin!" She sang sweetly, and as Dante turned to look at her, she kept her back to him but whipped the towel from her body and tossed it to him with one arm. "Don't forget a towel," was all she said, before she disappeared into the closet and closed the door behind her. Dante grabbed the towel from the air and buried his face in it like a hungry dog soaking up her scent. "She is going to kill us, doing that shit. Theo, I swear." Dante heard the wolf laugh. "Then take her boy," he whispered, and Dante grunted as he closed the bathroom door behind himself. "I am not an archaic monster, Theo. Humans don't work like that. She has to feel something for me too. It's not enough to be compatible with her. We have to win her over, you know?" The wolf growled and mumbled in displeasure as Dante stripped his sweatpants and climbed into the shower, before turning on the water and waiting for the sting of the cold to slap his back. Humans are fickle. You allow your emotion for your pride to prevent reason from ruling like it should. Dante groaned as Theron lectured him. Not this shit again. Okay, Theo, I get it. You are older than me, but guess what? Old man, you don't know women, and you don't know my MJ. Theron snarled, and Dante winced slightly at the discomfort. I know our little one, he growled, and Dante laughed as he finished his shower and turned the water off. Grabbing a fresh towel, he dried himself and wrapped the towel around his waist. If that were really true, you would have never made a decision for her. She needs you, Theo. She needs you to comfort her and love her. Dante went to open the bathroom door and stopped. Promise me that no matter what happens, you will never force her to do anything ever again. You will never be silent from her mind. You have to be there for her. Theo, no matter what happens, can you promise? The wolf made an uncomfortable sound and squirmed inside Dante as he listened to the man speak. I do not like your train of thought, boy. I should not need to make such a promise for you, are her comfort and safety. She would not need me for these things. Dante punched the door. Promise me, damn it, or I will make sure your family tree ends with me. Dante did not wait for Theron to make idle threats. He simply swung the door open as MJ was tying her shoes, and she looked up at him through tendrils of rich red hair, smiling. I need to brush my hair and tie it up real quick before we go. Dante walked up to her and let a few small pieces of hair slide through his fingers. It is so beautiful. It's such a shame you keep it trapped on top of your head like that. You should leave it down sometime. Dante strode past NJ and let her hair fall as he walked to the closet and closed the door behind himself. I step out of the bathroom feeling unexpectedly shy. Dante waits by the door, damp curls framing his face like a halo in the moonlight. His gaze meets mine and a soft smile spreads on his lips. My heart skips a beat. I clear my throat. Are you okay? He asks, concern in his voice. I grin through my blush. Yes, just caught off guard by how I feel. He laughs, a warm, joyful sound that makes me laugh too. Dante gently lifts my hands from my face and guides me closer. Before we can lean in again, a bright flash and a loud pop fill the room. Smoke billows around us. Jay! Dante curses as he coughs and shields us both. I gasp, struggling for breath. Dante scoops me into his arms and carries me out the shattered door. In the hallway, Jay and Moxie lean against the wall, giggling. Moxie, not cool! Dante wheezes, setting me gently on my feet. I bend over, hands on my knees, still coughing. Jay rushes to my side and supports me. Sorry, sis. It was just a flash device we use on the range. Didn't mean for it to get you, he apologizes. I scrunch up my nose. Taste of smoke in my mouth. I nudge him playfully and he laughs. Dante and Moxie stomp past them, still bantering as they clear the smoke. I take a shaky breath, look up at Dante, and he wraps me in a reassuring hug. Everything's all right, he whispers. I nod, safe in his arms, the earlier romance still sparkling between us in the moonlit hallway. As the quad noisily made their way down the hall, Ace's door suddenly burst open, and the commander stormed out with his shoulders squared. What the fuck is wrong with the two of you? Smoke bombs. Again? Jay only laughed, and as MJ's lungs filled with fresh air once again, she gathered her strength and jabbed her brother in the ribs so hard he doubled over. Ace erupted in laughter. Way to go, princess. The commander beamed, and in that moment, MJ didn't hate his snide little nickname for her so much. You are welcome, Commander Ass-Clown. As MJ quipped the playful comeback, she heard the unmistakable sound of a female snicker from behind Ace, and as she tried to peek past him, further into his room to see who it might be, but Ace's hand on the door pulled it closed behind him, and MJ swore she saw his eyebrow flinch at her silent inquiry. Heading to dinner? Ace inquired, and as Jay righted himself, Dante sauntered up behind him with Moxie held tightly in a headlock. MJ crossed her arms and looked at the three hunters before she addressed their commander. I don't really have much choice, seeing as someone broke the door to my bedroom and then tossed some crappy homemade flash grenade inside. As she spoke, MJ scowled at Moxie and her brother, while Dante held the now squirming hunter under his arm. Ace hummed and then cracked a smile. Tell you what, I will let the staff know. You need the door fixed. Maybe see if they can do anything about the smell, and to put a cherry on top of my kindness for the evening, I will even make sure Jay and Mox pay for it. Call it an early birthday present. Ace winked at MJ and flashed her a toothy grin. She crossed her arms and pursed her lips. I accept on one condition, she said, and Ace chuckled slightly. And what's that, sweetheart? Dante growled at Ace's endearment, but MJ and the commander ignored him completely as they continued their silent game of I dare you. MJ tipped her chin up slightly. Tomorrow morning, during training, I want you to spar with me. The smile faded from Ace's face and Dante growled. No, was the only word he said, and just as Ace opened his mouth, he glanced at the agitated assassin. Deal. Ace chirped and turned back to his door. You go on ahead, I will call for the cleanup crew. It might take a minute, so don't wait for me. Dante grabbed Jay with his free arm and placed him in a similar hold to the one he had Moxie in and turned to head down the hall. Come on, kitten. I just invented a great game. It's called I hold and you kick. MJ laughed and followed behind Dante, but as she heard Ace open his door, she stole a glance backwards and could have sworn she caught a flash of almost platinum blonde hair. It was much the same color as Sam's, and MJ made a point to ask her who Ace's girlfriend might be. She wanted very much to meet a woman who could entice Ace enough to let her past his commander fuckface facade. The sound of Moxie and Jay's playful pleas for Dante to let them go were answered only by his malicious laughter. MJ tried to duck her head as other pack members gawked at them in passing, as MJ's discomfort grew into anxiety. Dante shoved both hunters forward toward the double doors of the dining hall, and he turned around to face his mate. MJ looked at him shocked and stopped in front of him when he did not move to allow her to pass. We need to keep walking to get to dinner," she almost whispered, and when she tried to pass him, he simply stepped in front of her with a smile, and when she rolled her eyes, he moved with lightning speed. Before MJ could form a cognitive thought, her world started to tip, and she was suddenly without her feet on the floor, because Dante was holding her in his arms as if she were a tender, blushing bride, ready to be swept away by her new groom. MJ was about to demand that he put her dinner down, but the gleeful look on his face had the words caught in her throat. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck and snuggled her nose against his. "Wind me up," he whispered in her ear. MJ giggled and knitted her eyebrows together when Dante continued whispering to her as he walked them closer to the dining hall. "Autonomous bodies belonging to one spinning in circles like clocks on the run, a system in action propelled by attraction, and I'll be your planet if you'll be my sun." As soon as Dante finished, MJ realized they were now inside the dining hall and he was lifting her up to the Alpha's platform. MJ put her feet underneath herself, and as Dante stepped up behind her, she pulled his chair out and sidestepped to give him room to seat himself, before she perched herself in his lap. The movements were so fluid and effortless, Azriel and Lila looked at each other with open mouths and wide eyes. As Lila opened her mouth to compliment the couple on their newly found fluidity, Lou came blasting up to the platform. "Beta, Alpha, please, I need to speak with MJ. It is urgent." Lila watched as MJ seemed to twitch her head to the side but did not acknowledge Lou in any other way. She also took note of how agitated Jay had suddenly become. Lila did not speak. She simply waved her delicate hand in the air, and a parade of plates were set in front of everyone at the table. Azriel glanced at his mate, and when she paid no attention to the benign butcher, he took pity on him. "Lou, perhaps after dinner is a better time for such conversations. I find a full belly makes for an open mind." The Alpha shot Lou a stern look, and the Omega simply nodded and solemnly walked away. Dante silently watched as MJ tried to ignore the exchange. He could feel her discomfort. As 2 plates filled with food were set in front of them, he snatched the second set of silverware and handed it back to the staff. "That won't be necessary, thanks," he said, and MJ opened her mouth to object, but Dante picked up a dinner roll and gently stuffed it into her mouth. MJ made a squeaking sound and furrowed her brows at him before she took a huge bite and then moaned in satisfaction. "I want to be so mad at you, but this is so good," she moaned again, and Dante squirmed in his own chair. MJ could feel Dante's unease, so she leaned forward and cut a large slice of steak from one of the plates. She placed her hand underneath the tender bite she held on the fork and turned slightly, looking at Dante. Once again, with a look of disbelief, he opened his mouth as MJ tenderly placed the bite into his mouth and waited for him to take it from the utensil. "Do you think you could avoid fucking each other at the dinner table? It's super gross." MJ snapped her head in the direction of Mara's voice and noticed that she sat next to a very sullen-looking Tanner. "Hey, Easter Bunny, what's eating you?" she chirped, and Dante poked her in the ribs, shaking his head slightly. Tanner did not answer her, but MJ was horrified when Mara slammed her hands down on the table. "Mine," she growled, and MJ sat back against Dante's chest in horror, before Mara clapped her hand over her mouth and uttered a muffled apology before she jumped from the platform and ran off. MJ stood up and Dante gently grabbed her wrist. "It might be best to let her be," he suggested, and MJ shook her head. "No way, she doesn't snap like that ever. I have to go check on her." Dante glanced at Tanner and MJ felt his heart break for his friend. "Maybe the chupacabra should console the Easter Bunny," she suggested, and Dante rolled his eyes at her. MJ dove for Dante's ribs and began to tickle him as best she could. She managed to get him to yelp in surprise and grab both of her wrists. "Naughty kittens get spanked for dessert," he growled playfully, and MJ kissed the end of his nose before she jumped from the platform and ran off in search of her old coworker and now friend. When MJ found Mara, she was sitting in a small garden area that looked like it had been placed there by simply punching out a few walls. MJ smiled at herself as she wondered if that might actually be how they built this place. Mara was sitting on a small concrete bench with her head between her knees and her hands on her face. MJ sat down on the ground in front of her and lightly tapped Mara's hand with her finger. "Mara, I'm sorry if I upset you by calling Tanner Easter Bunny. It's harmless, you know. I am Dante's mate anyway, so it's not like MJ was cut off when Mara flung her arms around MJ's neck and melted to the floor with her in a defeated-sounding sob. Mara continued to cry into MJ's arms for what seemed like hours. MJ reached down and began to stroke Mara's hair, and as she finally began to calm down, she looked up at MJ with tear-stained cheeks. MJ, I'm so sorry I broke our promise. Mara began to cry again, and MJ shook her shoulders lightly. Hey, what are you talking about, Mara? The woman sniffled and rubbed her eyes. I told Tanner we planned to leave, if things got too much, you know. I'm sorry, MJ, I can't leave with you. I think I love him, but now he doesn't trust me. The look on Mara's face had MJ smiling with warmth and love. Oh, Mara, don't worry about that, okay? I am happy for you. Things will get better. MJ smiled as Mara's face lit up with relief, but a small pit grew in her stomach. Did Dante love her? She wondered. Did she love him? Could she love him? Mara must have seen the questions in her friend's eyes because she grabbed MJ's hands in hers. I think if you don't love each other yet, you will. I can see how much he admires you. Tanner saw it too, you know. MJ snorted as she rose to her feet and offered Mara a helping hand. He doesn't admire me, Mara, she retorted, and Mara bumped her shoulder against MJ's. How would you know? Mara asked, and MJ snapped her lips together. Has he ever said that to you? Or Tanner? MJ looked sideways at Mara, who only shook her head with a wry grin. What? MJ asked suspiciously. Admiration is silent, Jay. You can't hear it. You see it. MJ rolled her eyes. Maybe I should have called you Fortune Cookie instead of Jay. The two women laughed lightly, but MJ grabbed Mara by the mouth and spun her behind a wall as she saw that same platinum blonde flash she had seen earlier. Mara stayed silent and flat against the wall, and MJ peeked around and saw none other than Sam. She was walking a few paces behind Ace, and she looked flustered. The wheels in MJ's head began to turn, and she didn't notice Mara move until she shouted out, Hey, Sammy, over here. MJ's eyes grew wide as Ace and Sam whipped their heads around to see Mara walking out from behind the wall. And when she pulled MJ out, Ace's eyes grew dark. He scowled at MJ and stormed off in the direction of the dining hall. Ah, I can see Commander Moody is his normal charming self. Mara quipped casually as Sam watched Ace walk away, and MJ could almost swear she saw something akin to longing in the she-wolf's eyes, but before she could ask any questions, Lou's voice rolled down the hall. MJ, please wait. I need you to hear me, please. Anything but funny. Lou came rushing up to MJ and seized her by both arms. MollyJay, please. Both Sam and Mara began to growl, and Lou looked at all three women who were scowling at him before he released MJ and slumped his shoulders forward. I haven't gone off the deep end, and I swear to you, if I had known who you were before, I would have. Lou stopped talking when MJ folded her arms and leaned back on one hip. What the fuck are you talking about, Lou? Please, for the love of cold cuts on Saturday, will you slow down and just fucking talk to me? You know me. MJ, MollyJay Bijou. The girl who is almost always late for work, and you don't fire her because your sister asked you to hire a screw-up, nobody with no family, she took under her wing. Mara jabbed Sam in the ribs and motioned toward the dining hall with her head. Sam simply nodded, and the two women slowly stepped away from the emotional exchange. MJ's breathing was short and ragged, and her vision blurred with unshed sadness. She blinked to clear her sight and looked at Lou, noticing that he was in the same shape she was, on the brink of tears. Lou slowly pulled the picture from his pocket and handed it back to MJ. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. The world did not exist when she was in the room. A knot began to form in MJ's throat as Lou stared at the photo they now both held. Lou released the picture to wipe a stray tear from his cheek. I was her mate, and I wasn't good enough. I lost her and stopped fighting to get her back. Each word that came out of Lou's mouth hit MJ like a punch to the gut, and she let a small whimper escape. Lou shook his head and grabbed her around the shoulders. Don't you dare fall apart on me now. You wanted to know, kiddo? I'm gonna tell you. Do you want to sit down someplace? MJ nodded and glanced toward the dining hall. Do you want to go eat and talk? Lou wasn't sure if this was the kind of thing you talked about over dinner, but he knew MJ well enough to know the best way to get her to relax was to feed her and give her time. MJ simply nodded, and they walked toward the tantalizing smell of food. MJ stopped Lou just outside the doorway. Just in case he gets weird on us, do me a favor and just let me go first, okay? Lou chuckled and nodded as he followed MJ back into the dining hall. Go back to your table and I will be right back. I have to go ask the alpha something. Lou grabbed MJ's wrist. He won't mind if you sit with us, MJ. You don't need permission. MJ closed her eyes and sighed. Yeah, actually I do. See, what happened was, well, to make a long story short, when I am in a public area, I have to use Dante as a chair. Lou stared at MJ with an open mouth and wide eyes. I'm waiting, he said, and she smirked at him. For what? Lou let her go and crossed his arms over his chest. You're not joking? MJ rolled her eyes and shook her head. No, Lou. Jokes are funny. Having to sit on his lap every time we eat is anything but funny. Lou covered his mouth with his hand. I don't know. I think that's pretty funny, he chuckled, and MJ simply turned and walked away from him. She approached the alpha's table and Dante offered her his hand. She took it and stepped up like it was a mere few inches of space instead of several feet. MJ noticed Dante growling subtly and looking off into the crowded hall, so she cleared her throat and heard several low chuckles at the table. Dante stopped and also cleared his throat. MJ turned her attention to Azriel, but did not release Dante's hand. Alpha, I am aware that you and the beta set my terms of payment, and I am to use Dante as my public seating choice, but I really would like to have a private conversation with Lou. MJ paused briefly when Dante squeezed her fingers gently. Would it be all right if I finished tonight's meal at his table, alone? She glanced at Dante, and when he sat back down in his seat, still holding her hand, she squeezed his hand in return, and he brought her fingers gently to his lips and inhaled her scent as he stared in her eyes. Lila snapped her fingers in front of her plate. Excuse me, earth to the horny teenagers. MJ blushed and pulled her hand from Dante's. The assassin visibly pouted in his seat and began to push food around on his plate. Sorry. Ah, Leela. MJ tried not to stutter, but the consistent snickering surrounding her was making it difficult. You can forgo your chair duty for tonight on one condition, Omega. Leela's voice was serious, but the devious gleam in her eye had MJ smirking. And what would that be, my most beautiful and radiant beta? Leela made an exaggerated fainting motion with her hands, and the two women giggled like small girls. You have to let me pick your dress tomorrow. MJ opened her mouth to object, but the words caught in her throat. Not only did Lila almost always wear a dress that looked perfect on her, but the hopeful look in her eye had MJ sighing in defeat. Yes, Beta, I would be honored if you would pick my dress. MJ almost grumbled, and noticed that Ace and Ed were sitting at the far end of the table, snickering into their napkins. MJ crossed her arms and scowled at them. What the hell is so funny? She barked, and Ed almost fell over laughing, while Ace righted his position. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how much fun it's going to be to tap you out tomorrow morning, and then make a formal request to choose the color of your dress. It is for the full moon ceremony, I assume? Lila leaned forward to speak, but MJ slammed her hand down on the table. No way in hell you make me tap out, Ace. I would eat glass before I would tap out to you. Leela watched as the competitive aura bounced between Ace and MJ, and she giggled. Very well, Commander, request granted. Now if we could return to our meal? MJ looked from Lila to a smug Ace with an open mouth. She closed her mouth and clamped her teeth down so hard it caused her jaw to flex. She turned to Dante, who was now looking at her with a sad expression. So Jay was right? You and Mara? He whispered the words into her mind, and as MJ went to shake her head in denial, Dante simply turned back to his plate. Better have them get you a fresh plate, kitten. I think your dinner snuck out when you weren't looking. None of the others seemed to notice Dante's sideways comment, but the gut-wrenching feeling that started in MJ's heart had her almost lost for breath. She turned and jumped down from the platform. She needed to concentrate on talking to Lou first, before she tried to fix the mess she had made with Dante. Azriel watched as Dante and Tanner sat at the table with the gloom of the world weighing them down. Tanner, I have yet to meet your charming mate. Did you plan to introduce her to the rest of us, or just keep her all to yourself? Tanner did not look at his brother. He simply glanced sideways at Mara, and then back to his lap. If I can keep her, you can meet her as, but you would have to ask her that. She might decide that Alpha's snot-nosed little brother is not what she signed on for and sneak out in the middle of the night. Tanner rose from his feet and jumped from the platform. I need to run as Dante? The assassin did not answer, but instead looked to his Alpha. Azriel sighed and nodded slowly, prompting Dante's descent from the platform. As the two hunters made their way out of the dining hall, Mara sunk down into her chair. I am sorry, Alpha. Beta, I will excuse myself. Mara made a move to grab her plate, and Lila slammed her small fists down on the table. You may not be part of this pack right now, little Miss Mara, but if you intend to stay and torture Tanner, the way you are, the least you could do is stay. I have had quite a few pack members abandon me for dinner this evening, and I would be very grateful if you did not make it one more. The look on Mara's face was utter and complete shock. Yes, Beta, she squeaked, and Lila gave her a warm smile. Since our assassin and his mate have abandoned their post this evening, would you be so kind as to take their place across from me? I would very much like to ask you for a favor. Lila spoke softly to Mara. She had not realized how fearful the rogue she-wolf was of her title until now, and she very much wanted to rectify it if she could. Mara looked at Sam, and she nodded and motioned with her head for Mara to move. Mara took a deep breath before she grabbed her plate and rose from her seat, but before she could move, a member of the staff was waiting in front of her. Allow me, please, he said to her, and Mara glanced at Lila, who nodded at her patently. Mara handed over her plate, and the pack member who took it followed her to her new seat before setting the plate down in front of her. Is there anything else I can get you? Mara looked up at the waiting staff and shook her head. No thanks, she whispered, and he bowed slightly toward Lila before disappearing, just as soon as he had appeared. Mara took a deep breath and glanced up at Lila, who was still smiling at her. Thank you for the invitation, Beta, Mara began, before Lila reached over and gently stopped her. Please, Lila smiled. I am Asriel's sister and soon to be yours as well. Call me Lila or just sister, never Beta. Asriel beamed at his mate. She has a point, Mara. You're family to us now, whether you choose to join the pack or not. Gabriella chuckled. Any woman who can keep my brother tongue-tied with just a look deserves royal treatment, so don't hesitate to ask for anything. Mara nodded, then hesitated. Could we maybe switch Tanner's room, please? Asriel grinned sideways at her. I could, but I won't. Lila laughed. Oh, come on, Alpha. Where would you move him? Asriel feigned thoughtfulness. How about next door, so his mate can join him? Mara blushed. The entire table burst into small laughter, and she felt a little like a hyena rather than a werewolf. No, that's fine. I kind of like things as they are. Lila patted her hand. Mara, would you join Ella and me tomorrow on a little shopping trip? Asriel scraped his fork across his plate. My heart, are you sure? Lila squeezed his hand. I'm certain. I'll need help finding something special for Ella, and I'd love your company. Mara smiled. I'd love that. Sam, sitting across from them, glanced down at her plate. Lila turned to her. Sam, have you picked out your full moon celebration dress yet? Sam shook her head. Actually, I plan to help with security this year. Lila nodded approvingly. Excellent idea. Our pack could use every hand. We'll need matching outfits, so let's shop together. Ace, who had been quietly eating steak, slammed his fist on the table. What I do is none of your business. Just pick something practical. Sam swallowed and muttered, Yes, Commander. Lila leaned forward. We'll need our appearance to be flawless. We leave after training tomorrow, so get some rest. Mara and Sam nodded as Asriel and Lila rose and left. The room fell silent except for Jay, Ed, and Moxie quietly clearing their plates. Ace stood and addressed the hunters. Jay, Moxie, check the building systems after dinner. Moxie groaned. Tonight? Ace crossed his arms. Yes, tonight. Otherwise, I'll assign it to someone else. Moxie shrugged and followed Ace out, leaving Mara and Sam exchanging tired glances. Mara whispered to Sam, He can be a bit intense, huh? Sam smiled tightly. He's just doing his duty. Moxie reappeared, carrying extra tools. Ready? He asked. Sam nodded. Lead the way. Jay and Ed followed behind, and together they headed out to finish the night's work. As green beans, and what looked to be the remains of red beans and rice, rained down on Mara, she squealed and grabbed a handful of some sort of casserole from the middle, and flinging it across the table. This seemed to unleash a war of the edible variety, as the remaining table occupants roared to life, flinging all varieties of food and drink and one another until the table was such a mess of mush and dripping juices they could hardly stay seated in their chairs or hold anything in their food-caked fingers. Ed was the first to slip and fumble his way down from the mess, now spilling over the platform. All right, youngins, this old wolf is bound for bed. He stretched and scooped yellow and brown goop from his hair. Gonna shower and crash. Tomorrow's training promises to be eventful, so I suggest you all do the same and rest well. Ed paused for a moment and then looked at Mara. Welcome, Mara. Tanner needs you as we all need our mate, but be patient with him. He does not understand Rouge life. Mara cocked her head at the hunter. She knew who Ed was, but did not spend much time with him, and she wasn't exactly sure she had ever really had a one-on-one conversation with him before. He simply hummed a small laugh and gave them a lazy salute as he too made his way out of the dining hall. MJ watched quietly as the chaos unfolded at the Alpha's table. She wasn't sure why Lou had been so insistent that she speak with him. He had not said a word to her since she sat down, and her food had grown cold, even though she had been brought a fresh plate, and her stomach had groaned in hunger. She lost her appetite when Dante made his half-hurtful remark, but MJ couldn't be mad at him for feeling the way he did. She just wanted to explain to him that she had definitely changed her mind since that alcohol-fueled conversation. MJ, there is so much to say, and I don't know where to start. What do you know about your mother and father? The sound of Lou's voice cut through MJ's depressed cloud. She looked at Lou and then glanced at Beth, who seemed to be just staring at her. How about I start by asking how the fuck it is I grew up around people who knew my parents but didn't know me? You expect me to believe that it is pure coincidence that I ended up in the same town with... What are you my father, an uncle? What? MJ was staring at both Lou and Beth, and neither of them would make eye contact with her. Lou put his enormous hands on the table, and MJ noticed he had been clenching them into fists so long his knuckles had turned white, and his fingers were a deep red with the lack of circulation. I am not your father, MollyJay, although I should have been. Beth backhanded her brother in the shoulder. Lou, you can't say that. You don't know what Charlotte would have done. Lou turned to his sister and grabbed her by the wrist. Don't you ever speak that way about Lottie again, Bethy, or I swear to the moon I will rip out your tongue while you sleep. Although Lou was an omega, the sound of him growling at his sister sent chills through MJ. Beth, do us all a favor and shut up. You I distrust the most. I want to hear what Lou has to say. MJ folded her arms and sat back in her chair. Lou, are you saying you were with my mother? Lou almost growled at MJ and she raised her eyebrows. Lottie would never disrespect her vows that way. She was honorable and beautiful in every way. It was Zazel who was the rotten monster. MJ cocked her head to the side and Lou exhaled. I lost a challenge for my mate. Your mother and I lost the challenge to Zazel. He loved your mother's power, and for a time he treated her as well as he could. But things changed when you and Jay were born. He became obsessed with keeping his power, and even keeping Nova for himself. At the mention of the familiar name, MJ sat forward and slammed her hands down on the table. Nova. I know that name, Lou. What does that mean? Lou eyed and then glanced at Beth and around the room. Maybe this conversation is best for a place with not so many ears. MJ looked around, as Lou had just done, and nodded. Would you walk me back to my room? She asked. Lou bowed his head. It would be my honor, MJ, more than you know. MJ and Lou rose together, and Beth stood up so fast her chair scraped against the floor. What about me? She yelled, and MJ glanced over her shoulder. Beth, tomorrow I have to shop for a dress, and after that I would very much like to speak with you. Tonight, take the opportunity to decide what it is we will discuss and how truthful you want to be. MJ paused and closed her eyes for a moment. You have been there for me most of my life, Beth. I would hate to think you kept my life from me, but if you did, I really want to know why. So take tonight and tomorrow to decide what it is we talk about, because it will shape the relationship we have after this. If you want one, that is. Beth opened her mouth to speak, but Lou turned MJ and they walked toward the exit together. MJ turned her head one more time at the threshold to make eye contact with Beth, and the older woman's heart broke when she saw the distrust and sorrow in the young girl's eyes. Beth didn't know how to explain to MJ that she really had no idea that she was the little princess Lou had been looking for almost her entire life. Beth's own obsession with eradicating members of the triad had all but consumed her life. Can we talk? By the time Lou and MJ had reached the corridor, she had so much information crammed into her brain she couldn't even think. Holy fuck, Lou. You and my mom. Holy fuck, Lou. The older man laughed deep in his belly, and MJ noticed that the lines in his face almost seemed to turn upward like his entire body was smiling. MJ took a deep breath and looked at the closed door at the end of the hall. She knew Dante was on the other side, and she sighed out loud, not meaning to. Lou chuckled, and the sound was almost muffled behind his closed mouth. Stop worrying, Molly. You defended more than your right to call him mate when you won that challenge, girl. You won his respect. MJ looked at Lou, and although she knew he was trying to make her feel better, right now it did the opposite. As MJ tried to take several deep breaths to control herself, Lou put his enormous hand flat in the middle of her back and gently began to rub her between the shoulders like a concerned parent might. Shit, Lou, I fucked up, she sobbed and tried to hide her face in her hands. Lou turned MJ to face him and closed his arms around the sobbing woman. She had her head buried in her hands. Lou's generously plump frame was helping to stifle the sobs, but did nothing to console or stop them. Lou moved MJ's hair to the side so he could see the side of her face. Why don't you tell old Lou what happened, Who? Just like old times. MJ wasn't really sure what came over her, but she threw her arms around Lou's neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek that was more of an assault on the old man's face as she plowed her lips into the side of his head. Lou pulled away from her with knitted eyebrows and she laughed. I'm not really sure how to say this, Lou, but thank you. Lou scowled at her and brought the back of his hand gently up to her forehead before she smiled. What are you doing? She asked softly, and he smiled at her. Checking to see if you might be sick. MJ sighed and glanced back at the bedroom door before Lou squeezed her shoulders gently. Hey, talk to me. His voice was softer but still low and gruff, and MJ leaned her back against the wall and slid to the floor. She didn't say anything until Lou noisily made his way next to her. All right, MollyJay, I got my old fat ass down here on the floor. Now you are going to talk to me and tell me what the hell is going on with you and that boy of yours. MJ licked her lips and thumped the back of her head on the wall with her eyes squeezed shut. I fucked up, Lou. Big time. Instead of consoling her like she thought he might, Lou simply let his laugh carry down the hallway. How do you figure? He asked. MJ thumped her head on the wall again and groaned. I made a pact with Mara. If things got hairy, we would take off together. Lou hummed, and MJ didn't open her eyes. She just groaned and smacked her head against the wall a few more times. Turns out Mara told Tanner about it, and I guess Tanner blabbed to Dante, so. MJ let air escape her, and when Lou laughed again, she swung her arm sideways and hit him in the chest. He grunted and tried to laugh while gasping for his few missed breaths. "So now what?" Lou asked, and MJ hit her head on the wall in response. "I don't want to leave, Lou." MJ's confession bounced around in her head and tied her stomach in knots. Lou hummed again, and she smacked her head into the wall hard enough to make an audible hollow sound. "You're gonna get a concussion, you keep doing that, MollyJay." Lou's voice had the aftertaste of concern, and MJ chuckled slightly. "Okay, Dad," she quipped, and then opened her eyes suddenly. "Sorry, Lou. I didn't mean. I'm sorry." The older man was looking at her with wide eyes, and MJ noticed that they were glassy. Lou reached up and touched MJ's hair with trembling fingers. "I wish the honor of that title had been mine, kid. And I know I'm not what you deserve, but if you ever need one, I would be honored to be, or we could just remain as we are." MJ nuggeted Lou's knee with her own. "I couldn't ask for a better dad, Lou, and the way I heard it, the one that was supposed to be mine was a real piece of shit." Lou and MJ both laughed, and MJ leaned her head back on the wall. "So, Dad," she exaggerated, "what the fuck do I do?" Lou grumbled under his breath. MJ slammed her head into the wall again. "Come on, Lou. I'm serious. I don't know what to do." Lou laughed out loud, and the sound was so filled with joy, MJ clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. "You go apologize, MJ, same as you would if you had said some stupid shit to me or anyone else. Him being your mate is not supposed to intimidate you. It is supposed to bring you closer together." MJ bumped her head against the wall continuously in a rapid-fire motion. "I don't know what to say," MJ almost squeaked. "Oh, hey, Dante, I know I'm not very nice to you. Ever, and I had this really fucking stupid conversation with Mara while we drunk. But I don't actually want to leave. In fact, I would much rather crawl under the sheets with you and sleep for a year." Lou answered her with another light laugh, and she started to slam her head harder into the wall until something soft landed between her skull and the wall. "You could start with something simple like, 'Can we talk?'" MJ sucked in a breath, and her eyes shot open. Dante was squatting in front of her with his hand behind her head. "How did you do that?" "I didn't smell anything." MJ almost yelled, and Dante answered by laughing. MJ could hear Theron in Dante and inside her head, and she clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes. Not really sure how to respond, she dropped her chin and her eyes fluttered toward the floor. Dante took his free hand and tipped her chin upward until she had no choice but to look at him. "You really want to stay in bed with me for a year?" The soft, playful tone of his voice had MJ warm and smiling almost instantly, and she leaned her forehead into his and closed her eyes again. "Yes, I want to crawl under the covers and wrap myself in you. I'm sorry, Dante, He cut her off by covering her mouth with his hand and kissing her on the forehead. "Open your eyes, please," he whispered, and as MJ complied, Dante dropped his hand from her mouth. "Do not apologize to me for wanting to leave. I would have understood that." MJ cocked her head and Dante continued. "What I don't understand is why you thought you couldn't tell me. That's what hurts, kitten." Dante moved his hand from behind her head and grabbed a handful of her loose hair. "I want us to be close. I want this to be more than a physical pull, but I won't force it. That's not what this is." He took a deep breath before he continued. "I know Theo and I haven't been the shining example of Prince Charming, but..." MJ stopped him with a quick peck on the lips, and then she bit her bottom lip, trying not to blush. "I would rather have the beast anyway," she said wryly, and Dante chuckled. Lou cleared phlegm from his throat loudly, and MJ's head snapped to the side. "I think it's all right if I go back to my room now." "What do you think, kiddo?" MJ smiled and was about to nod, but for some reason a name flew through her mind. So savagely she blurted it out without thinking. "Nova," she yelled and grabbed at Lou's shoulder. "Lou, please, I need to know about Nova." Dante sat back on his haunches and rested his arms on his knees. "You say that name in your sleep, kitten. Who is that?" MJ glanced at Lou and he simply sighed heavily. "I don't know as much as I wish I did, but Nova was Charlotte's wolf." Dante exhaled a ragged breath, and as the pieces started to fit inside his head, he looked at MJ with wide eyes. "You have a wolf. How is that possible?" Dante's mind seemed to halt almost completely as he looked at Lou, then MJ. "Where is she? Does that mean her mother is still alive somehow?" Dante started to rapid-fire questions at Lou, and the old man stuck his hands out in surrender. "Hold up, assassin. I just said I don't as much as I wish I did." Dante jumped to his feet. "Well, tell her what the fuck you do know, old man." Dante's voice was a barking command, and Lou sighed in frustration. "Maybe not in the hallway." Lou spat through his teeth, and Dante reached down and offered MJ his hand. She took it and stood, but he did not release her. Instead, he pulled her into his chest, and with a single finger he reached up and moved the hair from her face. "Friends?" he asked, and she laughed, shaking her head. "No, mates," she almost whispered, and Dante buried his head in her neck as he lifted her from the floor and spun her around. Nyai laughed, and as Dante put her feet on the floor, she reached up and cupped his face with her hands. "I promise I will talk to you from now on." Her vow made Dante so happy he lifted her off the ground again and spun her in a circle. Lou laughed and grunted. "Hey, lovebirds, Want to help an old man off the floor? Both MJ and Dante grabbed one of Lou's large arms and easily heaved him upright. Lou crossed his arms and smiled at the pair. What? They asked in unison, and Lou just shook his head. Nothing. It's just amazing what you two can accomplish when you work together. Completely. Dante grinned sheepishly, and MJ rolled her eyes. Shall we? She asked, motioning to the door, and both Lou and Dante followed as she made her way toward it. MJ was staring at the door when Dante tapped her on the shoulder. Hey, what did it say? He asked, motioning toward the door, and she snorted a small laugh. Haha, a sat. Doors don't talk. I was just wondering how they replaced it so fast. Dante ushered her away through the door and toward the bed. MJ hopped up onto the middle of the bed and crossed her fingers as she watched Lou pace the room. How do you know about Nova, MJ? Do you dream about her? Lou's voice was quizzical but not pushy, and MJ licked her lips and shrugged. Actually, I wake up saying that name, but I can never remember the damn dream. I think I remembered something from my hypnotherapy with Dr. Pearl, but I'm not really sure. Lou spun around. What? He almost screamed, and Dante placed himself between the standing butcher and his sitting assistant. MJ shrugged again and twisted a few strands of hair in her fingers. We were trying to help me remember something. Anything from before I was found. MJ shook her head and sighed. But it didn't go well, and I still can't remember shit. Sometimes I wake up, and in that moment I can see flashes of memories, but as soon as I try to concentrate on them, they are gone again. Lou folded his arms behind his back and walked to the window. I never met Nova, but her power was as fierce as Lottie was beautiful. Lou looked at Dante and then back to the window. I wonder if the elder knows of Nova. Would you ask him? MJ scrunched her brows and looked at Dante. Would Theron know that Charlotte was my mother? Did he know about... MJ looked up at Dante, and he looked at her with the same questions in his eyes she had. Theo, MJ whispered as she closed her eyes, and she could hear the sound of the wolf almost whimper inside her. The sound of cracking bones and grunting caused MJ to open her eyes, and there in front of her was a large black beast, and as Lou, half cowered, MJ jumped from the bed and wrapped her body around him. I missed you, she cooed, and the wolf whimpered slightly before setting her on the floor. Theron turned to Lou and lowered his body to the floor. Sitting on all fours, he was still much larger than the older man. You tried to protect her, Theron declared, and Lou hung his head. I failed to protect them both. It should have been my life that day, not Lottie's. Theron roared at Lou's confession, and the anger in his snarl had Lou stumbling away from the massive wolf. You protected our little one. For that, we value your life. Lou simply bowed his head, and MJ watched the exchange with curiosity. Lottie is gone, MJ. I am so sorry. Lou's voice was barely a whisper, and MJ simply gave him a sad smile. I know, Lou. I think part of me always knew she was gone. Theron grunted, and MJ cocked her head. What's wrong? She asked, and he glanced at Lou and then back at her, and MJ squirmed. She could feel how apprehensive he was being, and it was starting to make her feel sick. The massive creature moved until he was next to MJ, and he put his head down on the bed. MJ moved to sit next to him. Please, Theron, she asked. The wolf grunted and glanced at Lou before returning his attention to MJ. Nova, he said in a sad whimper, and MJ reached up to caress his massive furry head. Are you mourning her, Theron? She asked, and the wolf snorted, giving his head a slight shake. I feel her life force, my little one. It is not strong, but I feel it is there. The concern and fear in his voice had ice-cold chills running up and down MJ's spine. What? She almost whispered. How is Nova alive, but my mother is not? Zizel, Lou almost growled, and MJ looked up at Lou as the older man strode to the bed and sat down next to her. Zazel bonded with your mother and probably Nova also, Theron growled, and Lou jerked sideways. He was a Simawolf, Lou said, and Theron snorted through his nose. I don't understand why that is so important, MJ said, and Theron grunted toward Lou as he moved his body away from the bed and started to pace back and forth, growling slightly. Lou exhaled. Simawolves are the perfect evolution of the symbiotic relationship we share with the wolf gene. Theron nodded his head in Lou's direction, and the older man bared his neck in a show of ultimate respect. Simawolves are just as powerful as originals, maybe even more powerful, but they are not a separate consciousness. The human and wolf are truly one. MJ watched as Lou looked to Theron, who seemed to give Lou a curt nod in approval. MJ licked her lips. But what about mates? If you were my, Charlotte's mate, then how did she have children with my father? Lou grinned and chuckled a little. I think you might be a little old for the birds and bees talk, MollyJay, but when two wolves love each other very much. MJ clapped her hands over Lou's mouth. Okay, old man, I get it. I just figured there was a reason we had a mate, you know? MJ noticed that Theron did not seem to appreciate her comment, but as she rose to her knees to explain herself, he shook his head and turned away and grunted. The telltale sound of cracking bones and falling fur signified his departure. So MJ watched as the sleek black fur fell around a nude Dante. She jumped up from the bed and ran to the closet, grabbing the first thing she could find. MJ tossed a pair of folded-up sweatpants at Dante, and he pulled them on as his breathing began to relax from the shift. "Did I say something wrong?" MJ asked, as Dante stood to his full height and he looked down at her with a strange expression. "What? No, of course not." Dante rolled his eyes and MJ pursed her lips. "He wants me to explain this part, kitten." Me chewed the inside of her lip, and Lou slapped his knees with his hands before he stood from the bedside. "Well, I think that's my way to leave you crazy kids to your... whatever you doing here." Lou looked around and shook his head. "Still have that dirty old thing, who?" he said, jabbing his thumb in the direction of the punching bag hanging from the ceiling, and MJ smiled. "Dante grabbed it out of my apartment." She looked at Dante, and the sudden memory had her blushing. Lou simply laughed low in his throat and winked at Dante. "Good job, kid. She never turns that color." Lou walked to the door and stopped before opening it. "I would be careful with the pearls, MJ. They may be part of something more than just this pack." Lou's loaded warning had Dante grabbing the older man by the shoulder. "What do you mean, Lou?" he asked, and Lou shook his head. "Better talk to Beth about that one. I always just fumbled around, looking for clues to the little princess who grew up right under my nose." Lou turned and wrapped his arms around MJ. "Thank you for not pushing me out of your life, Moll. I don't know if I could find Lottie's daughter and lose you in the same day and survive. You are the daughter I didn't know I needed." Dante growled under his breath, and Lou pulled himself away from MJ and smiled at her. "You know where to find me if you want to talk more." Lou paused one more time and squeezed his eyes shut. "Will I see you in the kitchen after training tomorrow?" MJ opened her mouth to tell him she would be there, and then remembered her shopping date with Lila and Bree. "Actually, Lou, I have to go dress shopping tomorrow after training, so probably not. But you have Matt, so you should be okay." Lou started to laugh as he opened the door. "You are going to wear a dress?" he asked, laughing, and MJ folded her arms over her chest. "Yes. The beta wants me to go to some bonfire ceremony next week or something." Lou shook his head and laughed, but MJ did not miss the grunt that came from Dante. "It's the full moon fire ceremony, girl, not a bonfire. And it also happens to be your birthday," Lou said while still laughing. May's mouth dropped open, and she looked at Dante, who was grinning ear to ear. "Did you know that?" she asked, and he simply shrugged. "I knew your birthday was October 18th. Lou laughed louder this time and walked out the door. "See you later, Moll." Dante grabbed the door to close it, and MJ ran to the threshold. "Wait," she yelled, and Lou turned to look at her. "Good night, Lou," she said, and he simply smiled, giving her a salute. "Good night, MJ." Mates who talk. MJ backed up and allowed Dante to close the door. Nova MJ heard the whisper in her mind, and she looked at Dante, who simply nodded his head. MJ grabbed at her chest. "My heart hurts, Dante," she whispered, and Dante rushed forward, grabbing her in his arms and crushing her into his chest. "Our heart," he whispered, and winced at the pain he too could feel. "MJ," Dante said with a shaky breath, and she looked up at him. Noticing his eyes were glassed over with unshed tears, she pulled away slightly. "What's wrong, Dante?" she asked, and he fell to his knees, just staring at his hands. When he didn't answer, MJ slid to the floor and grabbed his hands, placing them in her lap. "Mates who talk to each other, remember?" Dante looked up at her, and he squeezed her fingers. "My parents were killed by walkers." The haunting sound behind his voice startled MJ slightly. They were being controlled by a rogue Simawolf. MJ, his name was Zazel. MJ's breathing caught in her throat, and she tried to pull away from Dante, but he would not release her fingers. "Don't run. Please, I need you." The vulnerable sound in Dante's voice almost broke MJ in half. She grabbed him by the shoulders and ushered them both to the bed. She climbed under the covers and held them open, waiting for Dante to climb in with her. "Come on, big bad assassin." Dante's eyes were vacant, and MJ worried he would turn away from her, but he simply crawled under the sheet and tucked his head into her chest. As MJ reached up and started to run her fingers through his hair, Dante grabbed her around the waist and pulled her as close as he could. MJ could feel his sadness like a sickness, and as his shoulders began to tremor with the tears he was finally setting free. MJ pulled the covers over their heads and wrapped her arms around him. "I miss them so much," Dante confessed in a shattered whisper, and MJ held him tighter still. "I bet they are so proud of you," she said to him in a comforting whisper, and felt him shake his head. "My mother wanted peace for all of us. She was trying to get my dad to agree to a meeting between all the alphas. She thought we should all be united, and I have spent most of my life killing in the name of one pack." MJ was stroking his hair and humming as she listened to him. "My mom was an Omega like you," he said to her, and squeezed her tighter. "My father had been fighting off rouge attacks since the announcement of my birth." Dante looked up into her eyes, and MJ brought her hands to his face, wiping away the thick streams of sorrow running down his cheeks. "My mother thought the entire wolf community should celebrate the birth of children, especially if they were born from an original." MJ smiled. "I like the way she thinks," she whispered, and Dante looked at her. That's because you don't understand how dangerous it is being a wolf from birth. MJ hummed. Maybe. Or maybe I understand the way an Omega might think. Hiding children from the world is not how you protect them. The dark has never protected anyone. Dante sat up and wiped his face with the sheet. My mother would have loved you very much. She argued with my father over everything. Dante smiled at a memory, and MJ frowned and looked away. Hey, what's the matter? He asked, and she sighed uncomfortably. Come on, it's share time, baby. He whispered in her ear, and she giggled softly. Do you ever wish you didn't have to save me? That maybe you could have found a different mate. A better one? To MJ's surprise, Dante laughed at her. What are you talking about? He laughed, and she shot out of bed. Well, we don't get along very well, Dante. It's like we don't belong together, but Theron decided we should. Dante jumped up and covered MJ's mouth with his. Listen to me right now. That fucker does not make decisions for me. Or you. He might have pushed the envelope and taken advantage of our weakened state at one point or another. But MJ, I do not wish you were anyone other than you, evil headbutt and all. Dante grabbed MJ around the waist and plowed forward until he dropped her on the bed with a bounce. You would look amazing in anything and nothing, but he won't get to choose kitten, because if I help you, I get to pick, right? MJ shrugged. I guess. I don't really want to wear it anyway. I don't see what everyone is so up the ass about with this ceremony for. I mean, it's not like I'm getting married. She laughed, but stopped when Dante looked out the window. Actually, kitten, if we plan to stay together as mates, then yay, it kind of is. Dante scratched the back of his neck, and MJ's jaw dropped. What? She almost whispered, and Dante shrugged again. We don't have to participate in the ceremony, but usually newly mated couples will walk in front of the pack hand in hand to be celebrated. And originals are kind of a big deal. MJ could feel how much this seemed to mean to Dante, and so she flung her arms around his neck and pulled him onto the bed with her. Well, is there anything I need to know about how to act or walk? MJ wiggled her eyebrows up and down. Any more scorned lovers for me to tear apart? Dante swallowed, and MJ bit her lip. Well, it was a joke, but I can see that might actually happen. Jay licked her lips again, but closed her mouth. Ask me. Dante grumbled as he turned onto his back and folded his arms behind his head. Did you ever have a mate before me? She asked, and Dante closed his eyes. You already know about Talia, he said. She was the only one I ever considered bonding with MJ, before I met you, Theo, and I had talked about what might happen if I never did find a mate. MJ put her hand up to her chest. He would die, she whispered, and Dante hummed. Yes, but Theo is not afraid of death. He was actually pretty indifferent to the idea of ceasing to exist altogether. MJ sighed. Well, then I'm glad you two saved my life. Maybe someday I could give you both the family you want. MJ wasn't quite sure why she had said that, but she meant every word. Dante turned onto his side and brushed his thumb over her cheek. I only want a family if you are part of it. MJ blushed and pursed her lips. Dante leaned forward and placed a small chaste kiss on her nose before he scooped her into his arms once more. MJ lay her head on his chest and began to draw small circles on his bare skin while her mind went 1,000,000 miles an hour. If we are going to get any sleep tonight, you better ask me whatever is still mulling around in that head of yours. Dante grumbled to her, and MJ sighed again. How many women have you been with? And Dante chuckled. What the hell kind of question is that? He asked, and MJ shrugged. Dante groaned. More than I should have, he answered, and MJ nodded her head. Dante chuckled and moved some stray hair from her shoulder. You really aren't going to push for more? He asked, and she shook her head. No, I don't actually want a number or their names. I guess it was just feminine curiosity. Dante laughed again, and MJ snuggled her head into his chest more. Hey, Dante, she asked, and he hummed, the sound rumbling through her head. What is the triad? She asked, and he growled in response. They are human monsters. As far as their motives, we aren't exactly sure, but there are books about them. If you want, I could take you to Azrael's private library. It's more like a written history of everything we could collect about wolves in our history. MJ's head perked up. I would love that, she squeaked and then put her head back on his chest. How many originals are there? MJ wasn't quite sure if the unease from her question was Dante's or Theron's. Honestly, MJ, I have no idea, and if the wolves know, they don't share that with us. MJ snorted. That seems counterproductive, she commented, and Dante laughed. Yeah, it does. But there have been so many times in history when originals being in close proximity to one another has ended in genocide. Maybe they figure separate is safer. MJ gasped and put her hand over her mouth. History repeats itself, little one. MJ's answer came from the wolf within, and she closed her eyes. Can you find Nova? She asked, and was only answered with Theron's growl. I can sense her life, nothing more. Dante grunted in doubt, and Theron growled again. What do you mean you sense her life but don't know anything? How the fuck does that make sense, Theo? MJ was surprised that Dante was so irritated with the wolf, and she began to rub small circles in the middle of his chest again. Could you help me find her? MJ asked, and waited for an answer. Just as she began to open her mouth and tell him to forget it, the wolf made his presence known. Find the bastard, find your Nova. The words came as a shock to both Dante and MJ. Do you know Zazel? MJ asked and watched as Dante's eyes flooded black instantly, but she did not move. She was no longer afraid of him. He killed my family and tried to end my legacy. The words flew out of Dante's mouth, but they were Theron's voice, and MJ began to stroke Dante's cheek with her hand. Okay, I'm kind of tired. Can we sleep? MJ watched as the black faded from Dante's eyes just as quickly as it had appeared. He began to stroke her hair, and as he was looking into her eyes, Dante shocked her even further when he opened his mouth. I am sorry for the way I responded to you at dinner. From now on, we talk about everything. Promise? MJ hugged Dante tightly and snuggled down into his chest as he arranged the blankets over the both of them. Promise was the last word she uttered before she yawned and let sleep carry her away into relaxation and dreams. MJ opened her eyes and tried to blink the sleep away, but her sight would not clear. She tried to rub her eyes and noticed that she had no hands. Am I dreaming? She thought to herself, and suddenly a soft, low purring sound trickled in from behind her. MJ turned her head and could feel the electric strings playing their familiar song, Dante. She whispered, but Theron's body came into clear view. Theron, she said in a slight whisper, and he hung his head whimpering. I'm asleep, she said, and he gave her a curt nod. MJ moved her body forward until she was in front of the defeated-looking creature. Did you know about us? She asked, and he raised his head to meet her eyes. Not the boy, he answered, and MJ cocked her head. Jay? She asked, and again he snorted and gave a curt nod. What about me? She asked, and he tried to look away, but MJ instinctively reached up and was surprised when her hands materialized before her eyes. She grabbed Theron by the fur on either side of his face and jerked his head back to face her. What about me, Theron? MJ's voice was almost a hiss, and as the majestically dangerous beast made eye contact with her, his eyes flashed a beautiful swirl of gold, and he began to laugh. The sound was almost haunting, and MJ released her hold on him. You were born of great power, my little one. The universe should tremble at your feet. MJ crossed her arms. No way. No amount of flattery will make me forget Theron. You forced me to mark him. How could you do that to us? Was it because you knew who my parents were? Theron stood to his full height. I owe you no explanation. I promised to protect you the night you accepted our bond, and that is what I have done. MJ began to laugh and thrust her finger into the soft, luscious fur of the wolf's chest. Love is not unconditional. Isn't that what you told me once? Theron groaned and tried to reach up and stroke her cheek, but as his elongated fingers reached for her, MJ blocked him and shoved his clawed hand away. You can't just do whatever you want and expect me to just nod my head and accept it. I am not your servant, neither is Dante. You don't own us. The moment Dante's name passed, MJ's lips, Theron was in her face. His gold eyes swirled with an angered frenzy and began to cloud with a blackened void. MJ could feel the anger blast her in the face like hot air, but instead of cowering, she squared her shoulders and the wolf cocked his head before stretching his chest upward and roaring so loud, MJ's entire body shook. The boy is mine. The words were almost inaudible through the roaring beast. MJ thought about Dante and how he had lived with this overbearing presence his entire life. Suddenly she felt warmth spread over her entire back and the side of one arm. Mamji gasped as the feeling spread to her ear and she heard Dante's voice like an echoed whisper. Shh, kitten. It's all right. MJ turned back to Theron. How is he here? She asked, trying not to sound panicked, and Theron only snorted at her. He consoles your restless body, my little one. He cannot join us in your dreams. MJ sneered. You mean he can't invade my nightmares like you do? MJ watched as the wolf's eyes turned completely black and he opened his mouth and once again roared in her face. Everything I do is for you, for him. My life means nothing without the two of you. MJ closed her eyes and tried to concentrate on the warmth she could still feel. Suddenly, the faint sound of a heartbeat echoed in her right ear, and she turned her head into it. Myi. The sound of Dante's whispered voice echoed again, and this time she felt his hand caress her jawline. MJ took a few deep breaths and turned her attention back to Theron. When did you know who I was? She ordered, and Theron shook his head. No, I could smell the wolf in your blood, my little one. Your lineage beyond that is not of my knowledge without your help. MJ squinted and crossed her arms. Fine, when did you know about Nova? MJ asked again, and this time she watched as Theron flashed her a few of his teeth. Before the challenge, he growled, and MJ cocked her head. That's how you knew you could shift me, isn't it? Theron bowed his head, and MJ reached out to touch his head, but pulled her hand back, and the wolf dropped his shoulders in disappointment. Does Azrael know about me? She asked, and Theron shook his head, sneezing in the process. I did not share this information with the Alpha or my brother. MJ knitted her eyebrows together. Calyx, Theron clarified, and MJ rolled her eyes. I understand why Julie laughed at me when I called this sharing. You don't share. This is not a mutualistic relationship. You are nothing but an alien parasite. MJ worked hard to keep her body language and breathing under control, so she did not worry Dante, but she also wanted Theron to understand how angry and betrayed she felt. He had no plan to mate with you, so to keep us safe, I improvised a solution. I will not apologize for that. The wolf's voice was surprisingly calm, and MJ shook her head with a sigh. She was more than confident. That was the best answer she would get from him. What did you mean, you can't see my lineage without my help? The wolf purred softly, and when they made eye contact, MJ noticed his eyes were again the soft swirling gold. You are a powerful bloodline mine, my little one. We can walk like you did it with the mutt, but I am powerful, and can take you there as you wish. MJ rolled her eyes. Did you really need to insult Julie? She asked, and Theron growled a menacing sound. You would like to walk in your past or not? MJ snorted. Sure, I guess. Suddenly, MJ felt a strange wave of energy pass through her, and as she looked up at Theron to ask him about it, but she noticed he was looking behind her and over the top of her head. MJ turned, and in front of her was the sitting room from an entire house, complete with emerald green fabric wallpaper that had small gold leaves embroidered into it. There was a large dark wood fireplace that was alive with a healthy fire. Across from the fireplace was a dark green velvet love seat, and a woman sat with her back to MJ. The strange woman had long dark red hair that hung long and straight down her back freely. MJ watched as the woman's shoulders began to shake slightly, and she slumped forward, allowing her head to hang and her hair to curtain her face from all angles. What's wrong with her? MJ asked as she felt Theron come up behind her. Theron did not answer her, but suddenly the dark wood door began to creak. It opened just enough for a small child to waddle in. The little girl was wearing hot pink overalls, and her golden blonde hair was in high pigtails tied with matching pink bows. The small girl ran up to the weeping woman and began to run her fingers through her hanging hair. Okay, Mommy, okay? The small child asked, and MJ felt Theron nudge her shoulder with his head. Even as a small child, you wanted to help your mother. MJ let a small ragged breath escape her throat, before she remembered to keep herself calm so Dante could sleep soundly and uninterrupted. MJ grabbed her elbows and hugged herself as she watched the scene in front of her play out. The woman looked up and scooped the small girl into her arms. Yes, baby, Mommy is just fine. MJ's heart wretched inside her chest, and she desperately wanted to reach out and touch her mother. Her voice was strong, but MJ could hear the unmistakable tremble of a woman holding on for the sake of someone else. The toddler ran her hands down her mother's cheeks and then looked at her chubby little digits. You crying, Mama, she said, and Charlotte wrapped her daughter into a tight hug before peppering the small child with kisses on her cheeks and face. My little Marnie bird is so smart, isn't she? Charlotte cooed. MJ smiled as the small child did the same. Jay is hidden, Mommy. Charlotte hummed a laugh and was about to speak when the door burst open again and slammed against the wall. Where is she? A voice bellowed, and a dark, smoky figure clouded the doorway. Theron, what is that? MJ asked, almost terrified, and he answered her with a low growl. MJ watched as Charlotte stood, holding the small girl on one hip. Marnie, baby, why don't you go find your brother, okay? Charlotte set MJ down, and the small girl moved behind her mother. Come here, Marnie, the dark cloud snapped, and MJ watched as her younger self clutched to her mother's leg. Charlotte put her hand on the small girl's back and knelt down to her level. It's all right, sweetheart, you are safe. MJ watched as gold swirled in her mother's eyes and then disappeared as she blinked. The small girl stepped forward and began to fumble with her fingers. Hello, Daddy, she almost whispered, and the shadow made a strange grunting noise. Hello, Omega, the blob spat, and MJ watched as her mother growled, before the shadow shoved the small child from the room, and the scene went dark in front of her. The last thing MJ heard was the sound of her mother, and the black blob she now knew was her father, shouting and growling behind the now shut door. MJ closed her eyes and took several deep breaths. How come my father was a black blob and everything else was perfectly clear? Theron nudged her arm with his head. We can find another memory with him. MJ nodded and took a few more deep breaths. When she opened her eyes, the same small toddler was running through what looked like a hallway of doors. MJ knew this memory had to be different, because the child version of her was now wearing a small powder pink dress, instead of the overalls from before. MJ noticed that the small girl was barefoot and holding a stuffed purple bunny rabbit with floppy ears and little white daisies on a ribbon around its neck. MJ watched as the little girl stretched up onto her tiptoes to reach the doorknob and opened and closed almost 6 doors before she charged into one. MJ moved to see what she was doing. The sight in front of her instantly made her turn away and straight into the fur-covered chest of the wolf, who simply wrapped his arms around her and purred deep in his chest, trying to calm her down. How could they do that to such a young boy? She asked, and was answered when the wolf growled. MJ took a deep breath and felt Theron pump a false sense of courage through her body. As MJ turned around, the sight almost made her cry out. It was Jay, but he was much younger, and his body was very slight. His ribs and collarbone could be seen clearly through his skin. He was shackled to a wall by chains, and from the scorch marks on his waist and ankles, MJ assumed they were made of silver or some other toxic metal. She tried to walk forward to stop the small girl from touching them, but Theron grabbed her around the waist. You cannot help it, is but a dream of what has happened in the past. If you interfere, it will distort and wash away like the reflection in water. MJ squeezed the furry arm that still held her as she watched helplessly while a small girl, no more than 4 years old, pulled pins from her hair and began to pick the locks on the chains holding her brother in a suspended state of torture. When the last lock dislodged from its perch, Jay's body slumped to the floor, and the small toddler dropped her stuffed rabbit to grab her much larger brother and hoist him up on her back. The small girl draped her brother's head and shoulders over the top of her head so she could hold him under the legs and drag him a little more easily. As the small child tried to walk holding her brother, the boy began to groan. "Leave Marnie? Find Mommy? Hide from Daddy." The small girl ignored the fractured instructions from the boy she carried on her back, but MJ noticed an aura of power seemed to start to surround the small child as she pulled and grunted forward, moving only millimeters with the weight she carried. MJ watched as the young girl became frustrated and started to grunt as beads of sweat rolled down her face. "Family stays together, Jay." The small girl grunted, and MJ's head snapped sideways to look at Theron. The words that came out of the little girl's mouth had the sound of an unfamiliar yet powerful entity hiding behind them. And to MJ's complete shock, she saw gold flash in the small girl's eyes as she hoisted the larger boy up and almost ran out of the room and down the hall. MJ turned to look at Theron again, and he looked stoic, almost unchanged. "Was that?" She didn't say it, and he didn't make her. The wolf simply nodded his head, and MJ's breathing started to escalate. Theron grabbed MJ by the shoulders and spun her around as another memory fogged into her mind. This time it was dark, and Jay was knelt down in front of her. You gotta stay here, okay? No matter what, you stay right here, and if you see Daddy, you run. Do you understand? You run like you did the day you found me, okay?" MJ absently nodded her head and began to speak in tandem with the small girl she could now see was hiding inside a cabinet. "JJ, stay with me," they protested, and Jay glanced over his shoulder as shouting could be heard on the other side of a door that looked like it appeared out of thin air. MJ watched as the younger version of her older brother grabbed his little sister's shaking hands. Listen to me. Daddy is sick, okay? If Daddy finds you before I do or before Mommy, then you run to the swamp, okay? You run until you find the monster that protects the Bijou. Got it?" MJ watched as the small golden blonde head nodded from inside the cabinet. "Find Mommy and Jay in the Bijou." MJ stopped breathing as she watched Jay close the cupboard door and rub himself on a few pieces of furniture before he opened an outside connecting door and was gone. As MJ took in more of the room, she noticed it was a small kitchen. But it did not disappear right away, and as she was getting ready to turn and ask Theron why they were still there, the sound of pounding and panting could be heard in the distance. But it was getting closer. Suddenly, the sour smell of rotting flesh invaded MJ's nose, and she almost lurched forward. "Oh God, Theron, that smell," she whispered, and he growled protectively behind her. "They cannot hurt you here, my little one. It is only a mirror of memories forgotten." The wolf stood behind her and cradled her body with his own. She leaned back into him as the inside door exploded, and the sight of chained moonwalkers caused MJ to scream at the top of her lungs. She tried to shield her face with her arms, but Theron grabbed her wrists and pinned them to her sides. "They are not real," he whispered, and then wrapped his arms around her protectively. MJ grasped his arm like a lifeline and squeezed it. 2 moonwalkers attached to thick silver collars burst into the room like hungry dogs, their almost reflective silver orbs darting around the room, looking for something. As they tried to advance into the room, the chains they were connected to snapped tight, and as the tortured-looking half-humanoid creatures looked to the end of the chains, a handsome man crowded the doorway. MJ's breathing almost stopped. The man had dirty golden blonde hair and blue-green eyes. He looked very much like Jay, but older, and with a look in his eye that made MJ's skin crawl. "Zazel," she whispered in a haunted tone, and Theron put one of his enormous arms on the ground in front of her to block half of the mirrored dream vision from MJ's subconscious body. "He will never have you," the wolf stated bluntly, and MJ noticed that Theron's body was trembling with anger. She reached up to stroke his clawed hand. "Did he kill them?" she asked, and Theron snorted. "You will see," was all he said, and as MJ turned her head to look at the wolf, the scene in front of her seemed to slow down to almost a complete stop. "I meant Dante's parents. His father, Dante." MJ was answered with a heart-wrenching howl. The sound was so haunted that MJ's heart hurt for him. "I'm so sorry," May started to whisper, but Theron stopped her. "No," he barked, and MJ felt his body go rigid. The petulant child took what he did not understand, and I will make him pay. I have granted him his life for this long, and will call it a gift for the gift of my little one. For without that monster, a miracle would not have been made. MJ looked up and grabbed Theron by the face. She wrapped her arms around his massive neck, and the wolf pulled away from her. We have but limited time, my little one. MJ wiped a stray tear from her face and nodded as she hesitantly turned back to the paused memory that was now coming back to full speed. Zazzle pulled the chains tight, and MJ heard the poor creatures gasp as they choked for air, and the smell of burning flesh and the smoke from under the collar confirmed that he was hurting them. MJ leaned forward and Theron grabbed her around the waist before she fell to her knees. Come out, little girl. Daddy has some friends he wants you to meet. They want to talk to you about your imaginary friend. MJ watched silently, but she could hear the sound of her own heart racing as Zazzle toyed with the small child he clearly knew was hiding in the small cabinet under the sink. The small girl squealed as the walkers growled and snapped and snarled. Zazzle laughed and let the chains drop to the floor as the walkers tore the small kitchen apart. MJ noticed the first places they went after were the spots Jay had rubbed his scent before he left. Come on, Marnie. Daddy just wants to talk to you about your new friend Nova. How long have you been able to talk to her? Does she talk to you a lot? Why don't you be a good girl and tell Daddy what she says, who? MJ's breathing began to hitch, and she was beginning to get dizzy. As the walkers got closer to the cabinet, little MJ was hiding in. Grown MJ screamed at the same time. The small girl burst from under the sink and dove between the two walkers and out into the rain that was now pounding down on the outside world. Zizzle grabbed the chains and yanked the walkers backward as the little girl disappeared into the storm. Enough, Zazzle grunted as he wrestled with the creatures. Obey your master, he yelled, and the creatures turned on him as they tried to attack him. Zazzle roared. Jay watched as sharp canines stretched through his gums, and his eyes turned bright yellow before he sunk his teeth into one of the walkers, causing the animal to fall to the floor and begin to convulse on the floor. The other walker pounced on the injured one and began to tear at the open wound. Zazzle wiped his mouth, and as the walker turned to tear at the dead body, MJ caught sight of its bloodied face. She screamed as the images in front of her again began to morph. This time she was in the middle of the wilderness, and 3 walkers were standing just out of reach as a large black mass stood over her. MJ turned to look at Theron. The night I went home with Dante and the other hunters, she whispered, and Theron nudged her shoulder. I think you have the answers you need, my little one. MJ smiled and shook her head. Not hardly fuzzy face, but it's a start. Theron wrapped his body around MJ completely, and as she wrapped her arms around him and closed her eyes, her body felt weightless. The warmth of his body changed, and suddenly the steady beating heart and musky smell of singed cedar invaded MJ's senses as sunlight began to bathe her skin. MJ inhaled, and as she opened her eyes, she was relieved when Dante's chest was the first thing she saw. MJ looked up and noticed he was still sound asleep. He had his entire body wrapped around her, and she was tucked into him like they were 2 parts of the same body. So instead of disturbing him, MJ nuzzled back into his chest and closed her eyes. I went to prom, MJ said, and Dante squeezed her arm gently. I bet you were the most beautiful girl there, he whispered, and MJ blushed. Stop! I can't talk if you keep doing that. It's embarrassing, she admitted, and Dante kissed the top of her head. Too bad. You should be told every day how amazing you are. And I will tell you every minute of every day until you believe it too. Now please finish your story. MJ clicked her tongue and shot Dante a playful glare. I didn't want to go, and since I was aging out soon, no foster family had wanted a troublesome teenager, so Beth promised that if I wore a nice dress and went to prom, she would help me find an apartment and even pay the first month's rent and deposit so I could find a job. Dante hummed. It seems like she really cared about you, he said, and MJ snorted through her nose. Right? More like she wanted to see me humiliated in front of everyone I had avoided for the last 4 years. As Dante pushed open a door and they walked outside the front doors, MJ gasped when standing in front of her were Lou and Beth. MJ swallowed hard and shot Dante a dirty look as he stopped walking and gently pushed MJ forward until she was only inches from the pair. Lou had his hands behind his back, but Beth was wringing the hem of her shirt nervously. MJ watched as the older woman scanned her from head to toe, and then like a switch, Beth's demeanor changed. Young lady, just where the hell are your shoes? Normally, MJ would have apologized to Beth and run to get her shoes, but MJ still felt like Beth was hiding something, so MJ folded her arms across her chest and raised one eyebrow as high as she could. Without a word, MJ let Theron's power seep from her body. Every pore on her skin radiated a dangerous aura that had Lou and Beth physically shaking. MJ stepped forward a single step and was face to face with Beth. For the first time, MJ saw something different in the older woman's eyes. It was a mixture of the same loving, adoring look and something else. something dangerous and completely void of emotion. MJ pushed more of Theron's powerful presence forward and growled at the older woman. Beth bowed her head but did not make any other submissive moves. "Did you know?" MJ asked and watched the wheels turn in Beth's head. MJ laughed and Theron's growl was thick behind her voice. "Pretty please lie to me." MJ growled and the corner of Beth's mouth turned up. Lou stood there watching the two women he cared for most in the world silently challenge each other, and he wanted to tear himself into pieces if it meant they would stop. Beth squared her shoulders. "I did not know the hunter was your brother, nor did I know the assassin was your mate." MJ leaned forward and growled furiously into Beth's face. "Did you know about my mother? About me?" Beth rolled her eyes still. "A selfish little brat, MJ." Beth clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. "No, I did not know you were Charlotte's daughter. If I had, you never would have gone anywhere near Lou's." Both Lou and MJ growled MJ at the same time. And as MJ opened her mouth to speak, Beth was jerked sideways. Lou grabbed his sister by the shirt collar and jammed her chest into his. "What the fuck does that mean, Bethy?" MJ stood there watching as Beth and Lou began to jerk and pull on one another trying to gain the upper hand. "That she, bitch, never did anything but hurt you? She was too weak to deny that bastard. And we all paid the price for it, Lou. The things he used to make us do when we would hunt." Lou growled in his sister's face again, and she returned his growl by slapping him across the face with a shifted hand. Lou stumbled backwards, releasing his sister, as Beth erupted from her skin. She was a small gray wolf with black patches on her ears, and without thinking, MJ lunged at the small wolf, grabbing her by the shoulders and throwing her a few feet away from Lou. As Beth rose to her feet, she wiped drool from her mouth and squatted into a defensive stance as MJ stepped between her hand. "Lou, one more question, Beth. Did you know I was an Omega?" Beth looked at MJ and nodded her head as she sneezed slightly. MJ rolled her eyes. "Then I will never believe you didn't at least let the idea mull around in your head that I could be who Lou was looking for. You are just bitter old bitch who can't let go of something my father did. So you kept me close enough to you to make sure I was never any threat. Isn't that right, Beth?" Beth made a whimpering sound and shifted back, letting gray fur pepper the ground around her. MJ pulled off her large shirt and threw it in Beth's lap. As Beth scrambled to put on the shirt, she was almost panting. "I wanted to take you home the first time I saw you. You were such a skinny little thing." MJ took a step back, almost like Beth had slapped her. "I remember seeing you sit on the bottom row of the bleachers and watch the other kids play basketball. You were all legs and hair back then." MJ squared her shoulders. "They told me to sit out because I made a kid's nose bleed," she stated, and Beth laughed slightly. "That's right. He had been throwing balls at other smaller kids, and you picked up a ball and nailed him in the face with it. The kid's nose exploded everywhere." MJ and Beth both laughed at the same time, and then a pair of athletic shorts sailed through the air and hit Beth in the chest. After covering her lower half, Beth managed to struggle to her feet. "Boy, I have not shifted in a long time. That shit hurts when you get too old," Beth grunted, and finally stood upright in front of MJ again. "Look, MJ, I won't pretend that if I had known who you were, I would have done anything about it. It's not my nature to forgive, and I will never forget what Zazel did to our family." MJ saw an intense hurt inside Beth, and MJ's eyes grew wide. "Beth, did Zazel kill someone you loved?" Beth snorted, and once again her eyes were void of her true emotion. "Yea, he did. He killed me. He turned me into a ruthless killing machine who gave no mercy and did whatever it took to please the Alpha. Whatever it took, MJ, no matter what." Dante walked up next to MJ and put his hand on her shoulder. "We are not what we have done. That's what you said to me, isn't it?" MJ leaned into Dante's side but kept her arms crossed. "All right, I accept your answer, but not your excuses. And I am going to have a really hard time believing you ever really cared, or that the things we shared were anything other than your sick and twisted way of paying me to stay out of Lou's life." Beth stomped her foot and pointed her finger at the younger woman standing in front of her, in nothing but a sports bra and running shorts. Suddenly, Beth was reminded of the small girl she once helped find her courage, and any retort Beth had caught in her throat. "MJ, I love you, but I will forever hate Marnie and the scum she had for parents." MJ simply nodded her head and turned to Dante, who was holding his shirt out to her. MJ rolled her eyes. "Put your shirt back on. I am fine." Dante arched an eyebrow at her and frowned as he pulled his shirt back on over his head. MJ looked at Lou, who had the look of shock and devastation weighing him down. MJ licked her lips. "Hey, old man, it's not your fault. We already decided to start over. Okay, it has nothing to do with her." MJ watched as Lou mindlessly nodded at her. She turned to look at Dante, and he shrugged. "Hey, don't look at me. I thought asking them to train with us this morning would have been a good idea. I didn't realize she was going to go off like a Roman candle." MJ shook her head, and Dante grabbed her by the arm. "Come on, we can get started, even if they ruined my plan." Dante pulled MJ behind him as they ran off into the canopy-covered tree line. MJ looked up to see the same type of trees she had fallen into before, and just like their smaller cousins, the sharp thorns were covered in a shining metal. "Are these the same kind as the others?" MJ asked as Dante slowed their pace. "Yes, they are just older," he commented, and then stopped walking, turning her to face him. MJ made eye contact and immediately blushed. She tried to look at the ground, but Dante's index finger caught the end of her chin, and he lifted it until she could do nothing but look at him. "Please don't hide that. I love the colors you turn." Dante placed a small kiss on the end of MJ's nose, and then began to stretch his arms and legs. "Let's go, sweet ass, stretch out of you. Are going to cramp, I promise." MJ rolled her eyes and followed Dante's motions. As they finished their stretches, he immediately led her into a series of blocking maneuvers, showing her and then asking MJ to mimic his movements. After showing her several offensive and a few defensive strikes, they started to circle around each other, exchanging blocks and strikes in a slow tandem motion. It looked very much like an exaggerated dance. "So tell me about Lou and Beth and all that shit. You had a pretty nasty nightmare last night. Want to talk about that?" Dante's sudden interest in what was bothering MJ caught her off guard, and she stumbled, leaving her arms wide open, and Dante jabbed forward with an open palm and stuck MJ in nose, not hard enough to cause her to bleed, but hard enough to get her attention. "Ouch, what was that for?" She squealed as she grabbed her nose, and Dante chuckled as he dropped to the ground and tried to sweep her feet out from under her. But the moment he swung his leg out, MJ jumped and Dante's leg sweep missed. MJ rubbed her nose once more before flipping Dante the bird. "That made my eyes water," she complained, and he laughed as he helped her to her feet. "So tell me what the fuck is going on so we can handle it together and move forward stronger." MJ looked at him and grinned. "That sounds like some motivational speaking crap." Dante lunged forward trying to grab MJ's knee, but she brought her hands down together in a thrusting motion and blocked his hand while grabbing his wrist and using the momentum to throw him off balance for long enough for her to bring some space between them. As the couple continued to jab and lunge at one another, Jay began to mindlessly tell Dante everything she had learned from Lou and even the things she suspected of Beth. As Dante listened to her concerns and thoughts, the only time he spoke was to correct her fighting stance or show her a different combination, but he never commented on the situation she spoke of. "So what about the nightmare?" Dante grunted as he tried to flip MJ off of his back. She currently had her legs hooked at the ankle, with her knees jammed up under his armpits, and her arm hooked around his throat. She was not applying enough pressure to cut off his air supply, but she did have him firmly captured. Dante released his hold on her arms and fell to his knees. MJ started to let go, and he grabbed her elbow. "No, I want to show you something a little different. Don't let go." MJ readjusted herself, and Dante bent at the waist. He was now on his hands and knees with MJ connected to his back. "What happened while you were asleep last night?" Dante asked, and when he felt MJ's muscles tense, he jabbed his elbow out into her hip and then rolled onto his back, smashing her body into the ground below. Dante rolled sideways and stuck the ball of his foot out toward her chest and held MJ to the ground. "The mental fight is just as important as the physical, kitten. Asriel has this theory that we can learn to defend against them if we pay attention to other animals and mimic the way they defend themselves." MJ grunted and rolled out from under Dante until she was sitting on the ground. "Like what?" she asked, and Dante sat across from her and pulled his knees up until he could rest his arms on them. "Well, look at rabbits, for example." MJ looked at Dante and scrunched up her nose. "How the hell is a rabbit going to teach me to defend myself against bloodthirsty predators?" she asked, and then watched as a grin spread on Dante's face. "Think about it. Rabbits spend their lives surviving, outrunning, and outwitting predators at every turn. Have you ever thought about what it would be like to be kicked by a rabbit if it was the same size as you?" MJ hummed in agreement. "I guess that makes sense," she said, and Dante shook his head. "Well, what about a snake then? If you use your words like a snake would to strike at someone, you could throw them off their game enough to gain the upper hand." Bells went off in MJ's head and she stood up, dusting the dirt and dry leaves off of her shorts. She motioned for Dante to do the same. MJ cracked her neck and squatted into a defensive stance, with her knees and feet set wide apart and her shoulders and spine perfectly aligned with her hips. MJ raised her hands into loose fists and slightly tucked her head behind them for cover. "Last night I talked to Theron about my mother and her wolf." MJ's confession piqued Dante's interest, and he followed her into a more relaxed stance, and as he leaned back on one leg, he thrust the other out quickly at the knee, and MJ was able to lean back just in time for the blow to glance past her head rather than connect with it. "Why were you so afraid?" Dante asked as MJ began to circle him in quick skipping strides. "He knew about Nova?" MJ stated, and Dante shook his head. "Yes, because she was an original." Dante huffed as he blocked a combination of jabs from MJ. MJ spun around and ran away from Dante before banking up a tree trunk and pushing herself away from it. She sailed through the air and landed sideways on top of Dante. He laughed and sat up. I don't think I have ever seen anyone launch themselves into an assailant before. MJ pushed herself off of Dante and kicked him in the leg. I meant to use my momentum to take you down, but I overestimated the spring in my legs. Dante helped her back to her feet, and as MJ looked up at him, she noticed that the sun had started to come up. We need to make our way toward the training yard, but we can finish talking on the way. That way, your head is clear for the spar with Ace. MJ told Dante about her dream, and even about the fact Theron had almost certainly confirmed that Zazel had been responsible for the death of Dante's parents. MJ noticed that the trees started to taper in closer, and as they breached the tightest part, the training yard came into view. They were at the far end of the clearing, closest to the sparring rings. MJ noticed that there was already a crowd around, and she groaned. Dante leaned down into her ear. He is going to tell you all about how he bragged to the entire pack that he would beat the assassin's mate in a sparring challenge she issued. MJ nodded, as Dante led her forward, and suddenly some familiar faces came through the crowd. Hey sis, ready to whip on the commander? It was Jay, and MJ threw her arms around him, giving him a long, tight hug. As Jay released his sister, she looked at him and whispered in his mind, I dreamt about the day I lost my purple bunny. Jay squeezed her arms and then let her go with a haunted look in his eye. Moxie was the next face to grab MJ in a tight embrace. You better kick his ass quick, little sister. I have quite a bit of money on you to win. As MJ stepped back from Moxie, Dante punched him in the chest. Don't make bets on my mate Mox. I will rip off your ears next time you shift mutt. Dante and Moxie started to push and shove each other, as Ed's smiling face caught MJ's attention. Good morning to you, MJ. Are you ready to give the commander hell? MJ shook her head as Ed wiggled his eyebrows. Ed offered MJ his hand and she took it as she stepped over the painted rocks into the middle of the ring. Ace appeared in front of her, wearing only a loose-fitting pair of basketball shorts. Ready to get that little ass-kicked, princess? He mocked, and MJ rolled her eyes as several onlookers. MJ licked her lips and heard the sound of someone whistle. She turned her head and she wasn't sure how she knew, but she knew it was Dante trying to get her attention. They made eye contact and he nodded at her. Animal instinct in everything you do, trust him to keep you safe, and trust yourself. MJ nodded and turned her attention to the commander. Hey commander, if I win, does that mean you have to wear a dress? Ace shot MJ a dirty look, and suddenly the unmistakable sound of the alpha's laughter rang through the air. I think that is an excellent idea, MJ. Commander, if you win, the color of MJ's dress is your choice, but should our new little sister win, she will choose a beautiful gown for you to wear to the full moon fire. MJ and Ace both glanced at their alpha from outside the ring, but did not let their concentration stray too long. MJ could feel the buzz of adrenaline in the air, and she closed her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she used the sound of her own heartbeat to keep a steady, calm frame of mind. Lila stepped forward and patted MJ on the shoulder. Good luck, she whispered before joining Azriel on the outside of the ring. MJ rolled her shoulders as she watched Ace crack his knuckles and neck. MJ took note that Ace did not stretch much. MJ watched as Sam stepped into the center of the rock formation and raised her hand above her head. On my mark, the fighters will begin. When I signal again, you will stop or be disqualified. Shake hands if you understand. Sam waited as MJ and Ace both stepped forward and shook hands before Sam stepped to the outside of the ring with her hand still in the air. Azriel's voice was the next one everyone heard. Both parties will spar until one is shoved to the outside of the arena or submits. Do both fighters understand? Both MJ and Ace gave short, curt nods, and Sam's hand fell to her side as she let a sharp whistle ring from her mouth. Ace dove forward and grabbed MJ under the knees. He lifted her and headed for the perimeter of the ring. As Ace tried to lift MJ to throw her out, she wrapped her arms around his and held on tight. Ace grunted in frustration and turned. Still holding MJ up off the floor, he dove forward and slammed her down onto the soft dirt underneath. MJ's back hit the ground with enough force to shove air from her body, and she released her hold on the commander's arms. As Ace began to try and stomp in the middle of MJ's chest, she kept rolling underneath him, and as soon as she saw an opening, she jabbed her hand into the back of Ace's knee and buckled him to the floor. MJ stood up and kicked outward. She was lined up to clip Ace on the chin, but he reached up and grabbed her foot, twisting her ankle and toes sideways. MJ corkscrewed to the floor. Once again, MJ hit the ground with a thud, and a puff of sand flew up around them. MJ stood up again and began to move. Her movements were frantic and tense, while Ace looked very relaxed, almost like he could sleep standing up. MJ lunged and tried to strike him, but Ace grabbed her wrist and pulled her forward until she was right in front of him. MJ fell to her knees and brought her free arm up into an uppercut and thrust it under Ace's rib cage. The The commander doubled over, and MJ stood up. She could taste victory, and as she squatted, leaned over him to ask if he gave up. The commander grabbed her by the back of the sports bra and the front of her shorts. Ace swung MJ head over heels and tossed her out of the ring entirely. MJ's body rolled a few times before she stopped. As she stood up, she realized that she had been bested again, and as she made her way back to the ring, she could see the sense of triumph radiating from the commander. Sam was holding his arm up in the air in the middle of the ring, and she let out another sharp whistle, silencing any cheers or jeers being shouted. Ace turned to look at MJ and whined. "Respected brothers and sisters, the color I have chosen is gold, a regal color for a gallant effort. Our new sister is truly exceptional, and we should all treat her with respect." Ace looked around, and as MJ quickly glanced around, she saw that most other pack members were nodding in agreement. "And since I am in such a good mood this morning, we will only run 6 miles instead of 9. The sound of groaning and protest infected the crowd, and Ace glanced at Sam, who raised her hand again, and the crowd went silent. "We could run the full 12 instead," the commander announced, and the crowd dissipated as MJ turned to face her defeat and answer to Dante about how much she probably embarrassed him by losing a sparring match in record time. MJ could feel Theron trying to console her wounded pride, and she tried to be grateful, but she really just wanted to be in her emotions at the moment, and was pleasantly surprised when the wolf backed off into her subconscious, and she sighed in relief. As she approached Dante, he was looking down at her with his arms crossed. "I'm sorry," she almost whispered, and Dante reached forward and handed her a hair tie. "I'm not. You have spent this entire morning without your security blanket wrapped around your head. I'm proud of you, and I can't wait to see you in a gold dress." MJ blushed and snatched the hair tie from Dante before she thrust her hair into a messy bun at the base of her skull. MJ turned when Moxie and Jay came rushing up to her. "Nice job, Em. A few more sparring matches like that, and you could give the commander a real run for his money." Moxie playfully punched MJ in the shoulder. "Yay, even though I wanted to see the commander in a dress, I think the outcome we have is going to be more fun. I never seen you wear a dress. You even know how?" Jay punched Moxie in the chest, and Moxie returned the blow with his own. Soon the pair were shoving each other, and Dante slapped them both on the back of the head. "Hey, the sandbox is over there if you want to wrestle like puppies." Both Moxie and Jay looked at each other, then pounced on Dante at the same time. MJ had to jump out of the way to avoid being taken down with the rowdy trio, and all she could do was smile and shake her head. Lila came running up to MJ, dressed in a bright floral spandex jogging outfit with her hair set high in a tight bun on the top of her head. The beta smiled and waved in MJ's face. "Hello, Earth to MJ. I said, are you ready?" MJ looked at Lila and scrunched her eyebrows. "For what?" she asked, and Lila smiled. "For the run. You can get Ace back if you beat him to the finish. The other hunters will never let him forget it." MJ smiled at Lila as she watched the other woman stretch and bend her body in an almost inhuman way. MJ cocked her head. "Hey, Lila, mind showing me a good stretch so I don't pull anything in the race?" Lila looked at MJ, and if it was possible, the small bronze flower of a woman glowed with happiness. Lila nodded and pulled MJ toward a set of gazebos that housed several different groups of pack members, each following a different set of stretches. As MJ followed Lila to a secluded area, she saw Azriel in his signature white linen shirt and free-flow pants. He was sitting on the ground with his feet tucked underneath him and his arms above his head, with his palms facing one another, but not touching. "So you lost, little Omega," the alpha mused, and MJ chewed her bottom lip. "I would call you observant, but you were there," MJ mumbled, and Azriel stood straight up, like he were nothing more than a thin sheet of paper, unfolding himself from the ground. The alpha stopped in front of MJ and smiled. "It's true what Lila says then. You do not fear Calyx." MJ knitted her eyebrows together. "No, of course, I am not afraid of Calyx. I respect him just like I do you and Lila, but I am not afraid of him." Azriel locked eyes with his mate, and the two of them exchanged a private conversation briefly. The alpha brought his attention back to MJ. "Come on, Lila is leading our stretch today, and I think you need to join us." MJ nodded and stepped next to Azriel as Lila took off her shoes and began to slowly stretch out her limbs. As MJ and Azriel followed along, the alpha began to speak. "After we stretch, the run begins, as soon as Lila and I reach the starting line." MJ did not answer him. She just continued to follow Lila's instruction to inhale into the stretch and exhale out. After a few more minutes, the alpha broke the silence again. "Do you ever watch television, Jay?" he asked, and MJ giggled a little. "Not really. I never had a TV growing up, so I just never saw the use in buying one, you know?" She glanced at Azriel, and he was smiling at her. "What?" She laughed, and the alpha cracked a sideways grin. "I hear you don't own a car either," he mused, and MJ laughed nervously as she attempted to fold her body in half the way she watched Lila and Azriel do. "Yay, shoes are cheaper." and I don't have to worry about the responsibility of registration or insurance or remembering where I put my keys. MJ let a strained breath out as she unfolded her body, and Lila let a small laugh escape. You sound just like Dante, a minimalist for the sake of narcissism or maybe laziness, she laughed, and Azriel followed, but MJ wasn't really sure she found it very funny. The conversation died as the stretching came to an end. Lila clapped her hands and then pointed her finger at MJ. You didn't say anything but that half-bitchy comment, so I will not be helping you win this race. You are on your own, bestie. Lila turned to leave, but stopped. Oh, and don't forget to meet us out in front of the pack house about an hour after the race is over. An hour is enough time for you and Dante to get each other nice and soapy, right? MJ crossed her arms over her chest like she was naked, and Azriel laughed. Lila, I think you need to go run some of that off. Why don't you gather the rest of the pack for the race? Lila gave Azriel a quick kiss and ran off as fast as she could. Azriel shook his head as he and MJ casually began to walk in the same direction Lila had just disappeared in, after what had to have been no more than 3 minutes. A very low-frequency horn sound ripped through the air, and MJ watched as every person in the area stopped whatever it was they were doing and began walking in the same direction as her and the Alpha. Azriel had his hands clasped together behind his back, and as they walked, MJ noticed that not one person seemed to come closer than a foot. Azriel hummed, "They respect me and fear the wolf, so they give us both enough room." MJ nodded and then looked at Azriel. "Should I be afraid of you?" she asked, and he laughed. "No, I would hope not. You just seem the quizzical type, and I thought I would offer the information." MJ nodded and followed Azriel as the crowd became more dense. "Have you ever watched the way animals behave?" MJ snapped her head in Azriel's direction. "What?" she said, and he laughed. "If you ever get time, you should watch National Geographic or the Discovery Channel. The way monkeys can travel through the trees is fascinating, and a gazelle can clear a predator in a single leap." Azriel winked at her and disappeared into the crowd. MJ looked around and noticed that there were hundreds of people mulling about, most of them talking to each other. She started to turn in a circle, feeling lost and alone in a sea of unfamiliar faces when Sam, Ed, Tanner, and Mara came walking up to her. "You ready to run, little sister?" Ed chirped, and MJ smiled. "I guess. I was never really a fan of running, but the whole wolf thing kind of makes me excited." MJ jumped up and down a few times, and Sam giggled playfully. "You should race the commander," she whispered, and MJ winked at her before noticing that Tanner and Mara stood off to the side. And although they were standing close together, they looked worlds apart. MJ was making her way toward them when the stench of arrogance was matched only by the sound of Ace's voice. Well, well, little princess, I would have thought you would need a nap after I kicked your pretty little butt all over the place." MJ turned her head in Ace's direction and rolled her eyes. He had yelled louder than necessary, no doubt to attract enough attention to feed his twisted ego. So MJ exaggeratedly snorted and placed her hands on her hips. She figured Ace was trying to embarrass Dante by humiliating her, and for whatever reason this seemed to light a silent, raging fuse deep inside her gut. "Commander, you sure do a lot of boasting for someone who beat up on a weak human girl. Race me as a wolf, and I will show you real power." MJ kept Theron's prideful aura at bay the best she could, but the look on Ace's face was making it hard for her not to at least smirk. "Nice try, Omega. I already beat you and the color of your dress is decided." Ace crossed his arms and smirked as MJ marched up to him. "What's the matter, Superman? Afraid the little female is going to beat you in a simple foot race? I'm not even wearing shoes." MJ made sure to announce her challenge and watched as curious faces hummed with excitement. MJ watched as Ed, Moxie, and Jay exchanged cash with a few other pack members as they placed new bets. Ace growled in MJ's face, and she crossed her arms over her chest. "You can try to intimidate me all you want, super ass, but when I cross that finish line first, you are going to lick my boots." MJ glanced back at Sam, who was covering her face with her hands, and Ace almost erupted in blind anger. "You're on, little Omega. Get ready." Ace did not say any more. He simply turned himself forward and squatted into a running position. "Sam!" MJ yelled over the bustling crowd and watched as the tall she-wolf's platinum blonde head bobbed closer through the growing commotion. Sam reached May and motioned for MJ to follow her. "The commander is a shit!" He should have explained that any race challenge starts at the line, so the alpha and beta can get an accurate winner. MJ's mouth fell open as she watched a few pack members lift Lila above their heads while she sat gingerly perched in a chair. The moment she raised her slender arm in the air, then the entire forest seemed to go silent. "We have yet another treat in store, my beloved pack. It seems our commander has found quite the advisory in our newest pack member. MJ, please take your place." MJ's throat fell into her stomach as hundreds of sets of eyes turned to look at her, and Sam nudged her in the shoulder. "Go stand next to Ace," she whispered, and MJ nodded as she took her place next to Ace. MJ's hands were shaking, and she started chewing her lip. Ace cleared his throat. Close your eyes and find a center. Don't let the adrenaline take over or you will trip, and I don't like to win by default, little princess. MJ cracked her neck and rolled her shoulders. She tried to block out the sound of Ace's breathing, because for whatever reason, the very thought of him taking up space next to her was aggravating to the point she could not concentrate. Discovery Channel. The words cut through MJ's mind in a strange whisper. It felt like someone pulled a wet washcloth through the inside of her mind, and she shuddered a little before instinctively looking up toward Lila and Azriel, who were now standing side by side. The alpha winked at MJ, and Lila simply shook her head. The beta stuck her arm in the air again. On your mark, she yelled, and MJ watched as everyone seemed to squat into position. It reminded MJ of the singular mind of a beehive. Get set, Lila yelled, and MJ began to look around the forest. Theron, I need to be swift but not grounded. I do not want to lose this race. As you wish, little one, the wolf purred in response. Go. The sharp sound of Lila's voice as she barked the last word jolted MJ from her mental conversation, and almost as if her legs had a mind of their own, she felt every muscle from her hips to her toes flex as she pushed off the ground and darted through the trees. As MJ ran, she felt the wolf stir under her skin. Pace us, Theron whispered, and MJ slowed down enough to look around. She noticed that she was alone, and most of the lower branches of the trees looked like they had been deliberately broken off in different places. As she looked upward, it was as if a pattern emerged, and MJ thrust her body up a few branches before she made her way forward. All of a sudden, she had a thought. How was she supposed to know where to go? MJ looked down and didn't see anyone else around her, so she closed her eyes and tried to speak to anyone who might hear her. I'm lost, she whispered, and was relieved when the tingle of communication came through the base of her skull. Follow, orange, ribbon. They were 3 simple words, but gave MJ all the information she needed. As MJ found and followed the orange ribbons, she started to focus on the wolf inside her. How do I know who is talking to me? She asked, and the wolf simply chuckled. Listen harder, he said, and MJ scoffed. Thanks, Yoda, she mumbled, and the wolf made a strange sound in her head. Theron, the wolf repeated, and she laughed a little before spotting another ribbon. But as she made her way toward it, MJ noticed that a few scent trails were creeping toward her as well. MJ lowered herself from the trees and began to jog in a slower, more rhythmic motion. As she jogged, MJ thought about what Azriel said about animals being the perfect example of self-defense and preservation, and it gave her an idea. Theron, can we jump far distances like a gazelle? And she was simply answered by a purring laugh. You can do anything, my little one. MJ grinned and began to slow her pace. As the scent trails flowed over the forest, MJ set her mind on figuring out how to find the commander. Soon MJ's stomach flipped, as one particular scent molecule had her stomach flipping in the same annoyed way it had earlier, and she aimed herself in that direction. Without fail, MJ heard the sound of Ace's voice right behind her. You will learn, princess, that power doesn't always mean you will win. You should have paced yourself better. MJ started to take large breaths, not because she was feeling any sort of fatigue, but because she wanted Ace to think he had the upper hand. MJ watched as more and more people began to show up, and the orange ribbons became long streams. As the forest began to narrow, MJ watched as others would drop off from fatigue or simply from being pushed out by the ever-crowding tree line. Soon it was Ace, MJ, Sam, Jay, and Moxie left. Moxie dove above their heads and swung from one tree to another before landing next to MJ and stumbling a few steps. Come on, little sister, I got big bucks on you this time, the ragged wolf huffed as he ran, and MJ smiled. You didn't lose enough money on me today? She said. He shook his head. Nah, double or nothing. You won't let him win this one. Moxie and Jay laughed as Ace roared in anger. She didn't let me win anything, you swamp dog. And MJ watched as rage began to seep from the commander. At the same rate, sweat was pouring down his shirt. MJ saw Lila and Azriel standing at the end of an alcove between 2 very large, low-hanging silver palo trees. MJ slowed her pace and fell in behind Ace. The commander laughed as he began to barrel through the more narrow passage. Ed, Sam, and the other 2 hunters stopped to continue cheering, and MJ watched as Ace's posture relaxed as he got within 12 feet of the alpha. MJ let Theron's power build up inside her like a rocket, and she kicked from the ground. Sailing up into the air, she twisted her body and grabbed Ace's shoulders to thrust her momentum forward and over the painted orange finish line. MJ's hands landed first, and she pushed them off the ground before allowing her knees to skid along the ground. The sting of dirt and ground cover ripping into the flesh around MJ's kneecaps and shins had her tumbling to a stop. She flipped over on her back and waited for Theron to stitch her ripped knees back together. MJ began to laugh and pant for breath. A shadow blocked out what little sun was peeking through the trees, and MJ looked up to see Ace's signature glum face above her. Well done, Omega. Would you like a hand? MJ blinked and could only stare at his outstretched hand. Ace grumbled under his breath and reached down, grabbing MJ's arms and pulling her to her feet. As MJ dusted herself off, the others gathered around her, and Azriel was clapping lightheartedly. Very good, MJ. You listen well and execute orders perfectly. MJ grinned and rolled her eyes. It was you? She said, and Azriel winked at her again. Well, it was an alpha, he said, and MJ bowed her head in appreciation. Lila clapped her hands excitedly. You won, she chanted, and Ace grumbled as he slid his head into the palm of his hand. What is it that you want for your victory, princess? MJ opened her mouth to tell him she wanted him to stop calling her princess, but the flash of familiar platinum blonde peeking out from behind Ace's right shoulder gave MJ a different idea. I want you to accompany Sam to the full moon fire and be a perfect gentleman the entire night. Ace opened his mouth to protest, and MJ crossed her arms over her chest as Azriel and Lila erupted in tandem laughter. Accepted. Lila managed to blurt out between laughing gasps, and MJ watched the color drain from the commander's face. Ace glared at MJ and then spun on his heels to face Sam. You will tell me what color your dress is for the ceremony, he demanded, and Sam just nodded her head. MJ kicked Ace in the hip playfully, and he turned to glare at her again. Gentlemen have manners, especially Superman, Ace snarled at MJ's comment and turned back to Sam. Please tell me what color you wear so that I can match you. MJ watched as Sam nodded and tried to hide a girlish blush. She heard the sound of light laughter inside her head and looked over to see both the Alpha and Beta wink at her. All right, everyone. Show is over. Time to shower and be about our day, Azriel reminded, and the group nodded. MJ, do you want me to walk you back to the pack house, since I have to shower anyway? Sam offered, and MJ nodded. As the two women made small talk and laughed on their journey back, MJ felt partially guilty to be giving Sam half her attention, but she was still curious as to where Dante had run off to. She didn't scent him in the race and didn't see him at all, but before she could ask, Sam was shaking her shoulder. Hey, I said, are you okay? MJ blinked and noticed they were standing outside her and Dante's room. Yes, I'm fine. Sorry, I just got stuck in my own head. Sam crossed her arms and smiled down at MJ. You know, you and Ace are a lot alike. He grew up with parents, but they let nannies and guards raise him, so he spent most of his time alone. He does that far away thing sometimes too. MJ looked at Sam and pursed her lips. Why would you tell me that? She said, and Sam shrugged. I just figured you might want to get to know the commander a little. You two are a lot alike, both stubborn and have a hard time trusting people. MJ went to argue, and Sam slapped her on the shoulder. Well, I am going to shower. I will see you outside in an hour, okay? MJ grumbled as she thought about the impending doom of shopping for a dress she actually had to wear. She opened the bedroom door, hoping to have Dante's intoxicating scent overtake her, but instead it was the faint aroma of a man who had not been in his room for quite a few hours. MJ wondered where the hell he could be, but since she didn't own a cell phone, it wasn't like she could just call him, and as she stripped off her dirty, torn clothes and jumped into the shower, she thought about asking Lila how far the telekinetic link could reach. MJ made her way down to the entrance, and her stomach did a few uneasy flips as Lila and Sam's smiling faces met her in front of a large black SUV. Hey, there she is, Sam chirped, and MJ smiled. Okay, Lila said, checking her watch. We are just waiting for Mara, and then we have to make a quick stop by my place before we get this party started. MJ nodded and climbed into the back seat of the SUV. She watched as Sam and Lila continued with their animated conversation. MJ could hear the humming of their voices, but could not make out the actual words they were speaking. As she sat silently and observed the two women, she thought about how much her and Beth used to talk and laugh like that. Suddenly, the knot in MJ's stomach returned as she started to recall her earlier interaction with Beth. The fact that this woman now wanted less to do with her because of who her father was just motivated MJ to make sure she did not end up like him. The sight of Mara running out of the pack house caught MJ's attention, and she watched as Tanner ran out behind her and grabbed her by the arm. Again, MJ couldn't hear the words they were saying, nor did she try to use the wolf to do so. But by watching their body language, MJ could tell that Mara was upset and Tanner was angry. MJ opened the door, and with lightning speed, she snatched Tanner by the arms and spun him in a circle, dislodging his hold on Mara. Hey Mara, you are kind of late, so why don't you guys get in the SUV? I want to talk to Tanner. MJ did not expect everyone to just go along with what she said, but to her surprise, Sam and Lila jumped up front, and Mara meekly placed herself in the back seat. MJ spun around and narrowed her gaze on Tanner. Your business with Mara is none of mine, so I will be quick about it and never say anything again. But if you want to make it work, even if you only ever end up being friends, you have to start being nice to each other. Tanner sneered at MJ and shook his head. Wow, wise little Omega hypocrite. Dante is my best friend. We talk about everything together, and you are almost as big of a selfish bitch as my mate is. MJ simply snorted a laugh. You are pissed, Tanner. I get it, and you are right, I'm selfish, but I'm trying to make things better. What about you? MJ watched as the wheels turned in Tanner's mind, and he opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again. MJ simply shrugged and turned toward the SUV. "Hey, Easter Bunny, what is your favorite color?" Tanner rolled his eyes. "Brown," he grumbled, and MJ shook her head with a smile. "Get out of the road before I ask Sam to run your ass over." MJ climbed into the back seat, and Mara gave her a small, sad smile. As Sam started to drive away, Tanner came rushing back to the SUV and was pounding on the hood with his fists. Sam rolled her window down. "What is your major malfunction?" she yelled, and Lila and MJ began to giggle while Mara seemed to try and slide down farther in the seat. Tanner held up a single finger and walked around the back of the SUV before he yanked Mara's door open and jumped into the back seat. Mara slid over close to MJ but turned to face her mate while Tanner dug into his pocket before thrusting a small plastic card into her hand. "Here," he snapped, and Mara almost squeaked at the motion. She looked down at the card in her lap, and Tanner made an irritated huffing sound before exiting the SUV. MJ put her hand on Mara's arm in comfort as she watched her friend try to hold back tears. "Hey, Leela, I will be right back, okay?" MJ said, and Leela hummed in response. "Why don't you catch a ride with Jay and Moxie, and we will go pick up Bree. You and the other hunters can meet us there." MJ gave Lila an appreciative smile, and Leela simply gave her a small wink. MJ exited the SUV and watched it drive out of sight before turning back to Tanner, who was still watching the vehicle drive away. "Georgie Porgy Pudding Pie kissed the girls and made them cry," MJ taunted. The young hunter cocked his head when she crossed her arms over her chest. "Check yourself, Tanner." The sound of MJ's voice said she meant business, and Tanner's eyes became the size of saucers. "I don't know what happened between you and Mara, but if you don't stop torturing my friend, I will be forced to kick you in the dick. And honestly, that would suck considering you are Dante's best friend, so I assume we will see a lot of each other." Tanner suddenly began to scowl at MJ, and she was almost shocked at how much he looked like Azrael. "Come on, Easter Bunny, talk to me. I got the alpha to talk." MJ shot him a sly smile and noticed that the mention of his brother's name had piqued his interest. "I know about Briella and the midwife," was all MJ said, and watched the wheels of shock run in overdrive as Tanner's eyes bulged from his head. "How did you get Az to tell you about that?" he asked, and MJ shrugged. "I corrected a spoiled little brat's ungrateful attitude, and the alpha reminded me that I was in his house." Tanner chuckled slightly and then looked up at the clouds in the otherwise clear blue sky. "She was planning on leaving and not telling me," he said, and MJ sighed. "Look, I'm not going to pretend to know why Mara wanted to leave, but for me the idea of someone loving me, anyone loving me, was terrifying. I wanted to run away. Tanner, I wasn't going to tell Dante because I didn't think he would care if I left." Tanner stared at MJ for what seemed like an eternity. "Why didn't you leave?" he asked. MJ bit the inside of her cheeks. "Honestly, because the thought of not waking up to Dante's stupid face made me feel more lonely than I have felt my entire life." Tanner shocked MJ when he reached out with lightning speed and pulled her into a suffocating hug. Suddenly, the melodic sound of a car horn beeping repeatedly interrupted their sweet moment, and Tanner pushed MJ to arm's length. "I think we will be okay, and you are right, I owe her an apology. Guess we have a lot of work to do, who?" Tanner scratched the back of his neck, and MJ shook her head. "We all do, Tanner. Humans are messy by nature, I think. Everything we do, we make a mess of." Tanner shook his head before running toward the now-parked SUV. He did a barrel roll over the hood and landed on his feet on the other side, as Moxie opened the driver's door and began to slap box with the smaller male. Jay stepped out of the passenger side and waved at his sister. "Hey, little sister, I thought you would be with Sam and the others," he chirped, and MJ just shrugged. "I had to talk to a rabbit about a wolf," she quipped and glanced at Tanner, who shot her a playful scowl. "Right. Whatever you say, crazy pants. Hop in, we have to get our asses moving because Lila won't wait for us, and if we are more than a car's length behind the others, Azrael will have our asses for dinner," Jay announced, and Moxie simply nodded and punched Tanner in the chest before exchanging farewells and jumping back behind the wheel. Jay opened the back door and motioned for MJ to enter. Before she hopped into the seat, she yelled at Tanner once more. "Time, Easter Bunny, and talking, and flowers, and lots of beer." MJ jumped into the seat and Jay closed the door. She didn't wait to see Tanner's reaction. She just sat her head back on the seat as Jay jumped in next to Moxie. MJ listened to Moxie and Jay bicker about the music station and celebrities as they made their way out of Packland. "No way Mox Betty White is a wolf, hands down, man. I would bet my right nut she is even an original." MJ giggled from the back seat, and Moxie followed her. "See, even the Omega thinks you're nuts." MJ sat forward and put both of her arms on the front seats so she could more or less sit between the two hunters. "What are you guys arguing about now?" she asked, and Jay turned his head. "Well, Mox and I have a theory that there are a lot more wolves out there, but they hide out in Hollywood, so we have a betting pool." Moxie nodded. "I'm surprised the assassin didn't say anything to you about it yet," He loves to speculate. MJ nodded and Jay punched Moxie in the arm. Hey, that's a pretty big word, Mox. You sure you know what it means? He said, laughing. And Moxie scowled at his passenger. Gargle my sack, bro. He spat and MJ fell back into her seat laughing. Jay clicked his tongue against his teeth. Well, I'm glad you two find yourselves so funny. Come on, Em, play with us? The drive takes a while anyway. MJ wiped her eyes and took a long breath. Sure. Sounds like fun. How do I play? Jay sat up excitedly and wiggled his hips in his seat. Well, since the assassin and commander aren't here to mediate, we will just have to play by majority rule. MJ nodded her head, even though she still wasn't exactly sure she understood how to play. Moxie stuck his hand in the air. I will start, he announced, and Jay simply gave a curt nod. You'll Brinner, Moxie announced, and Jay turned to look at MJ. Okay, now we take turns justifying why we think he is or is not a wolf. And usually we bet on it, but we can just play a few rounds for fun first. MJ nodded but gave Jay a funny look, and her brother just laughed. What's the matter? You look constipated all of a sudden. MJ rolled her eyes as the two hunters laughed at her expense. I don't know who Yul Brynner is, she said, and Moxie jerked the wheel slightly, causing MJ to fall over in the seat. What do you mean you don't know who Yul Brynner is? Moxie screamed at the top of his lungs, and Jay grabbed his ribs laughing. He's an actor, Jay managed between his assaulting fit of laughter, and MJ crossed her arms. Well, I don't watch TV, so I have no idea who that is. Moxie shook his head in disgust. We are going to fix that as soon as we get back. Have you ever seen The King and I? He asked, and MJ chewed her lip. We watched it in school once, I think, but I didn't really pay any attention to it. Moxie made a groaning sound and squeezed the steering wheel. You mean to tell me you have no idea who Yul Brynner, the greatest actor in the world, is? Have you ever seen Westworld or The Magnificent Seven? Shit, girl, he was in the 10 Commandments. Maybe you saw Solomon and Sheba? MJ was shaking her head side to side, and Jay reached over and rubbed Moxie on the back of the neck. It's okay, Mox. Maybe she just isn't a fan of black and white movies, he said, trying to soothe his pack brother, but Moxie waved his heavily tattooed hand in Jay's face. They are not all black and white. And stop fucking touching me, Moxie roared while MJ pulled her knees up to her chest, trying to bury her laughter. Jay glanced in the back seat. Maybe you should go first, he said, looking at MJ, and she began to shake her head. I have no idea who is and isn't a wolf, Moxie and Jay laughed at her. That's the point, little Omega. Nobody knows. MJ chewed her bottom lip, thinking about celebrities she knew, and suddenly a name popped into her head. Tom Petty, she blurted out, and Jay jumped slightly in surprise. Moxie groaned. As MJ's answer registered in Jay's mind, he began to almost cackle and point at Moxie. You fucking owe me $200 and laundry service for a year. MJ watched as the two began to yell and scream over the top of one another. That's bullshit, Jay. You spoiled little fucktard. The bet was for original, not just wolf, Moxie screamed, and Jay crossed his arms. Fine. MJ, do you think he could be an original? MJ suddenly felt a little nauseous, and as she opened her mouth, but Moxie interjected. Oh no, you don't, Jay. That's cheating. She already asked, and we already know everyone's answer, so I owe you $200, and that's it. MJ and Jay laughed in unison, and Moxie jerked the steering wheel back and forth, tossing the two around the cab. You know, Chair, you would stay put if you wore that seatbelt, Moxie quipped, and MJ clicked her tongue as she strapped herself into the seat. Go again, little sister, Jay chirped, and before Moxie could complain, Jay cut in. I will give over my $200 for her turn, and Moxie nodded. MJ hummed as she thought. Alfred Hitchcock, she said, and Moxie slammed on the brakes, squealing the black SUV to a stop. Moxie, you cocksucker, what the hell did you do that for? The sound of Jay's voice echoed inside the cab as MJ stifled a laugh while Moxie slammed the vehicle into park and turned around in his seat to face her. You know Alfred Hitchcock, but not Yul Brynner? MJ just stared at him for a few minutes, and when the look of shock did not fade from his face, she looked to Jay, who was still waiting for Moxie to acknowledge his fury. Stop looking at me like that, Jay, Moxie barked. I stopped because we have arrived. As MJ opened her door and jumped from the vehicle, she could already hear Moxie and Jay arguing again. Of course, Hitchcock is wolf, you uncultured frog fucker. He is the king of the scream, Moxie declared as Jay shoved him forward. No way he was just a swollen balloon head who probably stole half his movie ideas. No way the poster boy for Chubby Baby was a wolf. MJ crossed her arms and squared her shoulders at her brother. Maybe he was Omega J. Ever consider that? Maybe he had a secret original muse that fed him all his ideas. Jay laughed and Moxie elbowed him in the ribs. You know, for someone who doesn't watch TV, you sure know how to embellish a story. As the three of them argued, Lila, Bree, Sam, and Mara approached. What in the name of the moon are the three of you arguing about? Lila asked, and before anyone could speak, Sam held her hands up. Name, she demanded, and Jay and Moxie looked at MJ. Alfred Hitchcock, MJ said almost hesitantly, and Sam put her finger up to her lips. I would say wolf, but definitely not original. Both MJ and Moxie turned to look at Jay. Ha, we win, fucker! Moxie yelled and MJ laughed. Go on, little sister, you decided his punishment. Moxie teased and Lila began to tap her foot impatiently. Moxie dipped his head. Sorry, Beta, he mumbled, and she laughed. Quite all right, Hunter. But my daughter is with us today, so I do ask you to be on guard more than usual. Lila motioned to the girl tucked into her back, and Moxie ducked his head. Hello, little Alpha. May I escort you on your shopping trip today? Moxie asked, and Briella tucked herself farther into her mother's back. No, she shouted. I have Sam. She finished, and MJ looked at Lila, who simply rolled her eyes and half smiled. Shall we shop? The Beta asked, and as MJ groaned in protest, she noticed that Mara seemed to hang off to the side. Hey, Mara, I talked to that dickhead mate of yours. He wants to make sure you get the most beautiful dress you can find. Mara shot MJ a look so dark it could have eclipsed the sun. That's bullshit, MJ. He said he wants me to wear a brown dress. MJ rolled her eyes as Moxie and Jay laughed through their hands. No, he said he likes the color brown. You could always wear sexy brown stockings, she offered, and watched as Mara's face turned pink, then bright red. Lila, can we please make her try on every dress we find? Mara asked, pointing at MJ, and Sam laughed as Lila pinched the bridge of her nose. I should have left all of you at home. It's like shopping with giant children. MJ and the others laughed as Sam grabbed Briella by the arm, and Moxie and Jay fell in line behind the group of women. Lila grabbed MJ with one arm and linked her other with Mara. Come on, girls, time to get shiny. MJ groaned as Lila basically dragged her toward what looked like a small-town main street. It was bustling with small shops of all different vendors. There were food carts spread throughout the straight row of stores, and MJ's stride slowed even further when she noticed that most of the stores were full of clothing and accessories or shoes. Lila squealed and let go of MJ's arm as she almost strong-armed Mara toward a ladies' delicates boutique. Mara turned to look at MJ, but MJ just laughed and put her hands up in surrender. You are on your own, she called out, and heard the other two male hunters laugh behind her. I won't save you, but I will accompany Bree if she would like to find something for herself, Sam offered. MJ watched as the young girl glanced at Jay and Moxie and then sunk into herself trying not to blush. I don't need that stupid shit, Hunter. You go with them if you want. I don't need you here anyway. Sam looked toward Lila, who started toward her daughter, and MJ put her hand up. I will stay with her since she is afraid of Jay, MJ quipped and winked at Lila. The Beta bit back a smile as she nodded. That's all right with me. Come on, girls, these panties aren't going to buy themselves. MJ stepped up close to Bree, and the girl instinctively grabbed her elbow. Stupid bitch, Bree mumbled, and MJ yanked her arm out of the young girl's grip. You know the only bitch here is you, little princess. MJ suddenly wanted to kick herself for the sly little nickname. She had not meant to use the same one Ace used for her, and judging by the lack of reaction from the others, she was pretty sure she was the only one who noticed. You can't talk to me like that. Bree spat and Moxie laughed. No, go chair. You don't scare the little sister with your bloodline. She is a powerful family too. MJ watched Jay jab Moxie in the ribs, but Briella was visibly bothered by the wolf, and MJ wondered what it was that terrified her so much. Why does he scare you? It's not like you can see his ugly mug, MJ almost barked, and Moxie cracked a sideways grin as Jay's mouth fell open in silent shock. Bree scowled at MJ. I can see well enough to know you look like more of a bitch than you sound like you are. MJ watched as Briella's eyes darted over her face, and she slightly twitched her eyebrows as Moxie crossed his arms and chuckled a low growl. Won't work on her either, little alpha. Briella scowled at Moxie and pulled MJ in front of her. Don't call me that. I don't know what you mean. Moxie simply bowed his head in submission, and MJ watched as his posture changed almost immediately, and he began to scan the premature around them walking toward a shadowed spot across the street. Jay shrugged. I better take his lead and get to work. He mumbled and slid his body to a more secluded spot along the row of stores that lined both sides of a very narrow cobblestone street. So are we going to stand here and pretend your mom is helping my friend buy sexy underwear for your uncle? Or would you like to play a game with me and my friends? Maybe I could help you find a dress? MJ watched as the emotions whirled around Briella's face, and finally the young girl licked her lips. Yay, I guess shopping with you losers is better than even thinking about what they are doing in there. Briella reached out from MJ's elbow, and MJ smacked her hand away. Hey, the teen yelled, and MJ heard Moxie laugh from his position across the street. You don't need a crutch, Bree. You can see just fine. Now let's go. If I have to wear a stupid dress, so do you. MJ turned toward Moxie. Come on, Capitan Antisocial, you and Jay are going to help. Jay leapt at his sister and wrapped his arms around her neck. I love shopping. I can't wait to see you in a pretty dress. Now what color did Ace pick again? Sweet pea green. MJ nudged her brother in the gut with her elbow, and he grunted playfully. MJ noticed that Bree kept glancing at Moxie, and she grabbed the young girl by the hands. What is the matter, Bree? He isn't that scary, I promise. He is actually really cool if you give him a chance. Bree chewed her lip and seemed to nervously bounce back and forth from one foot to another. Maybe you should be honest with yourself, little sister. Then the feelings can find their way out of your system in time. MJ turned around to look at Moxie, and he was staring at Briella, who was now almost trembling as MJ held her hands. Bree tried to pull away, but MJ held her hands tight. What is he talking about, Bree? And MJ watched as Briella's entire face and chest broke out into a soft, patchy blush, and both Moxie and Jay began to chuckle softly. It's not funny. Briella screamed and tried to turn and run, but MJ held her hands. MJ turned to scowl at the two hunters. I changed my mind. You fuckwads go sit in timeout somewhere, she snapped, and both Moxie and Jay headed for a hot dog cart not far from where they stood. MJ turned back to the still flushed-looking young girl and gently squeezed her hands. Why are you so upset by him, Bree? You have a tough skin then to let their stupid jokes get to you. So what? The alpha's daughter jerked her hands out of MJ's grasp and growled in frustration. Moxie and I are mate compatible, and I told him I wanted to be his mate when I was 16 teen. He laughed at me and said I wasn't his type. MJ let go of Briella's hands, and the teenager covered her face with her hands. It's so embarrassing, she mumbled, and MJ put her hands on her hips. Why is it embarrassing? I have a mate, you know. So does your mom. Although I think you are a little young to make decisions like that, I think maybe you should wait a little longer before you decided who your mate is. Briella crossed her arms over her chest. That kind of thing works for you. But I am damaged, so I have to take who I find, but he doesn't even want me, so it really doesn't matter anyway. MJ opened her mouth to speak, and Moxie marched forward with 2 hot dogs loaded with everything, and began to wave one of them in Briella's face. You are still on that little crush you have for me? The Wolf in the Moon. The sun was setting by the time the door to the dress shop burst open again, and the now rowdy group of chipping and chatting wolves were as animated as a theatrical after a final performance, and as the 2 larger males came up the rear. Moxie deviously reached out and snatched the very intricately wrapped dress MJ was holding out of her hands. Mox, you shit! Give it back! MJ laughed, and Moxie held the garment up to himself and began to twirl. I want to be the prettiest puppy under the full moon, he sang with a higher pitch to his voice, and MJ laughed as she shook her head. Tell you what, Mox, we can trade. I will take the awful suit Jay says you always wear, and you can wear my dress. Better yet, let's trade dates. Jay looks like he would have more fun with me anyway. Although the core of the group laughed, Jay noticed that Moxie's mood had changed, and Jay seemed to shy away from looking at him entirely. Instead, her brother rushed to fuss over the beta, using her pregnancy as an excuse to ask if she may need to be carried to the car. Moxie almost shoved MJ's dress back into her chest and grunted with his lip turned up in a snarl. My suit is not awful chair, just wait until you see it. MJ shook her head and laughed, but did not say anything else, as the group made their way back to the waiting SUV. In a daze, MJ fell in line, handing Jay and Moxie her garment bag before sauntering toward the passenger side of the vehicle she had arrived in. Lila gently touched her shoulder. I hope you had some fun today, MJ. I know we had fun dressing you up. You truly are a beautiful woman, and I can't wait for the assassin to see you in that dress. MJ's stomach did a flip, and she turned to Lila with wide eyes. Lila, I can't wear that dress. I couldn't even come out of the dressing room in it. Lila only offered MJ a soft smile. You let me peek into the dressing room, Jay. That dress is perfect. He won't be able to keep his hands off you. MJ's eyes flicked to Lila's, and the soft, sweet beta winked and gave her newest pack member a playful grin. I think it's time we get home to our mates, don't you? Lila moved toward the other SUV, and Moxie hurried to open the door to the back seat for her. Thank you, Hunter. I think I might need to lay down. Moxie simply nodded and guided his beta into the seat before gently latching the door closed. Moxie turned to MJ and jerked his head toward the car behind him. I will drive the beta and Bree. You will ride back with Jay, Sam, and Mara. MJ nodded and turned to climb into her seat when Moxie whistled to get her attention once more. I saw the dress, little sister. The assassin will die from loss of blood flow once he sees you in it. MJ blushed and shook her head before she pulled the door shut and waited for Sam, Mara, and Jay to finish arguing over who would drive and who would sit shotgun. Jay grumbled as he climbed into the back next to MJ, having lost to both she-wolves, while Mara and Sam almost cackled with laughter as they took their places in the cab of the SUV. As Tanner growled low in his chest and grabbed Mara by the back of her thighs, hoisting her up and wrapping her legs around his waist, he took long strides to carry her away, while Sam, Jay, and MJ just stood by and watched until the pair disappeared behind the winding labyrinth of packhouse hallways and corridors. Jay stretched and yawned as Moxie came roaring around the front of the other parked SUV, causing a wave of thin dust to erupt from the ground and blanket the trio standing by. Moxie jumped from the driver's seat. What are y'all standing around here for? It's almost dinner time, and mess pats are howlin'. And Moxie let a thunderous sound explode from his core. MJ was surprised when the sound of him baying toward the sky seemed to almost energize her. Hey Mox, is that like a shot of espresso, or is it just me? MJ asked and watched as Moxie's eyes lit up with excitement. That's a wolf recognizing its kin little sister. Howl with me and feel the power radiate between us like magnets. MJ looked around, and instead of Sam and Jay looking like they wanted to mock her, they looked just as eager as Moxie, so she shrugged. Okay, so what, we just howl? The trio of hunters laughed, and Jay nudged his shoulder into MJ's. It's like Peter Pan, you have to find your happy place and then share it. MJ scrunched up her face and looked off to the side. Jay, did you tell me that before? She asked, and he grinned and hugged her quickly. Yes, when we were little, you asked me if the wolf that lived in the moon was lonely, and I told you that if you thought he was lonely, then you should howl as loud as you could to let him know he was never alone. Tears blurred my vision as Roger swept me into a big hug. Moxie and Sam joined in, and we were a happy tangle of family reunited. I took a deep breath, letting Theron's gentle strength wash through me like a warm breeze. Suddenly, a haunting melody rose in my mind. With my eyes closed, I lifted my head to the sky and howled, a clear, beautiful song of a wolf's longing and joy. The sound echoed off the parked SUVs, and before long, Moxie, Jay, and Sam joined in with their own solemn notes. When I opened my eyes, they were all smiling at me. I started to thank them when I felt a familiar warmth behind me. Dante had returned. He stood there, soaked but smiling, his gaze full of relief. He was barefoot, and moonlight danced on the damp curls around his face. Without a word, he strode over, reached out, and gently drew me closer. I missed you, he whispered as he pressed a soft kiss to my lips. I caught my breath and returned the kiss, wrapping my arms around him. I missed you too. Dante pulled back just slightly, concern in his eyes. Are you all right? I nodded, my heart pounding with gratitude that he was safe. A flash of light and a puff of smoke erupted as Jay's exit trap tripped. He and Moxie were still laughing at their prank. Gotcha, Jay called, still chuckling. I can't breathe, I gasped between giggles, wiping the smoke from my face. Roger carried me down the hall to clear air, arms still around me. I'm sorry, Jay panted, helping me steady myself. It was just a harmless little flash. I waved him off. Just don't do that again. Dante smiled and brushed a strand of hair from my face. Come on, he said, let's get out of here. I leaned into him, safe and content, as he led me back downstairs to dinner, our hearts full of relief and laughter, le petit chaperon rouge. After finishing a mostly uneventful meal, Dante whisked MJ away toward what looked like an almost abandoned part of the pack house. Is this the part of the story where you bring me to a secluded area to kill me because I know too much? She asked, and Dante laughed with such innocent joy, the sound seemed to infect MJ's entire body. Dante wrapped his arms around her and pulled her from her feet as their laughter bounced off the walls of the empty corridor. MJ slung her arms lazily around Dante's neck and let her fall back with laughter as he spun her around like they were dancing. Can you dance, little kitten? Dante asked. And MJ bit her lip as she tried to hide a blush. I have never danced with anyone before, she admitted, and Dante stopped twirling to set her feet on the floor. I want to kill whoever made you feel like you can't do anything, love. Dante brought his hands up to brush MJ's cheeks with the back of his knuckles, and she closed her eyes to soak up the feeling of his rough but tender touch. I can do it if you help me, she almost whispered, and leaned into his touch as he took one hand and wrapped it around her waist while cupping her jaw with the other. Dante began to sway and lead her in small circled steps. It's easy if you have a good partner, he began, and as she nuzzled her cheek further into his hand, Dante pressed his hand into her lower back and brought the front of her body flush against his chest. MJ gasped slightly, but let him continue to silently teach her a few small steps. We are gonna get a little bit more complicated, but just follow me, Dante almost whispered into MJ's ear, and she simply sighed in her relaxed state. You know, this is a lot more relaxing than I thought it would be, MJ admitted, as Dante continued to twirl and spin her across the floor. Dante did one final spin and pulled MJ in as close as he could before bending her back in a low romantic dip to finish out their small dance lesson. As Dante dipped MJ, she let her head fall back, the sound of innocent laughter rolling out from between her lips. As MJ looked up toward Dante, he was smiling at her, and she smiled back at him before pulling him into a tight, intimate hug. Thank you, Dante, she said, almost breathlessly, and as he leaned down to kiss her, he stopped and furrowed his brow. For what? It was only a few dance steps, kitten. MJ laughed and shook her head. No, not that. I mean, thank you for the dance, but that's not what I meant. Dante linked their fingers together and squeezed her hand. Come on, the library is this way. He tugged her hand close to his chest as they walked. Dante could feel the uneasy feeling seeping from the woman walking beside him, and he leaned down before once again sweeping her feet out from under her. MJ squealed as her feet flew off the ground, and she found herself cradled by strong arms and a beautiful smile. Dante was sure MJ would wiggle and ask to be set down, but to his surprise, she simply giggled and swung her legs, so he made his way toward their final destination with her cradled like the precious gift she was. He kicked open a thick wood door and set MJ on her feet. As she took in the look of the room, her mouth fell open, and she slowly spun in a circle. "This place is huge," she said excitedly, and Dante chuckled lightly. "Yay, it took me almost 5 years to read every book in here," he admitted, and MJ's eyes grew wide with surprise. "You have read them all," she almost whispered, and Dante laughed so loud the sound carried back down the hallway. "Yes, MJ, I live here, and I am not big into most of the extracurriculars the others are, so I come here and read, or I train." MJ tugged Dante's hand until he turned to look at her. "Why do you stay alone when there are so many people around you?" Dante grinned at her, and she saw a little bit of sadness in them. "People are messy, right?" He shot her a knowing grin, and she pursed her lips at him before turning back to the walls of books. "How many libraries does Azriel have?" she asked, as she started to tiptoe her way further into the room. In comparison to some of the other rooms in the pack house, this library did not seem spectacular in size, but the walls were packed floor to ceiling with books. There were also 3 fairly large pillars spread wide across the middle of the room, and they too were dressed from top to bottom in literature of all different colors and sizes. MJ marveled at how well lit the room was, from only the natural light peeking in from a series of small pop-out windows punched into the roof. MJ hummed a small laugh, and Dante touched her elbow. "What has you smiling like that, kitten? Tell me so I can make sure it happens every day." The almost hauntingly sweet words, followed by the ache MJ felt in her heart, had tears ready to fall from her eyes at any moment. "I was just thinking about how the skylight windows make it look like there are 20 little moons lighting up the room. It's beautiful." Dante grabbed MJ and spun her around like a ballerina in a jewelry box before wrapping his arms around her and tucking her back into his chest. "Come on, let's choose a few books to take back to our room. What do you say?" Dante tucked his chin into the crook of MJ's neck and inhaled the scent behind her ear, then began to purr just slightly. "We could even stay right here and fall asleep reading under the light of the moon if that would make you happy." MJ turned her head so she could see Dante's face and screwed her lips sideways, causing her nose to wrinkle. "We can't sleep here, Dante. What if someone else comes in?" Dante chuckled at her and slowly turned her in a full circle. "Nobody else will disturb us unless the Alpha needs his assassin, and then he can just link me or call." MJ pulled away from him slightly. "Why wouldn't anyone else want to come in here?" "It's beautiful." The blissful sound in her voice had Dante's entire body warming from the inside out, and he purred at her again, in spite of his best efforts to control himself. "This is not the Alpha's library," he said to her with a wide grin spread across his face. Dante motioned around them. "This room belongs to me, kitten. I rent the space from the Alpha, but from the design of the walls and floors to the books around you, they all belong to me." MJ's mouth dropped open, and Dante threw his head back laughing. "Azriel has a massive public collection and a few smaller private studies around the pack house that hold more of his own books, if you would rather see." Before Dante could finish, MJ grabbed him by the wrists. "No way are you kidding. My boyfriend has his own library, and it looks like something out of a fairy tale. Why do I need Azriel's books when you have all of this?" Dante shook his head. "No, MJ, do we have all of this? I want to share more than just my wolf and my room with you. I want to share my life, all the things I love and hate. And before you say anything, I just want you to know that you don't have to reciprocate my feelings. I know that all of this is a lot to take in, especially with finding out Jay is your brother and all." Dante exhaled and scratched the back of his neck, obviously becoming agitated with his rambling thoughts. "I guess what I'm trying to say is that when I want to be alone, truly alone, I come here and I want to give that to you. I want to give this library to you, MollyJay Quicksilver, if for no other reason than to bond us together through something we choose to share." MJ's mouth opened and closed several times with no words ever coming out. She could feel Theron's pride for Dante when he spoke, and she could also feel Dante's nerves as well as the love he poured into every word. Finally, MJ opened her mouth again, and this time she did speak. "I love you too, Dante." Her words were barely a whisper, but Dante heard every syllable like a series of bombs going off. He stumbled backwards, and when MJ reached for him, he pulled his hands away from her. "I don't deserve your love," he stuttered. MJ grabbed her chest and whimpered as pain shot through her chest. Dante grabbed MJ's face and began to wipe her tears away with his thumbs. "I love you, MJ. I can't explain why or for how long, but I love you. I don't deserve the honor, but I will thank the moon every day I am alive for the moments I get to share with you." MJ smiled and began to rub Dante's forearms with her fingertips. "So, Miss Perfect, show me some books." she chirped and saw a sadness pass through Dante's eyes. But before MJ could dwell on what it might mean, Dante was pulling her off toward one of the pillars. I built these myself, and each one holds my favorite books. As Dante tangled their fingers together and began to walk her around the pillar, he noticed she was squinting to see books higher up the pillared shelf, and he laughed under his breath. Why, MJ, what wolf? Like eyes you have? He teased in a low tone. All the better to see books on high shelves with my dear. He taunted playfully in a high-pitched voice, and MJ lightly punched him in the shoulder. Little Red Riding Hood. Very funny, she quipped, and Dante pointed toward a large red book at the very top of the pillar. It's that one if you want to read the original by Charles Perrault. MJ grinned sideways at Dante before using Theron's power to zero in on the title of the book he had been pointing at. Dante, it says Le Petit Rouge. I don't speak French. Dante's answer was to throw his head back laughing and then gently turn her shoulders so she was facing him. Then I will read it to you like a bedtime story. MJ smiled and turned back to the bookshelf. I thought the brothers Grimm wrote Little Red Riding Hood, she said, and Dante hummed. They wrote a version, but so did a ton of other people. That one is just my favorite. MJ nodded and licked her lips. How do you get them down? She asked, and Dante walked over to a cutout in the wall that housed a large coffee table, surrounded by larger floor pillows. The back wall was a cascading window that spanned from the ceiling to the floor. Dante tapped the side of the wall, and a large ladder popped free. He leaned it against the pillar and made quick work of retrieving the book before handing it to MJ. As MJ ran her hand over the rich red book, the scratchy feeling of the cover made her smile. This book looks old, she said, and as Dante returned the ladder, he motioned for her to join him at the table. It is. It's an original print, so don't go using it as a coaster. MJ scowled at Dante, and he winked at her as she settled next to him on the overstuffed pillows. Instead of looking at the book she had placed on the table, MJ was staring outside at the green weeping trees and moss-covered ground. This place is crazy. It's so beautiful here. Dante turned MJ's chin toward him, and she looked up into his eyes. Its beauty pales in comparison to the amazing woman I see before me. MJ pursed her lips and picked up the book, gently smacking him on the top of the head as she stood up. You are such a cheeseball. Come on, what else do you have? She asked as she left the red book on the table and ran off into the throes of paper and ink, looking high and low through the room. After selecting a few books she recognized and a few others she didn't, Dante and MJ made their way back to their room. MJ set the books down on one of the bedside tables. I want to read so bad, but I'm so tired I don't think I can keep my eyes open long enough. As she spoke, she yawned and wiggled out of her pants before she slipped under the covers. Dante stripped himself of his shirt and climbed into bed next to her, before turning and grabbing the large red book they had bonded over earlier. How about you close your eyes and listen and I will read? MJ looked up at Dante and gave him an almost childlike innocent smile. I would like that a lot, she said, and snuggled herself down until her head laid on Dante's chest. As Dante opened the old book and began to read, MJ closed her eyes and listened to the sound of his heart from the inside and his voice from the outside. You have a beautiful voice, Ma mumbled as her eyes fluttered closed, and the slow, steady rhythm of her breathing soon indicated she had fallen asleep. Dante closed the book and set it off to the side before wrapping his arms around the woman slumbering on his chest. All the better to love you with, my dear, he whispered before pressing a kiss to her forehead and closing his own eyes, hoping for sleep to take him to a place just as peaceful as the one his mate seemed to be in right now. The next few days that passed seemed like a surreal dream to Dante. He would wake up with MJ in his arms every morning and went to sleep with her the same way every night. Their meal times were spent wrapped in each other's arms, now by choice rather than punishment. It was now the day before MJ's birthday and the full moon fire ceremony. Like every morning, Dante accompanied MJ to the kitchens after breakfast before swiftly handling his own duties. However, today he was running later than usual. The full moon fire ceremony was celebrated by all wolves, and most packs would allow rouges to attend in hopes of finding mates. This meant making sure security was tight, so Azriel and the other hunters were constantly on high alert, and because of the vast size of the Quicksilver pack, Azriel assigned each hunter a section with an abundance of guards to handle during the event, and as Dante made his rounds, a few of his guards flagged him down. Assassin! One of them yelled breathlessly. There are moonwalkers on the edge of the northern border. Dante looked in the direction they mentioned. How many? He asked, and began to scent the air. We counted at least 12, sir. The wolf barked respectfully, and Dante nodded. How about handlers? He asked, and when he was answered with silence, he looked toward the now nervously shifting guards. Assassin, we did not see any handlers, but the walkers were wearing silver chain harnesses. Dante growled, and the two guards shrunk back in submission. That means we need to report to the Alpha and the other hunters immediately. Inform the commander first. I will take care of the alpha. The guards nodded and rushed away as Dante looked toward the setting sun. He cursed himself. MJ had probably been done for hours and waiting for him, he thought. Dante growled and picked up his phone. Azrael, he barked. Yay, I know, but the link takes too long. Listen, 12 walkers in harnesses were spotted just outside the north border, but no handlers could be scented. Dante nodded a few times, listening to Azrael on the other end. Yes, Alpha, I left instructions to inform the other hunters. Would you like me to dispatch a sweep team for the walkers? Dante could hear the weight of his words as Azrael exhaled. Yes, assassin, we must eliminate the threat immediately, especially this close to the ceremony. The haunted sound of Azrael's final order created a pit in Dante's stomach. I'm sorry you have to call the shots like that. The Alpha laughed into the phone. Shit, Dante, it was you or me, and we all know your people's skills suck, so that leaves me. Both Dante and Azrael laughed. I hear your mate has a dress that will stop traffic. Are you ready for tomorrow night, assassin? Dante groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. I feel like a teenager losing his virginity every time I see her. How the hell am I going to keep it together for a dress? Dante's question had been serious, but his Alpha and friend only laughed. Welcome to the world of beautiful women. Now go take your mate home and love her, assassin. Dante let out a heavy sigh. Is everything ready for tomorrow, Az? The Alpha answered Dante with a growl. I am not pleased you want my babies for such an occasion, Dante. Dante chuckled. Relax, Az, they are just flowers, and I am paying you triple what they are worth anyway. Azrael growled through the phone. They are priceless, assassin. If you had not so strategically informed our beta of your master plan, you would be getting nothing. Azrael hung up the phone, and Dante laughed as he tucked the device into his pocket and headed toward the other guards in his section to inform them of the grim fate awaiting poor creatures stalking the outskirts of their homeland. Meat pies and little pigs. MJ had finished helping Lou and Matt clean up after a chaotic day. The full moon fire meant more people than usual eating with the pack, so the meat order had more than tripled. Matt had already excused himself, and MJ was watching Lou try to busy himself waiting for her to leave. Go, Lou. MJ groaned playfully, and the sound of the butcher's stomach cried out. I can hear how hungry you are, and I know everyone else is already down in the hall. Just go, I will be fine. MJ hopped up on one of the stainless steel countertops and laid down on her back with her ankles and hands crossed. Lou chuckled. Why don't you just come to dinner with me, Moll? I'm sure your assassin will be there soon. He is head of an entire patrol unit right now, so he's probably just busy. MJ growled. Thank you, but I will wait, Lou. I want to be able to keep my food down, and I don't know if I could do that and look Beth in the face right now. Lou hummed and leaned against the door. I will tell why my sister hates your father, and herself, but you can never let her know I told you. MJ cocked her head and raised an eyebrow. Lou, I really don't think Beth's personal shit is any of my business. Lou shook his head and stood up a little straighter. Before your brother was born, Beth became commander, and Zazel trained her to be a ruthless killer. Much like Azrael's commander Ace, Beth was precise at her job and took the title very seriously. MJ sat up as Lou's body language changed, and he drug his overstuffed body over to the counter she was sitting on and dropped his heavy body on top of it. Beth was loyal to her Alpha and Beta before anyone or anything else, MJ, including me and herself. MJ took a deep breath. Lou, I know I said it wasn't my business, but you make it sound like I need to know something. Lou groaned and rubbed his face with both of his oversized hands. Beth had been out hunting some rouges that were sneaking around on the edge of pack territory, and they found 3 or 4 escaped breeders living off of whatever they could catch or steal. MJ watched Lou intensely as he continued. Beth brought them all back to the pack house, and a few weeks later they were accepted into Borealis. MJ shook her head. Lou, that sounds like Beth did an amazing thing, the old man nodded. Yes, and it turns out one of the new pack members was a mate match for Beth. They fell in love almost instantly, and after a few short months they were expecting a child. MJ grabbed her chest. What? Beth has a kid? Lou, I had no idea. The butcher shook his head. No, Moll. She lost the baby while on a hunt. A large group of walkers were found clustered inside the grounds of our pack, and when Beth went to help, one of them caught her under the belly and slashed her open. She did heal, but the damage was too much for the baby to handle. MJ's breathing had become ragged as Lou continued. Lottie found out she was pregnant with Bartolomeo not long after Beth returned, and although Lottie did everything she could to console Beth, Zazel simply told her that her sacrifice was part of her responsibility to the pack, and she should feel honored to have given her unborn child for the loyalty of her pack. MJ put her hand out. Lou, stop, that's enough, she groaned, and the older man only hummed. I am not finished, MollyJay. He almost barked, and MJ moved herself closer to the older man until she could lay her head down on his shoulder. Is this okay, Lou? This story sucks, she mumbled in a sad, deflated tone. The butcher put his enormous arm gently around MJ's shoulder and squeezed her into his soft upper body. Beth's mate was a good and gentle man. He tried to give her whatever she needed to heal. He let her fight with him if that's what she wanted. He gave her space. They had even started talking about trying again a few years later, when your mother was pregnant with you. But when Beth asked Zizzle for a reprieve from her duties as commander, so they could start a family, he told her that she could step down, but would stay a hunter and use her medical training. These were terms Beth could accept. And so she worked in and out of the med hall. Lou squeezed MJ's shoulder, and she could feel him almost trembling. Zizzle was still sending her on active missions, and when her mate begged her to stop, she left him in order to stay loyal to her alpha. MJ sat up and gasped as Lou stood from the counter. I tried to help him as best I could, but I think watching Beth tear herself apart for Zizzle killed him long before he took his own life. MJ wrapped her arms around herself and made a horrible sound as she began to mourn for a man she never met. As her shoulders shuddered, Lou wrapped his tree trunks around the still small woman and almost crushed her body as he tried to take her sadness away. She does not hate you, MollyJay. Do you hear me? You are the closest thing to a daughter the both of us have ever had. I am not saying you should forgive Beth, but I want you to know that she loves you with every fiber of her broken, twisted self. Bethy was a good woman once, and I think she wants to be again. But the threats looming out there stop her. It's like she is still that commander trying to save her pack again. MJ grabbed Lou's shirt and cried harder. She cried for Beth and the child she lost. She cried for the families her father had torn apart, and she cried with every muscle in her body for the many lives she was more than certain he had taken from the innocent. Lou rubbed her back for a while, and when she pulled away, her beautiful, hopeful eyes were red and swollen. Well, fuck, I am not very good at this shit, am I? You weren't supposed to cry, he mumbled. Jay shook her head furiously as she rubbed her eyes. Don't apologize, Lou. I'm glad you told me. It's not a happy story, but part of it is mine. And if hearing about terrible things helps me figure out my past, then grab me a bottle of tequila and let's bring on the tears. Lou spread his enormous hand over the top of MJ's head and tousled her already messy hair as the door burst open to reveal a tired but wild-eyed head chef. Mao, to what do we owe the pleasure? The butcher mused as MJ swatted at his hands and tried to smooth her hair down with her fingers. Don't try to butter me up, butcher. I can still cut off all your toes and feed them to the birds. The older woman scowled at him, and as MJ stepped forward to protect the earth, Lou shocked her and began to laugh with his entire body. All right, mother hen. No need to ruffle your feathers. What can I do for you, chef? Is that better? Mao mumbled a few things under her breath, and although MJ could hear her, she did not understand the language. Mao thrust a plastic container in MJ's direction. Your beef cuts were art, so I have saved you a private selection of the cuts we will use tomorrow. MJ reached out and grabbed the container, tucking it into her chest like precious jewels. Thank you, chef. It smells divine. Mao chuckled in a raspy voice and jabbed her crooked index finger between MJ and Lou. You teach your daughter flattery as smooth as your own omega. Shameless. The chef mocked playfully, and Lou stuck his hands out. Oh no, chef, she isn't. MJ stomped hard on Lou's foot, and the older man was unable to finish his sentence. What is that for, girl? The chef snapped, and MJ half panicked. Oh, sorry, I thought I saw a cricket on his shoe, so I squashed it. Mao eyed MJ suspiciously. You should not squash living things that have not wronged you. Place them outside where they can do no harm. Your assassin will teach you this. MJ tried not to blush at the mention of Dante, but the humming laughter coming from the chef let her know she had failed miserably. I could teach you to put this in a pie that would have him eating out of your hand like a puppy, the older woman whispered as she tapped the container. Lou made a strange, nervous laughing sound in his throat. All right, ladies. Me and my sore foot are going to hobble on over and get some grub. You two have fun now. He gave a quick wave as he headed for the exit when he turned at the last minute. You make sure you get to bed at a decent hour. MollyJay, you only turned 30 once, and it's your first full moon fire ceremony tomorrow. Lou smirked and squeezed out the door as MJ licked her lips and ran to the door. Thanks, Dad, she said half sarcastically, and the older man turned around and put his hand over his heart. You are the biggest pain in the ass, and I love you for it. Now leave me alone so an old man can get his dinner. MJ laughed as Lou managed to remind her of the way he used to act when she would thank him for Christmas or birthday gifts, and she blew the old butcher a kiss as he walked down the hall. MJ turned to see the older woman smiling at her. You have people in your life who love you very much. Maybe so much they can't tell you? Reme frowned at Mao, and the woman only laughed at her. Come, we will turn this meat into a masterpiece. MJ let Mao lead her into a separate part of the kitchen, and as they silently walked, MJ thought about what Mao said. Lou and Beth had been the only consistent people in her life for a long time, and although Beth had said some very hurtful things to her, MJ wasn't so sure that the things she proclaimed were entirely unforgivable. "Can you bake, girl?" The chef barked curiously, and MJ realized she had been so deep in thought that she had not realized they were no longer walking, and she was actually standing in the middle of a small kitchenette, while Mao busied herself rummaging through cabinets and cupboards collecting utensils and ingredients in what looked to be furiously organized chaos. MJ sighed and licked her dry lips. "I'm sorry, Mao. I don't mean to be rude. I just have a lot on my mind." And in retrospect, I guess that sounds like some crappy excuse to be a space case, but MJ let her voice trail off as the older woman simply hummed a soft, amused laugh and jabbed her thumb toward the small table and chairs. "Sit. You must wear your hair properly so we do not serve you with his meal." MJ blushed as Mao gave her a sly grin and hurried to sit down. Mao made quick work of releasing MJ's hair from the knotted rat's nest sitting atop her head. The older woman began to run her fingers through MJ's matted mess of hair, starting from the bottom and working her way up, as the knots untangled and dark red beauty flowed where a frizzy mess once sat. MJ wiggled in her seat slightly, and Mao thumped the top of her head. "Sit still. Didn't your mother ever teach you any better?" the chef scolded, and MJ slumped her shoulders. "I don't have a mother, Mao, so no, she didn't." The older woman began to work MJ's hair between her fingers like fine silk as she began to hum softly. "You will come to me for help with your hair. Something so beautiful should be cared for, treasured even." Mao walked around front of MJ and placed a carefully manicured braid on MJ's shoulder. As she looked down, MJ noticed that it sat in much the same way the chef's did, and she reached up to stroke it gently with her fingers. "Thank you, chef," was all she could choke out before Mao scoffed at her and turned around. "Wash your hands now. Be quick," she barked at MJ as she saddled up to the counter and began to work. I stand in the kitchen doorway holding a fresh pie when Dante notices me. His eyes sparkle with surprise and delight. "Cora?" he asks, smiling. I step forward. "I got bored waiting, so I baked you something." His grin widens as he takes the pie from me. "You're amazing." He plates a slice and offers it to me. We taste it together, the warm aroma filling the room. As we laugh over the perfect flavor, I can't help but feel that moment of magic when two people click. Suddenly, a gentle tap at the door breaks our reverie. The others have finished their tasks and wander in, hungry for dessert. Dante and I slip aside, savoring the warmth of each other's company. He brushes a crumb from my sleeve. "Thank you for this," he says softly. I smile up at him. "Anything for you." He leans close and rests his forehead against mine. "You always know how to make my day." I laugh and wrap an arm around his waist. "Let's share this pie out there." We carry the plate to the table and sit side by side, digging in as our friends join us. Under the kitchen light, with laughter all around, everything feels just right. I rinse my hands and step back, still catching my breath from the training session, when Dante settles next to me on the deck. "Delicious," he murmurs, wiping a bit of crust from his lip. I arch an eyebrow. "You weren't wearing pants 3 minutes ago, and now you're praising my pie?" He laughs and stands, reaching over to make some space. I walk past him and stop in front of Billy, the tall, muscled woman who's been glaring at us all evening. "Got a problem?" Billy asks, cracking her knuckles. I straighten my shoulders. "That's my mate you're standing next to," she smirks. "Your mate's a good friend of mine. No reason to get protective." Billy steps forward and I feel Dante's presence behind me, steady and reassuring. "One of you better back off," Dante says softly. Billy chuckles and shrugs. "All I'm saying is, Cora, good luck in that dress competition at the full moon ceremony." I laugh low and shake my head. "You're welcome to join me in the shopping trip if you'd like." She raises an eyebrow and steps back. "Maybe I will." Dante and I exchange smiles, relieved. Later at the dinner table, Moxie and Jay finish their tasks and settle in. Dante addresses them firmly. "Get some rest. We all need energy for tomorrow's march." Moxie grins. "Yes, sir." Jay stifles a laugh but nods. Sam watches them go, looking small among the warriors. I lean over and slip her a reassuring smile. "I hope you'll join us for dessert," I whisper. She nods shyly. "Thank you." Dante squeezes my hand across the table. "Ready to head upstairs?" I grin. "Absolutely." He stands and offers me his arm. I take it, and together we rise, hearts full, leaving the playful banter behind us as we head to bed, ready for whatever the next day will bring. Dante stuffed another bite of pie into his mouth, looking a bit like a toddler forced to eat vegetables. He swallowed and held out his plate. "Will you join me?" he asked sheepishly. I nodded and sat beside him on the floor. He offered me a slice, and we ate together in companionable silence. Afterward, Dante leaned back and wiped his mouth. I noticed dark bruises on his torso. "What happened?" I asked, concern replacing my earlier amusement. He sighed. "I ran into some walkers at the edge of the territory. There were more than usual, and they were persistent." I reached out and touched his shoulder. "You handled it well," I reassured him. "You always do." He gave me a grateful smile and pulled me into a warm hug. "I'm glad you're here." I smiled back, resting my head against his chest. "I'll always be here for you." He kissed my forehead. That's all I need. Outside, a soft breeze drifted in. We stayed huddled on the floor, wrapped in each other's arms, as the night fell quietly around us. I'm sorry, Dante murmured, voice low, as he wrapped me in a comforting hug. I'll stop if you want. I pulled back, trembling. No, I just get nervous. He stroked my cheek. It's okay to feel afraid. We can take things as slow as you need. I nodded, then rose and walked toward the bed. Dante watched me with concern. I sat on the edge, and he knelt beside me. Cora, he whispered, I promise I'll never be just an assassin with you. I'll be myself, your partner. I managed a small smile. You already are. He placed his hand gently over mine. I want you to feel safe. I leaned into him. His thumb brushed my palm. I do. Dante scooped me into his arms and carried me to the pillows. He tucked me under the covers, then lay beside me, pulling the blanket up to our shoulders. We lay quietly for several moments, breathing together, comforted by each other's warmth. Then Dante reached for my hand. Tomorrow we have an early patrol, he said softly. I nodded sleepily. I'll be ready. He pressed a gentle kiss to my forehead. Good night, love. Good night, I whispered, closing my eyes to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat as I drifted into sleep. I drifted awake in an empty bed, still snugging Dante's pillow to my cheek. After a few more dozy minutes, I felt his familiar presence at my toes. I burrowed deeper under the sheet and squeezed my eyes shut as the door creaked open. Dante tiptoed in, still damp from his morning run. He slipped off his shoes, then knelt beside me. Gently brushing a lock of hair from my forehead, he leaned in close. Happy birthday, my sweetest mate, he whispered. I smiled and sat up, clutching the pillow. Hi. Hi there. He offered me a warm smile and a large bouquet of green roses. Surprise and delight lit my face. Dante, they're beautiful. He took a deep breath, a hint of nerves in his stance. These come from Lila's garden. Azriel's patch has some over 5 feet tall now. I admired the unusual blooms, their glossy green petals catching the morning light. They're unlike any roses I've ever seen, I said softly, tucking a single stem behind my ear. Dante's chest puffed with relief and pride. I'm glad you like them. I placed the bouquet beside me and crawled into his lap, pulling him close. They're perfect, I murmured. He wrapped his arms around me. I have more plans for today if you're up for it, he said. I giggled. I'd love to spend it with you. His eyes twinkled. Then after breakfast, how about a little stroll? Just the two of us? I nodded eagerly. Yes, please. He pressed a gentle kiss to my forehead. Let's get you a slice of that birthday pie. I laughed and snuggled against him. Best birthday ever. And in that sunlit bedroom with an armful of roses and the man I love, everything felt just right. I waved the unusual green rose at Dante. Are these from Moxie? I teased. He only gave a playful growl in response. I smiled and tucked the blooms into a pitcher of water. Thank you, Dante. They're lovely, my new favorite. He brightened. I'll get a proper vase later, and maybe we can plant a few in the packhouse garden. My eyes lit up. I'd love that. I shook off the sheet, remembering I'd forgotten something. Dante handed me a small thal, neatly wrapped package tied with a silk ribbon. Curious, I opened it to find a soft rose gold robe. Its long sleeves gracefully draped my hands, and the silky fabric felt exquisite against my skin. I slipped it on, and Dante's eyes softened with delight. You look breathtaking, he whispered, offering me a comfy shirt and jeans. I laughed. Thanks, but why the clothes? He chuckled. We have to be civilized for breakfast, and then dinner. I've arranged a private table for us tonight. I smiled, my heart fluttering. I'd love that. Later over breakfast, Azriel had prepared a huge international buffet. Lila coaxed me to open a small gift from Jay and Moxie. Inside was a delicate scarf in pink chiffon georgette. I blushed but thanked them graciously. Dante reached for my hand and offered me a giant pistachio and chocolate cannoli Mao had taught him to make. Just for you, he said with pride. I giggled and took a careful bite, savoring each morsel. He watched me with a soft smile, and I knew this birthday would be one to remember. After breakfast, Dante took MJ to Lou's for work, and the entire day, the old butcher kept shooing her away from anything that involved heavy lifting. He would let her sweep the floor or wash the dishes. But if she tried to help move carcasses, or help Maddie with the grinder, Lou would yell and wave his arms in the air, telling MJ to stop trying to take his place as head butcher. MJ eventually gave up and decided to just clean the rest of the kitchen. By the end of the day, she had moped and scrubbed every inch of workable and unworkable space until she was down to the door, and as she finished wiping it down for the 3rd time, Dante yanked it open and almost ran face first into her. Just the beautiful woman I'm looking for. He beamed, and MJ turned her head. Hey, Lou. Dante is looking for you. The old man scowled at her from behind a large cleaver and chopped into a huge set of ribs. Get that smart ass out of my kitchen, you little twit. And I better get to see this dress everyone has been talking about. MJ scowled at Lou and then turned on Dante. Why is everyone talking about my dress? She barked, and he just shrugged. I don't know. I'm just supposed to come get you before Lila and others attack you with makeup and clothing. MJ cocked an eyebrow at her mate. She could tell he was giving her a vague answer, but the defiant glow in his eyes told her she would not find out anything without following him. MJ threw her hands up in the air. All right, you guys win. I will leave early. She finally surrendered, and Dante leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her jawline before tangling their fingers together and leading her down the hallway. MJ noticed that Dante was quiet while they walked back toward the dorm area of the pack house. Dante, what are we doing on this side? Our room is on the other end, right? MJ started to look around, and Dante squeezed her hand. No, our room is not in this corridor, kitten, but someone else who wants to talk to you is staying here. Dante's voice was soft but firm, almost cold, and MJ glanced at him. Who are we going to see? She asked, and instead of answering her, they stopped in front of one of the rooms, and Dante swung MJ to face him. Kitten, I'm sorry if you get pissed, but I think this is important. I will see you at the full moon fire grand opening, my dearest mate. Before MJ could say anything, he leaned down and kissed her, then ran off back down the hall. MJ's attention was grabbed from her disappearing companion when the door in front of her creaked open and Beth stood in front of her looking sunken and pale. MJ crossed her arms and took a small step back as Beth looked up into her eyes. I know it's your birthday, and I am probably the last person you want to talk to, but I need a chance to set things right. MJ didn't say anything. She just cocked her head to the side and continued to stare at the older woman in front of her with a stone-cold expression. Beth tugged at the sleeve of her shirt and continued, You have been the only light in my darkness, and you truly are the only family I have aside from Lou. But when I found you were Zezel's daughter, that his offspring survived to grow into a beautiful woman, I lost it. I am a grown woman, and I will not make excuses for myself. I meant what I said. Marnie Borealis will never mean a damn thing to me. But you, MollyJay Bijou, you I love with all my broken heart. MJ didn't say anything. She just stepped inside Beth's room, and the older woman closed the door behind her. MJ turned to look at Beth, and as they locked eyes, MJ flung her arms around Beth's neck and cinched her into a tight hug. Beth, I fucked up so many times, and you always bailed me out. Let's just call this your one phone call and never talk about that evil son of a bitch again. He was not and is not my father. Beth pushed MJ out to arm's length, and the younger woman gave her a mischievous wink. I guess Lou claimed that horrible honor, MJ mused, and Beth squeezed her shoulders. Moll, please don't believe things like that. You are worth so much more love than you have been given, and none of it is fair. MJ wrenched herself from Beth's grip and let a sarcastic cold laugh blast from her mouth. It's a little late for that, don't you think? I can forgive you, Beth, and I can even understand, but it's going to take time. MJ watched as Beth swallowed hard and licked her lips as she nodded her head. Do you trust him? Beth asked, still not making eye contact with MJ, and the younger woman rolled her tongue across her teeth in an agitated attempt to stay calm. Dante, you mean? That's what you're asking me, isn't it, if I trust my mate? Beth still would not look at MJ. Yes, she replied, and Beth just nodded her head again. This time, MJ noticed she had tears falling down her face. Good, was all Beth said at first. You need someone who can protect you. Suddenly, Beth's eyes shot to MJ's, and the serious look in her eye had MJ on guard. The triad, MJ. Beth's voice was almost haunted sounding, and she glanced at the door to make sure it was shut tight before she stepped in close to the younger woman, like there were still people who could listen to them. I first learned about them after Zazel had us execute some compromised humans. MJ held her hands up in the air. You mean moonwalkers, right? And Beth shook her head. No, they were family of the Walker. After the turn, some of them saw us during extermination, and Zazel ordered they be disposed of to ensure the safety of the pack and werewolf community as a whole. MJ took a step backwards. Jesus, Beth, you killed innocent people. Beth did not deny her claim. She simply nodded her head and looked off into the distance. I was loyal to the wrong alpha. I thought Zazel was who I was supposed to follow, so I carried out orders without hesitation. And someday I will pay for that too. Beth strode over to her small bed and slumped down on it. The death of moonwalkers doesn't really affect the normal human environment, but the death of pure humans caught the attention of a faction called the Triad. They operate much the same way Zazel used to, but their main objective is to annihilate the wolf race from existence. MJ stood in the same spot, but she suddenly felt like the room was spinning, as Beth's story seemed to have no end. I have been hunting the Triad since they killed most of Zazel's hunters, and had a letter delivered to him that threatened to put an end to his entire pack if he did not cooperate with their demands. MJ crossed her arms over her chest. What did they want? She asked, and Beth shook her head. I don't know. About 3 days after the letter, he killed your mother and the pack guards. He decapitated the remaining hunters, and when the pack house staff took you and little Bart out of his reach, he tore the pack apart, killing everyone trying to find the two of you. MJ shook her head. What does that have to do with the Triad? She barked, and Beth shot to her feet because I had that evil fucker. I was going to cut off his head and shove my fist down his throat, but they attacked us just outside the border of Borealis Pack territory and he got away. MJ's arms went numb and she let them fall limp to her sides. Beth took her seat on the bed once more and tapped the spot next to her. Sit down before you pass out. I'm not done. MJ begrudgingly trudged her way to bed and plopped down with enough force to cause Beth to bob up and down. The triad had people helping them from inside the pack house, MJ. Wolves. MJ looked at Beth, and the woman slowly nodded her head as she gave her a pointed look. Asriel does too, and I think I know who they are. Beth raised her eyebrows in MJ's direction and MJ's mouth fell open. What? Who? She almost yelled, and Beth put her hands out in front of her. Shh, MJ, keep your voice down. I don't know what kind of reach they have. I know my room isn't bugged and neither is yours or Lou's, but other than that, I can't be sure. MJ started to nod and then shook her head. Wait, how do you know my room is safe? She asked, and Beth shrugged. Kiddo, believe it or not, I used to be a hunter. I was damn good too. I checked your room and the assassin has never known. The proud sound in Beth's voice made MJ want to laugh, but the fact that Beth had been in their room and not even Dante knew was starting to scare her. How the fuck did Dante not know? Can't he smell you? Beth winked at her. I use ashwood oil to disguise my scent. It is mostly used in the lumber industry, so even if the scent seems strong, it could be explained away as simply being new furniture. MJ's mouth was still open, and Beth leaned in close to her again. I know you and I are no longer as close as we once were, but please, MJ, be very careful around the Pearl twins. The pointed look Beth gave MJ had her mouth gaping with realization. Are they? She started to ask, and Beth put her hand over her mouth. I can't say for sure, but I'm pretty sure at least John is involved. MJ's stomach twisted and she began to think about all the things she had gone through with John and Julie. But what scared her the most was that to a small degree, Lila and Asriel trusted them as well. Beth, I have to tell Dante. I'm sorry, I know you are hunting them. But if the Alpha and Beta are in danger, we have to tell them, or at least tell the assassin. Beth started to laugh softly and MJ shook her head. Why the fuck are you laughing? She almost yelled, and Beth just smiled. You sound just like I did when I was your age. You should join your assassin on the hunt, Mem. You would make a great hunter. MJ shook her head. No, Beth, I will never be what my father was. Jay is lucky he can control himself, but sometimes, I don't know, it feels like something deep inside me is just scratching to get out, and I don't have the best record of self-control. Beth squeezed MJ's shoulder lightly. That is why Asriel's hunters are the best place for you, MJ. You will learn to anchor your anger and funnel it into a useful tool to protect the people you care about. MJ went to object and argue with Beth. But when she thought about saying she didn't care about these people out loud, her heart fell into her stomach. The fact was that she did care for all of them very much. Don't think too much about it, MJ. You have your entire life ahead of you. Here, open your birthday present from us. MJ looked up absent-mindedly to see Beth holding out a square velvet box. MJ opened the box and almost gasped. It was a thin gold chain with a small crystal teardrop at the end. Beth, it's beautiful. I can't accept this. Beth shook her head and pushed the box into MJ's hands. Lou is going to kill me for not waiting to give it to you, but I had to. The chain belonged to our grandmother, and she gave it to my mother when she found her mate. Beth seemed to trail off for a moment, and MJ could see the haunted sadness in her eyes. And now I would like to give it to you. MJ picked up the chain, and the teardrop sparkled as it dangled from its delicate gold capture. Lou gave that charm to Charlotte after you were born. The stupid fool loved her until the day she died. MJ touched the charm, and Beth shook her head. May I? She asked, and MJ nodded, watching Beth with the long chain around her wrist before clasping it and allowing the charm to dangle loose. Thank you, Beth, MJ almost whispered, and the older woman pulled her in for a hug. Let's get you to the Betts suite so you girls can get ready for your big ceremony. MJ suddenly grabbed Beth's hands like her life depended on it, and the older woman responded by squeezing back. Beth, I have to wear a dress. She blurted out, and Beth just laughed. It will be fine. You will be beautiful, MJ, just like you always are. MJ shook her head feverishly. Come with me. I can't go in there alone. All the girls are going to. MJ didn't know what to say next, and Beth's light laughter was not helping her form a single thought. Come on, MJ, I will even hold your hand for the first day if you are afraid of the teacher. Beth gave MJ a wink, and MJ rolled her eyes. Remember when you had to come get me from the sheriff's station on my first day of high school? MJ asked as Beth opened the bedroom door, and the two walked side by side. Beth simply laughed and patted MJ on the back. Yes, I do. You had blood all over your forehead because you had busted it open, cracking your history teacher in the face. The two women laughed. The asshole told me I should smile more, so his room would have some pretty decoration or something like that. Beth shook her head and hummed under her breath. The first of many. Here we are, kiddo. You ready? MJ swallowed hard as the door to her right opened, and Lila was standing in the doorway beaming at her. "It's about time. Let's go," the beta shouted and yanked MJ into the room. Beth waved laughing as the door closed with her on the outside, and as Beth turned to leave, the door opened again, and MJ snatched her by the shirt. "No, you don't, bitch. They are trying to make me put on makeup. Get in here and help me." Like a walking Reba song. The inside of the suite looked like the Disney princess version of an old Western showdown, with 4 half-dressed she-wolves on one side of the room, and MJ holding Beth out in front of her on the other side. Lila had her hair set in wide curlers, all over the top of her head, and a large round hairbrush in the other, pointing it in MJ's direction. "Sam, if I charge the front, you can flank around the side and grab her." Bree stood next to her mother, giggling into her hands, while Mara had her arms wrapped around her own torso, cackling loudly. "Moll, I wish you could see your face. This is the best birthday present you have ever had." MJ scowled at her friend from over the top of Beth's shoulder and stuck her tongue out like a small child throwing a tantrum. "My hair is fine, Lila. Really?" MJ tried to plead, and Lila simply shook her head. "Not even close to being acceptable, MJ. We don't want you to look fine. We want you to look drop-dead gorgeous." MJ shook her head and ducked behind Beth's shoulder as the older woman just stood in the middle of the room, completely perplexed over what to do. "Bree, sweetheart, please call Plan B," Lila cooed at her daughter sweetly, and the young girl snickered into her hands before putting them in her mouth and whistling. Almost 3 seconds passed before the door to suite burst open to reveal Jay and Moxie. Jay was wearing an all-black suit with a silk white tie, but Moxie's attire was so outrageous. The moment MJ's eyes caught sight of him, she burst out laughing and slumped to the floor, pointing at the now wide-eyed hunter. Moxie looked from MJ to his beta in absolute confusion, while Jay was still trying to figure out why Briella had called for them. "Moxie, Sam was right. You look exactly like a skunk." MJ cackled as she gazed at the suit he fought so hard to defend. It was a jet-black crushed velvet suit with long jacket tails. It would have been a beautiful men's suit, but the entire jacket was lined with thick white fur. Moxie fluffed out his jacket and puffed up his chest. "I will have you know this is Rabbit Sweetheart. It's good luck. I trimmed this beauty myself, caught and skinned the rabbits too." MJ stood and walked toward him and reached out to feel the fur. "It's so soft," she said, and he did a turn so she could see the back. MJ giggled again. "Dude, what the hell did you do the tails for? It's like Pepe Le Pew designed this thing." MJ was so distracted by Moxie's outrageous attire she missed the beta sneaking up on her left until Lila latched onto her wrist. "Gotcha!" the beta yelled, and MJ started to cock her fist back. When she remembered Lila was carrying, the beta gave MJ an exaggeratedly sad look, complete with trembling lip. "You wouldn't strike a pregnant woman, would you?" Lila squeaked, and the room burst into a series of feminine giggles while Moxie crossed his arms and shrugged. "No offense, beta, but if I was my little sister, I would hand out a good old bitch slap before you put any shit on me, like you got on top your head." The hunter jerked his head toward the curlers in her hair, and Lila reached up to touch them gently before rolling her eyes. "Beauty can be scary, Mox. Why don't you hunt down something that isn't grape juice for everyone, but me and Briella?" Moxie nodded, and Bree groaned in the background before making her way toward the large set of vanities that lined the wall and stumbling over a silk stool. "Bree, sweetheart, are you all right? You should have asked Sam to help you." Lila cooed, and to everyone else's shock, MJ laughed as Bree jerked her head toward them. "I don't need any help, Mother. I just tripped over a stool." Bree tried to scowl at her mother, but MJ's laughter caused her to smile and almost snort, trying to keep a serious expression. Jay nudged his sister and smiled. "That's a pretty bracelet, sis," he said, and MJ held it up for him to see. "Beth said the teardrop was Mom's. Lou gave it to her." Jay looked toward Beth, and the older woman smiled at him. "Come on, kid. Let's go hunt down my brother so you can pick his brain about your mom." Beth shot MJ a pointed look before squinting at her. "That is, if the birthday girl doesn't need her 30 whacks first." MJ covered her butt with both hands and shook her head. "Don't even think about it, Beth. I swear to cheesecake I will poison you in your sleep." Beth threw her back, laughing as Jay shook his head. "And the point of poison is defeated if you do it when she is asleep. How do you even work that out?" Beth and MJ laughed as Lila waved her arms in the air. "Okay, that's enough. MJ, get your ass over here now. That is an official order from your beta." Lila stomped her foot on the ground and tipped her chin upwards. The act had MJ biting her lip to avoid laughter. "Beth, Jay, grab the assassin's mate." Lila had a slight growl to her voice, and MJ gasped as both her brother and the woman she had known most of her life grabbed her by the upper arm and almost drug her to a stool next to Briella. While Lila, Mara, and Sam took turns fussing over MJ's hair, and then Briella's, the youngest, She-Wolf reached over and took MJ's hand. "You need to relax. You are so nervous you are almost glowing like the stove does." MJ squeezed Bree's hand and took a few deep breaths before Sam sprayed the air around her, and MJ began to cough. "What the fuck, Sam? Is that poison gas?" MJ tried to laugh but could only choke on the metallic taste. "Oh gross, it's in my mouth," she complained, and the other women only laughed at her. "It's only a little hairspray, Moll. Relax," Mara teased, and MJ opened her eyes after the overwhelming scent had dissipated. "Up or down?" Sam asked as Lila began to twist and twirl Briella's hair up onto the top of her head before pulling small corkscrew curls out of the bundle like a magic act. "Lila, that's incredible. How did you do that?" MJ mused, and the beta chuckled lightly before rubbing her stomach in a few soothing circles. "Before I was beta, I was just a normal girl working part-time at a salon. It's just a simple updo with a few curls, nothing fancy." MJ watched as Lila and Mara began to gush over something the two of them had in common. "That's amazing, Mara. Will you do my makeup if I do your hair?" Lila almost squealed as Mara let it slip that she completed cosmetology school at the top of her graduating class, but ended up working 2 jobs that had nothing to do with makeup, just trying to pay off her student loans. "I would love to do your makeup, Lila. Maybe Briella's too, if she would let me." Mara looked at the teenager who was now sitting with her arms crossed. "Why the fuck should I? You want Uncle Tanner to leave us, and don't bother to deny it. I heard you two arguing the other night after dinner." Mara took a tentative step backwards as Lila began to fuss over MJ's hair. "MJ, how would you like to wear your hair tonight? Up or down?" MJ opened her mouth to ask Lila to tie it up tight like she had done Briella's, but she suddenly remembered how much Dante had wanted to see her with it down, and she blushed as she bit her lip and looked at Lila through the reflection of the giant mirror in front of her. "Can we do it down but keep it out of my eyes?" she asked, and Lila smiled at her. "I can do that, but you have to sit still." Everyone, including MJ, was staring between Mara and Briella. Jay whispered into Beth's ear, and the two snuck out of the room as Lila ignored her daughter's outburst and began to hum while she worked on MJ's hair. At first, MJ was relieved by the silence in the room, but she could feel the agitation of the young girl sitting next to her start to boil over. "Mom, are you really going to pretend like this bitch isn't taking Uncle Tanner away from us? She's a rogue, you know?" Lila snapped the comb in her hand on top of MJ's head and then pointed it at her daughter. "Now I will not repeat myself again, Briella. What your Uncle Tanner and his mate discuss are not our concern unless they choose to confide in us." MJ's eyes darted between Mara and Lila, and although Lila's concentration seemed to be solely on MJ's head, Mara was staring at her lap. "Hey Mara, can you do that wing thing to my eyes?" Sam asked, and Mara gave her a soft smile. "Sure thing, Sammy, come sit down." As soon as Lila was finished with MJ's hair, she set her hands on the woman's shoulders. "The natural wave of your hair made styling it so easy. I hope you don't mind too much." MJ turned her head from side to side and watched the lazy curls in her hair bounce and sway, causing different hues of red to dance through her hair. "She can deny it if she wants to, but she really loves it, Mom," Briella offered, and MJ glanced sideways with a smirk. "You know it's cheating when you're a walking lie detector," she mused, and the other women laughed. MJ nudged Briella's shoulder. "Hey, if I have to let Mara shellac that crap on my face, then so do you. And no biting," she added at the end, causing the young girl to smile sheepishly. MJ looked up at Mara and motioned for her to approach the younger girl, and as Mara hesitantly rounded the front of the stool and sat on the edge of the table so she could face Bree, she noticed the young girl seemed to study her face even though she could not see. Briella pushed her lips out into an over-exaggerated pucker. "Why are you nervous?" she barked, and Mara clasped her hands together. "Holy shit, you really are like a lie detector. Or a mood ring." Mara gave a nervous curt laugh but licked her lips when everyone else remained silent. "Look, kid," Mara began, "you don't know me, and you don't know what life is like for rouges." Mara was surprised when Briella sat forward with intrigue. "Well, what's it like then? Tell me," she said, trying hard to hide her excitement. Mara squatted down to Briella's level, and Bree's eyebrows knitted together in a deep frown as she studied Mara's face. "Why are you so sad now?" she asked, and Mara smiled. "I was thinking about growing up as a rogue. You don't have a pack to lean on, especially if your parents kind of suck." Briella chewed her lip and leaned forward. "Sometimes when my dad sends me to bed without dinner, Ed will bring me a chocolate chip muffin late at night." Lila and Sam looked at each other and walked away, trying to avoid laughing at the teenager's failed attempt to keep that a secret. "MJ, why don't you let Sam do your makeup since it will most likely consist of mascara and maybe some eyeliner?" the beta grumbled, and MJ put both of her hands, palms flat, on the side of her face. "Why would you torture me this way, beta? Please, anything but the rack." Lila clicked her tongue between her teeth and shuffled into the bathroom while Sam laughed and followed behind. MJ groaned and looked at Mara. "This pack life shit is super weird. Mara, I'll give you that. But you know it's also kind of nice to have a bunch of family to bother you all the time. Beats being alone." MJ didn't wait for a response. She simply followed Sam into the bathroom as slowly as she possibly could, leaving only Mara and Briella alone at the vanity. "Why are you trying to take my uncle away?" Briella snapped, and Mara rubbed her hands over her face. "I'm not trying to take him away from you," she said in a strained voice, and Briella just slumped back in her chair. "That's bullshit, Mara. I heard you. I heard you tell him he should leave with you." I slip back into the bedroom in my wedding gown and find Roger waiting by the open doors to the beach. My heart skips a beat as he stares at me in awe. "Cora," he breathes, his hand coming to his mouth. I spin slowly so he can see the full effect of the beadwork and silhouette. A delighted growl rumbles in his chest, and I laugh in relief. He crosses the room, taking my hands and drawing me close. His palms glide over the silky fabric before resting on my shoulders. He kisses my temples sweetly, sending shivers up my spine. "I can't decide," he confesses softly. "Do I pull you in so I never lose sight of you, or do I step back so I can just drink you in?" I smile, wrapping my arms around him. "I'm glad you like it," I murmur. "Ella helped me pick it out. This one felt so right." He brushes a strand of hair from my face. "You look perfect," he whispers. I grin. "Let's take this outside," I suggest, gathering up the blanket he's draped over the chair. He scoops me into his arms and carries me down to the moonlit sand. The ocean breeze is cool and comforting. He spreads the blanket and sets me down beside him. Together we kneel under the full moon, hand in hand. Above us, a dazzling meteor shower unfolds, shooting stars racing across the dark sky. "Oh my gosh," Roger murmurs, tilting his head back. Instinctively, I press against him and squeeze his hand. After a long moment, he turns to me, awe still in his eyes. "Cora, did you do this?" I laugh softly. "I wish," I answer, lifting my chin to look up. "I don't know, but it feels like magic." He smiles. "It's perfect, just like you." He reaches for my cheek. "I take you, Cora," he begins, voice steady and sincere, "to be my partner and my mate, through every sunrise and every storm. I promise to protect you, to cherish you, and to stand by your side all our days. I love you." Tears of joy fill my eyes. I reach for his hand. "And I take you, Roger," I reply, "to share every laughter and every challenge. I love you too." He leans in to seal our vows with a gentle kiss beneath the goddess's moonlight. In that moment, everything else falls away, and our future begins. "Wow, Lila, you look like a Greek goddess," MJ gasped. Lila's chiffon toga in robin's egg blue draped elegantly around her, the layered fabric falling mid-thigh to reveal her slender legs. Lila swayed in delight. "Mara, come on out," she called. Mara let loose an excited laugh as she stepped from the closet in a flared princess dress, dark mocha fading to cream at the hem, embroidered with pink roses. MJ grinned, remembering the frilly underwear Lila had teased her about. "It's not funny, MJ," Mara scolded with mock indignation. "I feel like a marshmallow." "Oh, you look lovely," Jay teased. "But are you wearing the lingerie I picked out?" Mara blushed and giggled. "Maybe," she winked, and then giggling filled the room until a knock sounded at the door. Sam froze, sniffing the air and then clearing her throat. "It's Jay and Beth," she said. Lila raised her eyebrows. "That was fast." MJ shrugged. "Jay's my brother. When you find someone important, you stick close." Lila waved them in. "Come on, Jay, hop to it. We'll be late for your party." MJ groaned good-naturedly and dashed into the closet to change. When she re-emerged, everyone gasped. MJ's gown was now a sleek, elegant creation with delicate gold chain straps and a soft leaf-shaped lace pattern at the neckline, the front panel falling to the floor in a graceful slit. Sam clapped. "Perfect shoes for that?" Sam asked, producing a pair of slender lattice-strap heels. MJ slipped them on, lifting her gown just enough to float effortlessly across the floor. "You look stunning," Beth whispered, pulling MJ into a gentle hug. MJ laughed as Moxie ducked in with a tray of drinks. "Hey, gorgeous," he said, grinning. "You're sparkling tonight." He offered a congratulatory kiss on the cheek, then dashed off on a quick errand. Jay smoothed his jacket. "I'll tell the guards we're almost ready." He offered Beth his arm. "Shall we?" "Star." Beth laughed and linked her arm with his. Before they headed out, she stole one more fond glance at MJ. MJ watched their departure with a smile. Tonight was going to be unforgettable. "Yesher," Dante stepped forward and handed me a small velvet pouch. I opened it and gasped, finding 2 delicate golden hairpins inside. They caught the torchlight beautifully. "These are for you," Dante said softly, sweeping my hair up and securing it with the ornate pins. "Gold, like your spirit." I touched my neck where his knuckles had brushed, warm and tender. "Thank you," I whispered, heart fluttering. Music pulsed in the canyon. On one side, banquet tables were set up like a reception. On the other, people had gathered on the open ground, dancing and laughing like a lively party. Dante's hand rested lightly at my waist. "May I have this dance?" he asked. I smiled and slipped my hand into his. We turned together under the torchlight and swayed to the beat, rollicking techno that somehow felt perfect for just the two of us. After many songs, Moxie and Jay arrived. Moxie teased, "Slow dancing to techno? Didn't see that coming." I laughed but felt a sudden flutter. Dante's touch sent heat through me. Jay stepped forward. "Can I cut in?" he offered. Dante spun me gently into Jay's waiting arms. I'll be right back, Dante promised with a wink. I nodded as Dante disappeared into the crowd. Jay guided me to a nearby table where Moxie held out a small flask. A little something to celebrate, Moxie teased. I took a modest sip, strong and warming, and smiled. Thanks. Moxie grinned. Enjoy your party. Jay escorted me along the torchlit path toward a grand arch of trees. Guests cheered as we passed. Suddenly, Mara and Tanner came rushing up, helping unfold an elaborate gown. MJ, you need to come quickly, Mara urged, breathless. For goodness sake, could that dress be any bigger? Tanner groaned as he stepped aside. Mara gave him a playful scold. Never mind, let's go. She grabbed my hand and pulled me into the trees. Ahead, I heard the Alpha's commanding voice and Briella calling my name. Without another word, we sprinted through the shadows toward them. The night had taken on a new urgency, and we had to hurry. Dad, stop. This is ridiculous. MG stopped at the sound of Briella's voice. Mara and Tanner jerked to a stop with her. Why did you stop? Come on. Mara whispered, and MJ began to wiggle her feet free of the tight shoes Sam had wound around her feet. Why the hell is Briella yelling? MJ gritted through her teeth as she tied the shoes up into one of the trees. Tanner began to pace back and forth. Az caught Bree playing two-hand touch with that kid from the butcher's kitchen. MJ's head snapped up and she bolted toward the sound of Briella's elevated voice. MJ closed her eyes and let the wolf bring her thermal sense to the forefront as she spun in a circle and caught sight of 7 hot human figures. MJ opened her eyes and ran until a break in the tree revealed Briella standing in front of Maddie, who was backed up against a tree, and Azriel was pacing back and forth with murderous black eyes. MJ looked around and saw Lila standing a few feet away from her daughter, with Sam directly on the other side. MJ caught the scent of her mate and looked directly into his eyes. Dante was standing a few feet away from the Alpha, but his arms were crossed and he was scowling at her. Tanner grabbed MJ by the hand and pulled her toward the other wolves. Lila put her hands out to wave them away, but Azriel's head snapped in their direction and MJ froze as the Alpha's pitch-colored eyes bore into her. Tanner stepped in between them and Azriel growled, Please, Az, just talk to MJ. She knows this kid. MJ crossed her arms. He works in the kitchen with me and Lou, she stated, and Azriel growled, trying to step closer, but Briella growled at him, and both Sam and Lila stepped closer. Azriel, my love, please, let's sit down and talk about this. She tried to plead with her family, and Azriel roared. I will serve his balls for dessert. Briella squared her shoulders as MJ watched Maddie whisper in her ear. She turned and scowled at him. No, you did nothing wrong. Just stay with me, please. Briella looked toward MJ. Uncle Tanner, did you get her? She asked. Yeah, Bri, MJ's here, Tanner yelled. The look of relief on Briella's face had MJ more interested in what was happening than she normally would have been. Get caught with your hand in the Alpha's cookie jar, Maddie? MJ yelled, and Azriel snarled again. You will not speak of my daughter's virtue in this way. MJ giggled, while Tanner and Mara looked at one another in absolute shock. Briella, get your ass down before your dad decides to actually do something about your attitude problem. MJ barked as she grabbed a handful of her dress before marching up to the young pair. Go talk to your dad, little girl, and I will make sure he doesn't squish your man meat. Briella gave MJ a grateful sigh as started making her way toward her father. Briella yelped and stumbled forward as the sight-deficient girl lost her footing. As MJ reached out to grab her, a huge blonde flash swept past and caught the young girl before she hit the small jagged rocks beneath her. Maddie grabbed Briella and gently helped her right her posture as the Alpha descended on the pair. Briella tried to step in front of her father, but Maddie touched her elbow with a feather softness. Sweet Bri, you should never disrespect our Alpha, and especially if he is your father. Matt turned to Azriel, and although the young wolf was almost a foot taller than the Alpha and 3 times as broad, the young man cowered in fear and let his head fall to the side, exposing as much of his neck as possible. Briella grabbed Matt by the arm and she appeared even smaller next to the gentle giant. No, Maddie, please, the teen began to beg and sob as Sam and Lila drug her away. Azriel roared and burst from his skin to reveal the Alpha Calyx. MJ, and everybody in attendance, aside from Lila and Bree, bent down to one knee as the 12-foot wolf towered over the now trembling male. You know Briella is my bloodline. The wolf's words were loud, and the air around them was almost on fire with the power of each syllable. I did not know she was your daughter, Alpha. I swear it. Matt's voice was trembling, and MJ almost felt bad. May I speak for him, Alpha? MJ's voice rang out, and she could hear Dante growling at her. Stop it, she whispered through their link, and heard Calyx snort in amusement. Speak. Calyx forced the words through MJ's head, and although they were uncomfortable, they didn't quite hurt. MJ stood and looked up into the swirling gold of the Alpha's eyes. She could still feel the liquid courage numbing her lips and her fear. He is not a brave boy, Alpha. He was terrified to travel with me after learning I was the assassin's mate and the blood sister of a hunter. I can vouch that his aim was not to seduce the Alpha's daughter. Calix growled in her face, and MJ inhaled. She knew she should be terrified, but all of a sudden the electric power aura flying around her was more intoxicating than whatever Moxie had given her. MJ hummed and licked her lips. Calix growled and grabbed MJ's jaw between his massive claws as Theron burst from Dante's shell and came skidding to a stop at MJ's feet. "Calix, release my little one," the giant wolf spoke softly, and as Calix looked down at his companion, he removed his hand from MJ. She reached for Theron, who lifted her into his arms. "Your loyalty, boy, will you prove it?" Calix looked toward Matt, who was on his hands and knees. "Anything, my alpha. Your love and protection is a legend my grandparents tell stories of. I would never betray the trust of my pack." Calix cocked his head to the side. "Would you deny her your affection?" The giant beast almost hissed, and although the younger man was terrified, he shot to his feet with his eyes still set on the ground. "Alpha, I would never be dishonorable to any young lady. Please understand that what you witnessed was my attempt to put her advances at bay." Calix roared in Matt's face again and grabbed the front of his suit, slashing huge holes in the front as he lifted the younger man off his feet. "You will protect her," he growled, and the younger man simply nodded. As Calix set Matt on the ground, he turned to his mate. "I think we should get—" But before the beta could finish her statement, a frantic Ed raced toward them. "Alpha, assassin. Quick, rogues, and they have walkers." Calix roared. "We kill them now," he roared, and Theron placed his mate on the ground as she tried to snuggle closer into him. "No, Alpha," the huge black wolf roared. "You must take the beta and your legacy to safety. Go." Calix and Theron growled at each other, and the sound of Ed's phone roared through the air. "Yay," he barked and turned away from the group. Sam rushed toward them with Bree and Lila close by her side. "They are right, my alpha. We need to be safe." "Come." Lila offered out her hands, and Calix whined as he watched her hands tremble. Ed put his phone back in his pocket and returned to the group. "Ace said they have them isolated away from the ceremony, but they need help. They brought walkers and are demanding an audience with the alpha." Calix growled. "Sam and Tanner will escort us to the compound and stay. The beta and I will join you in the pack house after you bring me the rouges." Ed nodded and the group began to move. MJ watched like an outsider as Theron grabbed her around the waist and began running. "You must help my little one," he whispered, and MJ tucked herself into his soft fur. "Let's kick some ass," she purred, and he growled a laugh as they approached the chaotic scene. An alpha's declaration. MJ was sleepy, but she knew that danger was close, and as Theron set her on the ground, she opened her eyes to a sight that drained all the color from her face. Walkers were laying dead and dismembered on the ground, while the hunters advanced over their bodies like they were sandbags. Moxie had shifted and was hanging from a tree, while Ace and Jay were still in human form, but only barely. "You are not welcome to cause trouble during our full moon fire rouges. You will leave Quicksilver Pact territory, or you will be brought before the Alpha for judgment." MJ watched Ace glance their way. "Stay. Here," Theron said to MJ before stalking closer to the still-armed rouges. "You are not the only one whose Alpha is an original. You do not scare us, and we are not rouge." Theron growled, and MJ felt the hair on her body stand on end as the wolf thrashed under her skin. She strode toward Theron, and he watched her move into place behind the assaulting wolves. "Who is your Alpha?" Theron roared, and the strangers bowed their heads in submission. "We answer to the Alpha, Calix." MJ watched as they seemed to give in. "You will take us to your Alpha?" One of them asked, and Theron growled but turned away. "You follow the commander." He spat, and MJ watched in horror as one of the others pulled a long, slender knife from his jacket sleeve. As he raised his hand and began to flex the muscles in his arm to throw the silver sliver, MJ roared. "No," and with little more than the flick of a wrist, she snatched the small gold daggers from her hair and charged forward. She landed in front of the assaulting wolf, and as he moved to stab her with the knife, instead of throwing it at Theron, and MJ brought her hands down in front of herself in an X formation and sliced deep into the flesh of the now screaming man in front of her. To MJ's immediate right, another intruder grabbed her by the arm and swung her body outward away from them. But MJ jerked her body against the forward motion and tucked her body toward the vice grip on her arm, when suddenly a strawberry blonde blur of fur and ferocious growling ripped the arm clean off. Jay's wolf landed on top of the now limbless screaming man, and he turned his body toward MJ. "One, alive." He barked at her, and she nodded, but her reprieve was short-lived as a whistle shot through the air, and the haunted sound of walkers screaming roared through the tree line. MJ gasped and stumbled back, ripping the bottom edges of her dress as dozens of walkers breached her line of sight. Theron howled, and MJ looked around as Ed, Ace, and Jay charged toward the horde in their fully shifted forms. The gray and black shaggy patched fur of Moxie's wolf came up next to MJ, and she looked at him with a sickening grin. Jay said, "One alive. Guess that means they want us to play round up the head while they deal with the body?" Moxie snorted in agreement as the bleeding strangers tried to stumble to their feet with the help of the remaining 3 intruders. "You must take us to your alpha," one of them barked again, and MJ crossed her arms. "Hear that, Mox? This motherfucker wants to mansplain to me what I am supposed to be doing on my birthday." Moxie's wolf flicked his eyes toward MJ long enough for her to see them light up with intrigue, and she smacked her lips together before cocking her head to the side and putting one finger underneath her ear. "Hear that? Sounds like your friends aren't having much luck. Want to answer the question you were asked, or do you want to play a little game with me and my brother here?" One of the men laughed and began to shift. His wolf was not any larger than, and he was a plain dusty brown with black spots on his ears. MJ made a large show of yawning and looking at Moxie. "So this shit is new for me? Do we eat them after we kill them?" Moxie growled a raspy-sounding laugh and snapped his jaws toward a few of them, and they took off running. "That bitch didn't pay us enough for this shit." They yelled as they ran off, and MJ jerked her legs to start after them, but Moxie planted his body in front of her and shoved her toward the 2 injured men still cowering in fear. Moxie looked off into the distance, and MJ twirled the small gold knives between her fingers. "Go play big brother. If they so much as sneeze, I will cut off their noses." She winked, and Moxie bolted toward the onslaught of blood and flying fur. MJ watched as the 2 injured men huddled together, one with deep slashes up his arms and face, the other with a missing arm. She watched as blood drained from the open wound, and she pointed at the lesser of the injured pair. "Prop him up," she spat, and the trembling man in shock blindly obeyed, as May set to tearing away several long strips of her dress and threw them at him. "Tie off his arm, then tie your hands to your feet and face me." MJ waited for her hostage to obey, and then knelt down to the barely conscious man. "Please don't kill me," he sputtered. "I have a mate." MJ rolled her eyes. "If you want to see her again, do exactly as I say." The dying man started to shudder, and MJ closed her eyes. "Can we close it?" she whispered internally, and was answered with the warmth of the wolf swimming around inside her. MJ took a deep breath, and as she opened her eyes, the strange look on the men's faces quickly turned to absolute terror. As MJ's eyes began to swirl with gold, she bent down and grabbed her knife, making a small cut on her hand. She smeared blood onto the blade, and then gathered as much saliva as she could and spit on the now blood-covered blade. MJ looked at the still conscious man. "Hold him up so I can close the wound, unless you want him to die." The man looked at her strangely, but did exactly as told without a word. MJ took the knife and began to smear it across the open wound, waiting and watching. It was not pretty, but the wound was closed and only dry blood remained. MJ sat down on the ground and began to almost pant as the world slowly began to turn. MJ groaned slightly, and to her surprise, the man she ordered to tie himself up scooted closer to her. "Why would you save him?" he asked, and MJ searched his face but found only the honesty of his question there. "Because his life matters," she said simply, and the strange man looked at her like he no longer spoke the same language. MJ began to exhale as the sound of cracking bones and screaming died with the last moonwalker. The hunters were all still shifted as they stalked their way back toward MJ and the 2 men she still held. "We take them to the Alpha," Theron stated, and MJ nodded as she tried to stand but stumbled forward. Theron caught her and lifted her into his arms. "Sorry, I think whatever Mox gave me is starting to catch up with me." She laughed, and the large black wolf growled low in his throat as he flattened his ears to his head and pointed his enormous snout in the direction of the scraggly blood-covered swamp wolf. MJ's head was beginning to pound, so she tucked herself into the soft, intoxicating fur of the wolf carrying her. Azriel paced back and forth in the empty dining hall, and Lila sat in a large, high-backed chair behind him as the double doors opened, and Ace walked in, followed by Sam and Ed. Tanner and Moxie turgid in behind them, each with a struggling captive, followed by Dante, who was still carrying MJ. All of the wolves had shifted back to their human forms, and each wore a pair of black spandex athletic pants and matching tank tops, except for MJ, who was still in her now dirty and ripped-up gold dress. Lila gasped as MJ's sleeping body came into view, and she stood, but Azriel put his arm out in front of her. "Commander," was the only thing Azriel said as Ace raised his hand and snapped his fingers, causing Jay and Moxie to force their captives to their knees in front of the Alpha. "Your Alpha's name or your life." The man with one arm simply fell to the floor breathing heavily, and Azriel looked up at his hunters. His arm was torn off and MJ cauterized the wound. "Kind of," Jay spoke as the other man stayed silent with his eyes fixed to the floor. "Sam, take that man to the Pearls. Tell them I don't want him to die. Or leave." Sam nodded and picked up the man off the floor. Ed grabbed his other arm, and the 2 hunters dragged the limp, almost lifeless body from the room. Azriel glanced back at Dante and gave him a nod. "Assassin, please, take her home," was the only thing the Alpha said, and Dante disappeared down the hall with an almost unconscious MJ in his arms. Azriel brought his attention back to the man in front of him and growled, waiting for his answer. The man was shaking, and with a trembling voice he finally spoke. On behalf of Alpha Talia, we have been sent to demand the return of our pack member and his mate. The man swallowed hard. I have been instructed to inform you that if they do not return with us, our Alpha will assume it to be a declaration of. The man stopped talking, and Azriel roared in his face, "Spit it out before I remove your ability to do so." As Azriel's power carried across the room like the echo of his voice, the terrified man began to sob. "Please, Alpha, she will kill us all if we do not obey." Azriel growled, and Leela reached forward, placing her hand gently on her mate's chest before bending down onto the floor in front of the man who just attacked her family. Lila reached out and lifted his face with her hands. "A declaration of what?" she asked in a soft voice, and the once ruthless, bloodthirsty-looking man before her melted into a sobbing mess. "A declaration of war." The man fell to the floor sobbing as Lila stood and turned to her Alpha. "Azriel, why would she wage war?" Azriel pulled Lila into his chest and looked at the remaining hunters. "Commander, you Moxie, and I shall escort our new guest to his room. I think Pepper would enjoy a roommate, Tanner. Please stay with your mate at the compound. They need safety, my brother." Tanner gave his brother a curt nod and ran off as Azriel turned to Jay. "Please accompany our beta in wherever it is she may need to go until I have finished with our interrogation." Jay bowed to his Alpha and fell in line behind Lila as she scowled at her Alpha and stormed out of the room. Azriel rubbed his temples as he watched his mate's figure disappear. Azriel knew why Lila was upset, and he no longer became angry with her for her views. The interrogation process was more like torture, and there were many times when the subject did not survive. But Azriel would put up with the wrath of his greatest love if it meant she lived safely and in bliss from some of the truly ugly things other packs and their alphas participated in. Lila could hear Moxie behind her, and she grinned. "Please walk with me, Hunter. You know I dislike it when you lurk like that." Moxie strode forward and bowed his head slightly as they walked. "May I know where we go?" the wolf asked, and Lila smiled as she whipped around a corner. "We go to the med hall and visit the pearls," she said with a gleam in her eye, and Moxie growled quietly before trying to cover it up by clearing his throat. Lila stopped to spin and face him with her arms crossed. "What?" she spat. And Moxie instantly took a step back and slumped his head to the side. Lila tapped her foot on the floor, and as Moxie glanced up, she was scowling at him with her arms crossed. "You think a pregnant woman shouldn't interrogate? Should I leave it to the Alpha? To the men?" Moxie shook his head and whimpered slightly. "I only mean that my beta should not visit the pearls without more protection than what I can give." Lila raised an eyebrow and nodded. "You have a good point, Mox, but who can we grab without Az knowing?" Moxie bit his tongue and swallowed hard. He knew the assassin was probably going to feed him his own testicles, but the beta was more important, so he took a deep breath. "Why don't we go get the assassin?" He took MJ back to their room. Moxie chuckled as he thought about what Dante would do after finding out what he had given MJ, and Lila nudged him forward. "That's a great idea. Let's go." After bathing and replenishing herself, MJ felt much better physically, but she still had a strange nauseating feeling when she thought about what Dante and Lila had accused Moxie of doing. As she drained the last of the water, MJ looked up at the waiting sets of eyes. "Moxie, you're a dumbass." The feral-looking man slumped his head and shoulders forward. "Little sister, I didn't think. It's hard to remember you are Omega when you are so strong. I'm so sorry." MJ put her hands up in front of herself. "I got it. Stop apologizing. I think it's giving me a pity hangover. I won't be drinking anything you give me for a while, okay?" Moxie bowed his head and MJ punched him in the chest. "We made a good team out there, though?" Moxie's eyes shot up and his teeth showed bright with a wide smile. "You are powerful and easy to follow, little sister. You have a natural talent with a blade." MJ smiled and Dante groaned. Lila slapped her knees. "Shit. Mox, you made me forget why I came up here in the first place." She almost bellowed and shot to her feet. "I need the two of you to come with me without telling the Alpha," Moxie whimpered, and Dante growled. "You want me to lie to my Alpha?" He barked, and Lila crossed her arms. "No, assassin. I want you to not tell him until we have finished our little quest." "That's different." Moxie whimpered again, and Dante just shook his head. "Lila, do you remember what happened to Mox and Ed on the Alpha's birthday last year? The fucker hates surprises." MJ rubbed the back of his head, and Lila tried not to giggle into her hands. "I'm not trying to surprise or lie to him, Dante. I'm trying to help. I want to interrogate that wolf." Lila crossed her arms, and both Dante and Moxie lowered their heads in submission. "Good, now let's get to the med hall before one of the pearls starts trying to experiment on him." As the words came out of Lila's mouth, MJ gasped, and all three sets of eyes snapped to her in surprise. "Lila, I need to tell you something about the pearls, well, about John specifically." Dante growled and stepped forward, and MJ smiled before reaching up to gently touch his face. No, he didn't do anything. Not to me anyway. Lila's eyes were wide as MJ began to speak. I was speaking with Beth, and I found out that not only does she hunt the triad like it's her own personal vendetta, but she seems to think that John might be involved with them. She said they were the reason my father got away from her. MJ glanced at Moxie and then at Dante. She was going to kill him for what he did to his own pack, and I guess some members of the triad were living with his pack. Lila's mouth was open and her eyes were wide, but Moixie was shaking his head. No go chair. Pearl is a wolf. Triad are human. It was MJ's turn to smirk and shake her head. Yay, but John doesn't seem to like being a wolf all that much, and Beth said the members working with the triad were wolves too. Lila put a hand on her stomach and began to rub back and forth while she took several deep breaths. Are you all right, Lila? MJ asked, as the beta waved both Dante and Moxie away from her. Yes, it's just the babies. They are really taking it out of me. Lila took a few more deep breaths and seemed to settle herself into a peaceful state of being. Okay, so John Pearl might be working for the triad. That's great. Let's get down to the med hall and get that little fucker alone. I want to know exactly what the fuck Talia is up to. Dante growled and MJ gasped. What do you mean, beta? Dante almost snapped, and Lila's hands immediately covered her chest. Dante, I'm so sorry, I completely forgot that you, and Lila shot a nervous glance at MJ and Dante reached for his mate's hand. It's okay, beta. She knows. Now please, what do the captured wolves and the Moonwalker attack have to do with her? Lila opened the bedroom door. It's best if we walk and talk. Azrael will make quick work of the other man, I'm sure. The others simply compiled, and as they made their way to the med hall, Lila explained to MJ and Dante that the two men they brought before Azrael had said Alpha Talia wanted her pack member back, or she would view it as a war decree. And although Dante held her hand the entire time, MJ could almost feel a wall of distance building between them as Lila spoke, and she almost wished the beta would have never told them. As they walked through the med hall, MJ could smell chemicals and sterile cleaning products, and her body shivered. Moxie nudged her as Lila and Dante spoke with the pearls. What's on your mind, little sister? He asked, and she shot him a sideways glance. You mean besides the fact that my favorite big brother roofied me and my mate is hung up on his crazy ex? Mostly the weather. Moxie turned and looked at MJ with a complete look of shock as she burst into laughter. That's not funny, little sister. I never meant to drug you. The worry and desperation in Moxie was seeping out of him at such an alarming rate. MJ grabbed his hand. Hey, calm down. I was trying to make light of the situation by joking about it. Moxie screwed his face up in her direction and stuck his tongue out her. She laughed loudly and then covered her mouth when a few nurses seemed to scowl at her from behind their large desk. MJ sucked her bottom lip into her mouth and averted her eyes. Moxie watched the interaction, and then as the nurses glanced over again, Moxie growled and showed his teeth, causing the skittish females to skirt away from the desk and down a hallway. Bitches. Moxie mumbled as he winked at MJ, and she offered him a smile in return. The pearls will be joining the others for dinner, so we will have approximately 3 hours to interrogate that asshole uninterrupted. Lila almost whispered as she rushed up to MJ, who simply nodded and followed as they moved toward one of the rooms. Sitting on a hospital bed was the one-armed man, and when he looked up at MJ, he started to shake. Please don't kill me, he begged, and Dante looked down at MJ, who seemed alarmingly indifferent to the man's pleas for mercy. Lila stepped forward and sat down on the side of his bed. Moxie immediately stepped to the other side and began to growl as the man reached for Lila. Please, you have to send him back. He belongs to her. The man was trembling and Lila grabbed his hand. Who, she said, and he shook his head. Alpha Talia, he whimpered, and MJ watched as Moxie and Dante glanced at each other with a dark look passing between them. Lila stroked the man's hand, and it seemed to almost help calm his nerves. Are you a den mother? He asked, and Lila opened her mouth to speak, but Dante cut in. You have no right to ask who she is. You attack us during the full moon and then dare? Lila's raised hand shut Dante down instantly, and MJ watched in awe as the calm and collected woman continued to soothe the strange man. Assassin, you will hold your tongue, or I will. Lila's voice was flat and cold, and although MJ was pretty sure she was only bluffing, watching Dante bow his head and step back had her biting back a laugh. I am Beta, brother. Lila cracked the silence, and Dante growled as the one-armed man sat up straighter. What? He almost croaked, and Lila simply nodded her head. Yes, and the Alpha is not aware of my presence here. MJ looked at the back of Lila's head with wide eyes. Why would she tell him all of that? She thought to herself, and then heard the wolf laugh in the back of her mind. Lila leaned in close to the strange man and whispered in his ear as he trembled with wide eyes. After a few minutes, he turned his head and whispered into her ear. Lila stood up and nodded her head. How do I know I can trust you? She asked, and the man jerked his chin in MJ's direction. She saved a wolf, not her pack. That deserves loyalty, and you are her Beta, so you are mine. Jay watched as he glanced at Dante and then Lila. She stepped forward and touched Lila's shoulder. "Please don't eat my face, but we should bring Bree." Lila growled and turned around to face MJ but closed her eyes and sighed as she screwed her face up into an almost pained expression. After a few minutes, MJ watched a single tear fall down Lila's face before she opened her eyes again. MJ watched as Lila blinked away the faded glisten of gold flecks from her eyes and looked toward MJ. "Please fetch her," the beta said, and then MJ felt the stinging tingle at the base of her skull before a few soft words pushed into her mind, "Protect her." MJ bowed her head and followed Moxie as they headed for the living lie detector. MJ and Moxie made record time as they grabbed Bree and headed back toward the med hall. Moxie offered to carry Briella so they could move faster, and although the teenager resisted at first when Maddie offered to carry her instead, she was all too willing to oblige. MJ watched as Maddie tenderly and respectfully fell to his knees and offered his back to the young girl. Briella rolled her eyes and wrapped her arms around his neck. Maddie stood up to his full height, and as Bree wrapped her legs around his waist like a small backpack, MJ took note of the way his body erupted into goosebumps while his nostrils flared and she smiled. "Come on, we need the magic 8-ball at the med hall. Now this is going to be tricky, but I think me and Mox got it worked out. You ready, little princess?" Bree rolled her eyes but shot MJ a thumbs up. "I was born ready." Moxie and MJ stifled their laughter as they made their way back. When the med hall came into view, MJ noticed that Dante was standing against the wall, looking off into the distance. "Holy shit, he's pissed," Bree mumbled, and Moxie snorted. "Magic, Bree," he chuckled, and the young girl blushed as she giggled. Matt frowned, and MJ thought she heard him growl softly at Moxie, but she was more concerned with her brooding mate. "What's wrong?" MJ asked as she got within a few feet of Dante, and he looked up at her with nothing but rage in his eyes. "She wants Pepper's mate back," was all he said, and Moxie swore under his breath. "Come on, B, let's get you inside," Moxie said as he ushered them inside, leaving MJ and Dante alone. "Talia, you mean," MJ said, and Dante began to squeeze his hands into fists as he bit his lip. "She won't want Pepper. Bitch isn't good for anything. Talia wants. She set this entire thing up, kitten, I fucking know she did. But she didn't plan on you. There is no way she knows about us yet." Dante grabbed MJ's face and began to stroke her face feverishly with his thumbs. MJ grabbed Dante's hands. "What the hell did that fucker say?" she asked, and Dante shook his head. "It's not so much what he did or didn't say. I know Talia and that bitch will go to any length to get what she wants." Dante squeezed MJ's face and she answered by squeezing his wrists. "We have to keep her from finding out that I found you, that you are my mate." MJ squeezed her eyebrows together. "What?" she said, and then the look of pure pleading panic in Dante's eyes had MJ's heart beating faster. "You are Omega Kitten. She is original. She will want a breeder, remember? I will never let her hurt you." MJ started to rub small circles in Dante's wrists as he growled, and she pulled her head out of his hands. "Whatever she wants, doesn't matter. We will fight that bitch together if we have to, okay?" Dante leaned his forehead into MJ's and inhaled her scent. "We have to go speak with the Alpha as soon as Briella confirms his story. But we have to leave out the part about bringing his daughter here. Lila is one thing, but Briella." MJ nodded and looked at the sad look in Dante's eyes. She wanted desperately to keep him outside and force him to open up and share with her what was making him so sad it was wrenching her stomach, but she just followed him into the med hall once more. I swear by the full moon's light. Briella did not need much time to corroborate the intruder's story. They were also able to keep her identity a complete secret by simply blindfolding him, while Dante and Lila rattled off questions they had already asked him 20 or so times, and waiting for Briella to either nod her head, yes, that he was calm and truthful, or shake it no, that his thermal temperature gave away dishonesty or fear. After about half an hour of back and forth, Lila began to sway on her feet and sigh with fatigue. MJ slid her hands underneath Lila's elbows and leaned her chest into the beta's back. Lila hummed in appreciation as she leaned into her newest pack member to relieve some of the pressure on her feet. "Would it be weird if I offered to be your chair?" MJ almost whispered in her ear, and Lila pursed her lips as she hummed small giggles. "Normally I would say, don't worry about me, but my feet are absolutely swollen to the point I think they might pop." MJ leaned down and scooped her beta off her feet, using Theron's strength to make sure she could safely hold the pregnant woman and also not injure herself. "Lila, Dante keeps asking him the same things. What is he hoping will change?" MJ whispered. Lila smiled. "He earned the name Assassin for a reason, MJ, and not just because he is physically deadly. For as long as I have known Dante, he has always been able to get information out of others." Lila looked toward Dante, who was still rapid-firing questions at the intruder, even though Briella had stepped back and was now leaning into Matthew's side. "I think it might be about time to get the two of you out of here," MJ mumbled, and Lila shot her a strange look. The alpha will probably be back soon, and I'm pretty sure you don't want to be here when the doctor is in. MJ gave Lila a wide-eyed gaze, and the woman opened and closed her mouth with a sudden understanding. Lila smiled at MJ. You know, for someone who isn't very well versed in the art of people, you sure do have a strong natural instinct to protect. You will make an amazing mother one day. Lila dipped her head to make sure she caught MJ's faltering gaze and began to rub her own stomach. They are restless and demand a large glass of chocolate milk, so I suppose we should get going. Lila motioned to Moxie and Maddie, while Dante continued to circle his questions back around to the beginning and start in on the now severely fatigued-looking man in the hospital bed. Moxie took Lila from MJ, and she watched as Briella managed to convince Maddie to cradle her small frame in his arms in front of his chest instead of on his back. And although the young man was beaming with joy to have his feeling reciprocated, MJ could smell the slight tang of fear as they headed for the Alpha's private residence. MJ turned to look behind her several times before they left the building, but Dante was not following them. Do I stay? She whispered into herself, and the wolf answered with a soothing purr. I'm going to wait for Dante, she yelled, and Lila shot her a small thumbs up before she continued to scold Moxie about the state of his hair. MJ watched as they disappeared into the trees, and she smiled before turning back to the med hall and staring at the doors. MJ could feel Dante's unrest the moment Talia's name was mentioned, and she wanted to make sure he knew beyond knowing that she was there for him, even if he didn't want her to be. MJ was starting to get cold from the small chill in the air and contemplated going back into the med hall when the doors suddenly burst open and a flurry of yelling and flying fists spilled out in front of her. I will rip your fucking throat out and feed it to you, Pearl. The sound of Dante's fury could be heard even under the pile of orderlies that were trying to restrain him. And as MJ stepped closer, John Pearl crawled out from the chaos of flying body parts and stood to his full height before smoothing out his white coat and looking toward MJ. Rabid dogs should be kept on a leash. Why the alpha lets your mate roam around is beyond my scope of understanding. MJ growled and grabbed him by the open ends of his jacket. They drop him, or I drop you. Now. Her voice was low and bubbling with anger as John swallowed hard and snapped his fingers. MJ watched out of the corner of her eye as the horde of scrub-clad brutes parted, and Dante was left panting on his hands and knees. MJ dropped John to the floor and rushed to Dante's side. He was breathing heavy, and his skin was hot pink in certain areas. What the fuck did you do to him? MJ growled as she looked up at John, who simply had a smirk spread across his face. Evened the playing field, sweetheart. Can't have a crazed wolf running around on a killing spree now, can we? MJ looked at the others standing around, and she noticed that they were wearing gloves that looked like they were made of small, tightly woven chains. John laughed as Dante stood to his full height. Silver gloves, kitten, don't worry, it's like fighting with hot water and the marks won't last long. John pursed his lips and scoffed. Still haven't mated with the Omega IC? What's the matter, assassin? Can't get it up? Or is she just not that into you? Dante growled, and John began to laugh, but his voice caught in his throat as MJ burst from her position next to Dante and landed in the middle of Dr. Pearl's chest. MJ stuck one foot in the center of his chest and pushed the heel of her other foot into his throat until he made a sick gurgling noise. The orderlies tried to surround her, but MJ laughed, and both her and Dante growled as he stood with his back to hers. Back to the med hall, or I call the Alpha. Dante's threat was all it took for the rest of the staff to abandon the doctor and rush back into the safety of the building. As soon as the door shut, MJ lifted her foot off of John's chest and let her weight fall onto the foot she held in his throat before stepping off of him completely. Dante, can you take me to the kitchen? I'm kind of hungry and didn't get a chance to eat anything earlier. Dante did not say a word. He simply nodded and began to follow his mate when MJ heard the choked sound of John trying to laugh as he rolled himself to his hands and knees. Jesus Christ, assassin, you didn't even feed her at the full moon fire? Does that mean your bond has not been announced? John's pathetic attempts to be cruel were not bothering MJ in the slightest, but when she rolled her eyes and looked up to her mate, she noticed that he was almost shaking with angry tension. And as Dante jerked forward to lunge for John, MJ grabbed a hold of his forearms and stepped in front of him. Hey, look at me, she almost barked, and Dante growled but looked down into her eyes. MJ's stomach did several flips as his eyes bore into hers with severity. He will still be the same piece of shit tomorrow he is today, no matter how many of his teeth you make him swallow. Dante growled again and pushed against MJ slightly. She took one of her hands and brought it up to his face, pulling him to her and resting her forehead on his. MJ could feel Dante start to relax when John began to laugh under his breath. That's very touching of her to soothe the beast. But I wonder how much she knows about Talia. Do you think the Alpha will let her stay with you and that little Omega you are keeping such a secret? Mo felt Dante become rigid again, and something inside her snapped. She pushed herself backwards and twisted her spine. She looked more like a cat than a human or even a wolf, as she corkscrewed her body through the air and plowed the doctor into the dirt. John tried to defend himself by slapping MJ and trying to push her away, but MJ was strong enough to simply grab his arms around the elbows and squeeze while she straddled the struggling doctor's torso. MJ jerked her hips upward to keep herself balanced, while the man underneath her continued to thrash around like a fish out of water. MJ's skin lit up with electricity as Dante strode past her and knelt down in John's face. "One day, Pearl. Azrael isn't going to stop us from skinning you alive." Dante's eyes darted to MJ as she huffed a sickening laugh, and his heart sank as he saw the absolute glee and power lust in her eyes as she held her prey captive. Dante stood and tapped her on the shoulder. "Come on, kitten. Playing with trash will ruin your appetite, and I owe you a birthday dinner." MJ jumped off John and grabbed Dante around the arm as he walked away from the doctor, still laying on his back, spitting expletives as they disappeared through the tree line. MJ glanced up at Dante frequently as they walked through the trees. His pace was quick enough that she was having to pump her legs faster to keep up, and he hadn't said anything to her since they left the med hall. "Lila wanted us to meet her." MJ stopped when Dante jerked his arm and drug her forward. "I know she texted me. You should get a phone," he barked. MJ opened her mouth to speak but did not know what to say, so she just ducked her head and concentrated on keeping up. MJ tried to pull her hand out from the crook of Dante's elbow several times, but every time she did, he would squeeze her tighter. As they approached the gates leading to Lila and Azrael's private compound, Dante slowed to a walk, and MJ jerked her hand out of his hold. Dante jerked his head toward her, and MJ was surprised when she could see shock and hurt in his eyes. She reached forward and linked her fingers with his, as the guards opened the metal doors, and the couple proceeded toward the usually quiet fairy tale home. "I cannot believe you went behind my back and put our daughter in danger. Lee, what were you thinking?" The sound of Azrael's voice carried through the courtyard, and both Dante and MJ looked at each other with understanding as they slightly picked up their pace. "Dad, stop. I'm fine. See, Maddie made sure I was protected, and that douche never saw me anyway. They blindfolded him." Briella's small pleading voice floated out the open front door, and as MJ rushed forward, Dante grabbed her around the waist and put a finger up to his mouth, asking for her to be silent. MJ gave him a curt nod, and Dante released her. He put his index finger up to his ear and then pointed to the door. MJ nodded again, understanding that he wanted to wait and listen as the Alpha and his family continued to yell. "Azrael, Bree, please keep your voices down. We don't want Eliza and Adler to wake up." Leela's voice was still elevated, but the hiss in her tone gave the indication she wanted to lower it. "We are not finished, Leela. You put our daughter's life in danger. Again, and on top of that, you have now endangered the lives of our unborn." MJ grabbed Dante's hand as the two adults snarled at one another, and he began to back away when all sounds stopped. "Don't even think about it. Assassin, I have a bone to pick with you and that maid of yours." MJ swallowed hard as a chill ran down her spine. The sound in Azrael's voice had her wanting to tuck tail and run, but Dante's hold on her was giving her at least a false enough sense of safety that she followed him into the house. MJ heard the footsteps approaching, and even though she knew they weren't Dante, she pretended to ignore her new senses and held out hope it might be her mate until Moxie ran past her and then turned around to walk backwards alongside her. MJ eyed Moxie suspiciously, but the hunter never said a word. He just stared at her and chewed on something between his teeth. "So he's an asshole," Moxie stated, breaking the silence, and MJ smiled. "Yay, but I feel kind of stupid for being upset." MJ bit her lip and looked down. She wasn't sure why she admitted that to him, and felt a little self-conscious until he grunted and bumped her shoulder with his elbow. "You shouldn't feel stupid, little sister. There is always danger somewhere, but your birthday is a special thing you wish to share with him." MJ looked up at Moxie and shook her head. "You are like Jekyll and Hyde at the same time, you know that. You look and act like a foolish shitbird, but you are actually very clever, aren't you, Mox?" The hunter shrugged and continued to walk backwards. "I will tell you, MJ, when you grow up in a big pack with lots of brothers like I did, you find a way to fit in when you need to." MJ could sense a sadness in his voice, and she opened her mouth to ask, and he shook his head. "No, you can ask about anything but my brothers. I don't speak to them." MJ licked her lips and crossed her arms as they got closer to the pack house. "Hey, Mox, any chance you would take me to the kitchen? I could eat an entire cow by myself." Moxie grinned and spun around so he could drape his arm over MJ's shoulder. "I will take you to the best leftovers fridge in the pack house, and we can talk about the time Ed actually ate an entire cow while he was shifted." MJ's mouth fell open as they walked, and Moxie kept talking. He had the worst indigestion when he shifted back. It was hilarious until the drive home. MJ looked up at Moxie as they entered the now mostly dark pack house and made their way down a corridor MJ was pretty sure she had never seen before. "What happened on the drive home?" she asked, and Moxie burst with laughter. "Sam let Ed drive, and he stunk up the inside of the SUV with his gas, and that's not even the best part." Moxie stopped talking to take a breath between laughing and talking. "He locked all the windows, so we had to smell him all the way home." MJ and Moxie laughed as he pushed open a door and led her inside. MJ immediately made her way to the refrigerator and began to rummage through it. "Whatever kind of leftover meat this is, sandwiches sound okay to you?" Moxie laughed and popped his head into the icebox next to MJ's. "I think that's corned beef chur. Dig in, babe." Moxie rubbed his hands together as MJ pulled the corned beef out of the fridge along with sauerkraut and some spicy mustard. She also diced up a few potatoes and tossed them in a pot to boil. "Never mind sandwiches, I have a better idea." The two stood in the kitchen not saying anything for a minute when Moxie pulled a familiar brown pouch from his pocket and MJ's stomach turned. Moxie noticed and took a quick swig before stuffing it back in his pocket. "Shit, sorry sis. I will put it away if it bothers you." MJ nodded and smiled sweetly as she stirred around the chunks of potato, waiting for them to cook. After checking their tenderness, MJ began to heat up a skillet and tossed the meat into it along with the sauerkraut, and after she drained them, MJ tossed the potatoes into the skillet before plating their meal while the hunter set the table. Moxie and MJ ate their meal and talked about small things like their favorite colors and what type of vegetable tastes the worst. After finishing their food, Moxie snatched the plates, depositing them into the small sink, and led MJ out of the kitchenette. "Want me to take you back to your room?" Moxie asked, and MJ smiled. "No thanks, Mox. I have to figure this shit out on my own, you know." Moxie beamed down at her with pride before he snatched her into a tight hug and kissed her forehead. "Good answer, little sister. See you in the morning." MJ waved as they parted ways, and she decided to relish in the current silence instead of stewing in the uncomfortable feeling she was starting to get. MJ closed her eyes and began to breathe. She could hear Theron in the back of her mind and tried to make her breathing match his. As she started to feel her body become heavy, the room lit up in front of her, and MJ opened her mouth to allow a wider sensory perception. As she caught the scent of Dante, she followed it until the wall in front of her reminded her that thermal allowed her to see most things, but not all. MJ huffed a frustrated breath, but grinned as she opened one eye and waited until the room half lit up. She heard the wolf purr in her subconscious, and MJ grinned with a bloated sense of self-pride while she made her way back to her room. As MJ closed the door behind her, she glanced over at the bedside table and grabbed a small book from the pile. She turned it over in her hands a few times before she opened it and sat down on the bed. MJ began to read the text in front of her, hoping it would lull her to sleep, and when she woke up, Dante would be there, wrapped around her, the way she had become so dependent on. After a few minutes, Dante set MJ back on her feet and turned her to face the shelves. MJ inhaled the scent of old glue and inked paper as she leaned into the shelves to get a better look at the titles. MJ started to giggle. "Dante, the title of this book is almost an entire paragraph," and she snatched it off the shelf. But before she could open it, Dante grabbed it away from her, and his fingers turned almost white from the grip. "You had to pick this one first," he growled, and MJ's breath caught in her throat as she watched his eyes flash from their beautiful pools of hopeful blue and green to black, and then back again. "Dante?" MJ said softly and put her hand on top of his. Dante's grip loosened on the book, and he took several deep breaths as he reached up with his free hand and began to run his fingers through the hair on the top of MJ's head. "This book was written by half of the reason the triad exists." MJ's breath caught in her throat, and she looked down at the book they were both touching. Running her hands over the cover, she noticed the gold metallic title and hummed a small laugh. "I think this is the longest title I have ever seen," she mused as she held it up and began to read. "A discourse concerning the action of the sun and the moon on animal bodies, and the influence which this may have in many diseases, by Richard Mead." MJ flipped through the book briefly and handed it to Dante. "I don't really understand. How does this book make the triad want to kill all wolves?" Dante placed the book back on the shelf and motioned for her to follow him out onto the patio. Richard Mead was an English physician. He got most of his half-cocked ideas from Isaac Newton's theory of gravitational pull. Dante slumped down onto the stone banister and folded his hands into his lap. "The fuck twat tried to sell the idea that the gravitational pull the moon has over the earth affects the fluids in the human body, and when you add the DNA of the wolf, it aggravates certain weak traits or even causes conditions like epilepsy, kidney stones, painful menstrual conditions." MJ started to breathe hard, and Dante touched her arm. "This book was published in 1708, so we have progressed quite a bit since then. but the triad still believes that wolf DNA is slowly killing the human race by causing these ailments along with birth defects, and even the ridiculous notion that serial killers are a direct affliction of the symbiotic relationship between the two species. MJ began to shake her head in disbelief, and Dante stood. The next lesson is not a happy one, kitten. If you are having trouble with Isaac Newton, you aren't gonna like anything else in this library. We could just go for a walk or head to the training yard. MJ shook her shoulders and took a deep breath. Fuck Isaac Newton. Let's do this. She headed back into the library, and as Dante caught up with her, he spoke firmly. He wasn't entirely wrong. You know, the moon does have an effect on bonded humans, but not in the way Mead thought. The moon's gravitational pull amplifies the wolf's DNA and makes the bond stronger, more pure. It does not cause genetic defects. They are not parasites. Jay nodded her head as she looked toward the top of the bookshelf. I'm afraid to ask why Azrael has a book on the Holocaust. She almsot mumbled, and Dante banked his foot off the back wall and thrust his body far enough up the bookshelf to grab the book and bring it down with him. Calix has kept a record of the Triad's attempts to eradicate wolves from Earth for a long time, and he passed it down through his bloodline. MJ began to shake her head no, and Dante only nodded in response. Yes, baby. The Holocaust was an attempt to wipe wolves from the planet, but since Hitler was only working with the Triad, he killed humans and wolves alike. MJ almost blanched as she covered her mouth. Why would the Triad allow him to kill humans? I thought they just wanted to kill wolves. Dante smiled at MJ and stroked her arm gently as he held the book in his hand like a heavy brick. I suppose they figured if they killed everyone, then nobody would ask questions or find out that we existed outside of books and bad storytelling. Dante tried to hand MJ the book, but she jerked away from it like it might actually hurt her. I don't want to read that thing. I learned enough about it in school, and I'm sure the truth is far worse. Dante tenderly climbed the thick wood bookshelves to replace the book. Then he motioned for MJ to follow him up. MJ shook her head. No way. Didn't anybody ever tell you not to climb shelves? Dante let his head fall back, and he laughed. These technically aren't shelves, kitten. They are cut into the wall, so don't worry about it. MJ huffed and rolled the sleeves up on Dante's shirt before she scaled the book-clad wall until she was next to her smiling mate. This makes me think about rock climbing, she said, and Dante winked at her. Have you ever been rock climbing? Azrael has a mock wall in the training yard, but I could take you to a spot with a view almost as amazing as this one. MJ looked around and shook her head. No, I have never been, but what's so amazing about the view in here? She asked, and Dante purred, You are in it. MJ shook her head, and Dante shrugged his shoulders. I had to see you smile one more time, he said, and then began to point at some of the other books. Most of these are records of genocide that were either caused by the Triad to try and eliminate wolves, or a substantial amount of us died during the event. Jay silently nodded as Dante began. This one is about the Cambodian genocide in 1975. MJ swallowed hard, and the smile fell from her face as Dante pointed to more books. Armonia in 1915, Mass Extinction in Rwanda 1994, Greece 1914, Qing Dynasty 1755. We lost a few originals then, Dante whispered, and MJ started to turn a pale shade as he continued down the line. With every title he rattled off, MJ could feel the wolf inside her mourn the loss of his family. Her head started to swim as he continued to point at over half the first shelf. Bangladesh, Assyrian, Serbia, the Zaire massacres, the Queensland Aboriginal slaughter. MJ began to shake as she stared at the amount of books filled with death, and mustering as much bravery as she could, MJ reached out with an unsteady hand and pulled another book from the shelf. Opening it, MJ began to read. California Genocide 1846 to 1873. Actions taken by the American government in the 19th century, following the conquest of the California Territory, resulted in the brutal and senseless murders of over 9,500 indigenous persons, both wolf, omega, and human alike. As MJ continued to read, she started to feel an intense sense of nausea. She quickly set the book on the shelf and descended to the floor. Dante followed as she ran out the open patio doors and leapt onto the ground below. Dante tried to call to her, but MJ leaned over and vomited profusely before she let a strangled-sounding cry escape her throat and took off running. Good morning, assassin, the oldest-looking one greeted, and MJ watched as he and Dante exchanged greetings before she saw a familiar broad-chested blonde wolf. Matty? MJ beamed as the young man peeked out from behind another wolf. Matthew waved at MJ. Good morning, Matty. How's Lou after yesterday? MJ asked, and then Billy snapped her head back and forth between MJ and Matthew. No fucking way! Billy almost screamed as she grabbed Matthew by the shoulders. Is this little Omega the one you spoke to us about? The terrifying hunter's sister? Matty did not answer. He just hung his head and nodded. It seems my little brother has already had the pleasure of your company, Omega. Matthew's eyes grew large as he watched the color in MJ's face fluctuate and the tips of her ears turn a bright red as if she were a tea kettle waiting to boil over. "My name is MJ." She grit through her teeth, and Billy waved off her comment. "These are my older brothers Joel and Curtis. Boys, this is the little Omega I told you about. Turns out she has mated to the ass." Billy's words halted as MJ's body slammed into hers, and the two women hit the floor with MJ perched over the larger woman now laying on her back. "My name is MJ," she spoke again, and then stood up before offering Billy her hand. The female guard took the offered hand and stood. "I will remember," Billy said, patting her midsection while her two older brothers snickered to one another. Dante wrapped his arms around MJ's waist and pulled her in close. "You are like a beacon for attention. I have half a mind to lock you away in our room." MJ rolled her eyes and leaned into him. "You're right, assassin. You do have half a mind." Dante growled playfully into the hollow of MJ's throat, and she giggled like an excited child as his lips ravaged the flesh between her shoulders and jawline. The sound of cheering broke their public display, and as MJ tipped her head in the direction of the commotion, she noticed that both of Matthew's brothers were jeering him. "Take a good look, little Matty," Joel teased. "One day you will have to kiss your mate like that too." The laughter continued, and MJ watched as Matt's massive frame started to fold in on itself, like the taunting of his siblings was physically adding weight to his shoulders. MJ looked around as all three of his siblings began to berate him about his lack of interest in a mate. MJ crossed her arms in front of her chest. "What makes you think he hasn't found one already?" She cut in, and Maddie looked up at her with shock and an almost pleading look. Before anyone could ask further questions, a whistle sounded over the crowd, and Lila appeared perched on the shoulders of yet another absolutely huge pack member. As they turned to face the crowd, MJ waved, and Lila winked at her before holding up her hands and quieting the waiting crowd. "Good morning, Quicksilver," Lila bellowed to MJ's complete surprise. She leaned over and whispered to Dante, "I didn't know our beta had pipes like that." Dante grinned as Lila continued, "Unfortunately, I will not be playing White Rabbit for you all this morning." Before Lila could finish, the entire crowd seemed to groan like petulant children, and Lila waved her hands in the air to quiet them once more, before she once again made eye contact with MJ, and almost as if MJ could read her beta's mind, she gave her a curt nod in acceptance, and watched as Lila's entire face lit up in excitement. However, our newest pack sister, MJ, has graciously agreed to fulfill the role of Rabbit. MJ gasped as she was hoisted off of her feet and onto Dante's shoulder. She looked down at him, and as he held her perched high on a single shoulder, he waved his arm out wide and turned her in a slow circle. "Let it be announced to the running members of Quicksilver that the White Rabbit is also my mate." MJ expected silence or whispers, but instead she was greeted with a blast of crowd cheers and several small howls. Dante continued to turn as several pack members waved at MJ, and all she could do was let the elated feeling infect her. She tapped Dante on the shoulder and he lifted her, setting her gingerly on the ground. MJ was surrounded almost immediately by outstretched hands. She started shaking hands and greeting people. "Welcome, little sister," a few of the females said. "An Omega to tame the assassin will be a great benefit to our armed force. Welcome to Quicksilver, MJ." A large, very underdressed man said as he pulled MJ's hand into his own and tried to smear his lips against her knuckles. MJ growled at the same time Dante did, but before her mate could move to defend her honor, MJ flipped her wrist over in his hold and clamped her own hand down on his wrist before she twisted it with more force than necessary and flipped the overly eager wolf flat onto his back, then wiped her hand on her pants. "Scenting the rabbit before the race is cheating, and you know it, Dick," Billy said as she saddled up next to MJ and crossed her muscular yet still feminine arms over her chest. MJ grinned up at Billy and the Amazonian woman winked at her. "No unfair advantages. Plus, I hear his breath could sour apples off the tree." MJ snickered, and suddenly Billy was hit in the midsection with a roundhouse kick. "My name is Robert, you butch bitch." Dante snarled as Billy's older brothers rushed to her side. MJ squinted at Robert. "No, Wonder Woman was right. Your name is definitely Dick. And Dick, fuck off, yay?" Robert showed his teeth in a slight snarl and excused himself by bowing exaggeratedly at the waist. "Run, little rabbit. I can't wait to catch you." Robert ducked into the crowded group as two large guards escorting Lila approached the commotion. "Thank you for this, MJ. It really is just a harmless race, but giving predators something to chase keeps their instincts fresh. At least that's what Az says." MJ nodded and then began to chew her lip. "Lila?" she asked, and the beta hummed softly in response. Dante took me to the Alpha's history library, and I know this sounds really weird, but would you give me a hug?" she asked. And at first, Lila looked at MJ with absolute misbelief, but soon shook her head and pulled MJ into a tight hug. Sometimes people suck, especially when they don't understand something. MJ pulled back from Lila, and the beta cocked her head as she wiped a tear from MJ's cheek. "What I'm saying is, I think I need them to chase me today. I need to deal with some stuff, I guess. Lila smiled and cupped MJ's face with her hands. Good luck, little sister. The beta glanced over MJ's head at Dante and winked. Assassin, you will explain what she is to do. And maybe just pace her to make sure there are no more dicks waiting to take advantage. Manjay's mouth fell open as Lila waved goodbye and was escorted from the gathering by her two very large guards. Are we not going to talk about the fact that the beta just made a dick joke? Came the voice of one of Billy's brothers, and the surrounding siblings sounded off in unison. Shut up, Kurt! MJ turned to scowl at Dante and Billy as they tried to cover their snickering laughter. What the hell does she mean? Explain what I am supposed to do. I just run right? Billy grabbed her sides laughing as Dante groaned and then elbowed the guard in the side. Listen, kitten, when you are the white rabbit, you run and everyone else gets to chase you. But everybody else is shifted. MJ nodded and made an O shape with her mouth. So when do we start? She asked and then looked around, noticing that every eye was solely on her. Dante grabbed MJ by the elbow to ground her and she gave him an appreciative smile. They will wait for you to give a signal and then it's game on, baby. Dante winked at her and MJ spun in a circle. Is it rude if I ask you guys to shift first? I haven't seen very many wolves. The crowd murmured their laughter, and Dante let a howl rip from his chest as he shifted first, followed by the surrounding pack members. The sound of bones cracking, while fabric and skin tore and fell in ribbons, drowned out any other surrounding sound, and MJ spun in a circle, as more than 4 dozen werewolves of all shapes, colors, and sizes surrounded her. Theron stood taller than the rest, and as he stretched to his full height in front of her, and he angled his enormous head toward the sky, letting an earth-shattering howl rip from his chest, followed by every other wolf standing within listening distance. The vibration from the sound was so intense, MJ was almost breathless. I will howl a signal, MJ linked to Theron, before brushing her hands through the fur on his chest. The wolf purred and leaned his head down into her chest. I will be waiting, my little one. The sound of Theron's voice vibrating inside her lulled MJ into an almost numb calm, and she smiled before jogging toward the nearest tree. Climbing halfway up, she looked at her surroundings and noticed that there were small orange flags tied to several trees. As she followed them, they seemed to round back to the crowd of waiting werewolves. MJ took a deep breath and let the wolf flow through her body before filling her lungs with air and howling as loudly as she could. MJ thought she was prepared to handle the horde of beasts chasing her, but the moment they started to move, her inner prey kicked in and she slid her body from the tree as quickly as possible before breaking into a sprint, darting past trees toward the small orange flags. MJ managed to make it almost a quarter of the way through the course before she felt the presence of others, and all of a sudden a rust-red blur darted out in front of her and tried to capture her with its lanky fur-clad clawed arms. MJ instinctually bounced the balls of her feet off the ground and soared through the air like a grasshopper before landing about 6 feet away from the small wolf. MJ let the momentum roll her forward a few more feet before she pumped her legs harder to steer clear of 2 wolves she spotted to her left. The 2 white wolves tried to move in on her, but 4 golden blonde werewolves bound in between them from the side and knocked the others into adjacent trees. For a minute, MJ was relieved. She figured from their coloring and number, there was a good chance these wolves were Matthew, Billy, and their older brothers Joel and Curtis. But as MJ opened her mouth to thank them, she heard Theron in her mind. They will catch you and win, my little one. MJ looked in the eyes of the wolves in front of her, and suddenly she screamed, pointing behind them, "Oh my God! What the fuck is that?" As they turned around, MJ dug her nails into the bark of a tree and scaled upward as quietly as she could. As the now obviously confused wolves started to growl and snap at one another, MJ took the opportunity to move trees, careful to only make sound when the bickering wolves did. MJ began to breathe heavily as she closed her eyes and found the terrain in all directions dotted with the flowing color of long, slender wolf bodies. The snap of some branches forced her eyes open, and dark movement in the tree above had MJ looking upward in time to see the welcomed obsidian snout and deep gold swirling eyes of her calming wolf. "Theron," she whispered with relief. The beast reached out and cupped her cheek gently with his enormous claws. MJ squeezed his hand between her cheek and shoulder as she began to fill her nostrils with his calming musk. Theron slid his hand down MJ's body until it was around her waist, and then he pulled her tight into him. "Hold me close, and my scent will mask yours." MJ grabbed Theron around the neck and wrapped her legs around his chest as the wolf turned and jolted them from one tree to another, several meters south. Once again, Azrael cleared his throat, but before he could say anything, the familiar timid shadow of the giant known as Maddie began to lurk at the outer edges of the conversation. Azrael glanced at Maddie before returning his attention to Dante. "You have 6 hours to enjoy the day with your mate, but I need you for an interrogation before our guests are sent home." Dante grunted and nodded as Azriel walked toward the now terrified-looking Maddie. Matthew, Azriel all but growled, and Maddie bowed his head. Alpha. He managed to squeak and dropped to one knee. Azriel snapped his fingers. Stand up, boy. You and I have unfinished business. Maddie stumbled to his feet and stood trembling as he towered over the Alpha. MG grabbed Dante's arms and pulled him around her as she watched. He isn't going to hurt Maddie, is he? She asked out loud, and Dante rumbled a small laugh into her ear as he kissed up and down her shoulder blade. Trust your Alpha, my love, and watch. MJ turned herself so that her back was nestled into Dante's chest, and she wrapped his arms around her as she watched Azriel pace back and forth in front of the still trembling young wolf. Maddie wore the same loose-fitting shorts and tank top that everyone received from the trunks, but this young man was so large, the shirt barely stretched across his broad chest, and the shorts were pulled tight around the bulging muscles in his thighs. Azriel stopped in front of Maddie and pursed his lips as he tilted his head up. Stand up straight, boy. No wolf is intimidated by a pup with his tail tucked between his legs. As if Azriel's words possessed Matt's body, the young man jerked to attention and stood with a silent arua that would have been intimidating if not for the fact that the scent of fear was seeping from him like a faucet. Azriel glanced off to the side and noticed that 3 pack members still lingered near them, and he smiled. You insult me, boy. The Alpha growled, and Matthew's body began to tremble at the knees. MJ leaned up into Dante's neck. He's gonna faint, she whispered, and Dante nuzzled her throat before linking into her mind. I will bet you the kid passes out before Az is done with him. MJ scrunched her face up and elbowed him in the ribs. You are such an asshat. Maddie is a strong kid. Bet. Dante grinned and huffed a silent laugh as MJ turned her attention back to the Alpha and his now terrified pack member. I'm sorry, Alpha, Matt stuttered, and Azriel grunted. You apologize before you know what you have done wrong? He barked, and when Matt did not answer, Azriel chuckled. Good. My daughter will enjoy that. Her mother is much the same. The color in Maddie's face flushed pink and then very pale again. Dante leaned into MJ's ear and spoke so softly she thought he was using their link until she felt the very faint brush of his breath against her ear. If he faints, you're sleeping naked tonight. MJ gasped, and Azriel's eyes briefly darted toward her, then back to the young man he was torturing. You have siblings, Matthew. Do you not? Azriel's voice was cold and sharp. MJ thought she saw Maddie actually flinch with each syllable. I do, Alpha. Azriel put his hands on his hips and huffed. For the love of the moon, boy, this is going to take forever if you are going to stutter the entire time. Maddie nodded and glanced toward his brothers and sister, who were standing close by watching with wide eyes. Azriel followed Maddie's eyesight, and when he made eye contact with the others, the 2 males slunk down slightly behind their sister, who stood tall and bowed her head in respect to her Alpha. Azriel motioned for them to come closer, and Maddie swallowed as Billy pushed Curtis and Joel toward their youngest brother. The morning is full of surprises, Billy? This young pup is your brother by blood? The Alpha asked, and Billy nodded as she looked at Matt with a hint of confusion. Azriel chuckled low in his throat and crossed his arms. Matthew, have you told your brothers and sister of your discovery during the full moon fire? The Alpha's question had Matthew's heart beating so hard in his chest, MJ couldn't help but hear it. At least the kid has a strong heart. She whispered to Dante, and he nudged her to be quiet, but she watched the Alpha's attention catch and corner of his mouth slightly twitch upward. MJ bit her bottom lip to avoid saying anything else. Matt shook his head. No, Alpha, I kept it secret. Lee. Matt licked his lips and tried to breathe before he started to speak again. Like we. Azriel held up his hands to stop Maddie. Tell me something, Billy. But Azriel barked, and the female guard instantly stood at attention. Yes, Alpha, she barked. Has young Matthew always struggled with his speech? Azriel asked, and Billy looked lovingly toward her little brother. Only around pretty girls, Alpha. Azriel raised an eyebrow at her comment and cocked his head. Do you find me a pretty girl, young Matthew? The group of onlookers did their best to hold in their laughter, including MJ biting down on her own hand to avoid bursting into a giggle fit. No, sir, Maddie almost whispered, and Azriel chuckled again. Azriel looked toward Billy, and the 2 males still taking refuge behind her. It seems your little brother has found himself a potential mate this full moon. All 3 of Maddie's siblings looked at one another, and then their little brother in shock as Azriel continued to explain. His match is my oldest daughter, Azriel said, and then watched as the weight of his words sunk into the surrounding pack members. Oh, fuck! Maddie is going to get us killed by porking the Alpha's kid, Curtis squeaked, and Joel, Maddie, and Billy all turned to him. Shut up, Kurt! They yelled. And Azriel grabbed Matthew's shoulders before the Alpha bent forward and began to laugh so hard it echoed off the trees. This is not goodbye. MJ knew the guest house was code for a dungeon or prison, but she had not expected it to actually be underground. Azriel had opened a door in the ground surrounded by bushes and guards with spotlights lining the perimeter. The hatch had led them down a stone staircase to a galley hallway that had singular cells lining it. The doors were metal with small slit windows, and the entire place felt cold. As MJ reached out to touch a door, Azriel grabbed her hand. Mercury and silver, MJ. I wouldn't unless you wear gloves. MJ pulled her hand back, and Azriel motioned toward a room at the end of the galley. She is behind the door on the end. MJ took a few steps forward, and Azriel touched her shoulder, causing her to turn her head to look at him. She was part of this pack, MJ, and she betrayed us all. Her fate is upon you, little sister. It was agreed by the pack as a whole. MJ looked at Azriel, and then behind him stood Moxie, Ed, Ace, and Dante. They all nodded at her, except for Dante, who stood with his head drooped and sulking. MJ turned to face the door again, and walked toward it when she heard Theron in her mind. Protect us, he whispered, and as MJ covered her hand in Dante's shirt, she yanked the door open and made the beast a promise. Always, my wolf. Pepper's room was not what MJ expected. She had a running faucet and toilet that were covered by a small curtain. There was a small bed in the corner, and a metal table in the center that was bolted to the floor, along with a chair, also fixed to the floor. MJ noticed there was no natural light in the room, and as she watched the curled-up bundle of human flesh move on the bed, she let the door slam behind her and hopped up on the table with her feet crossed underneath her. Pepper, MJ said softly, and the woman flinched as she tucked her knees underneath her hands and pressed herself against the wall. Pepper, come sit down in this chair. MJ wasn't sure why, but she knew the woman would comply and watched as she instantly scrambled off the bed. MJ noticed that her foot was shackled to a large chain in the floor, and one of her wrists had a thin chain and cuff connecting it to her leg. Pepper crawled across the floor, watching MJ from behind her unwashed hair, and as she climbed into the chair, MJ noticed the once fierce-looking woman now looked weak and feeble. Was it worth it? MJ asked, and Pepper flinched as she grabbed the bottom of her chair and squeezed. Pepper began to cry, and MJ leaned forward, placing her elbows on her knees and resting her chin in her hands. Well, was it worth it, Pepper? The she-wolf looked up at MJ. You killed him, she screamed, and MJ sat back. You challenged and were going to sell me. Pepper shot to her feet, but MJ didn't flinch as the woman screamed in her face. But you would have been alive. He wasn't supposed to die. They promised we could go home together. They promised. Pepper slumped down into the chair again, mumbling, and MJ drew her eyebrows together. Who promised, Pepper? She asked, and the woman snapped her jaws at MJ. I would rather die than tell you anything. MJ laughed and unfolded her legs, letting them dangle off the table on either side of Pepper. She leaned down into the fractured woman's face and whispered, The alpha gave you to me, and if you are not going to cooperate, I will do worse to you than I did to your mate. Pepper grinned at MJ like a lunatic on the fringe, and a few strings of drool spilled from her cracked lips. What could be worse than death? She said, letting her chin tip back. MJ only hummed a sick laugh and jumped from the table. She walked toward the door and stopped, turning her head so Pepper could hear her clearly. You will tell me who they are, Pepper, or I will hand you to the triad, alive. Pepper screamed and shot to her feet. You lie. MJ only turned around and leaned her back against the door. I will not ask you again, and if the next words out of your mouth are not the names of who they are, then I will leave this room and return in time. But know that when I do, you will be handed to the triad and never heard from again. Pepper began to breathe heavily, and she turned her head to the side before she started to vomit, but nothing came up except for a sickening sound and some foam. I see I don't have to explain now. Names. Pepper wiped her mouth and grunted as she glanced sideways at MJ with a snarl. Alpha Talia and my master. MJ shook her head. I'm disappointed, Pepper. We already know your mate was from Talia's pack. The master's name is what I want. Pepper shook her head. He is the master. That is his name. MJ sucked her teeth in disappointment and grabbed the door with her shirt, jerking the handle open before Pepper squealed in desperation. Wait! Please! I don't know his name. MJ turned her head and Pepper slumped down to the floor with a clatter of the chains around her. He is Simawolf, and he is old and powerful. MJ looked at Pepper, and the thought of a Simawolf being called master brought back flashes of memories that made bile bubble in her throat. MJ shook her head and left the room, letting the door slam shut behind her while Pepper continued to plead and scream. As MJ walked toward the end of the galley, she heard more screaming as a door opened and Moxie entered, while Dante exited, wiping blood from his hands and face. MJ looked at him, and he turned away from her. Commander, please escort my mate to the kitchens. Dante's voice was calm, but MJ could hear the hurt behind them, and as Ace motioned for her to follow him, she put her hand in the center of Dante's back as she passed. I will wait for you in the kitchen, Dante. Please don't leave me there. I want to be mates who talk. Dante spun around and leaned down to kiss MJ, but pulled himself away, growling, I am really pissed that I am covered in blood. What I wouldn't do to kiss you. Please, kitten, just go with the commander. MJ smiled at Dante and nodded, walking past him as she followed Ace toward the kitchens. Ace and MJ did not speak as they walked, and while MJ looked around, she caught the familiar scent of a certain doctor that made her skin crawl. Hey, Superman, if it's all right, I want to find my way from here. Ace simply nodded and waved at her. See you at dinner, he mumbled and ran off. MJ waited for Ace's scent to disappear completely before she went in search of one Dr. John Pearl. MJ followed his scent to a small creek, and as she emerged from the tree line, she noticed that John was hip-deep in water and very naked. He seemed to be washing himself. You know it's rude to stare. You could come wash my back. The doctor's voice was taunting and velvet smooth. MJ made a gagging sound. How about I cut out your tongue and feed it to some pigs? She quipped back, and John turned to face her before he quickly emerged from the water. MJ kept her heart rate as steady as possible while the glistening, well-built naked man walked toward her, and MJ stuck her hand out in front of her. Come any closer with that thing out, and I will ask Mox and Jay to help me hide your body parts. John walked right up into MJ's face and leaned down close. And what makes you think Azrael would let you get away with that? MJ gave him a wry grin and stomped on the ends of his toes with all her might. What makes you think my alpha won't want your head when he finds out you're the Triad's house pet? MJ watched as the pupils in John's eyes pulsed, but the doctor was very good at keeping his outer appearance calm. It was only the predatory nature of the wolf that was assuring MJ she had him scared. John swallowed hard. You have no idea? MJ snorted. Save it, Pearl. I want to make a deal. John Pearl's face changed instantly, and MJ wanted to roll her eyes, but she kept her face as stone cold as the doctor in front of her. I will give you a wolf for the Triad, alive. Her life belongs to me, and I will give it to you. MJ watched as John's mouth practically watered in anticipation, and she had to swallow to avoid vomiting from the notion. What is it you want in return? He asked, and MJ tipped her chin up. The Triad will leave Calix and his family alone. They do not exist as far as the Triad is concerned. Am I clear? John stared at MJ for a few minutes, and then smiled at her. You have a deal, sweetheart. When can I expect delivery? MJ shook her head and rolled her eyes. I am not as stupid as you look, Pearl. I will have definitive proof the Triad will honor our arrangement before I hand her to you. John bowed his head slightly and opened his mouth to speak, but MJ turned around and began to walk away. I don't give two shits what you have to say, Pearl. I will be waiting, and MJ took off in search of the kitchens. MJ managed to find her way into the kitchen. Lou was distracted with showing Maddie how to slice between ribs without damaging the spine when he turned his head. About time to get that lazy ass in here. We got rump to wrap lady. Chop, chop. MJ grinned and shook her head. Glad to see you made it out alive, Maddie, she said, and the young man bowed his head in her direction. You vouching for me saved me, I think, MJ. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, especially since we didn't exactly start on the best foot. MJ shrugged. Everybody has their own story, Maddie. Not gonna judge. But I am glad you would rather talk to me than run away now. She winked at him and set to work washing her hands before grabbing Lou's knives and setting to work. After a few hours, MJ hadn't noticed, but Lou and Maddie had started cleaning the kitchen, and as she started cranking the grinder to feed beef chunks, a set of electric strings ignited her back and a pair of warm hands blocked out her vision. There once was a waitress named Daisy, with service unhurried and lazy. My only one wish was to eat from her dish, for she makes my mouth water like crazy. Dante growled the last word and buried his face into MJ's neck as he wrapped his arms tightly around her. MJ giggled and leaned into her mate's touch. That's dirty and beautiful, she said, and Dante chuckled into the fallen bits of her hair. Are you hungry, sweet mate? It is dinner time. MJ looked around shocked. Already? She said, while Lou and Maddie both laughed. MJ, you have been cutting meat for like 4 hours, Maddie said, and MJ looked around her like she had just realized where she was. Well, I guess it's time for dinner then. Dante took her hand and laced their fingers together before he tucked her arm underneath his and walked them to the dining hall. Dinner was a mixture of laughs and loving looks. MJ looked around at the table full of people and snuggled into Dante's lap. The two took turns feeding each other, and at one point they catapulted mashed potatoes into Moxie's beer glass when he wouldn't stop making kissing and moaning noises while they cuddled like turtle doves. Neither MJ nor Dante brought up the events in the guest house as they made their way out of the dining hall. Hey, little sister, you up for a movie tonight? Jay asked, and Dante shrugged as MJ looked his way. It's up to you, kitten. MJ looked at Jay and nodded. That sounds like fun, she said, and he pumped his fist in the air before whistling to the other hunters. Movie night, guys. Got the assassin and MJ in. Who else? Ed, Sam, Moxie, Tanner, and Mara all agreed they were in, and Ace just grumbled and walked away. The group settled in a small empty room lined with 3 rows of theater-style recliners and a projector on the wall. MJ looked around and then cocked her head. Jay, what are we going to watch? she asked, and he handed her his phone. Anything you want, little sister. It's your choice tonight. MJ bit her lip as she scrolled the screen, and Dante laughed breathlessly. Baby, you really need a phone. MJ rolled her eyes and handed the phone back to Jay. This one, please, she chirped, and her brother winked at her. Mox is gonna hate you, he said, and Moxie looked up from the chair he was lounging in. Why? What did she pick? He asked, and Jay laughed. She picked Psycho, he said, and Moxie shivered. Stabbed to death in the shower. Not cool. The group laughed as they all settled in to watch the movie. The credits began to roll on the movie. Dante lifted his sleeping mate from her seat. It looks like cars aren't the only thing that put her to sleep, eh, Dante? Sam cripped as Dante looked down at his slumbering mate with nothing but care and love. Gonna get her to bed, Sammy? See ya? Sam grinned, and they all bid farewell as Dante slowly made his way back to their room. MJ opened her eyes once or twice to look at Dante, but as soon as their eyes met, she would smile and hum in her sleep before closing her eyes once more. Dante slipped them into bed and removed his shirt first, then hers before cradling her back into his chest and tangling their fingers together. Dante leaned down into her ear and whispered, Don't you ever forget that I love you more than anything in this life or any other. Do you hear me, kitten? Don't ever forget how much I love you. MJ turned her head into his and she hummed, I love you more. Then they both lulled into a deep and safe sleep. As the birds began to sing and sun shone in through the small slit window, MJ hummed in her content state, and with her eyes still closed, she reached for the warmth of her mate. The bed was still warm, but instead of his body, her fingertips met with the scratchy surface of paper. MJ grabbed the folded sheet and smiled as the anticipation of what he might have written her pulsed in her veins. MJ unfolded the parchment and began to read out loud. My most precious MJ, I have grown to love you so much. The thought of this letter pains me to my core. As I have watched you grow to love this pack, I have watched them grow to love you. And as assassin of Quicksilver, it is my duty to protect the entire family. But as the man who loves you more than the air he breathes, it is my life's purpose to protect you, and to do that, I must leave you now. This is not goodbye, my love, so I will not say it. I will see you again. And know that only when our eyes meet will I again live. Because the moment I step out of this room and away from you, my heart, my life's breath, I will no longer be the assassin, or a wolf, or even a man. I will be but a walking corpse. For every moment I do not have you by my side is a death I will endure until I can hold you once more. MJ's breathing began to come out in small, ragged breaths as her ears began to ring. She glanced at the signature at the bottom to make sure she was not mistaken. I love you, kitten, Dante. MJ stumbled from the bed, still clutching the letter in her hand, and she ran to the bathroom. Dante, she called, but he was not there, so she ran to the closet and threw the door open. Dante, she begged once more, and again it was empty. MJ turned and flung the bedroom door open. She could still scent Dante outside their room, but it was faint. MJ's world began to turn, and she hit her knees as her chest became tight and her head swam. MJ threw her head back and screamed as loudly as she could. No! The sorrowful sound carried through the pack house, and suddenly, Emma caught the faint trail of Dante's scent outside a window. She clawed to her feet. Running through the pack house like a desperate animal, she knocked over furniture and pack members alike until the entrance door came into view. MJ threw the door open, and all the hunters, along with Mara and the Alpha and Beta, were standing together looking at her. MJ noticed a slight dust trail leading out over the road, and her ears picked up the unmistakable sound of the single-stroke motor on a bike, and she closed her eyes, knowing it was the sound of her mate riding away. MJ almost stumbled down the front steps and walked a few paces past the crowd of wolves. Jay put his hand on her shoulder and spoke to her, but she did not answer or even hear his question. Sam touched MJ's other shoulder. Little sister, she said, and MJ bolted toward the direction Dante had gone. She made it to the tree line of Quicksilver Pack territory and stopped. MJ looked up toward the sky and could see the shadow of the moon still sitting in the beautifully colored morning. The pain MJ could feel in her chest kept bouncing in and out, and she assumed it was his pain she was also feeling, so she let her head fall back and howled a long, low, sad howl. As MJ took another breath and let another howl rip from her throat, the sound became more of a scream as she bent forward at the waist to release the anger growing inside the place Dante's love had carved out. MJ turned to see the Alpha and Beta along with the hunters, and Mara standing, with tears streaming down their faces. MJ let the sadness weep from her face as she walked up to her Alpha. MJ wiped her face, and the dead look in her eyes as she looked up at Azrael had him taken aback. Alpha, I request a retrial for entrance into the hunters. Azrael looked at Lila, and she shook her head furiously. No, the Alpha stated, and MJ only nodded. For now, I want you to heal little Omega. Then we will see how you feel. MJ's emotionless state did not change. She simply bent her head to the side in submission. Yes, Alpha, she all but whispered and began to walk back toward the pack house. Where will you go now? Asriel asked, and MJ stopped, but did not turn to face him. To help with breakfast, Alpha. It's my job, and I'm sure the kitchen could use me in the morning. MJ's voice cracked, but she kept her composure as Lila rushed up behind her and crushed her from behind into a tight hug. MJ did not move but started to choke out. Beta, air. Lila spun MJ around to face her and cupped the Omega's face with her tender fingers. Thank you for staying, Jay. We need you. MJ nodded as Asriel stepped up next to his mate. Loyalty begins and ends with trust. MJ nodded and watched as both Asriel and Lila's eyes swirled gold. Alpha Calyx began to speak through both the Alpha and Beta. We were made aware of the assassin's intended departure. His hope is to save you and prevent war. We ask you now to trust in us. MJ bent at the waist into a deep bow and exposed her jugular. Alpha Calyx, Beta, Alpha Asriel, my trust and loyalty begin and end with you and this family, my family. And with nothing more to say, MJ walked herself into the kitchen to help preparations for breakfast. In the months following Dante's leaving the pack, MJ learned he surrendered himself to Alpha Talia as a peace offering for the pack member. MJ killed in the challenge, and that she had not only accepted his offer but had agreed to make him the Alpha after their mating bond. MJ had kept herself busy in the kitchens, pulling every shift she could to fill her days. She tried several times to pack her clothes and ask Asriel to move to a different room, but she just couldn't tear herself away from the fading scent that still lingered. And as much as it broke her heart to be near him, she couldn't make herself leave him the way he left her. MJ no longer sat at the Alpha's table for meals. She simply ate between kitchen shifts. The only time she saw any of the other hunters was during training, and even then she would be cordial during. But as soon as training was over, she would bid her farewells and was again off the kitchen. MJ often sat in her garden or Dante's library on her off days, and although she had not planted anything new since Dante's departure, she nursed and cared for the green roses that had blossomed into beautiful, full-flowered bushes. One day, MJ found a gift box in her room from Briella, and inside was a brand new cell phone. MJ wasn't quite sure how Bree managed to text her back and forth, but the two would meet up every so often and have lunch together. On one such occasion, MJ made her way to the iron-clad gates. She noticed the guards were not at their posts, and the gates were slapping against each other with the wind instead of being securely closed off. MJ rushed through the gates and straight into the house. She could hear clanging metal and breaking glass upstairs. There ain't nobody up here, a voice yelled, and MJ had to stifle a growl. A small bit of movement out of the corner of her eye had MJ turning her head in time to see Lila crouched on the floor, waving MJ over from inside a room. MJ quickly and quietly made her way into the room, and Lila pulled her over to a small closet. As she opened the doors, MJ found Briella crouched down with Eliza and Adler huddled close to her. MJ's heart began to race as she looked at Lila. What? How? She whispered, and Lila shook her head. Don't know. They want to take us, not kill us. Lila slammed the words into MJ's mind as fast as she could, and although the feeling was uncomfortable, MJ nodded and shoved Lila toward the closet. Get in, and no matter what happens, do not come out. Did you link Asriel yet? Lila nodded her head, and as MJ pushed her into the closet, Lila grabbed her by the wrists. MJ, what are you doing? She squeaked, and the sound of heavy footsteps halted their whispers. The Beta is supposed to be here. They said she is always here after lunch. Just keep looking. MJ listened and then looked at Briella. Bree, how many and where? She whispered, and Briella looked around. There are 5, and they are all upstairs. They are coming. MJ nodded and pushed Lila onto the floor. Stay here with them until I get them away from here, then take the kids and run. Lila tried to argue but looked at her children, then back at MJ with a pleading look of appreciation. I love you, little sister. Lila mouthed, and MJ winked as she closed the doors. Lila held her children tightly as she listened to the commotion. Briella watched and started to whisper to her mother. She went into Addie's room and is under the bed. Lila covered Bree's mouth with her hand, and the young girl nodded. Suddenly, a loud bang halted all the commotion, and thundering footsteps rushed toward young Adler's room. After MJ threw a wooden horse across the room, she tucked herself under the bed enough to hide, but stuck part of her shoe out so it could be seen. As the door flew open, she braced for what was to come next, and just as she hoped her bait worked, a large meaty hand gripped her ankle and began to pull her out. MJ smirked and kicked at the hand while screaming, No! Get off of me! Do you have any idea who I am? Release me at once. 5 sets of eyes were now on MJ as she lay on her back on the floor. One of the intruders grabbed her by the shoulders and hauled her to her feet. Well, what do we have here? He asked and smiled with a full set of brown and broken teeth. Ooh, clearly not good hygiene. MJ snapped and the man backhanded her across the face. MJ did nothing but laugh and let her eyes swirl with the gold of a powerful beast. Yay, we got her. That's the Beta, another one said. And as MJ reached out to grab the throat of her assailant, a sudden burning sensation erupted around her neck, and wrists. As she thrashed, MJ heard the sound of chains and looked down to see she had been placed in silver cuffs, one on each wrist and another around her neck. She could smell the slight tang of burning flesh, and looked down to see her skin starting to turn pink and even char around the edges as the cuffs burned into her skin. "Let's get the fuck out of here," one of them said, and with two others holding the heavy chains contacted to MJ, they pulled her through the house and out onto the front door. As she fought against them, the silver burned and stripped away her flesh. "Stay out, Theron. It will hurt you too much," MJ warned internally, but the wolf only growled and pumped his power through her. She roared and grabbed the chains with her hands, ripping them from the grasp of her captors. As they continued to drag her toward the iron gates, 6 shifted hunters and one very large, pissed-off four original came barreling in through the open gate. The other attempted kidnappers engaged with the hunters, while MJ grabbed what seemed to be the leader by throwing the chain connected to her wrists over his neck and pulling it tight. As the chain cinched, MJ noticed that one of the others whimpered, "Alpha!" MJ screamed as Calyx approached, but the wolf paid her no attention as Azrael ripped from through the wolf's fur and ran naked toward the house. "End of the hall, Alpha!" MJ yelled as her hostage continued to struggle. After the intruders had been subdued and carted away, Azrael sat at his enormous wooden table with MJ and just stared at his hands. "Do you think I keep them in danger by keeping them hidden?" he asked, and MJ looked at Azrael shocked, then swallowed hard. "Yes, Alpha, I do. Keeping someone in the dark can be just as dangerous as letting them play with fire. At least when you let them play with it, they know they could get burned. Right?" Azrael smiled at her and hummed, "I think it's time, young lady." MJ cocked her head and smiled. "Time for what, Alpha?" Azrael laughed. "Time for your training to begin, young hunter. I have a feeling these wolves came from Talia, and she won't stop. So now it's time we bring our assassin home and end the madness I should have taken care of long ago." MJ simply nodded and followed her Alpha out of his private cottage. She wasn't sure exactly where they were going, but she was sure that she would follow him there.